Waves surged in white billows beneath a sky washed clean to a flawless blue. On the glittering beach, several white-tailed sand crabs were cautiously creeping toward a piece of food not far away. A few vultures circled in the sky, their predatory gazes also fixed on that food on the beach as they prepared to dive down for a hearty feast. Suddenly, the sand crabs froze, then swiftly scuttled backward into the holes in the beach. In the vultures' eyes, a hint of regret flickered as they continued to circle. What is happening? The supposed food struggled and flipped over, revealing a boy of about a dozen years. The dazzling sunlight was so harsh that for a moment he could not open his eyes. Huff cough. Who am I? My whole body aches. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open, veins bulging on his forehead as he let out a hoarse roar. The violent headache was as if a piece of red-hot iron had been forced into his skull. A flood of chaotic memories surged, collided, and intertwined within his mind. Even though he had no strength at all, his body rolled uncontrollably, tumbling more than 10 times across the sand. Only after over 10 minutes did that heart-rending pain in his head gradually subside. Huff! His chest heaved as he panted violently. He opened his eyes, a slit, his gaze vacant as he stared up at the azure sky, where a few vultures were still circling. As for the training method for observation, Haixing Noah had already succeeded in self-training it earlier, and after months of summer, as for the name I once bore, let it be carried away with the wind. Noah lay motionless on the beach, quietly accepting the reality of his transmigration, while silently sorting through the memories in his mind. Whether from his previous life or from this body's original owner, all of it was invaluable. The original owner was named Carnegie Noah, 13 years old, 1 meter 84 tall, weighing 88 kilograms. He had been born on Starfish Island of the Extreme Star Archipelago, the region where Lobetown is located. 3 years ago, his parents were slain by pirates, leaving him an orphan. Since then, he had survived on his parents' inheritance and by fishing. The reason he lay on this beach today was that while out at sea fishing, he had encountered a sea beast attack. His small fishing boat had been shattered to pieces. Fortunately, the beast had been locked in combat with another sea monster, allowing him to escape with his life and be swept by currents onto this nearby shore. After completing the transaction, both parties were very satisfied with their gains. After closing, a cool sea breeze and the shade cast by the coconut tree spared his body from the full fury of the sun. Leaning his back against the trunk, Noah gazed out over the distant sea, but saw no trace of any ship. Even so, he estimated that he was still somewhere near Starfish Island. After all, the original owner had been an ordinary person who, if he had drifted at sea for too long, he would already have been eaten clean by fish or sea beasts. Since I am here, I might as well settle myself. Noah calmed his mind and continued to organize the memories in his head. It was year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar. He had met with disaster on the morning of May 7th. The sun was still high overhead now, so it was likely still that very day. The original owner's family situation had been very simple. 3 years ago, at the outbreak of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy had encircled pirates sailing near Lobetown. One band had fled toward Starfish Island, and his parents were killed by those escaping pirates. Besides his parents, he still had an uncle, Carnegie Joseph, and a cousin, Carnegie Joshua, both fishermen on Starfish Island. At that time, Noah had survived at the age of 10 only thanks to Uncle Joseph's support. Uncle Joseph will probably soon realize that I've gone missing. Noah silently stared out at the sea. In the past, he always informed his uncle when he went out to fish. As long as he did not return by dusk, today his uncle would quickly realize that something had happened. He recalled the conditions around Starfish Island. Starfish Island lay roughly 168 kilometers north of Lobetown's Extreme Star Island. It was the main island of the Starfish Archipelago, which belonged to the Extreme Star Archipelago. The Starfish Archipelago had 3 inhabited islands and 16 uninhabited islets that still bore vegetation. The island beneath his feet was most likely one of those deserted starfish islets. He had visited all of the inhabited islands whose surrounding waters teemed with fishing boats and merchant ships. Here, as far as the eye could see, there were only seagulls and clouds, clearly far from the busy sea lanes. Sorting through memories as he rested, Noah lay there for half an hour. When the fatigue and soreness in his body eased a little, he hurriedly stood up and picked up a discarded bamboo pole over 3 meters long from the shore. He looked up at the coconut tree that had shaded him. More than a dozen green coconuts hung clustered above. After poking at them for over 20 minutes, 2 green coconuts finally fell. Noah licked his dry lips, picked them up, and began smashing them against a nearby reef. Crack. The moment he heard the shell split, he quickly flipped the coconut over and pressed the crack to his lips. A stream of cool, sweet juice trickled from the fractured shell. He gulped it down. Ah, that hits the spot. Wiping the coconut juice from the corner of his mouth, Noah continued to drink until he had emptied both coconuts, leaving his stomach only barely sated. He looked around. Along this small stretch of beach, more than 20 coconut trees were scattered in gentle disorder, each bearing green fruit. Until he could find fresh water, these coconuts would be his lifeline. After drinking the coconut water and resting for about another half hour, Noah picked up the bamboo pole again and gathered several palm-sized stones from the beach, stuffing them into his pockets. He planned to explore the small grove along the shore. Although such tiny deserted islands were unlikely to harbor large predators, Noah dared not let down his guard. He grabbed a stone from his pocket and hurled it into a clump of bushes over 10 meters away, while at the same time swinging the bamboo pole to beat at the surrounding grass and shrubs, trying to flush out anything that might be lurking within. His caution proved well placed. In a nearby thicket, a green snake struck by the pole suddenly slithered away in panic. In such primordial jungle, the most dangerous things were snakes, insects, rats, ants, and poisonous plants, trees, and mushrooms. After passing through more than 20 meters of coastal mangroves, the terrain began to rise and clusters of bamboo appeared in great number. There were no signs of large wild beasts, but of the fresh water he sought most there was still no trace, which caused Noah's mood to sink slightly. He pressed on. Roughly 200 meters into the bamboo grove, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away lay a stretch of jagged rocky ground, and from the crevices between the stones a slender rill of water was seeping down in tiny drops. He did not rush in recklessly. Noah continued to beat at the nearby grass and shrubs, unwilling to suffer a careless mishap. Only when he had approached the spot where the water dripped did he quickly cup some in his hand and touch his tongue to it. It's fresh water. Wonderful. With fresh water, he could survive on this deserted island for much longer. Coconut water alone could not sustain him indefinitely. Noah picked up a river stone from his pocket and smashed it hard against a nearby boulder. Before long, he had knocked loose several chunks of rock and chose one with a sharp edge, then retraced his steps back through the bamboo grove. He found a bamboo stalk of moderate thickness and used the sharp-edged stone to batter at it. After more than 10 minutes, he finally broke the bamboo. Just then Noah's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed he had caught a faint glimpse of something. Could it be? Noah gazed at a fist-sized fruit hanging at the very tip of a bamboo branch, sparse leaves fluttering under the slanting afternoon sun. Several stalks in this bamboo grove had already borne fruit, yet this particular one held his gaze, refusing to let it go. The reason was the faint, indistinct patterns on the fruit's surface, clearly different from the other bamboo fruits. He raised a bamboo pole and struck toward it. After 5 or 6 minutes of crisp blows, the fruit finally dropped from the branch. Noah tossed aside the pole and picked up the fallen fruit. The bluish-green skin was covered in spiraling arabesque patterns, each motif formed by overlapping square blocks. It really is a devil fruit, but I don't recall seeing a devil fruit of this shape or type. Judging from its appearance, I can first rule out all the devil fruits I already know. Should I eat it or not? His expression shifted between gloom and brightness as he pondered for more than 10 seconds. Then he gritted his teeth and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. Noah did not agonize over whether to eat the devil fruit. He had no other choice. Even if this devil fruit turned out to be a common zoantype, he would not disdain it in the slightest. Perhaps many people would set their sights on the Goro Goro no Mi or some vampire-type fruit. The problem was that he was currently in the East Blue and was himself an ordinary person. Even if he trained desperately, his strength would not instantly rise to the level of a rear admiral. Without rear admiral level combat power, he could not even leave the East Blue, let alone venture onto the Grand Line to vie for the Goro Goro no Mi or a vampire-type devil fruit. Now that a devil fruit lay right before him, if he refused to eat it and pirates landed on this deserted island tomorrow, or if there were hidden dangers lurking here, that would be when regret truly came too late. With a gulp, the fruit slid down his throat, and a peculiar wave began to ripple through his body. At the same time, instinctive information surfaced in his mind. Cards. I see. So it is the card fruit. Noah pressed his palm against a bamboo pole. It was at once a card separated from the surface of the bamboo. A completely blank card. Creation. Holding the card between his fingers, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He picked up the same stone he had used to pound the bamboo earlier and pressed it against the blank card surface. The stone sank in as if into water, swiftly disappearing into the card. As the stone sank into the card, an image of the stone appeared upon it. Noah could sense the stone within the card as well as the minute space inside. A volume of roughly 1 cubic meter. Just as I expected. The book fruit user in Big Mom's crew can develop spatial storage within books. The card fruit can do the same. The two are remarkably similar in this aspect. Noah then tried to turn his own body into a card, but nothing happened. Clearly the card fruit belonged to the creation or special ability type rather than altering the human body itself. He did not resent the card fruit as useless. There is no such thing as a worthless devil fruit, only worthless users. Though this statement might be somewhat absolute, it still holds a measure of truth. At the very least, Noah did not consider the card fruit trash. If developed properly, its power could become extremely formidable. After a preliminary trial of its abilities, he glanced up at the blazing azure sky. With only 2 or 3 hours left until dusk, he had to set aside further experiments with the fruit. Dragging the broken bamboo stalk, he moved toward a rocky slope not far away. Noah soon discovered a spot suitable for a shelter. On the side of the stone slope closest to the bamboo grove, a large rock jutted out more than a meter. With some tidying, it could accommodate a person lying beneath it. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he quickly gathered a large pile of dead branches and fallen leaves from the bamboo forest and the mangroves, then stripped bark from a palm-like tree whose fibers were ideal for weaving grass rope. Soon he had woven a length of grass rope. Using it along with bamboo and a segment of dry tree trunk, he hammered a groove into a relatively hard piece of dead wood, filled it with the fine wood shavings he had prepared, and then began working the bow drill, the wooden bit rapidly grinding within the groove. After more than 10 minutes, sweating profusely, Noah saw a thin wisp of smoke rise from the groove. He stopped the bow drill at once and hurriedly leaned in close. Huff, huff. He blew gently, and the ember within the groove slowly spread. When it reached a critical point, a tiny tongue of flame sprang up from the pile of wood shavings. As he continued to feed in dead branches and leaves, the fire soon grew into a burning campfire. With flame at last, Noah felt far more at ease. He placed a small heap of thick dead wood into the fire. Then, lighting a dry wooden stick, he took the card that sealed a cubic meter of dead branches and leaves and walked to the great rock. Release. The card seal dissolved, and the dead branches and leaves stored within were instantly expelled. He set them alight, scorching the entire area beneath the rock to drive out any possible snakes, insects, rats, or ants. Half an hour later, he used several cubic meters of sand collected from the beach to smother the flames under the rock. He then dragged over more than a dozen bamboo stalks and arranged them around the large boulder, forming a simple barricade. He lit another campfire beside one side of the boulder. Evening fell, and the sun sank in the west. Within the makeshift shelter, several hundred caddies of dead wood were piled up along with a few green coconuts. On a stone-built stove, half a coconut shell was set over the fire, its interior filled with boiling clams and sand crabs. Noah held the other half of the coconut shell and took a sip of hot water. He then smeared some plant juice over his face and exposed limbs. It was the sap of a plant called ghost chrysanthemum, used to repel mosquitoes and insects. Many residents of the Sea Star Islands collected it to dry for mosquito coils, but he currently had no time for drying and could only apply it directly. After a simple meal of sandy clams and sand crabs, night fully descended. Sitting cross-legged on the sand, he fed wood into the fire while continuing his study of the card fruit. He picked up a burning piece of wood and attempted to seal it inside a card. However, the instant the card touched the flames, it began to burn, and the card fruit's power infused in the bamboo slip vanished. Are wooden cards vulnerable to fire? Pondering this, Noah chiseled a stone card out of the rock wall behind him and tried sealing the burning wood again. This time it worked. An image of a flaming piece of wood appeared on the stone card. Staring at the pattern on the stone card, another thought surfaced: is time inside the card's space frozen? Half an hour later, he touched the seal on the stone card again. The burning wood within was exactly as it had been before, clearly revealing that time in the card's inner space was indeed static. He then took out a card that had sealed a sand crab. When he lifted the seal, the crab was once more lively and energetic. He was not overly surprised by this, for the book fruit could likewise seal living creatures. Compared with the book fruit, however, the card fruit was more flexible in its application to sealed objects. Cards could be used individually, whereas books had to be drawn out as a whole, which could prove unwieldy in certain situations. After clarifying some basic information about the card fruit, Noah began to print cards. He wove several 1 cubic meter bamboo cages, then filled them with dry branches and leaves, and promptly ignited them. Once the flames reached their peak, he sealed the bamboo fire cage. The stone card, ghost lantern, was completed. Using a similar principle, he successively created over a dozen types of cards, including the stone card, smoke lantern rain, which upon release could unleash dozens of bamboo lanterns the size of soccer balls filled with half-dry and half-wet firewood, producing a large amount of smoke. The stone card, misty lantern rain, which had a similar effect to the smoke lantern rain, but would release a mist. However, he had limited knowledge of poisons and sedatives, so he could only gather a local poisonous plant, drunken fish vine, as the raw material. The stone card, falling rock, sealed a large stone that would crash down from midair when released. The stone card, rock rain, sealed dozens of small stones that would also crash down from midair when released. The stone card, thornball rain, sealed dozens of small bamboo cages, each filled with stones and intertwined with a vine called wasp thorn. Getting pricked by a wasp thorn would be as painful as being stung by a wasp. The stone card, sea wave, sealed 1 cubic meter of seawater specifically designed to counter those with devil fruit abilities. The stone card, mud pit, sealed 1 cubic meter of mud, which could be used against fire. The stone card, dust storm, sealed 1 cubic meter of dry fine sand capable of instantly creating a large dust cloud to obscure vision. The stone card, poison ant nest, sealed a red-toothed poison ant's nest. Being bitten by this ant would feel like being burned by fire and would last for several days. The stone card, storage box, sealed a bamboo basket of 1 cubic meter, which could be used for storing food or daily. In total, there were 11 types of cards. If not for material and equipment limitations, Noah could have created even more powerful cards. He printed over 100 of these cards, many of which were not yet perfected, and his stamina began to wane, forcing him to... The wilderness of the deserted island was very quiet. Under the soothing sounds of insects and ocean waves, the first ray of sunlight in the morning illuminated his face. Noah opened his eyes, yawned, and realized he hadn't slept well the previous night, having gotten up several times to add firewood. After patting his sore body, he picked up a bamboo pole and struck the ground as he made his way through the bamboo forest and mangroves to the sandy beach. Gazing out at the distant sea, he still did not see any sign of a ship. It seemed he could not continue to wait idly. Noah began to search for useful resources on the beach, collecting some oysters and clams to prepare for breakfast. There was a lot of discarded shipwood, bamboo poles, and rotten fishing nets on the beach, and he even found a rusty broken knife. After making breakfast, Noah hurriedly explored the entire deserted island along the coastline before noon. After walking for over 4 hours, he finally circled the deserted island. This island was not small, with a coastline circumference of about 50 to 60 kilometers, and there were high mountains in the center. He saw no other islands or signs of ships in any direction. On the west side of the island, he discovered a large group of sea lions and took the opportunity to launch a stealth attack on one. Back at the shelter, he sharpened the broken knife again and cut up a dozen pounds of sea lion meat. The remaining meat was sealed in the storage card, then wrapped in banana leaves and mud to make a roasted dish. Although it was unseasoned, Noah still wolfed down the meat, consuming over a dozen pounds. After eating, he patted his belly, feeling only 70% full. My body has become able to eat more. In the past, I could only eat 5 or 6 pounds of food in one sitting, but now I can eat more than 3 times that. It seems that even the superhuman-type devil fruit enhances the boda's potential, though its strength enhancement is not as pronounced as that of the zoan type. With food reserves, Noah spent the noon training his body in the bamboo forest. In the afternoon, when the sun was not so scorching, he went to the seaside to collect a large pile of shells and built a simple charcoal kiln and a simple lime kiln not far from the shelter, then began to burn charcoal and lime. In the evening, he developed card fruits. Days passed until a week later, while barbecuing by the sea, Noah suddenly saw a small fishing boat appear in the nearby waters. He quickly took out a card and released a smoke lantern. Instantly, thick smoke billowed over the beach, and the distant fishing boat adjusted its sails upon seeing the smoke. More than an hour later, the fishing boat rushed onto the beach, and a figure hurriedly jumped down. "Little Noah, you're really sick. I'm sorry to have worried you." The newcomer was Noah's uncle Carnegie Joseph, a middle-aged man with black hair tied in a ponytail, looking exhausted. He grabbed Noah's shoulders with bloodshot eyes and said, "Noah, you should come fishing with me from now on. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father." Noah looked at his uncle, who was utterly fatigued and could only nod. "All right, uncle, let's sit down and rest a bit." They rested for over an hour on the beach, had some roasted meat and coconut water, and then worked together to push the fishing boat back into the sea. With the sails raised, they set out. "Noah, we're going home." "Okay, uncle." Noah helped to control the sails. 7 hours later, under the glow of the setting sun, a small fishing boat slowly docked at the pier of Starfish Island. Several old fishermen saw Joseph and Noah and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then rushed over. "Little Noah, it's good that you're fine. We searched for you for several days nearby. Where did you drift off to?" "He drifted to the Sea Lion Island. Thank you all for your help these days. Tomorrow I'll treat you to drinks at Old Captain's Bar." "Ha, Joseph, you said that, so don't forget to bring money." The group began joking around. Amidst the warmth and laughter, the two finally returned home. As soon as they opened the wooden door, the boy who was repairing the fishing nets saw his father and cousin at the door, his eyes filled with surprise. "Brother, it's so great that you and father are safe." The two brothers embraced each other, patting each other's backs. Noah silently vowed to protect his uncle's family in the future to repay their kindness. That evening, after washing up, Noah, his uncle Joseph, and his cousin Joshua sat at the dining table eating while discussing their experiences over the past few days. He did not hide the fact that he had eaten a devil fruit, as it was difficult to conceal such matters from his family, and hiding it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. "Brother, what is a devil fruit?" "It's a treasure of the sea that grants superpowers to those who eat it." Joseph's expression turned serious. "Noah, do not disclose the matter of you obtaining a devil fruit to anyone else. Joshua, you must not tell others either. Do you understand?" Although Joshua did not quite understand, he nodded like a chick pecking at rice upon seeing his father's serious expression. "I understand, father. I will definitely not tell anyone else. Uncle, I will keep it a secret too, so you don't have to worry too much." Noah knew that his uncle was concerned about him being envied. In the year 1501 of the Haixing calendar, on May 22nd, deep within the orchard of the Joseph family on Haixing Island, it had been a week since Noah's rescue from the shipwreck. The uncle's house is located on the edge of the small town, near a mountainous forest surrounded by a dozen households at a distance of 1 to 200 meters. Particularly the fruit trees in the back are nestled between small hills, making the area relatively secluded. Bang, bang, bang. He swung his fist, striking a large piece of wood like raindrops. With each furious blow, the massive wood was gradually driven into the soil. After a week of adjustment, Noah prepared a series of training plans and strategies for developing the card fruits. For physical training, he devised a rigorous regimen for himself. Every morning at 6 o'clock after breakfast, he would push a giant rock uphill and downhill for 10 kilometers, all within. At first, he did not aim too high, but chose a 30-kilogram stone as his weight. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he began to punch the wood and continued until 11. At 11 o'clock, he would eat and rest. From 12 o'clock to 2 in the afternoon, he practiced calligraphy in a secluded little wooden house in the orchard while adapting the 5 volumes of dragon slaying into the local language, singing No Savior, all the while constantly giving himself psychological suggestions. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon, he covered his eyes and had Joshua strike him with a bamboo pole to stimulate the awakening of his observation hockey. From 4 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, he crafted some equipment in his little wooden house. From 6 to 10 in the evening, he studied and developed the devil fruit. To meet his needs, he planned to go out to sea for fishing every week and even prepared to hunt sea beasts. As for the abilities of the devil fruit, besides updating the metal material cards, he was also attempting to expand the volume limit of the card space. Time flew by like an arrow. Half a year later, a passionate, singing voice echoed from the little wooden house in the orchard. "There has never been a savior. Nor do we rely on gods or emperors." While singing, Noah was also writing the adapted and localized version of the 5 volumes of dragon slaying. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the house. He stopped writing and saw a young boy push the door open. It was his cousin Joshua, who had grown significantly taller, now reaching about 1.8 meters. His muscles had also become more pronounced. Over the past 6 months, Noah hadn't just been practicing at home. He had made time each week to go fishing, hunting many sea beasts with the abilities of the card fruits. As the saying goes, a poor scholar relies on his skills, while a rich warrior relies on his strength. Without sufficient meat to supplement his diet, excessive training could be counterproductive and even lead to physical collapse. He sold a portion of the smaller sea beasts to support the household and purchase supplies, while the larger ones were stored within the cards as daily meat for the family. Benefiting from this, Joshua also gained advantages. Of course, this was inseparable from Noah's training and supervision. "Brother, here's the newspaper you wanted." Receiving the newspaper, Noah began to flip through several issues from today. Whether it was the Logtown Daily, the EC Times, or the World Economic Journal, Noah did not overlook any of them, carefully studying the contents and occasionally jotting down some notes. For instance, on September 14, 1501, the Navy of Logtown recruits new members, and the Rising Star Smoker has been exceptionally recommended to the Navy headquarters. Under what circumstances would a newly enlisted soldier be exceptionally recommended to the Navy headquarters? Combining this with memories from his past life, Noah had already guessed the answer. Another news item read, on October 22, 1501, the Flame Pirates were exterminated by the Navy hero in the Carnegie Sea, with the Flame Man Bob being defeated by Iron Fist and falling into the water devoured by sea beasts. Clearly the burn fruit had entered a state of rebirth and wandering. Sometimes publicly available information also holds value for analysis and extraction. Noah had recorded a thick volume of over 700 pages of news and intelligence analysis, and now his understanding of the entire EC was profound and detailed. After finishing the newspapers, he sealed away the information he had just noted into the secret card library. Joshua picked up the first volume of the 5 volumes of dragon slaying, sitting on a wooden chair beside him, curiously flipping through it, while asking, "Brother, you're so smart. How can you write such an amazing book?" "I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants," Noah replied. "By the way, brother, I've completed the investigation you asked me to do." "Let's hear it," Noah continued, flipping through the newspaper. "Our town has a total of 1376 households with a population of 6855 people, and there are 273 orphans, of which 32 have no relatives to take care of them." "Good. Is there anything else?" "Yes, I also tallied the ages of these orphans. There are 8 under the age of 12, 3 girls and 5 boys respectively." Noah nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, Joshua. Now I have a new task for you tomorrow. Invite these 8 orphans to my place for a barbecue, and remember not to attract anyone's attention." "Leave it to me," Joshua nodded. Noah continued to immerse himself in the newspapers. In this world, he felt too lonely. Although he had family ties, Noah yearned for friends with a common language. However, the harsh reality of the pirate world was that there were too many ignorant and foolish people. Since there were no people with a common language, he decided to cultivate them himself. One day, he would have like-minded friends, and starting to gather orphans was Noah's initial attempt. The next day, just as dawn broke, Joshua sneaked out, and after more than an hour he returned with 8 children in tow. A group of people arrived at the little wooden house beside the orchard behind the house. Noah had set up an iron frame with several pieces of meat arranged on top. Seeing the slightly shy crowd, he smiled and said, "Welcome to my home. Let's grill some meat while getting to know each other." After saying this, he handed several small brushes to 3 girls. "I'm Noah, Carnegie Noah. I'm 13 years old. Please help me brush the barbecue sauce on the meat." "Hello, brother Noah. I'm Lilith. I'm 11 years old." The girl speaking had long, light golden hair and some freckles on her face. Her hands, which took the brush, were rough and pale, and Noah knew she often washed clothes for the fishermen in town to make a living. The other girl hiding behind Lilith also had light golden hair and somewhat resembled Lilith. She seemed very shy and softly replied, "I'm Lillian. I'm 8 years old." The remaining girl was a bit more boisterous. While brushing the barbecue sauce, she cheerfully responded to Noah, "Hello, brother Noah. I'm Mary Green Mary, and I'm 9 years old." Following Noah's arrangement, Joshua led 5 boys to move charcoal chairs and other utensils. He did not want these children to develop a mindset of entitlement, nor to feel that they were being pitted. Indeed, as Joshua continuously organized tasks, the crowd's demeanor gradually shifted from tense to relaxed. The barbecue continued. Everyone gradually became familiar with each other while eating, except for the 3 girls, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary. Noah also got to know 5 other boys, who were Anthony, a 12-year-old with spiky black hair, the son of a fisherman whose parents, like Noah's, died at the hands of pirates. Tomon, an 11-year-old with brown curly hair, the son of a painter whose father perished visiting the kingdom of Goya and whose mother succumbed to grief last year. Vic, a 10-year-old boy with black hair and blue eyes, the son of a farmer whose father was bitten to death by a venomous snake and whose mother died of illness. A 10-year-old boy named Ale with green hair and a lean frame. Age, a 7-year-old green-haired little fellow. Among them, Ale and Age were brothers. Their father abandoned their mother and children 3 years ago to become a pirate. 2 years ago, the pirate crew he belonged to clashed with another crew and was completely annihilated. Their mother committed suicide out of shame for her husband's piracy. As a result, the brothers Ale and Age harbored deep hatred for their father and despised pirates. Lilith and Lillian, whose parents, like Noah's, also died in the pirate attack 3 years ago. Mary, on the other hand, was found on the beach when she was little. The grandmother who raised her passed away last year. After eating until they were half full, Noah finally revealed his intentions, smiling as he asked, "Are you interested in coming to help?" "What?" Mary, who was wolfing down her food, looked a bit confused. "As you saw earlier, I eat over 50 kilograms of meat in one meal, and Uncle Joseph needs to work. I am quite busy myself, so I need help in the kitchen and with daily chores. Are you interested in assisting?" "Of course, I can only provide food and lodging, no salary." "Food and lodging. It." Mary was the first to raise her hand. She did not want to go back to a life where meal. Lilith glanced at her frail sister Lillian and nodded, saying, "Brother Noah, I can do the laundry and clean, and Lillian can cook. You're hired. Welcome aboard." Noah nodded, and then turned to the 5 boys, asking, "Are you interested in working with me managing the orchard and workshop?" "Food and lodging are also included." "I'm in." The oldest, Anthony, replied immediately. He did not know what Noah had in mind, but he just wanted a job. "We're in too." Ale led his brother Age to agree as well. The two had faced scorn from the townsfolk due to their father being a pirate, and their lives had been very difficult. Now that someone was willing to hire them, they accepted without hesitation. Toman with his curly hair thought for a moment because his family still had some savings, but he also felt there was no problem in helping out at the orchard and workshop, so he nodded saying, I can come to help, but I won't need lodging. That's fine. Noah did not insist on them staying at the orchard. Finally, there was Vic who scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Noah, I have a pretty big appetite. It was evident that Noah had already noticed Vic's situation. He had eaten at least 20 kilograms of meat and still seemed unsatisfied. Are you worried about eating me out of house and home? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you work hard for me, I guarantee you'll be well fed. Really? Yes. Come on. Vic, I need your help. Noah sincerely extended his hand. Vic immediately burst into tears saying, Boo-hoo, Brother Noah, I'm willing. Joshua quickly spoke up to lighten the mood saying, Everyone, don't just talk, keep eating. Cheers. The juice cups clinked together, and at that moment their destinies began to intertwine. In this tumultuous era of pirates, they were like unnoticed grains of sand, so ordinary and unremarkable that no one knew where their futures would lead. Unknowingly, a day had passed. This day also marked the establishment of Noah's estate. He executed a series of personnel arrangements. Lilith was appointed as the head of internal affairs, Lillian as the cook, Anthony as kitchen help, and Mary for miscellaneous tasks. Toman was responsible for logistics and statistics, Vic and Ale for orchard farming, and Age for workshop assistance. With the work assignments completed, Noah used the evening to train and teach everyone, mainly to make them understand the estate's rules, especially the confidentiality regulations, which he emphasized repeatedly. After more than a month of training and education, Noah began to teach some ideologies and songs. For example, the song No Savior. When only Noah and Joshua sang, it lacked some momentum, but when 10 people sang together, the resonance and emotion of the choir created an illusion of rebirth. This also became a mandatory song before dinner at the estate. February 28, 1502. Inside the wooden dining room of the estate, Lillian, with a bit of baby fat, carried a large plate of grilled sausages over and shouted, Dinner's ready. Soon everyone took their seats one after another. Joseph smiled as he looked at the group of children, feeling somewhat gratified. Joshua clapped his hands cheerfully saying, Everyone take a seat, prepare, sing. Soon they began to sing No Savior. As Noah sang, he suddenly felt a surge of power erupting from within his body, and a terrifying aura swept outwards from him. Uncle Joseph and the other children looked shocked, and the next moment everyone fainted at the same time. The awakening of Noah remained remarkably calm and did not lose his composure. He got up and patted his uncle's face, and soon Uncle Joseph opened his eyes. Noah, what just happened? Why did everyone faint? Uncle, please take care of Joshua and the others. I'll go outside to check the situation, and we'll explain later. Although Joseph was puzzled, he nodded saying, They'll take care of this. You go ahead. Noah quickly ran to the nearest neighbor. Under the night sky, he was like a nimble leopard, reaching the neighbor's door in less than 2 minutes. Peeking through the window, he saw that the neighbor's family was also unconscious, but there was no apparent danger, so he quietly left and ran to the next house. After visiting 5 houses, he found one with a stove on fire. He released a card and extinguished the flames with water. He then continued checking on other neighbors. It wasn't until he was about 800 meters from the little wooden dining room that he discovered there were no unconscious people. He did not go out to greet anyone, but quickly left unnoticed. Clearly this time his conqueror's hockey explosion covered an area of about 800 meters. When he returned to the estate's wooden house, everyone had awakened. Brother, what just happened? Joshua asked, somewhat frightened. Noah waved his hand, reassuring everyone. Don't worry, this should be the awakening of conqueror's hockey. Then he took out a book from the card library with the cover titled Analysis Report on the Grand Line Situation, which he had summarized and compiled based on the world's economic reports and various travelogues over the years. After everyone read the explanations and analyses about hockey, they finally understood. After successfully awakening his conqueror's hockey, Noah, considering its indiscriminate oppression in the early stages, would go to the Northwest Bay of Starfish Island every day to practice. The Northwest Bay of Starfish Island is about 17 kilometers away from the town, so there is no need to worry about the conqueror's hockey affecting the residents. Just 2 months after awakening his conqueror's hockey, in early April, Noah successfully awakened his observation hockey while enduring blindfolded beatings. Time flew by. On June 13, 1502, in the Orchard Wooden Restaurant of the Manor, Noah had completed a year's training and his height had soared to 2.09 meters, and the heights of the other youths had also significantly improved under ample nutrition. Among them, Vic showed the most remarkable height increase, rising from 1.76 meters to 2.23 meters in just 6 months, and his appetite had grown to consuming over 80 kilograms in a single meal. The second most noticeable was Joshua, whose height had reached 1.94 meters. In this world, the ability to eat more actually signifies greater physical potential. Seeing the tall and sturdy Vic and Joshua devouring their meals at the table, Noah knew he had to arrange that matter swiftly. He wiped his mouth and instructed everyone, I will be going out today. During my absence, take turns keeping watch at the safe house, following the previous drill procedures. Be careful, brother, Joshua said with concern. Noah, do you need me to prepare food? Lillian asked. Noah shook his head. Don't worry, I have enough food for more than a month in my card. You all need to take care of yourselves. If you encounter danger, prioritize your safety, understood? Yes, Noah. Everyone replied in unison. Noah turned and added, Joshua, please inform Uncle that I will be out for at least 2 or 3 days, or at most half a month, but Noah, be sure to come back safely. Mary looked at him with concern. He nodded and walked towards the back mountain. Arriving at the Northwest Bay where he had previously trained, Noah concentrated his observation hockey into a line scanning the surrounding 5 kilometers. This is his observation hockey talent super-wide area. Upon awakening, it could cover a radius of about 1 kilometer, and if condensed in one direction, the maximum sensing distance could reach around 5 kilometers. After scanning the area and finding nothing unusual, he took out a card and threw it towards the side of the makeshift dock he had released submarine. A small submarine made of steel appeared on the water's surface. This submarine is 12 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. Opening the circular hatch on the submarine's deck, the interior space was not small. Although it was called a submarine, it was essentially just a metal shell composed of 12 variously sized watertight compartments with no other facilities inside. After closing the hatch, he inserted 2 cards into 2 specially designed slots. Release water injection. In the 2 sealed watertight compartments, a large amount of fresh water was injected. With the increasing water volume inside, the internal pressure rapidly rose, and the one-way vent began to expel air outside. In less than 10 minutes, the submarine sank into the sea, stabilizing at a depth of about 50 meters. Noah inserted 2 more cards. Sustained release water jet. After a year of development, the volume limit of his card space had reached about 1,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a cube space of 10 meters in length, width, and height. The 2 cards stored 2,000 cubic meters of seawater, continuously outputting through 2 pipes, generating a reaction force that propelled the submarine forward. This is the power of the devil fruit, which simplified what originally required complex structures and numerous devices into merely needing a shell. The air supply in the cockpit he was in was also reliant on the air stored in the card space, without any need for complex oxygen. He opened the periscope and carefully observed the surroundings. Combined with his observation hockey, he could generally avoid underwater reefs and large sea creatures. If there were truly unavoidable large sea beasts, he could also use his conqueror's hockey to deter them. This gave him the confidence to pilot the submarine out to sea alone after awakening his conqueror's hockey. Had he not activated his conqueror's hockey, he would likely have used other means to go to sea, as it is very difficult for a power user to fight against sea beasts underwater. The submarine navigated through the depths at a speed of over 10 kilometers per hour, rapidly heading towards the island of Rog Town. After more than 10 hours of sailing, he finally arrived at the waters near Rog Town. At this point, Noah did not use his observation hockey to probe Rog Town. Because there was a naval base above, especially since the era of great pirates had begun, Rog Town had always been a key defensive area for the Navy in the East Sea, and there might be Navy officers proficient in hockey stationed here. Directly probing with observation hockey might attract the Navy's attention. He maneuvered the submarine to a deserted coast, disembarked, and sealed the submarine back into the card. After landing, Noah had changed his appearance, wearing a mask and a wide-brimmed hat along with a black cloak, and he even sprayed himself with orange sea salt-scented perfume to mask his natural scent. He released a small wooden cabin on the spot and began to rest. The next morning, Noah packed up the small cabin and soon he arrived at his destination, No. 38, Carl Street, in the port area of Rog Town. The sign at the entrance read World Economic News Agency, East Sea Branch. Indeed, this was one of the branches of the World Economic Agency under the renowned journalist Morgan's, openly established in Rog Town. In fact, this was merely a nominal branch that could be abandoned at any time. Even if it were sealed by the world government, it would not affect the newspaper's publication. He pushed open the big door, and the bell at the entrance jingled. Inside the counter, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance glanced at Noah and then asked with a smile, "Sir, how can I help you?" Noah did not speak, but directly took out a piece of paper and handed it over. The middle-aged man took it, opened the note, and saw it read, "There is a big news story that needs to be discussed in person with President Morgans. Please arrange for a snail phone call." Noah then produced a stack of berries, which also had a note attached stating service fee of 1 million berries. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered for a moment, then he pocketed the 1,000,000 berries and said in a low voice, "I need to communicate with the president. Please wait 10 minutes. Without the 1 million berries service fee, the middle-aged man likely would not have helped, as the other party would certainly not take the risk. If Noah did not have a big news story that interested the president, he might face penalties. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man emerged from the wooden door behind the counter. "The president has agreed, but you only have— Okay, please arrange for the snail phone. Please follow me." Noah followed him into a basement. The two entered the pitch-black basement. The middle-aged man took out a bug for preventing eavesdropping and dialed a number. Shortly after, the bug transformed into the shape of a bird-headed hat, and once the call was connected, the middle-aged man quietly left the basement. Go ahead. What's the big news?" Noah looked at the bug in Morgan's shape and cut straight to the chase. "It's intel regarding the Golden Lion. Is President Morgan interested?" "Oh." Countless thoughts flashed through Morgan's mind on the other end of the bug, and he replied cheerfully, "What kind of reward?" "Straight to the point. I need the training methods for armament hockey and the Navy's 6 styles. As a gesture of goodwill, let me share one piece of intel first. After his escape from Impel Down, the Golden Lion has frequently been active in the calm belt between Paradise and East Blue, specifically around an island called Little East Blue." Seeing that Noah had finished speaking, Morgan chuckled. "Do you think this intel is valuable to me?" "President Morgan, this is just to prove the reliability of my subsequent intel." I understand. Remember the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles." Morgan spent over 10 minutes explaining the training methods and key points of the Navy's 6 styles. Whether Noah could remember them was none of his concern. Inside Noah's cloak, a small recorder he had just purchased in Rogue Town was working. When Morgan paused, Noah continued. The second piece of intel after escaping from Impel down the Golden Lion encountered an island named Vermeer and used his ability to move this island. If one has the permanent pointer for this island, they can locate the Golden Lion's exact position. Vermeer Island. Morgan seemed to sense a big scoop, his expression becoming somewhat excited. The training methods for armament hockey. Key points. Precautions. After hearing the details about armament hockey, Noah went on to say the third piece of intel is that the Golden Lion seems to have discovered something on Vermeer Island and is conducting some kind of biological experiments there. When I passed through the waters near Little East Blue, I encountered several mutated beasts with combat power comparable to a Navy captain. This is all the intel I have this time. Morgan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. It wasn't that he thought this intel was lacking, but rather that it was somewhat explosive, and he felt some apprehension towards the Golden Lion. However, as a seasoned veteran in the news industry, Morgan was the type to dare to flout the world government. He had already decided to report on this news. I am very satisfied with this intel. If you have similar intel in the future, we can continue to trade. May I ask how you would like to be? Just call me Dawn. I also wish to continue cooperating with President Morgan, but unfortunately, I need to make a trip to West. No problem. Write down my personal phone number, 5553-825-5089. You can reach me anytime by dialing this number, my friend. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. After Noah left the basement, the middle-aged man contacted Morgan. President, should we send someone to follow him? No need. He possesses observation hockey, and your people won't be able to keep up. Clearly, as a seasoned player, Morgan deduced from the earlier transaction that Noah would have observation hockey, which made him dismiss the idea of sending someone to follow. On the other side, Noah disguised himself several times in Rogue Town, while also procuring some items. By midnight on the third day, he stealthily drove a submarine back to Starfish Island. In fact, he had been considering this transaction since last year, but at that time his strength was insufficient to guarantee a safe return, which delayed him until June of this year. In Noah's view, as a transmigrator with a certain information advantage, if he wanted to obtain the training methods for hockey and the 6 styles at an early stage, Morgan was almost the most convenient and relatively safe channel. After all, Morgan was very obsessed with big news. As long as he could provide big news to the other party, he could basically exploit the information advantage to achieve his goals. In other channels, while the Navy had a high possibility of obtaining hockey and the 6 styles, it also required a long time to gain experience. In the Navy branches across the 4 seas, there was rarely comprehensive training for hockey and the 6 styles. One had to attend the training camp at Marineford, which would take too long and involve too many variables. If he had a pirate identity, he would basically have to go to the New World for further studies. As for whether Morgan had the training methods for hockey and the 6 styles, the answer was naturally a resounding yes. As one of the underground kings with a network of spies worldwide, a well-known figure in the news industry, and a thorn in the side of the world government, Charlotte Linland's frequent guest at tea parties, if Morgan didn't have the training methods for hockey and the 6 styles, he probably would have been 6 feet under already. Hours later, in the northwest bay of Starfish Island at sunset, the surface of the sea suddenly bulged, and the submarines, opening the hatch and standing on the deck, Noah gazed at the waves under the setting sun, his eyes filled with shimmering golden light. I'm back. After stowing away the submarine, he quickly rushed towards the manor. Half an hour later, in the kitchen of the wooden house, Lillian and Anthony were preparing dinner when they suddenly heard the bell ring at the door. Thinking it was someone else returning, they did not come out. I'm back. Don't forget my share of dinner tonight. It was only when Noah's voice echoed in the kitchen that the two rushed out and said, Brother Noah, you're back. Brother Noah, welcome home. Noah waved his hand. You all continue with your tasks, while I'll go. Soon it was dinner time, and the others in the manor gradually arrived at the dining room. Upon seeing Noah's safe return, they surrounded him with expressions of joy, asking about his well-being. He didn't elaborate too much, but still introduced everyone to the training methods for armament hockey and the 6 styles, advising them to keep it confidential and not to practice or use it casually in front of outsiders. As for the training method for observation hockey, Noah had already succeeded in self-training it earlier, and after months of summarization, as long as they followed Noah's training plan for observation hockey, they would eventually awaken it. This time, obtaining the training methods for the 6 styles was a huge boost for those like Joshua, who were still laying the foundation. After all, although Noah had read books in his previous life and spent some time in a martial arts club in college, that knowledge was merely a facade and not true martial arts expertise. He was also somewhat ignorant about how to train and practice combat. Now that he had the training methods for the 6 styles, he could also improve his previous training plan by eliminating any unsuitable. Noah made an arrangement for the training of the 6 styles. The first phase would definitely involve training with iron blocks. Many people complained that iron blocks were useless in appearance, but they misunderstood the importance of this physical skill. Among the 6 styles, iron blocks were the core and foundation, and also a prerequisite for training armament hockey. As long as one mastered the iron blocks, the techniques of spear, shave, tempest kick, and moonwalk would come naturally, because mastering iron blocks meant that the body was strong enough. As for the paper drawing technique among the 6 styles, this physical skill is actually a prerequisite for observation hockey and can be integrated into the training for observation hockey. The next day, while training in the practice field, Noah suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. Lilith approached with a bamboo basket and said, Brother Noah, here's today's newspaper. Thank you, just put it aside. Uncle Joseph said he won't be back for lunch. He's organizing the shelves at the hardware store. Uncle Joseph's hardware store was another reason for Noah's trip to Rogue Town. He wasn't too reassured about his uncle going out to sea alone to fish, and since there wasn't much for his uncle to do at the estate, Noah purchased a large batch of hardware and small machinery, along with a substantial amount of iron and copper, to open a hardware store near the town's dock for his uncle. Whether the hardware store would be profitable was not the main concern, it was primarily to give his uncle something to do. Of course, opening the hardware store was also a means to cover up the workshops inside the estate, making the procurement of raw materials like iron and copper appear more reasonable. Despite the world government's seemingly laissez-faire attitude towards pirates, in reality their control over the global economy was quite profound, and within the CP organization there must be a department specifically monitoring sensitive materials. What constitutes sensitive materials? Steel and copper are certainly among them. In the previous year, Noah had procured more than 50 tons of steel by selling sea beasts, mainly for manufacturing submarines and ship parts, and secretly crafting weapons. If he continued to procure materials this way, it would inevitably attract the attention of the CP organization. Therefore, he had to establish a reasonable justification for importing steel materials, and the hardware store's role in ship repairs served as such a justification. At the same time, Noah reminded everyone at the estate to remain vigilant and maintain a consistent story. If anyone inquired or probed, they should say that the steel was used for making agricultural tools, hardware, kitchenware, and ship parts. To avoid issues, he sealed away some of the more sensitive equipment and finished products in cards to be unsealed only when needed. Currently, he and his companions were still in the stage of accumulating strength, making it inadvisable to attract the attention of other factions. After training for over an hour, Noah stopped to rest. He casually picked up the newspaper on the table. The headline of the World Economic Report boldly read, "Shocking. The Pirate Admiral's Beastly Legion." It was evident that Morgans had confirmed the location of the Golden Lion in recent days and had secretly infiltrated Van Mel Island for investigation. Truly a major news story. For the sake of a scoop, he dares to offend even the Golden Lion. He couldn't help but admire Morgan's persistence and fearlessness. However, all of this had little to do with Noah. Even if the Golden Lion knew someone had leaked information in Rog Town, he would have no way of knowing who it was, as this place was in the East Sea, a bustling city, filled with trade and various people rather than a closed-off island. This was also why he chose not to converse with Morgans on Starlight Island, as it was relatively isolated and would easily reveal. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line Paradise, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Inside the Chief of Staff's office, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had just returned from the North Sea, had barely caught her breath when the head of the Intelligence Division, Colonel Coming, knocked and entered. "Chief Tsuru, we have urgent intelligence." Tsuru took the folder, opened it, and her pupils immediately constricted. "The Golden Lion. I didn't expect this guy to be hiding in the comm belt." "Coming, do we have a permanent pointer for Van Mel Island?" Coming promptly replied, "Yes, I just inquired with the logistics department. There are 3 permanent pointers for Van Mel Island in the pointer reserve ready for deployment. Retrieve them immediately. I need to inform Admiral Akainu." "Understood." A few minutes later, Tsuru hurriedly arrived at the Admiral's office, knocked, and pushed the door open. "Retrieve them immediately. I need to inform Admiral Akainu. It's about the Golden Lion. Morgan's reported part of the intelligence on him, and we need to take action. I estimate the call from there will arrive soon." Just as she finished speaking, the black telephone bug on Akainu's desk rang. This phone bug was a direct line to the Gorosei. Akainu immediately answered. "Brew, brew, brew. Gorosei, this is Akainu. You already know about the Golden Lion, right?" "Yes, I just received the report. Have Borsalino mobilized to directly eliminate Van Mel Island while probing the Golden Lion's condition." "Understood." The Gorosei then directly hung up the phone. Akainu looked at Tsuru, knowing she had anticipated the Gorosei's reaction. He instructed, "This matter is entrusted to you." "No problem," Tsuru nodded. Soon a golden light shot eastward from the port of Marine Fort. With the permanent pointer in hand, Borsalino appeared in less than half an hour over the comm belt on the East Sea. Using moonwalk, Borsalino's expression was somewhat grave. Only one island remained floating in the air nearby, and it looked as if it had been gnawed on by dogs with many pits and holes. "Have they relocated early? What a hassle." Suddenly, Borsalino's expression changed, and he transformed into a beam of light, shifting to his left. The next second, a massive amount of seawater came crashing down. As Borsalino swiftly moved, he stopped again and spread his hands. "Yada no Kagami." A barrage of light bullets shot out towards the front side. In an instant, dozens of slashing waves and light bullets collided. Boom, boom, boom. "Little monkey. Quite capable, aren't you?" The Golden Lion descended from above, cigar in mouth, his gaze cold as he stared at Borsalino. "Akainu. Truly a headache." As soon as he finished speaking, Borsalino activated his light shift again, while the Golden Lion manipulated the seawater, transforming it into several water lions. The two sides began a fierce battle, with slashes tearing the heavens and explosive light bullets ringing out. After more than half an hour, seeing Borsalino stalling for time, the Golden Lion casually hurled the abandoned Van Mel Island at Borsalino while swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. Faced with the island being hurled at him, Borsalino could only dodge continuously. By the time he avoided the island, the Golden Lion had vanished without a trace. Although he didn't truly annihilate the Golden Lion's biological research base, this encounter still allowed him to grasp part of the Golden Lion's situation. The Golden Lion's dominance had clearly diminished. If it were the Golden Lion at his peak, even if Borsalino had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to engage him alone for half an hour. Before long, the island crashed onto the surface of the comm belt, and dozens of large sea kings emerged from the sea. Borsalino helplessly patted his collar and took out the telephone bug hanging on his wrist to report the battle situation to Tsuru. Teru seemed to have already anticipated the outcome of this mission, directly instructing Borisolino to return to headquarters. This action was essentially a probe and a warning. She knew the Golden Lion was not to be trifled with. If he wanted to escape, it would be difficult to suppress him unless 3 Admiral-level forces were mobilized. The big news about the Golden Lion has sparked widespread attention. However, apart from Morgans, who has been secretly monitoring, and the 2 parties involved, no other forces are aware of what has transpired there. However, Morgans is likely to conduct follow-up reports. Yet the Navy clearly does not have the bandwidth to continuously focus on the Golden Lion, as the battle for the title of Emperor of the Sea in the New World has already begun. The first established Emperor of the Sea is none other than the notorious Whitebeard, who has been aggressively collecting sons. With Whitebeard becoming the Emperor of the Sea, the remaining great pirates in the New World are also beginning to expand their influence, either openly or secretly, thus leading to increasing unrest in the New World. Especially Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, whose powers are rapidly expanding. Kaido, after resolving internal threats in Wano and killing Kazuki Oden this year, has started striking frequently. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin has controlled many underground forces through tea parties, applying both soft and hard tactics. Additionally, there is also the Wangji pirates, who are entrenched on Hive Island. Furthermore, after the onset of the Age of Great Pirates, the first batch of new generation pirates entering the Grand Line from the Four Seas has gradually made their way into the New World, further exacerbating the chaos. The Navy, facing the tide of the times, has no choice but to shrink its forces in the New World, focusing its efforts on defending. In contrast, the East Sea, as the most peaceful and stable among the Four Seas, appears remarkably calm. On Haixing Island, the Noah family continues to proceed with their usual routine. However, with the proliferation of the techniques for cultivating armament, Haki and the 6 forms, the strength of the family members is advancing by leaps and bounds. It is early September of 1502. After more than 3 months of arduous training, Noah finally awakened his armament Haki, albeit at a strength that could only cover a fist and lasting less than 20 minutes. Due to his already high physical strength, he can currently utilize iron blocks and finger guns. As for Conqueror's Haki, not only has its oppressive force increased, but its coverage range has also expanded to about 1,200 meters, and he has initially learned to control the intensity, though directional control remains inconsistent. Regarding observation Haki, the range of perception has similarly expanded, with an all-around perception radius of about 1.5 kilometers and a single direction perception limit of approximately 7.5 kilometers. Among the members, Joshua and Mary have successfully awakened their observation Haki, while Vic has initially trained in the use of iron blocks. Others have yet to show significant results. Noah in his study set down the training progress reports and fell into deep thought. From the training progress reports of his cousins, he discerned an expected outcome, that there are noticeable differences in talent among Joshua and Mary possess the talent for observation Haki. Vic has talent in hard-hitting techniques, and armament Haki. Anthony has talent in swordsmanship, and Ale has talent in shooting, while the others show no obvious talents. Noah was not surprised by this result. However, talent can sometimes change. For instance, devil fruits can enhance physical potential to a certain extent. It seems it's time to start planning the next steps. The next day, just before dawn, at the northwest corner bay of Haixing Island by the makeshift dock. Over the past 3 months, he and Ajia have been upgrading the submarine. The current submarine is 18 meters long and has a diameter of 4.5 meters, with a newly added underwater access hatch at the bottom for easy entry and exit while wearing diving suits. On the dock, Noah and Vic entered the submarine. Soon the submarine submerged into the seabed, beginning its exploration of the underwater terrain near the Haixing Island. The exploration route he chose was not arbitrary. He selected the trade route from the Haixing Islands to Rogue Town as the target for this exploration. After all, busy trade routes have plenty of underwater wrecks, while the waters near deserted islands might go years without a single ship passing by. Where would the underwater wrecks come from? After sailing for over an hour, Noah looked at the Haixing navigation chart, which indicated a patch of underwater reefs. He had purchased this maritime data in Rogue Town. Such relatively established routes typically have detailed hydrological information. Indeed, through his observation Haki, he discovered more than 20 underwater reefs nearby, and promptly slowed the propulsion chamber's water discharge, reducing the submarine's speed. Before long, the first underwater wreck appeared in his perception. Vic, there is a wreck below. You should go explore it. Yes, brother Noah, leave it to me. Be careful. Noah immediately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, driving away all marine life within a kilometer radius. The submarine was about 10 meters away from the underwater wreck. Soon Vic, wearing a diving suit, descended with a breathing hose and an emergency safety rope from the submarine's access hatch. Turning on the waterproof searchlight, Vic saw a wooden ship overturned in the muddy seabed through the glass window of his helmet. He wasted no time, holding the searchlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other, prying open the wreck's wooden door. An hour later, Vic crushed a wooden card that was tied to the sleeve of his diving suit. Noah in the submarine's cockpit instantly felt the card's destruction and began to reel in Vic with the rope. After more than 20 minutes, Vic emerged from the diving chamber, dragging a fishing net bag. Brother, this is what I found. Noah looked into the bag and saw several gold and silver utensils, hundreds of coins, and a few gemstones with an estimated value of around 300,000 berries. Not bad. You should eat something and take a break. Okay. Vic opened a nearby temporary storage cabinet, took a box of milk and a large piece of jerky, and sat down to eat. Noah casually sealed the gold and silver treasures in Mika treasure room. The submarine continued its descent toward the next underwater wreck. Before they knew it, it was the new year of 1503. Since last September, Noah had taken Vic to search for underwater treasures along the nearby routes for a week each month. After 4 consecutive underwater treasure hunts, Noah's estate had gained gold and silver treasures worth over 80 million berries, along with a fine cutlass and 2 permanent log poses for the Grand Line. The true treasure of the pirate world lies beneath the sea. After all, the underwater wrecks accumulated over several eras throughout thousands of years are simply astronomical in number. Compared to the scheming and backstabbing for territory on land, the underwater realm is where many traversers should focus. One must remember that over 80% of this blue planet is covered by ocean, and as most forces lack the capability to explore the seabed, the world government, which has the ability, looks down on it, while the fishmen can only huddle in the waters near Fishman Island. The seabed of the 4 seas remains largely undeveloped. After 4 underwater treasure hunts, the route from the Starfish Isles to Rogtown, particularly the depths exceeding 200 meters, had been roughly searched by Noah and his companions. As the new year just passed, Noah assessed the strength of Joshua and others before hastily taking Vic out to sea. This time his destination was the route between Rogtown and Haixing Mountain. This route is significantly busier than the one from Starfish Island to Rogtown, and it serves as a crucial passage for EC pirates entering the Grand Line, resulting in a high density of shipwrecks in the area. 2 days later, apart from a 6-hour rest on a deserted island, they spent the remaining time on their journey. Soon the submarine arrived at the designated route, specifically southwest of Rogtown's port, which leads towards the canal connecting Rogtown to Haixing Mountain. Using his observation hockey, Noah quickly detected a location that potentially harbored numerous shipwrecks, a dark reef area at a depth of around 100 meters. Indeed, as soon as they entered the area, his observation hockey sensed several outlines of shipwrecks on the seabed. A well-experienced Vic, after Noah intimidated the surrounding sea beasts, immediately dove down with his tools. Under the spotlight, the wreckage of the ship came into view, showing a harrowing sight with numerous cracks across its hull. Vic noticed a series of skull carvings on one of the wooden planks, realizing it was likely a pirate ship. Pushing open the dilapidated cabin door, a skeleton lay quietly on the wooden planks, still clutching a corroded axe. Judging by the cabin's layout, this was likely the captain's quarters. After picking up the ring from the skeleton's finger, he opened the drawer inside the cabin and discovered a pile of rotting berries along with over 20 pieces of gold and silverware and a dozen gemstones. After putting the items into his bag, Vic raised the iron fork and jabbed at the wooden planks inside the cabin, probing for any hidden compartments. After 20 jabs, the rotten wood was pierced, creating several large holes. Suddenly, Vic's gaze fixed on the spot where the skeleton lay, and under the spotlight, he saw a faint glimmer of gold reflecting from a gap beneath the skeleton. Clearing away the skeleton, he pried open the wooden planks below, and indeed found a hidden compartment containing several wooden chests, one of which was already broken, revealing gold, silver, and jewels inside. Vic couldn't help but feel exhilarated. It seems this time's haul is quite impressive. He opened the chests one by one, finding 2 chests filled with gold and silver, and one with rotting berries. The last chest contained a heap of miscellaneous items, including decaying books, a recording pointer, a dagger inlaid with a large sapphire, and a small box. Vic opened the small box and immediately fixed his gaze. Inside lay a melon-shaped black fruit covered in intricate. Could it be a devil fruit? Wonderful. Vic stored the devil fruit and searched the rest of the cabin before returning to the submarine with his treasures. Half an hour later, Vic emerged from the diving compartment. "Big brother, look at this." Noah's eyes flickered with surprise as he saw the black fruit in Vic's hand. "I didn't expect this to be a devil fruit, and an unfamiliar one at that." Noah was not actually surprised by the appearance of a devil fruit he hadn't seen in his past life, as much of the information about the pirate world was closely related to the main cast. However, beyond the main cast, there surely existed other unportrayed devil fruits. Noah picked up the devil fruit, saying, "Vic, I'll find a way to confirm the specifics of this devil fruit. If it's suitable for your abilities, I'll let you eat it." However, Vic shook his head. "Big brother, this fruit should go to Lilith and the others. I don't want to become a landlubber, and I believe training in the 6 powers and armament hockey can make me strong. They'll find a few more devil fruits. Regardless of whether you eat it or not, there will be one for you. Thank you, big brother." Vic felt deeply moved. Noah patted his shoulder and instructed him to rest up while he maneuvered the submarine toward the southeast direction, over 80 kilometers from Rogtown. After more than 4 hours, the submarine reached a bay on a deserted island. After securing the submarine, he took Vic ashore. In the depths of the island's jungle, Noah changed his appearance once again and instructed Vic to hide by the coast to observe the nearby sea. Taking out a Den Den Mushy, he dialed Morgan's phone number. Buruburu. Soon the Den Den Mushy transformed into a bird-headed figure with a high hat. "President Morgan's, long time no see." "Isn't this Lord Dawn? What big news do you have to trade?" Noah got straight to the point without any hesitation. 2 pieces of information. "I need the most comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia and a sailing guide about the Grand Line's paradise. Please leave the encyclopedia and guide at the Rogtown branch. I'll come by to pick them up in a week." Devil fruit encyclopedia. Paradise sailing guide. "Okay, but I wonder if your big news is worth this price." Noah replied calmly. "One is a scandal involving the world government, the other is intel on Kaido." "Oh." Morgan's gaze held a hint of surprise. "Lord Dawn, you really are well informed even about the world government? If it's that kind of intel, then this trade has no issues." "Deal. As before, I'll first provide an easily verifiable piece of information, and I'll give you the other intel after receiving the items." "Sure." In the white town of Fervans in the North Sea, a mineral called amber lead has been mined for nearly a century. However, the local residents are unaware that the dust generated during the mining process poses severe harm to their bodies. For the sake of profit, the world government has concealed this truth and has reclassified the heavy metal poisoning as an unknown infectious disease, secretly planning to incite neighboring countries to completely destroy for Vans. Gulp. Even Morgans, who had seen many storms, was shocked by this information. He fully understood that if this news were reported, the world government would definitely go insane. However, as a major news story, Morgans was reluctant to keep this information under wraps, which put him in a dilemma. After a moment, Morgans finally calmed down and smiled, saying, "Lord Don, you aren't from the Revolutionary Army, are you?" "No." Noah's voice held no hesitation. Morgans gazed at him deeply. "The items will be at Rogtown in 7 days. Have a nice day, goodbye." After hanging up, Noah sealed the Din Mushi and continued treasure hunting in the waters near Rogtown with Vic. January 12, 1503. 4 days had passed since the last conversation with Morgans. Noah and Vic continued their underwater treasure hunting endeavor. In these 4 days, the two had successfully explored 17 sunken ships, collecting treasures worth over 60 million in gold and silver, along with various miscellaneous items. These included navigational compasses, swords, parchment, treasure maps, telescopes, a table made of Adam with a stone tablet inscribed with unknown characters, and several barely legible nautical logs. As the submarine got closer to the Levis Mountain Canal, the number of sunken vessels increased. However, due to depth issues, Noah was unable to explore sunken ships deeper than 200 meters. After all, the submarine's maximum diving depth was around 100 meters, and the remaining depth would require Vic to don a diving suit to explore. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at a relatively shallow sea area. Suddenly, Noah's observation hockey detected the wreckage of a massive ship, which was approximately 220 meters deep. Noah and Vic discussed briefly and decided to test the waters. Soon Vic donned his diving suit and swam down. It wasn't until he saw the surface of the wreck that he realized its enormity. This emblem seems familiar. A lion's head and 3 swords. After a few minutes of recollection, Vic finally remembered it was the emblem of the Triss Kingdom located north of the Polaris Isles. As he continued to delve into the wreck's interior, Vic discovered numerous cabins filled with boxes, all brimming with gold and silver treasures. Even though he was accustomed to seeing riches, the sheer quantity before him left him astounded. After a moment to gather himself, Vic pressed on. Once he had thoroughly searched all the boxes and compartments, he returned to the submarine, carrying 2 small chests. Noah, observing the additional 2 devil fruits and the situation Vic described, quickly found a piece of information in the records he had previously collected from the East Sea. In 1422, 81 years ago, the Triss Kingdom lost a treasure ship that was paying tribute to the heavens near Rogtown due to a sudden storm. As for why the Triss Kingdom did not send anyone to salvage it, the reason was naturally their helplessness. Such ships sunk due to storms are nearly impossible to recover. On one hand, the sea area is too vast, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, even if the sunken location is determined, retrieving it requires skills and specialized equipment. The waters near Rogtown are close to the doldrums and are often frequented by small sea kings. Without strong protection, encountering a sea king during salvage operations typically leads to total annihilation. In the past few days, Noah had encountered 2 small sea kings, each several dozen meters in size. If it weren't for his conqueror's hockey, any ordinary ability user would likely meet their end at the hands of a sea king. The two had been busy at the sunken ship for 2 days before finally clearing out the treasures. Noah estimated that this haul was worth around 2 billion berries. After all, the threshold for tribute to the heavens is 10 billion berries, or high-value gold and silver treasures, devil fruits, precious minerals, or specialty products. With this treasure acquired, Noah no longer had to worry about money for the next few years. The two also lost the motivation to continue treasure hunting, and the submarine set course for Rogtown. After secretly landing in Rogtown and resting for a night nearby, Noah received a notification from Morgans the next day. It was still in that basement. After checking the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and the nautical data of the Paradise, Noah directly informed Morgans about the intelligence regarding Kaido. That is to say, Kaido had completed his coup in Wano last year and had deceived and killed Kazuki Oden's family. Morgans naturally understood Kazuki Oden's identity. If it weren't for Wano's extreme isolation and Kaido's deliberate suppression of news, even Morgans would be unaware of the internal situation in Wano. Clearly, upon hearing this news, Morgans realized that if it were to leak, a fierce battle would inevitably erupt between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. After completing the transaction, both parties were very satisfied with their gains. After closing the Den Mushi, Noah used cards to seal away several hundred kilograms of books and swiftly left the World Economic Society's branch building. After several changes of appearance, he boarded the submarine to return to Haixing Island early the next morning. By the time he returned to Haixing Island, it was already evening. He immediately went to the study in the orchard, took out the 3 devil fruits along with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and began identifying the 3 devil fruits. The first devil fruit, the black melon type, was the first to be discovered. He quickly found relevant information in the encyclopedia. Superhuman type, graphite fruit. The second devil fruit was red and banana-shaped with a surface resembling scales. Animal type, ordinary species, fish fruit, carp form. The third devil fruit was shaped like a white peach with some fuzz on its surface. Animal type, ordinary species, human fruit, silverback, gorilla form. Aside from the rather absurd carp fruit, both the graphite fruit and silverback gorilla fruit are quite good. From the brief introduction in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the graphite fruit belongs to the category of creation and does not exhibit superhuman abilities or powers. Dinner time. Noah took out the 3 devil fruits and introduced their characteristics to everyone. Big brother, the ability of this carp fruit is so weak. Joshua couldn't help but comment. Forget about eating this carp fruit. Who among you is interested in the remaining graphite fruit and silverback gorilla fruit? Everyone plunged into thought. Vic was the first to speak. I won't eat it. I plan to focus on physical arts and hockey. If my strength stops progressing in the future, I will consider eating a devil fruit then. I don't want either. Neither of these 2 fruits suit me. Lilith shook her head. Lillian and Mary also declined as graphite and gorilla were not appealing to girls. Big brother Noah, can I have this graphite fruit? Age asked somewhat shyly. Noah smiled. As the family's designated shipwright, this graphite fruit is indeed more suitable for you. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Thank you, big brother Noah. Age exclaimed excitedly as he took the graphite fruit and took a big bite. In the next moment, Age's face changed dramatically and he even began to look monstrous. However, he still forced himself to swallow the devil fruit bite by bite despite feeling nauseous. Finishing the entire devil fruit was a special instruction from Noah. Although eating just 1 bite could grant abilities, consuming the whole fruit made a difference. This difference lies not in the completeness of the ability, but in the enhancement of spirit and willpower. The nature of the devil fruit is somewhat idealistic and hockey is closely related to willpower. The resolve of someone who dares to consume the entire devil fruit is fundamentally different from that of someone who merely takes. Watching Ajia consume the devil fruit, the crowd turned their gaze toward the remaining silverback gorilla fruit. Anthony shook his head. I want to be a swordsman. This Zoan-type fruit is a waste for me. The Raymond-headed Tumani also waved his hand. I plan to inherit my father's profession. The Zoan type is simply too unrefined for my taste. Brother, you know me well. As a sniper, there's no need for me to waste this Zoan fruit. Alay also had no desire to eat this fruit. Suddenly, Uncle Joseph, who had been silent, picked up the fruit and smiled at the others, saying, I'm getting old, so let me eat this fruit. Noah looked at his uncle, who displayed a complex and caring expression. It was evident that Uncle had sensed the potential dangers ahead. He did not wish to become a weakness for Noah and Joshua. In fact, Joseph had also been training, but at the age of 33, he had long missed the optimal training phase. Over the past year, he had only increased his strength by 4 to 5 times, and in the past 6 months, the results had become increasingly poor. An increase of 4 to 5 times appears significant. However, compared to Noah, Joshua, and Vic, the gap was too obvious. After about a year and a half of training, Noah's strength had increased by 83 times, Joshua's by 21 times, and Vic's by 49 times. Even Mary, as a girl, had increased her strength by around 8 times. Uncle Joseph silently noted these developments in his mind. Seeing the silverback gorilla fruit today, he felt tempted. Noah nodded. Uncle, we are all family. You should eat this fruit. Crunch. Although he knew the devil fruit would taste terrible, Uncle Joseph still found the disgusting flavor unbearable as he took a bite. However, thinking of the potential dangers ahead, he steeled his heart, closed his eyes, and devoured the remaining fruit flat. As he swallowed the last bite, Uncle Joseph wore a look of despair, as if the world was not worth living in. Lilith quickly grabbed a cup of grape juice and poured it into Uncle Joseph's mouth. After drinking a cup of grape juice, Uncle Joseph seemed to come back to life, saying, This taste is truly revolting, but this power is indeed formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Joseph's body suddenly surged, his height skyrocketing to over 3 meters, his muscles inflating as if filled with air. Crunch. Suddenly his clothes burst apart. Fortunately, his pants were sturdy and elastic enough not to complete. Uncle Joseph awkwardly scratched his head and then attempted to revert to his human form. Once transformed back, he quickly slipped away to change clothes. Noah chuckled and turned to give orders. Lilith, go buy a batch of large high elasticity clothes tomorrow. Lilith nodded. Early the next morning, the newspaper covered the events surrounding the white town of Freevans. Noah's expression remained unchanged after reading it. Even if he had exposed the issues of the white town years in advance, the outcome for that place would likely not have changed significantly. As long as the world government, the greatest evil, existed, Freevans' future was predetermined. However, he had not expected Morgans to dare report on this matter. He then recalled that after the transaction ended the day before yesterday, the local branch of the World Economic Society in Rog Town had vacated that very night, indicating that Morgans had anticipated the ensuing events. Regarding these disturbances, Noah felt he had no qualifications to participate for the time being. Utilizing his advantage of information from his past life to acquire his first pot of gold was the best choice for a transmigrator, but such easy opportunities were becoming rare. Putting down the newspaper, Noah activated the card at the soles of his shoes. Instantly, 2 jets of flames erupted from this flame-spitting card. Utilized hydrogen and oxygen stored in the card space, released in a controlled manner, combined with a modified electric spark igniter at the shoe's sole, creating a type of propulsion device. As for where the hydrogen and oxygen came from, the answer lay in using wind turbines to electrolyze water. The power on Starfish Island relied on wind turbines and batteries. Over the past year, Noah's manor had procured several wind turbines and battery packs. Aside from daily electricity use, the remaining power was utilized for electric furnaces, steel refining, plating, and water electrolysis. With the eruption of flames, Noah soared into the air, adjusting his flight direction by moving his body. Soon he arrived over the training ground at the Northwest Bay. This training ground was previously established for practicing conquerors hockey. At this moment, Ajia was attempting the abilities of the graphite fruit. He landed in the center of the area where Ajia had already stopped. Noah, brother, do you need the training ground? Noah shook his head. No, I'm here to see how you are developing your fruit abilities. Ajia, try transforming your shoes into graphite. Transform my shoes into graphite. Let me try. Ajia focused, and in an instant the shoes under his feet changed into black graphite. Deactivate the ability. Ajia was puzzled, but still deactivated it. Noah continued, don't change the shoes, instead generate a layer of graphite at the shoe's sole. Alright Noah brother, I've got it. Take a few steps to see. As Ajia lifted his foot, he involuntarily stumbled backward, startled. He tried to twist his waist to stabilize himself, but as soon as the other foot touched the stone surface it immediately slipped, and he fell hard to the ground. Don't use brute force, imagine your shoes as ice skates and glide quickly over the ground. Under Noah's guidance, after falling several times, Ajia finally managed to skate steadily on the stone surface using the graphite skates. Haha brother, I succeeded. Noah laughed and shook his head. Don't celebrate too early. You can only glide on stone or concrete surfaces. If you encounter dirt or swampy ground, this technique is useless. He continued to explain, the principle of graphite skates utilizes the lubricating properties of graphite. You can further develop based on this characteristic. Brother, you are amazing, you even know this. That's why I encourage you all to read more, as sometimes knowledge is power. Ajia clenched his fists with admiration. Knowledge is power. I must remember this phrase, you truly are the elder brother. Alright, next let's try the other properties of graphite. Noah had Ajia create some graphite shields, and then attack them with fire-type cards. Indeed, the effects were as he had. General fire attacks had little effect on the graphite shields. Even the hydrogen-oxygen combination flame card could only burn through a centimeter of the graphite shield at close range. This was due to the properties of graphite. In normal air conditions, graphite ignites at temperatures between 850 to 1000 degrees Celsius, and with its excellent thermal conductivity, standard flames find it hard to ignite graphite. Especially for graphite shields thicker than 1 centimeter, flames struggled to burn through them instantly, giving the graphite fruit user time to adapt. Moreover, graphite is an excellent conductor. In battle, if faced with an opponent who uses electrical abilities, one can utilize grounding principles to divert the current into the ground. Of course, as a paramecia-type creation ability, the graphite fruit also possesses the universal skills of material shaping and creation puppetry. For instance, the cookie fruit showcases this perfectly. That pile of cookie soldiers is a typical representation of this type of ability. After providing these development ideas to Ajia, Noah finally solemnly reminded him, Ajia, what do you think is the essence of fruit users? You must remember a crucial core: the body is fundamental to everything. As long as your body is strong enough, developing your abilities will be much easier, and awakening Haki will also be simpler. Now that you have become a fruit user, I sincerely hope you do not neglect training your body. Do you understand? Ajia appeared thoughtful and then nodded. I remember, Noah brother. After giving these instructions, Noah left the training ground. In fact, he had another development idea regarding the graphite fruit that he did not mention. However, considering Ajia's current ability development and physical strength, he decided against overwhelming him with information, as too much can hinder understanding. On the other hand, Noah was not overly concerned about Uncle Joseph's situation. Because the development of ordinary zoan-type devil fruits hinges on 2 core points. The first is continuous physical training, and the second is forging an iron will. As long as these 2 points are cultivated, the zoan-type devil fruit will enter an awakening state. Both points are indispensable. If one only trains the body, the consequence of reaching the fruit's awakening state is transforming into a beast similar to the guards of Impel Down. If one only forges an iron will without sufficient physical strength, the fruit will not awaken. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. A cold wind blows gently in January. Noah is in the study of the wooden house, fiddling with a stack of cards. These cards are not created by abilities, but rather tarot cards he purchased in Rogue Town. A set of major arcana cards. A set of minor arcana cards. In the world of pirates, the most famous person for playing tarot cards is the later magician Hawkins. To some extent, Hawkins' straw man fruit and his ability to use tarot cards for divination are not closely related. On the contrary, Noah's card fruit is the true devil fruit of the tarot card realm. Previously, he focused on developing the spatial storage characteristics of the card fruit, as this feature greatly benefits the early-stage abilities of a user, allowing quick acquisition of various auxiliary and combat cards. Now, after overcoming the high-risk initial phase and awakening the 3-color Haki, it is time to explore another branch of the card's characteristics. Devil fruits are in essence the crystallization of the willpower of countless beings in the pirate world. If tarot cards did not exist in this world, it would be very difficult for Noah to develop related abilities, resulting in little success despite great effort. Especially for a semi-rule, semi-fantasy type of fruit like the card fruit, it requires real objects and the fantasies of billions of humans as the source of its abilities. If it were the graphite fruit, since graphite itself is a material present in nature, the source for developing its abilities would be the physical and chemical properties of graphite. This is also the fundamental reason why there are huge differences among ordinary ancient and mythical types in the Zoan category. Because mythical Zoan types not only have the source of the biological entity itself, but also the special source of billions of human fantasies, making it essentially a dual core. At this moment, Noah concentrates, gathering his observation Haki on the tarot cards in his hand. The observation Haki has the basic ability to foresee the future, which can serve as a catalyst to activate the divination capability of the tarot cards. Under the dual effects of the card fruit and observation Haki, Noah quickly noticed that the tarot cards in his hand were undergoing his physical and mental energy are being consumed rapidly. 5 minutes later, the tarot cards completed their transformation, with golden flame cloud patterns appearing on their backs, resembling the awakening mode of Zoan-type devil fruits. Let me try to see how it works. First, he took out a blank card and wrote the position of the sliding fruit on it. Then he closed his observation hockey and casually tossed the major arcana deck into the air. The cards scattered like flowers falling from the heavens, with 22 cards slowly descending. The tarot card closest to the divination card is the Fool. The Fool. Knowing nothing, Noah fell into deep thought. After a moment, he revised the content on the divination card to the sliding fruit in the East Sea. He tossed the major arcana deck again. This time the card closest to the divination card is the World. The World. He took out the auxiliary minor arcana deck and tossed it as well. After testing, he confirmed the general location of the sliding fruit, which is on a deserted island near Shell's town. After completing this divination, the golden flame cloud patterns on the cards became dim and lifeless. This made Noah realize that using tarot cards for divination requires consuming the power stored in the tarot cards. While physical energy is not a problem, mental energy cannot be recovered quickly. He estimated that the mental energy infused into the tarot cards this time was equivalent to continuously using observation hockey at high intensity for about 5 hours. Moreover, through the tarot card divination, he could vaguely sense its limitations and certain taboos. For instance, the more important the matter or item is for divination, or the stronger the target's power is, the more mental energy is required. If the divination content exceeds the bearable range, it cannot be conducted correctly. Additionally, vague directional suggestions for divination can be used without limit every day, similar to Hawkins' divination. However, once it involves specific items, beings, or locations, it requires a massive consumption of mental energy stored in the cards, and success is not guaranteed. If Noah were to divine the position of the Nika fruit now, the tarot cards would not be able to succeed, as it exceeds Noah's. His observation hockey has already been reminding him that the act of infusing mental energy into the tarot cards should ideally have a 1-month interval, otherwise it may lead to severe side effects. Indeed, the act of peering into fate often comes with great risks. Possessing the card fruit, the true devil fruit of the divination realm, allows Noah to obtain accurate results at a minimal cost. If it were Hawkins' type of divination, it would be very difficult to pinpoint specific objects. It could only provide broad directional suggestions. Now Noah is equivalent to being able to use a specific divination once a month, as long as he does not attempt to divine beings or divine fruits that are significantly stronger than himself. The success rate will be very high. Now that the general location of the sliding fruit has been confirmed based on the East Sea maritime charts he collected, there are 16 deserted islands near Shell's town. As long as he searches them one by one, he is sure to find the sliding fruit. Noah took out his forbidden book. This book contains the secrets of the information he compiled from his past life memories regarding the pirate world. While recalling, he copied down the possible devil fruits that might exist in the East Sea. He excluded the smoke fruit. That smoker had eaten the barrier fruit that has not yet been reborn, and the already confirmed sliding fruit. The remaining possible devil fruits in the East Sea are the flame fruit, the scythe fruit, the whisper fruit, the soundwave fruit, the steel fruit, and the glue fruit. Based on the newspapers and bounties he collected, there have been no sightings of the above fruits among the pirates active in the East Sea in recent years. On the contrary, the steel fruit appears to still have an active host among a pirate crew in the New World. Among the pirate crews currently active in the East Sea, there are 3 remaining who are abilities users: the Golden Hook Pirates, led by Captain Buck, who wields the Zoan-type hedgehog fruit; the Jack Pirates, led by Captain Jack, who possesses the Paramecia-type bag fruit; the Bloodblade Pirates, with Vice Captain Gullo, who has the Zoan-type parrot fruit. Noah gathers this information with the aim of hunting these pirate crews. The reason for hunting these pirate crews is twofold: on one hand, to train Joshua, and the others, only through combat can they further unleash their potential. On the other hand, it is for experimentation. Noah needs these pirates as test subjects to study how to recover devil fruits. In the following period, Noah did not continue to search for treasures in the sea, but made several secret trips to Low Town to procure a large batch of steel shipbuilding equipment, materials, and some navigation instruments. During the day, he exercised, and at night, he constructed a secret dock in the Northwest Bay. The location of this secret dock was previously a small hillside by the coast. Noah and Vic, along with others, worked together to hollow out the interior of the hillside, creating a cavity 50 meters high and nearly 30 square meters in area. They also dug out a tunnel on the cliffside near the coast, allowing for ship access, with the exit door framed in steel and covered with a layer of rock. To construct this secret dock, Noah and the others spent a month and a half. As a preparatory shipbuilder, Agia followed Noah every night, personally crafting the family's second ship. Uncle Joseph, Joshua, Anthony, and others also came to help transport materials and parts. Although Noah was not a professional shipbuilder, the ship he was creating this time was not a traditional wooden sailboat, but a steel submarine. Compared to ornate sailboats, Noah felt that submarines were more suitable for his family. After all, the first submarine was quite simple and crude, while Noah planned to design the second one with great care. The design length was 56 meters with a displacement of 400 tons, and it could accommodate 20 personnel of average build. It featured hybrid power, water jet propulsion, pedal-driven propeller, an electric propeller, a battery system, an internal air exchange system capable of utilizing air stored in cards, a lighting system, an independent washroom, an underwater diving chamber, a temporary food storage room, a rest area, a control room, and an all-around periscope. To increase the internal activity space, Noah improved the buoyancy control method. Previously, it used water injection and drainage to alter buoyancy, but now he employed cards to add or reduce iron blocks for buoyancy. After all, the density of iron blocks is about 7 times that of water, meaning that changing from water chambers to iron chambers could shrink the volume to 1/7 of its original size. This improvement doubled the internal activity space of the submarine. Clearly, this submarine was a specialized version for Noah, one that others could not use. For Noah, who lacked advanced shipbuilding skills, this was an inevitable choice. Of course, for safety considerations, he included emergency escape equipment that was not arranged in the first submarine. For instance, he custom-ordered a batch of high-end diving suits from a diving equipment company in Lobetown, totaling 30 suits, which cost him over 40 million berries. In the face of life safety, tens of millions of berries were hardly a concern. Additionally, he ordered a batch of high-strength alloy steel to enhance the structural strength of the submarine. In total, building this submarine cost nearly 500 million berries, not including their labor costs. By September of 1503, the submarine had finally completed sea trials. On September 11th, within the secret dock, the family members gathered together looking at the steel submarine before them, feeling honored to have participated in its construction. Noah tore down the red cloth that was covering one side. It revealed the submarine's name, Nautilus. Family members, let us board and set sail for the sea. Soon everyone boarded the Nautilus, including Uncle Joseph, who was pulled onto the ship. As for the Noah family's business on the island, the hardware store hired 2 clerks while the estate and orchard were temporarily sealed. The hardware workshop and some wind turbine equipment were taken away by Noah using cards. The equipment at the secret dock was similarly taken away by Noah using cards. This time, as they left Starfish Island, the family did not know when they would return. If the secret dock was discovered during their absence, the equipment could be damaged or occupied. Noah did not want to return and find his home robbed. The Nautilus passed through the underwater opening, leaving the secret dock and beginning to enter the vast ocean. Once in the ocean, Noah instructed Joshua and Mary to take turns using their observation hockey to sense the surroundings, training their observation hockey. Joshua's observation hockey talent was similar to Noah's, also leaning toward a wide range capable of covering a radius of about 1 kilometer. Mary's observation hockey talent, on the other hand, leaned toward emotional color. She could sense the emotional states of others, but the range was only about 100 meters. Everyone in the cabin performed their respective duties. Uncle Joseph acted as the lookout, managing the periscope, while Tomini served as a backup. Joshua and Mary acted as safety officers, taking turns using observation hockey to scout the surroundings. Vic and Anthony served as power operators, taking turns pedaling the bike to drive the propeller. Lilith was the navigator, Lillian was the chef, Ar was the logistics officer, and Agia was the shipbuilder. Full speed ahead towards Shell's Town. Lilith flipped through the nautical charts and quickly planned the route. The area where Shell's Town is located is in the northeast of the East Sea, belonging to the Clover Kingdom on the main island of the... On this journey, they needed to pass by Hobby Island, where Cocoa West Village is located, Moonlight Island, where West Rob Village is located, Oregon Island, where Orange Town is located, and finally arrive at Shell's Town in the Clover Archipelago. Noah had little interest in interacting with the so-called members of the protagonist group along the way. Except for trying to win over Nami's family, the other members of the protagonist group were bound to be on different paths from the Noah family. Monkey D. Luffy has a rear guard of a vice admiral, grandfather a Revolutionary Army leader, father a red-haired Shanks guide, and his older brother is the son of the Pirate King, while his second brother is a Revolutionary Army advisor. Roronoa Zoro is a collateral member of the Shimatsuki family, with his master being Shimatsuki Yasuhiro, and he is connected to Wano country and the Revolutionary Army. Usopp is the son of Yasop, the sniper of the red-haired pirates. Sanji is a member of the Vinsmoke family, and Vinsmoke Judge is a war merchant known for destroying nations. Nami and Luffy are simply not on the same path. She was born in the kingdom of O'Hara, which was destroyed by pirates last year, and her biological parents died at the hands of pirates. Later, her adoptive mother Belmere was also killed by the Arlong pirates, and she herself was enslaved by them for more than 8 years. If Noah were Nami, he would never join the Straw Hat Pirates or any other pirate force. Not to mention, later on, the Straw Hat Pirates even recruited Jinbe as their helmsman, which is like rubbing salt in Nami's wounds. Had it not been for Luffy defeating the Arlong pirates, Nami would have never joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Straw Hat Pirates had not killed Arlong and the others, leaving a huge hidden danger for Cocoa West Village. If only the 5 elders had a bit of sense, the Straw Hat Pirates would have been dead 100 times over. For example, if they dispatched CP to kidnap Nami's sister Kaya and set a trap for the Straw Hat Pirates, they would definitely fall. Thus, Noah and his group did not interact with the protagonist group. As for Nami, she was only 2 years old now, had not yet experienced the oppression of the Arlong pirates, and her adoptive mother was a retired Marine, making it inappropriate to engage with her. A week later, the Nautilus arrived near the Wind Organ Islands. Lilith nodded. A week of underwater travel left the inexperienced crew feeling a bit uncomfortable. Before long, Lilith found the nearest deserted island on the map, marked simply as Wind Organ No. 52. 3 hours later, the Nautilus surfaced in a bay suitable for docking. After everyone disembarked, Noah sealed the Nautilus within a card, adjusting its dimensions just enough to fit. Brother, it seems we are not alone on this island. Joshua squinted and whispered. Noah had already noticed the presence of others on the island as they approached, but he didn't alert the others immediately. Joshua, just keep an eye on them, no need to say more. Hearing this, Joshua understood immediately and suppressed his urge to warn the others. As soon as they landed, the group erupted into loud cheers on the beach. At that moment, bang! A lead bullet shot towards Uncle Joseph, who was stretching. In the next instant, Joshua swiftly appeared in front of Uncle Joseph. Iron block. The bullet struck Joshua's chest, but did not penetrate his skin. Everyone was on high alert, hastily grabbing their weapons. Noah shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with their response. Who fired the shot? Come out. Vic shouted angrily towards the jungle by the shore. Bang, bang, bang. In response to Vic, 3 bullets were fired. Vic braced himself as the bullets struck him as if hitting. Bang, bang, bang. Aura pulled the trigger of his revolver, firing in the direction from which the bullets had come. Meanwhile, Age quickly created a wall of graphite, enclosing several girls within. Roar. After a brief moment of distraction, Uncle Joseph roared, pounding his chest as his body expanded to over 3 meters, fully transforming into his beast form. In the next moment, Uncle Joseph leapt into the jungle. Joshua and Anthony followed closely behind, brandishing their long knives as they charged into the jungle. Moments later, a bruised dwarf was dragged out by Uncle Joseph, his lower half still trapped in a box. Noah instantly recognized him. It was the treasure hunter Cayman. The fellow was crying and begging for mercy. However, Noah felt no sympathy despite his good-natured appearance after all these years. His earlier attack on Uncle Joseph clearly indicated his intent to kill. A pirate is still a pirate, get him. Each of you take a stab. Aura, who despised pirates, fired a shot that broke one of Cayman's. Oh, you bastards. Mary gritted her teeth, picking up a rapier and stabbing it into his leg. Let this be your punishment for attacking us. Scoundrel. The others also joined in, even Lillian and Lilith each taking a stab. Finally, Noah delivered the fatal blow, decapitating him. After dealing with Cayman, Noah remarked on everyone's performance, you all did very poorly. Apart from Joshua, who used observation hockey to detect the hidden enemy, no one else noticed the danger or prepared for potential threats. Don't think that just because this is a deserted island you can let your guard down. Desolate islands may harbor pirates, wild beasts, or unknown diseases. If you continue to be so careless, you will eventually pay a heavy price. The group looked a bit dejected. Noah waved his hand dismissively. All right, remember this lesson and don't make the same mistakes again. Now let's split into 2 groups. Uncle Joseph will take Vic, Joshua, and Anthony to explore the island while the rest of us set up camp here. No problem, let's go. Uncle Joseph quickly led Joshua, Anthony, and Vic into the island. This time they were extremely vigilant, even a bit overly cautious, mistaking several peculiar creatures for enemies, causing chaos in the forest. Meanwhile, Noah swiftly cleared a large area of the primitive forest to serve as a temporary camp, then released the wooden houses, daily necessities, and kitchenware stored in his carts. Lilith, Lillian, and Mary began to prepare food. Age and Tomini chopped a large pile of firewood. In the depths of the forest in a mountainous area, Uncle Joseph and his group found Cayman's dwelling. Is this guy living alone? Anthony glanced at the items and bedding inside the wooden house, essentially confirming that only Cayman had left traces of life here. What do you think about his claim of treasure being here? Uncle Joseph asked, somewhat uncertain. Vic casually said, let's just look around. That's true. Joshua nodded. The group began to search carefully around Cayman's wooden house. Before long, Anthony discovered a dozen wooden boxes on a mountaintop platform. Upon opening them, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Empty. It really is fake. It's also possible someone got here first. How strange, Anthony remarked. Even if the treasure was taken, why were these boxes placed here? Joshua, prompted by Anthony's words, also realized indeed if the treasure was here, this location is too obvious. If the treasure wasn't here before, why would the person who took it move the boxes here? Isn't that redundant? Vic looked around in confusion. Who says there's nothing? We're standing right above it. Anthony squatted down, pulled out a dagger, and inserted it into the ground. There's dirt underneath. Should we dig? The group began to dig with their swords. After digging over a meter deep, they encountered rock. It seems like stone. No, this stone has signs of human cutting. There might be something beneath. Continue. Before long, they finally cleared a pit about 4 or 5 square meters and found a huge stone slab. Anthony inserted his knife into the crack of the stone slab, only to find it went in several centimeters before hitting a barrier. This stone slab is quite thick. You all step back, let me try. Vic donned his alloy gauntlets, concentrating all his strength. Iron cannon fist. He struck the stone slab, causing it to shatter into pieces and revealing a dark hole. Vic, don't go in just yet. Anthony warned, lighting a windproof lighter and bringing it close to the hole. Indeed, when the lighter entered, the flame dimmed. There's not enough oxygen inside. We can't go in for now. After thinking for a moment, Anthony said, Vic, go get 2 sets of diving suits from Noah. Diving suits. Okay. In the camp, Noah learned from Vic's explanation that they had discovered a cave suspected to contain treasure. From the equipment locker, he retrieved 2 diving suits, 4 oxygen tanks, and 2 handheld searchlights, instructing them to. Back at the mountaintop platform, Vic handed the diving suits and oxygen tanks to Joshua and Anthony. The 2 donned the suits, grasping the searchlights and weapons before entering the cave. The cave entrance had a staircase constructed from piled stones. After descending more than a dozen steps, they reached the bottom. Under the searchlight, they beheld a hall marked by signs of excavation. Anthony suddenly noticed some inscriptions on one of the walls and brushed the surface dust away with his dagger. Treasure lies half a meter beneath our feet. Anthony, the treasure is right beneath us. Be careful, something feels off. Anthony said, a hint of concern in his voice. Joshua hesitated, saying, what should we do? Dig? Or give up? Now that we're here, we have no reason not to dig. However, we can't dig together. I'll dig first while you keep watch. Anthony set aside his dagger and drew a long knife, scraping away the covering dirt bit by bit. Meanwhile, Joshua remained on high alert, using his observation hockey to monitor the situation beneath the covering soil. Half an hour later, having only scraped down about 30 centimeters, Anthony's long knife struck something hard. After scraping a few more times, a glimmer of golden light appeared beneath the searchlight. There really is gold. Using his long knife, he unearthed a piece of gold jewelry, a necklace. He suddenly stopped observing it closely, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The necklace was entwined with fine needles which still glimmered faintly despite being buried underground for so long. Joshua, don't get close, these treasures might be laced with poison needles. Joshua muttered under his breath, which bastard hid this treasure? It's truly insidious. The two of them brought several wooden crates down from above using chopsticks to carefully place the treasures inside. After over an hour of busy work, they finally filled 12 crates. Back at the mountaintop platform, Anthony removed his helmet and looked at the 12 crates filled to the brim, chuckling. Even though the treasure's owner is incredibly cunning, once we handle these treasures, they should be worth at least 80 million belly. Just as Vic was about to lift one of the crates, it suddenly cracked open, causing him to quickly throw it away to avoid being pricked by the poison needles entangled in the treasure. Bang! The crate shattered into pieces, spilling its gold and silver treasures. Anthony jumped in surprise, saying, "Be careful, don't get near there." They had to bring over another empty crate to scoop the scattered treasures back inside with chopsticks. Vic then chopped a large stack of wooden pieces and used vines from the nearby forest to reinforce the treasure chest to prevent it from breaking during transport. Suddenly, Anthony stared at the crate in front of him. "What's wrong?" Joshua asked, curiously, noticing him lost in thought. "Wait a minute, there are 13 crates here, but only 12 are filled with treasures. There should be one more treasure hidden in another crate." Anthony suddenly recalled something. "Damn it, I almost got tricked again." "What do you mean tricked?" Joshua was confused. "Do you remember what the inscription on the wall said? The treasure lies half a meter beneath our feet. I only dug 30 centimeters before discovering the treasure. Clearly the real treasure is the last crate hidden half a meter down." Joshua suddenly realized, "I see, this guy is indeed insidious." The two put their helmets back on and descended into the cave once more, their hearts brimming with caution. After slowly digging for half an hour, they finally located something hidden beneath. Two small crates, one rectangular. Anthony and Joshua dared not open them, there fearing that the treasure's cunning owner might have traps hidden within. Carrying the crates, the group returned to their temporary camp. After hearing Anthony and Joshua's description, Noah realized the dangers of this treasure. It was a series of traps, and anyone with low vigilance would surely be deceived. Noah first instructed Ajay to pick out the gems, then used the graphite smelting furnace to melt the gold and silver along with the poison needles, ultimately separating the gold and silver. The ultra-high temperature can eliminate most toxins. He then used tarot cards for divination. This crate is not dangerous. He casually opened the crate, revealing a devil fruit inside. Everyone was astonished. "I didn't expect it to be a devil. What kind of fruit is it?" "We'll check the encyclopedia later to find out." Noah then performed divination on the remaining crate, and the results startled him. 50 risk. Given his strength, encountering a 50 risk was indeed unexpected. He had Ajay create a room with graphite, focusing his observation hockey on the crate as Ajay manipulated the graphite puppet to open it. A knife. Suddenly, an ominous aura spread from the knife. A cursed knife. No wonder, if it was a cursed knife, it indeed posed a significant risk. Especially this cursed knife before him. A faint voice echoed in his heart. "Pick it up. You will gain endless power." Endless power. Just a knife. That's utterly ridiculous. Noah's conqueror's hockey ignited like a raging flame, forcefully pouring into the cursed knife. In the next moment, he drew the knife directly his iron will forged conqueror's hockey, overpowering the knife's sinister instincts, causing it to tremble. Disperse. Conqueror's hockey ground the knife's instincts to dust. As the knife's instincts were destroyed, Noah's conqueror's hockey and armament hockey were slowly absorbed by the knife. "I don't want to know its previous name. From today onward, you shall be called Haixing." At this moment, the others also came to their senses, especially Anthony, who looked particularly frightened. He was glad he hadn't opened the crate in the cave earlier, as various thoughts had already crossed his mind. It was clear that the knife had been continuously tempting him. Noah put away Haixing and solemnly warned, "This knife is a legendary cursed blade. If one lacks sufficient willpower, they can easily be deceived, ultimately becoming a slave to the knife. You all need to be extra cautious in the future." "Brother Noah, what should we do if we're controlled by the cursed knife?" Ajay asked worriedly. "As long as you take the cursed knife away or destroy it, the person controlled can return to normal." Noah shared his solution. This would later become the method for breaking the 7-star sword curse. Directly destroying the cursed knife would render any curse powerless. After resolving the threat of the demon sword, everyone turned their attention to the demon fruit inside the small box. The fruit was green, resembling an oleander fruit covered in intricate vine patterns with 2 tendril-like leaves. Noah had already taken out the demon fruit encyclopedia and flipped directly to the section on zoan-type fruits. After several minutes, he found a demon fruit that matched the shape and characteristics. Zoan-type, insect fruit, emperor butterfly form. It's actually a butterfly. Anthony was greatly disappointed, as this was clearly not the fruit he wanted to eat. Ari, Tamani, and Vic also lost interest in the fruit. Mary, Lilith, and Lillian whispered among themselves for a while, and finally Lilith spoke up. "Brother Noah, I want to eat this fruit." "You want to eat it?" "Sure, take it." In fact, Noah had already anticipated the choice of the 3 girls. As a chef, Lillian would definitely want to eat a fruit related to her profession, whereas Mary, her fruit was that slippery fruit. Lilith picked up the fruit, her expression one of determination, then opened her small cherry-like mouth and took a fierce bite of the fruit, swallowing it whole without chewing and then gobbling down the remaining flesh. At the moment she swallowed it, her skin began to emit a faint purple gas. "Not good, it's toxic." Noah quickly released an air card to expel the surrounding air. Lilith also seemed to wake up from a dream, realizing she was emitting toxins, and quickly controlled her body, soon stopping the toxin release. Uncle Joseph was somewhat surprised. The toxicity of this fruit is very strong. Just eating it causes one to involuntarily release toxins. Noah reminded, Lilith, use your observation haki. Observation haki. Alright. Lilith calmed herself and began to activate her observation haki, which had only awakened for a little over 4 months and was quite ordinary, lacking any notable specialties. However, after activating her observation haki this time, she felt something different. The information about the surrounding environment seemed within reach. What's going on? Noah explained, this should be a common innate ability of insect types being extremely sensitive to environmental changes. When combined with observation haki, it transforms into a super strong environmental and climate perception. Lilith suddenly understood and tried to enter a semi-beast transformation. As the 2 tendrils sprouted from her forehead, her perception of the environment skyrocketed, allowing her to not only sense subtle changes, but also rapidly expand the range of her observation haki to dozens of kilometers. This was also why Noah did not oppose her choosing this demon fruit. As a navigator of the Noah family, although Lilith worked very hard, her talent for navigation was quite average. This was another reason why Noah chose to use a submarine, as it could avoid most of the harsh weather at sea, reducing the burden on navigation. Now Lilith was like a synthetic Nami, gaining weather perception abilities through the demon fruit and observation haki. Of course, this fruit was also very excellent in other aspects. Noah continued, you should enter full beast form and try environmental camouflage. This should be one of the common abilities of butterflies. Environmental camouflage. We'll give it a try. Lilith immediately entered a fully beast form. After trying for over 10 minutes, the color of her skin and clothes began to match the surrounding environment perfectly, making her completely disappear from view. However, those who could use observation haki could still sense her presence. Anthony commented, this ability can only deceive those who cannot use observation haki. When encountering someone who can, it is basically useless. Hehe, that's still pretty good. Lilith was actually quite satisfied with this fruit. In fact, the emperor butterfly could almost be compared to a top ancient species among ordinary zoan types. This is because its abilities are very comprehensive, encompassing talents in toxicity, perception, camouflage, endurance. The emperor butterfly's toxicity comes from various poisonous plants storing toxins in its body through ingestion, which also indicates that this fruit has a strong adaptability to toxins. Perception and camouflage have already been introduced to flight, is also a common ability of butterflies. In terms of endurance, the emperor butterfly is one of the few butterflies with long-distance migratory habits. In the pirate world, they migrate back and forth between the South Sea and East Sea, directly crossing 2 windless zones and the Grand Line, Paradise, demonstrating terrifying endurance. To some extent, this emperor butterfly fruit is almost equivalent to half a mythical beast fruit. Indeed, in the subsequent power tests, Lilith's strength increased by about 8 times compared to before eating the fruit, and with her original strength already equivalent to more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, her strength surged to nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person. Even Uncle Joseph, who had eaten the silverback gorilla fruit, only had strength equivalent to over 70 times that of an ordinary person. Truly, this is the power of an insect-type demon fruit. After resting for 2 days on Rare Beast Island, the Nautilus set sail again. This time the Nautilus did not dive, but traveled on the surface, choosing a relatively desolate route to avoid encountering other ships. Noah, Joshua, and Lilith all possessed a broad range of observation haki, easily detecting nearby ships. Sailing on the surface felt very different from sailing underwater. Fortunately, Lilith could sense subtle changes in the environment, allowing them to avoid many extreme weather surprises. After leaving Rare Beast Island on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the Nautilus sailed past the offshore waters of Orange Town in the Wind Organ Islands. 11 days later, the Nautilus entered the area of the Clover Islands. At this point, they were very close to Shellstown, roughly only about 122 kilometers apart. Brother Noah, we are approaching the first target, the deserted island. Noah glanced at the sea chart of the Clover Islands. Although he felt that the possibility of finding the slippery fruit on this deserted island was small, he still ordered to land. Anthony, Vic, Joshua, we will go ashore, the rest stay on the ship. Understood. On the deserted island, numbered Clover 08, Vic took the lead with Anthony holding a long knife behind. Joshua and Noah were on the left and right sides behind. The distance between the 4 of them was about 7 or 8 meters, allowing them to cover each other without interfering with weapon usage and martial techniques. This island was not large, with a radius of less than 5 kilometers. Even with careful searching, they reached the other side of the island in just over 2 hours. Just as Noah was about to split into 2 groups to search along the coast, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the other side of the island, aboard the Nautilus, Lilith, who was organizing the nautical charts, suddenly furrowed her brows. In the next moment, she concentrated and activated her observation haki, extending its range to an astonishing 36 kilometers. A shabby sailing ship was approaching the deserted island, closing the distance to less than 5 kilometers. Lilith immediately sounded the alarm. The crew members left behind on the ship quickly gathered. Lilith, what's going on? Uncle Joseph asked, wielding a large axe. A sailing ship is approaching the deserted island. Oh, everyone stay alert. I see. Lilith then took up the phone worm and informed Noah about the situation. In less than 10 minutes, Noah and his group had returned to the Nautilus via the flame propulsion device, retracting the Nautilus. Everyone hid in the jungle along the shore, quietly waiting for the sailing ship to draw near. Half an hour later, Noah spotted the ship and the pirate flag flying above it. That pirate flag pattern. It's from the Blood Knife pirate crew, but these guys look quite miserable. According to the Navy's bounty notice, this pirate crew had 3 ships and about 200 members, and now there are only 48 left. On the shore, as the Blood Knife ship docked, it immediately launched a small wooden boat. 4 pirates rowed the small boat, preparing to make landfall. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man standing on the deck transformed his hands into wings and flew towards the sandy shore. Vice Captain Gullo of the Blood Knife. Noah and the others did not attempt to stop the pirates' landing. About half an hour later, with the support of a bald pirate, the one-armed Blood Knife, Taro Tanaka, finally set foot on the beach. "Boss, take it slow," Gullo the parrot man said, holding a chair. "Cough, I'm not dead yet. Hurry and prepare food." Tanaka wore a gloomy expression and began to curse through gritted teeth. "Damn old fool, saying my intentions are impure and that I'm unfit to wield that sword, not even teaching me flowing Sakura. I hate it. It's clearly you, old fool, who is jealous of my talent, worried that I would surpass Gung Shuro and deliberately refusing to teach me. Just wait, I will make the Xuanyue clan pay for this loss of my arm." Just as Tanaka was lamenting his fate, Noah confirmed that there were no news birds in the vicinity, and there were no small creatures on these pirates, nor any Navy fire photography heroes nearby. In the next moment, Noah activated the dozen bomb cards buried in the sand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, with shrapnel scattering in all directions. "Ah, help." At the moment of the explosion, Tanaka and Gullo sensed danger. With their observation haki disregarding their wounds, one jumped into the sea, while the other tumbled into the air. As Gullo flailed in the air, he barely had time to catch his breath before a bullet pierced his wing. Simultaneously, a tremendous force struck his back, sending him crashing into the ocean. Just as Tanaka had emerged from the sea, he looked up to see a dark shadow crashing onto the water not far away. In the next second, a steel gauntlet wrapped in haki appeared before his eyes. Damn it! Drawing his sword, he raised his hand. Punches collided, sparks flying as haki clashed against haki. Tanaka widened his eyes. Nanny. Haki. However, Vic did not respond, raining punches down on Tanaka. Clang, clang, clang. Their gauntlets and sword clashed violently for 6 or 7 exchanges. Damn it. If it weren't for that old fool cutting off my right arm, I wouldn't be. Boom. Tanaka's head was struck hard from behind. Crack. Without hesitation, Vic crushed the remaining bones in Tanaka's left arm. Lilith's figure appeared above Tanaka casually, throwing a lasso that pulled him into the air. Meanwhile, Vic jumped into the sea to search for Gullo, who had been knocked into the water. On the beach, Noah had already detonated a dozen bomb cards, leaving the rest to the others. The bombs killed a dozen pirates instantly, while the remaining 30 pirates were still alive and kicking. Truly, in the pirate world, everyone is a meat shield and a blood cow. El Tamani, Lillian, and Mary used rifles or pistols to shoot at the pirates from the jungle. Anthony and Joshua wielded their long knives, teaming up to behead a burly pirate. Uncle Joseph transformed into his beast, half-wielding 2 large axes that swung through the air, taking out 1 pirate with each swing. Aji controlled a dozen graphite puppets surrounding the fleeing pirates. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 pirates were exterminated like cutting vegetables, leaving only 2 kneeling and begging. At the same time, Vic had also dredged up the barely conscious parrot man Gullo from the sea, along with the bound Blood Knife, Taro Tanaka. In under 10 minutes of battle, the Blood Knife pirate crew was completely wiped out. This was still under the condition that Noah hadn't gone all out. Did they really think his bomb cards could only take out a dozen small His strongest bomb card contained a ton of gunpowder and a plethora of iron nails and steel balls. At the moment of explosion, anyone within a 50-meter radius would be obliterated. Not to mention the gas cards, napalm cards, and white phosphorus burning cards, which he hadn't even used a single one of. This skirmish was in fact a training battle intended to train family members to quickly adapt to the atmosphere of slaughter. Vic, Joshua, gather the bodies of these pirates together. Lilith and Anthony, you go search the pirate ship. Uncle, you provide some psychological counseling to the others. Lilith took Anthony, and the 2 flew towards the pirate ship. At this time, the 3 pirates left behind on the ship had already met their demise, their faces turning dark as they had been Lilith's first targets. She blended into the environment, using rapid and deadly poison to take out these 3 pirates. The 2 searched through each cabin using their swords without hesitation to cut through every compartment to avoid missing any hidden spots. An hour later, looking at the loot amounting to less than 3 million berry and over 1 million berry in cash, Lilith shook her head. As they left, Lilith casually stuck one of Noah's burning cards onto the deck of the pirate ship. The 2 captured small fry had already revealed the intelligence of the Blood Knife pirate crew. This Taro Tanaka is one of the fugitives from Wano country, his father being a follower of Xuanyue Gung Saburo, and he himself is Gung Saburo's disciple. A few days ago, he returned to Xuanyue village to demand a cursed sword and the training method for flowing Sakura from Gung Saburo, resulting in a fierce battle during which he lost an arm to Gung Saburo, while he also killed Gung Shiro's wife. Unfortunately, this fellow holds little value for Noah. Under the joint interrogation of Mary and Noah, Tanaka handed over a set of the One Mind Flow swordsmanship and a set of Blood Demon sword techniques, then met a swift end. As for whether Tanaka would play tricks on the swordsmanship training methods, the answer is that he indeed left many hidden dangers. However, under Mary's ability to sense emotions with her observation haki, coupled with Noah's divination cards, he couldn't hide anything, ultimately revealing everything. Unfortunately, he didn't have the advanced techniques for using haki, flowing Sakura. After extracting the last shred of value from the Blood Knife pirate crew, Noah sealed the unconscious parrot man Gullo into a card. He then released a burning card made of solidified oil at the gathered pirate corpses. Immediately afterward, he detonated the burning card affixed to the pirate ship. Boom. Under the blazing flames, the blood knife ship was blown to smithereens, sinking into the depths of the sea amidst the raging fire. Those corpses were quickly consumed by the solidified oil. He was not someone who would let down his guard. To prevent any information from leaking, he had to turn these pirates to ashes lest someone secretly left any information on them or fake their deaths. After all, in the world of pirates, the devil fruits are bizarre and unpredictable, possibly including types similar to the After destroying the corpses and the pirate ship, Noah and his companions explored the deserted island again, but indeed found no trace of the Suk Suk no Mi. This is the uncertainty of divination. Even knowing that the Suk Suk no Mi is in this sea area, he still could not pinpoint its exact location. That evening, considering the presence of the blood knife pirate crew, Noah abandoned his plan to stay overnight and piloted the Nautilus to dive into the depths, heading towards the next deserted island. 5 days later. During these days, they had searched a total of 7 deserted islands, yet found nothing. Today is October 13th, 1503. Noah glanced at Lilith's nautical chart. There were 3 nearby deserted islands, one of which was named Goat Island. Many people might find this island unfamiliar, but if the name Alvida is mentioned, everyone who has seen One Piece would likely. Goat Island was Alvida's base during her time, and it was also where she was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. Noah he looked towards the nearest Clover 11 Island and conducted a divination draw. This journey will be smooth, but the outcome. Noah frowned. The Pope, the 9 of Wands. Does that mean 2 popes will engage in stubborn debates and arguments? Drawing again. The Pope, the Knight of Cups. A false friend, a stranger, and a seducer, decisively grasped the current. Noah seemed to understand something and turned to give orders. Lilith, head straight for Clover 11 Island at full speed. Yes, brother Noah. The Nautilus swiftly adjusted its course, racing towards Clover 11 Island. For hours later, a small island with a radius of less than 2 kilometers came into view. Everyone quickly split into groups to search the small island without delay. Soon Mary and Vic's group found the Suk Suk no Mi in a coconut grove near the beach. As soon as they found the Suk Suk no Mi, Noah immediately called everyone back, not stopping on this island, but diving towards the next destination. About 6 hours after the Nautilus departed. On the beach with the setting sun, a gust of wind swept up and a figure appeared. Looking at the footprints on the beach, the gaze beneath the green robe and hood flickered with contemplation. Very fresh footprints made just today, hastily left. Could it be the blood knife pirate crew? Moments later, that figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the undulating storm that stirred the flickering sand. The Nautilus, having left the Goat Island waters, was now sailing towards Dawn Island. Dawn Island is the island where the envoy of the Goa Kingdom is located. However, Dawn Island is not Noah's destination. His goal this time is the most beautiful island in the East Sea, Sakise's Island. Sakise's Island, also known as the Hell Ant Nest, is very famous in the East Sea because every ship that enters it is lost, and treasures are often rumored to be present on nearby islands. Its location is approximately 436 kilometers southeast of Dawn Island. As for whether Sakise's Island has treasures, Noah does not know, but there are definitely a large number of shipwrecks on the seabed nearby. After all, the sea around this island has a very unique climate, somewhat resembling a windless zone combined with the circular currents surrounding the island. Unless equipped with new steam-powered ships, old sailing ships cannot leave there. In the previous months, Noah had used specific divination once a month. He was now fairly certain that the burn fruit was on. Additionally, 3 other devil fruits had been confirmed, among which the scythe fruit had already been consumed. The soundwave fruit was located within Nami's homeland, the Oikoto Kingdom, and the glue fruit was found on Dominia Island, 733 kilometers north of the Organ Islands. The steel fruit and whisper fruit should not have been reborn yet. To rapidly enhance the power and potential of family members, the devil fruits are a shortcut. In the kitchen of the Nautilus, Lillian sliced the Suk Suk no Mi into pieces and handed them to Mary, who eagerly opened her mouth and quickly stuffed the fruit meat inside. So disgusting. Woo woo woo. But thinking of Noah's expectations, Mary forced herself to swallow the remaining fruit. Hurry, Lillian, give me apple juice. Lillian had already prepared a large bottle of apple juice. Mary took the bottle, gulp gulp. Phew. Finally revived. Mary, your skin has become so smooth, quickly try out your powers. Lillian touched her arm with some envy. Mary picked up a kitchen knife and swung it at herself, but the next moment the knife seemed to encounter something and instantly slid aside, nearly hitting the floor. Before eating the Suk Suk no Mi, Noah had already told her the development direction of the Suk Suk no Mi. The ability of this fruit is extremely powerful and is one of the few that does not fear sea stone or seawater. The reason it performed mediocrely on Alvida was naturally due to the lack of knowledge of the user, preventing them from deeply developing the Suk Suk no Mi. What is meant by smoothness? It refers to the orderly arrangement of particle structures on the surface of a substance, creating a surface tension that prevents other materials from adhering to it. In other words, once the user employs the Suk Suk no Mi's ability, their body will form a surface tension force field membrane, creating a barrier between their body and the outside, even if this membrane is very thin. It is precisely the existence of this barrier that prevents sea stone particles from directly contacting the user's body. As long as the user of the Suk Suk no Mi has sufficient endurance, swimming in the sea is achievable. Additionally, the Suk Suk no Mi can also achieve functions similar to the Gomu Gomu no Mi, such as accelerating the flow of blood within the body to gain explosive power. Lastly, the conceptual expansion of the Suk no Mi allows for functions similar to the Niku no Mi, such as sliding away toxins, fatigue, pain, and memories from within the body. Though the ability of the Suk no Mi does not act outside the body before awakening, its applications on oneself are already quite extensive. Due to being inside the submarine, Mary could only attempt to experiment with it bit by bit in her own cabin. The sun shone bright, and the sky was a clear blue. A black iron ship was gliding downstream towards Haixing Island. After passing through a swirling area spanning over 20 kilometers, the lush green Haixing Island was finally within reach. Aside from a few small beaches, the other coasts were lined with cliffs hundreds of meters high, riddled with numerous caves. Apart from some strange birds circling in the air, there was nothing else. The Nautilus chose to dock near a lower cliff. After everyone disembarked from the cabin, Noah casually sealed the... Everyone set up camp first. I plan to rest here for a month and also train everyone's abilities. Uncle Joseph nodded. That's fine. Having lived in the submarine for nearly a month, I also miss life on land. Soon the group found a suitable spot to set up camp. Noah released the stored wooden houses and living facilities one by one and also installed some training equipment. After having lunch, the group divided into 3 teams. One stayed to guard the camp, while the other 2 began a thorough search. After searching for more than 2 hours, they discovered the shabo fruit mixed among a heap of debris in a tidal cave by the shore. This fruit was given to Lillian as the fire ability was more suitable for a chef. After finding the shabo fruit, the group did not stop, as there were legends of treasures on this island. Although they were unsure of its authenticity, they decided to search the entire island thoroughly. Due to the interconnected caves within Haixing Island, the group spent 3 days exploring the entire island. Their reward was approximately 200 million berries and treasure. Most of this treasure was likely left behind by adventurers or those who had been stranded here. After all, there were no large, edible animals on Haixing Island. The cliffs by the shore served as nests for strange birds, and underground were the lairs of black ants. The only plants were bitter banyan trees and toxic sweet potatoes with no obvious freshwater rivers. Ordinary people could not survive here without food and freshwater for even a week, and with no means to leave by sailboat, they would basically just wait to die. In the caves of the island, Noah and the others found numerous diaries, many of which recorded the despair of those trapped, as well as some horrifying events. After clearing out the area, the group began their training. Naturally, Noah did not forget the sunken ships in the surrounding seas of Haixing Island. Having encountered them, he would not miss the opportunity. This time he did not dive himself, but instructed Vic to abandon the diving suit and take only an oxygen tank, descending to the seabed to search for treasure. The areas beyond a certain depth were left to Ajay for exploration. Aji's treasure hunting plan was quite simple. He used graphite puppets connected by special graphene wires controlling them from the shore. The multi-layered graphene wires could currently support lengths of over 10 kilometers without breaking. This allowed Ajay to control the graphite puppets from a distance while conducting treasure hunting operations on the seabed. For centuries, numerous ships have sunk around Haixing Island, creating an underwater ship graveyard. Although the scale of the wrecks here was not comparable to those in the Shambodi archipelago, the sunken ships in the Shambodi archipelago had long been scavenged by fishmen multiple times. However, the sunken ships around Haixing Island remained largely undeveloped. Using the graphene wires, Ajay achieved a semblance of consciousness, descent possessing one of the graphite puppets to observe the conditions on the seabed. The graphite puppet was equipped with a special spotlight, and after breaching the wreck's cabin, a dozen puppets under Aji's control quickly searched the sunken ship. His goals were straightforward: gold, silver, jewels, swords, or other extraordinary items. On the 5th day, they found a devil fruit at the seabed in the northwest sea area of Haixing Island. After Noah's identification, it was confirmed to be the animal type, Inu no Mi, fox form, temporarily sealed. On the 12th day, they discovered a stone tablet covered in ancient writing in the depths of the trench on the southern side of Haixing. On the 15th day, they found another devil fruit, which was identified as the Paramecia type, Dudu no Mi. This fruit was consumed by ale. The Dudu no Mi has a similar spatial ability to the Mama no Mi, but in addition to opening wormholes, it can also be used for rapid excavation. However, to achieve long-distance teleportation through wormholes, one prerequisite must be met: a spatial coordinate point must be established in advance. Currently, Ale could only set 5 coordinate points. More would be unsustainable. Additionally, the Dudu no Mi does not possess the peculiar alternate space of the Mama no Mi. This has its pros and cons. The advantage is that wormhole teleportation occurs in an instant without the need to travel through an alternate space like the Mama no Mi. The downside is that it requires ensuring the safety of the spatial coordinate points. There is no way to hide in the nearby alternate space, as the user of the Mama no Mi can allowing them to secretly observe the conditions of the normal world. The Dudu no Mi is extremely important for Noah's family. This ability can ensure the safety of family members, providing significant operational flexibility for both emergency retreats and urgent support. After finding 2 devil fruits at the seabed of Haixing Island, they could not find any more nearby. When the month of rest was completed, Vic and Aji's findings at the seabed of Haixing Island included treasures worth around 3.7 billion berries, 2 devil fruits, a large saber-level meow knife, and a good quality alloy warhammer. They also found 173 record pointers, 24 permanent pointers, 1 ancient stone tablet, 16 navigation logs, 34 treasure maps, 532 kilograms of blue tungsten, a mixture containing tungsten, and another unidentified rare metal, 22 kilograms of Millennium Dragon bones, and 3 pieces of atom wood taken from the wreck. As for other materials like steel, copper, and ceramics, Ajay and Vic did not have the time to bring them back. In fact, this underwater treasure hunt did not uncover all the wrecks in the area, as some had been buried under seabed silt and marine life for too long. However, Noah was already quite satisfied. Given that the planned time was up, he also did not intend to continue staying on Haixing Island, only instructing Ale to leave a spatial coordinate on the island. This island has a natural barrier, and the surface is a desolate place, making it very suitable as a secret base or refuge. In case of encountering an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, they could bring people here to escape. The Nautilus set sail again, heading eastward towards Nami's homeland, the Oikot Kingdom, passing by 5 inhabited island nations on the way. Boom. A pirate ship attempting to rob a merchant vessel suddenly suffered a violent explosion at its hull. The terrifying blast shattered the pirate ship into countless pieces. The merchant ship that narrowly escaped quickly filled its sails and departed. The Nautilus, hidden beneath the sea, had no intention of surfacing, silently sailing away into the distance, leaving no glory or fame behind. 5 hours later, in the town of Sugarcane on Rum Island, Noah and his companions, disguised as merchants, disembarked. The reason they came ashore was mainly because they had not communicated with others for months and needed to relieve some of the monotony of sailing, which could often be incredibly dull. Regular psychological guidance was necessary to avoid potential mental health issues. Inside a restaurant, several waiters quickly served dishes, yet the table had little food. Uncle Joseph was savoring a bottle of locally produced rum with great care. Vic was performing a trick with 3 mouths and a pig, while Lillian pondered how to replicate the restaurant's cuisine. Noah leaned back in his chair, silently observing the pedestrians outside the window. This small island nation thrived on the rum and sugarcane industries, especially with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, where rum became an indispensable commodity for sea voyages, leading to its increasing prosperity. However, Noah noticed that many of the passers-by did not exhibit signs of wealth. Numerous individuals were emaciated and appeared unhealthy, their clothing riddled with patches. Noah called over a waiter. Placing a silver coin in the waiter's hand, the middle-aged female server immediately broke into a smile. "Sir, how can I assist you? I am a merchant from the kingdom of Goya, new to Rum Island and unfamiliar with the local situation. Could you provide me with some? The business here in Rum Island requires the consent of Minister Powell. I heard you must pay a hefty sum to procure rum and sugarcane here," the waiter replied softly after glancing around. Noah pondered for a moment and continued to inquire, "Are those people outside locals? Those individuals are all atonement seekers. They violated the law but lack the funds for bail and can only redeem themselves through work arranged by the kingdom," the waiter whispered again after looking at the pedestrians Noah pointed to. "It seems your country's laws are quite strict. Sir, please refrain from discussing such matters publicly. If the Knights of Punishment here, do you have any legal books from the Rum Kingdom in your establishment?" After speaking, Noah handed over another silver coin. The waiter nodded. "The owner has one. I can borrow it for you, but it must not be taken away or damaged." "No problem." Soon the waiter stealthily handed him a thick book. Just then, Anthony, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and Vic, "Here, boss, is the local business investigation report," Anthony said in a low voice after sipping his coffee. Noah took the pamphlet and quickly scanned it. After reading, he understood the situation in the Rum Kingdom. Various taxes piled up densely alongside harsh penalties that seemed to squeeze the last coin from every commoner. From his understanding, among the more than 170 member states of the world government, they were divided into 3 tiers, with the heavenly gold each needed to pay annually also categorized into 3 levels. The first tier paid 50 billion berries annually. The second tier paid 30 billion berries annually. The third tier paid 10 billion berries annually. Small nations like the Rum Kingdom typically belong to the third tier, only needing to pay 10 billion berries or equivalent treasures and secret items each year. With a population of 2,000, each person in the Rum Kingdom was required to pay an average of 5,000 berries annually, which was not overly burdensome. It should be noted that the evil dragon pirates demanded a monthly ransom of 1,000 berries for adults and 5,000 berries for children in Cocoa West Village. The prosperity of the Rum Kingdom was not something that Cocoa West Village could compare to. According to the investigation, the annual revenue of the entire Rum Kingdom was no less than 100 billion berries, nearly 10 times the heavenly gold. Why was there such an effort to drain the resources? Noah fell into deep thought. Puzzled, he drew the tarot cards. Soon the tarot cards provided a prophecy for divination. The false scales of heaven, the sins of greed. Noah's observation hockey directly affected the pedestrians on the street. Although these individuals were working, their expressions were incredibly numb and pained. He called Mary over and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Mary casually walked to the nearby fruit shop to purchase some. Upon returning to the restaurant, she appeared somewhat troubled. "Boss, those people are in great inner turmoil. If they don't work, their family, is it the same for everyone? All those so-called atonement seekers are alike." Combining the divination from the tarot cards, Noah seemed to have deduced something. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group checked into a nearby upscale hotel. As night fell, 3 shadowy figures silently left Sugarcane Town. Rum Island had a total of 4 towns: the southern Sugarcane Town, the southeastern Bamboo Sugar Town, on a small plain the northwestern coastal Bluefish Town, and Rum City in the central plateau of the island. Rum City was the capital of the Rum Kingdom. Noah, Mary, and Lilith, who activated their observation hockey, avoided the patrolling soldiers inside the Rum Kingdom. In less than an hour, the 3 covered more than 80 kilometers, reaching the mountain forest on the outskirts of Rum City. "Bro, there are even more atonement seekers here than in Sugarcane Town." Mary, who was sensitive to emotional perception through her observation hockey, felt extremely uncomfortable. This was the fundamental reason the Red Count did not trust others. This type of observation hockey could easily drive one insane. Fortunately, with the care of her family and intense training, Mary had learned to control her observation hockey. If it were the Red Count's naturally awakened observation hockey, the information pollution from childhood, combined with unfortunate experiences, would result in nothing but a lonely and distorted heart that saw through people's minds. Let's visit Minister Powell's residence. Lilith subtly altered the surface's microstructure, quickly blending into Mary slid the light from around her body, similarly entering a state of invisibility. Noah, on the other hand, utilized his observation hockey, boldly striding into Powell's residence while anticipating the surrounding events. The portly Powell was currently engaged in procreation. Suddenly, the 5 people in the room felt a heaviness in their eyelids, and before Powell could call out, they slumped down like dead pigs. Noah, wearing a gas mask, pushed open the door, grabbed a blanket to bind Powell, and then took out the phone bug. "REI, come pick me." Noah's gem emblem on his inner vest flashed briefly. Then before him the air opened up into a circular void, and Noah, with Powell in tow, traversed the wormhole, instantly arriving in a cave. The cave is located underground at a coastal cliff in the southern part of Rum Island. This is also where Noah and his companions landed. Today the brothers Ajia and Alay did not go to Sugarcane Town, but instead excavated a temporary underground cave here. Alay, possessing the whole fruit, easily dug out an underground cavern spanning several thousand square meters. After the wormhole opened, Noah and the others passed through one after another. Looking at the lifeless Powell, Alay expressed his confusion. "Big brother, is this guy really the mastermind? He doesn't seem special at all." Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough. Lilith injected the antidote into Powell's body, and Noah casually handed him a cubic meter of seawater. As the chilling seawater drenched him, Powell shivered and gradually regained consciousness. Still trying to understand the situation, the hefty man immediately began cursing. "It's so cold. Where did everyone die off to?" Suddenly it felt as if something was blocking Powell's throat, and he started panicking. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go or what?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lilith smiled and approached swiftly, injecting a syringe into Powell's arm. "What have you done to me?" After a moment, Powell felt his arm begin to heat up, followed by an itch that spread throughout his body. It's so itchy. If he weren't bound, Powell might have scratched his skin raw. At this moment, he wished he could tear off his skin and roast it over a flame. After more than 10 minutes, the effects of the poison began to wane, but Powell was like a puddle of mud drenched in sweat that soaked the blanket around him. Lilith smiled and asked, "Can you repeat what you just said, Minister Powell?" "You? Don't come any closer." Powell was frightened to tears. Noah stepped forward and said, "I ask you answer. Why is the tax burden so heavy in the— This is of course to pay the heavenly gold." Noah looked at Mary, who shook her head. He wasn't angry but smiled and instructed, "Lilith, increase the intensity for our minister here." No, he'll tell you." Lilith injected 2 more syringes into his arm. Soon the cave was filled with screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This time Powell endured 20 minutes of pain and itchiness. After 20 minutes his eyes were vacant, and he was utter— Noah repeated his previous question. "I ask you answer. Why is the tax burden so heavy in the Rum Kingdom?" This time Powell finally became honest, and replied tremblingly, "It's His Majesty the King. He ordered me to do this." "Oh, why does he need so much money? This is nearly 10 times the heavenly gold, isn't it?" Huff huff. Powell paused, then darkly explained, "I don't know why, as I was only promoted to Chancellor 3 years ago. Is there anything unusual about your king?" "Unusual?" Powell frowned tightly. After a moment, it seemed he remembered something. The current king actually ascended the throne 5 years ago. He is not the son of the previous king, but his brother. Go on. 5 years ago, the only son of the previous king was killed by pirates. Shortly after, the previous king fell ill and died. The current king initially seemed normal, but 4 years ago, the commander of the former kingdom's army, Clark, was killed by pirates. He promoted a man named Barton to succeed him as commander, after which he began enacting increasingly harsh laws. 3 years ago, the former chancellor, Count Tim, was executed on charges of colluding with pirates. Then the king promoted me to chancellor and instructed me to enact various laws. Noah pondered, "Is there anything strange about that Barton?" "Barton, he doesn't have anything particularly special, but his strength is quite impressive. If it weren't for his protection over the years, Rum Island would have long been overrun by pirates. He is hailed as a hero among the people." "A hero?" Noah laughed. It seemed he had seen this script before. After inquiring about some other matters, Noah casually sealed this fellow in a card. Lilith seemed to sense something. "Big brother, do you suspect that Barton has some scheme? Whether it's true or not will be—" He quickly wrote a letter and gave Alay a few instructions. The next day at Powell's residence in Rum City, the butler discovered that Powell and his family had vanished, leaving only a letter behind. Looking at the note, although the butler wanted to know its contents, he still dared not break the wax seal. "Someone send this letter to the commander's residence." "Yes, sir, butler." After the servant left, the butler's face showed signs of indecisiveness. After pondering for over 10 minutes, he quickly gathered a large sum of treasure, disguised himself, and left Powell's residence. Meanwhile, at Commander Barton's residence, upon receiving the letter, Barton's expression was extremely grim. He hurriedly left the residence with several trusted subordinates, heading towards Sugarcane Town. 5 hours later, in the sea area southwest of Rum Island, 48 kilometers away, a sail warship bearing the Rum Kingdom's insignia appeared on the surface of the sea. Not far away was a deserted island. As they drew closer to the deserted island, the expression on Barton's face grew increasingly grim. "Big brother, we're here," a bald man reminded him. Barton clenched his fists, land on the shore, and watch for my signal. Understood. The other 5 were already fully armed. As the ship reached the shore, Barton and his 5 subordinates jumped onto the beach, leaving the bald man to guard the ship. They traversed through the jungle and came to a grassy hillside. A figure clad in a black trench coat and wearing a swirling mask stood on the hillside looking down with a commanding view at Barton's group. Where is Powell? He is in a safe place. Barton suddenly smiled. What do you want? Name your price. Let me guess, what is your ability? You must have gone to great lengths to control the Rum Kingdom. It can't just be for those worthless papers. Noah calmly gazed into the other's eyes. Barton grinned and said, worthless papers. That's over 200 billion berries. Aren't you tempted? As long as you're willing to join us, I can give you half. Isn't living just for treasure? Plus, I can make you a noble in the Rum Kingdom. Isn't that better than risking your life at sea? That's a tempting offer, but why would I join you? Killing you would give me all the treasure. Barton's smile grew even brighter. So you're interested in the money? No problem, let's be friends. As long as you agree to join us and help me become the king of the Rum Kingdom, I can give you 300 billion berries. That's tempting enough to pique my interest, Lord Sis. My friend, come help. Suddenly Barton's body stiffened and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. How did you see through it? Captain Baroque Cece of the Money Pirate crew, a user of the exchange fruit ability with a bounty of 253.69 million berries, was killed 6 years ago in Water 7 by Marine Major Sakazuki. Noah spoke calmly. It seems that the exchange fruit can allow you to acquire others' bodies or organs as well. Barton lowered his head, his gaze hidden in the shadows, suddenly trembling slightly. Indeed, I'm growing to appreciate you more and more. I'll give you one last choice, join my pirate crew or die here. You are quite confident. Over the years you've exchanged for many things in the Rum Kingdom, haven't you? Barton acted without hesitation. Die. A dozen crescent moon legs swept across. Attack. Noah's shoes ignited with flames, propelling his body into the air as a flurry of cards shot out. Release. Rising tides. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of seawater erupted violently, crashing down from above towards Barton and the others. Nanny. Barton's face changed dramatically, and in an instant he stomped down hard, continuously stepping on the air, while tightening his fists, infusing his armed color into his fists. 8 burst fists, piercing wave. 2 shockwaves struck against the descending waterfall of seawater. The 5 cadres of the Money Pirate crew quickly reacted, fleeing in all directions. In midair, Noah continued to draw cards, clearing the field, changing the terrain. Dozens of cards shot out in all directions. Soon each card exploded in midair, sending hundreds of tons of graphite powder swirling around, enveloping the entire deserted island in a shroud of black mist. Barton, just emerging from the cascade of seawater, saw this scene before him, his expression darkening. On the warship anchored at the coast, the bald man, watching the ship, also saw the black mist above the deserted island. He immediately drew his giant sword, on guard for changes on the island. But in the next moment, a violent explosion erupted from the bottom of the warship, a series of continuous explosions that completely destroyed the vessel. The bald man had no time to react and was swept into the depths of the sea by the shockwave. As he endured the pain in his organs and struggled to swim to the surface, a figure like a sword suddenly appeared behind him. Before the bald man could react, a short sword pierced through his kidney. Oh, wow. Gurgle. The bald man, however, the shadow did not give him a moment to breathe. Another lightning-fast attack suddenly struck from behind. Furious, the bald man immediately swung his giant sword backward, determined to fight to the death. But the incoming short sword showed no signs of slowing down. In the next moment, the short sword plunged into the bald man's chest, while his giant sword seemed to strike nothing but air, sliding past the opponent's body. Wow. Gurgle. The bald man could no longer control his mouth as seawater surged violently into his throat and lungs. He looked unwillingly at the girl before him, but his body grew heavier. His opponent was none other than Mary, who had consumed the slippery fruit. At that moment, Mary was biting a small oxygen tank, while carrying 4 short swords, fully maintaining her slippery form. Without hesitation, Mary drew her short sword again, decapitating the bald man. The 8th captain of the Money Pirate crew, Grom, with a bounty of 87.26 million berries, was killed. After being scattered by Noah's seawater, the other 5 cadres of the Money Pirate crew had already been separated. The sniper, the trickster Troy, held his pistol, vigilant about the situation in the forest. Especially after the eerie black mist descended, he fully activated his observation hockey. Suddenly, he dodged to the left behind a large tree. Boom. The spot where he had just stood was struck by a fireball. Damn. Another ability user. Could these guys be? Troy's face turned grim as he tightened his grip on the pistol, quickly jumping to another large tree. Suddenly, his observation hockey went into overdrive, but it was already too late. In midair, hundreds of blue fire crows descended from the sky. Imitative hydrogen-oxygen. The blue fire crows, simulating hydrogen and oxygen combustion, indiscriminately covered Troy's location. No, Troy's prideful trick shooting was utterly useless. Faced with the large-scale assault of the blaze fruit, he was reduced to ashes in an instant. The sniper of the Money Pirate crew, trickster Troy, with a bounty of 132 million berries, was killed. The 5th captain of the Money Pirate crew, Catclaw Brian, was now in his beast form, frantically running towards the coast. Damn, there's an ability user who can control seawater. I must escape. Staying here has no chance of victory at all. As he pondered this, the ground suddenly trembled, then cracked apart, with large amounts of seawater bursting forth from beneath. Nanny. He was taken aback and immediately stepped into the moonwalk to rise into the air, avoiding the erupting seawater. Damn, this place is getting more dangerous. I must return to the ship immediately. However, he was still too optimistic. In midair, Lilith held onto the specially made belt behind Ale. Alash palms formed a water explosion. A massive wormhole formed in midair connecting to the nearby seabed. As if the sky had been pierced, a torrent of seawater mixed with fish and sea beasts came crashing down towards Brian, who was stepping into the moonwalk. Brian's beast instincts kicked in immediately, causing every hair on his body to stand up, and then he felt darkness surrounding him as the seawater struck him. "I'm done for," was his last thought. As a fruit user hit by seawater combined with the massive volume of water and the terrifying impact, Brian had no chance to struggle. This was also Brian's fault for being too flamboyant. If he hadn't used his beast form during his escape, Lilith and Il wouldn't have specifically targeted him. Lilith picked up the Den Den Mushi. Anthony, the devil fruit user who was thrown into the sea, and Tammany cooperate with Mary to capture him. "We need him alive or dead. Although we lost our prey, Anthony still understood the gravity of the situation. Leave it to us." On the other side of the island, two cadres of the money pirate crew fleeing towards the mountains encountered Joseph and Vic, who were lying in ambush. These two cadres were swordsmen of the money pirate crew and were brothers. "Are you the enemies?" The one-eyed swordsman immediately swung his great sword towards Joseph. At this moment, Joseph had already entered his beast form and was clad in iron armor with armed color hockey enveloping. Clang, clang, clang. The axe blade clashed violently with the sword blade. A Zoan-type user, and with armed color hockey. The one-eyed man was extremely shocked. He never expected to encounter such a monster in the East Blue. His brother Gojin was equally astonished. The boxing gloves on Vic's fists were now covered in a pitch-black hockey. The swift blade of the hooked sword collided with Vic's glove. Both sides recoiled upon contact. Immediately, Vic unleashed a fierce kick, sending several gusts of air from his legs sweeping across. The hooked sword dodged while using hockey to cover the blade, blocking the incoming air blades. The one-eyed man, entangled by Joseph, felt increasingly anxious as he heard sounds from other places. The two sides had been fighting for several minutes, remaining evenly matched. The reason for this awkward situation was that neither side could gain the upper hand. The one-eyed man and the hook sword brothers were high-speed type fighters, while Vic and Joseph were high-defense type fighters. One side could not break through the defense, and the other could not hit their opponent. Thus they were at a stalemate. To break the deadlock, they could only rely on others to come and assist. Clearly the advantage was on the side of the Noah family. Having dealt with Cat Claw, Brian, Lilith, and Alii had already arrived. Seizing the moment, Alii executed a wormhole jump, suddenly appearing behind the one-eyed man. Water break wave. He opened a miniature wormhole the size of a thumb in his palm, connecting to the opposite wormhole, which was currently located in an underwater trench over 8,000 meters deep. In such a deep trench, the water pressure exceeded 800 atmospheres. In an instant, a water blade swept towards the one-eyed man's back. Joseph, positioned opposite the one-eyed man, immediately exploded off the ground. Shave. Joseph rapidly retreated. The one-eyed man, sensing danger with his observation hockey, immediately rolled forward. The water blade swept past, cutting down trees in its path. Just avoiding the water blade disrupted the one-eyed man's rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Alii, with a revolver in his other hand, continuously attacked the one-eyed man in conjunction with the unstoppable water blade. The one-eyed man was soon hit by bullets, and with each wound his movements became increasingly chaotic and his reaction sluggish. Joseph, who had just jumped out of the battle range, quickly picked up a rock and hurled it at the one-eyed man. Facing the two-pronged attack, the one-eyed man found himself in a precarious situation. No. The one who cried out was not the one-eyed man, but his brother, the hook sword. Just a moment ago, worried about his brother, the hook sword was struck by a poison needle from the hidden Lilith, the fierce supercardiotonic toxin, instantly causing his muscles to spasm and his heartbeat to become chaotic. The requirement for calmness in observation hockey was shattered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Vic punched and broke the hook sword's left hand. In a state of utter confusion, the hook sword could barely evade before being hit again by Lilith's poison needle. Vic followed up with a punch that pierced through the opponent's chest. Hearing his brothers scream, the one-eyed man opened his eyes wide in fury and cried out, "Bastards! I'm going to kill you." Yet Alii and the others did not engage in pointless chatter, launching an even fiercer assault. Water blades swept through, bullets roared. Poison needles struck from the dark and boulders were hurled. In less than a few seconds, the one-eyed man's body was riddled with holes, and the toxin rapidly spread. In the next moment, a water blade severed him in half, and a boulder crashing down from above smashed his head, exploding the one-eyed man's skull. The one-eyed man and the hook sword were killed. The last cadre of the money pirates was now frantically fleeing. His stature was very small, but his speed was not slow at all. Instead, he used his size to continuously dodge the trees in the forest. However, he was unaware that he had already been targeted. As the battles in other places came to an end, Age, who had been secretly preparing to assist his partner, finally found an opportunity. In an instant, countless black lines burst forth from the forest. The graphene lines previously hidden in the forest seemed to come alive, surrounding the fleeing dwarf. "What is this?" Bang, bang, bang. The dwarf fired his gun in vain, realizing it had no effect, and immediately raised his hands. "I surrender, don't kill me. I know where Barton's money is hidden." The hidden Age did not reveal himself, but instead controlled the graphene lines to bind the dwarf tightly. Thus, all 6 remaining cadres of the money pirates were eliminated. The scene shifted back to the center of the deserted island. Barton, stepping lightly, observed the surrounding black mist and the raging sea below. He noticed that the position chosen by the opponent was very clever. The center of the island was a low area, preventing the sea water from receding quickly. I must move to the mountains to fight, or I will be easily affected by the sea. He quickly stepped through the air, running towards the slope where Noah had just stood. Noah raised his hand. The bomb hidden underground at the slope was immediately activated. As Barton just stepped onto the slope, his observation hockey went into a frenzy. Damn, there's no time. Life exchange, black armor. In an instant, the slope erupted like a volcano. Barton's vitality rapidly diminished, and his black hockey consumed furiously. When the smoke cleared, Barton was still unscathed. Die for me. Barton gathered terrifying hockey in both hands and shouted 8-burst fist. Sea-splitter punch. Noah shot a card forward. Flames surged beneath his feet, and his body instantly soared over 100 meters. As the card was struck, several thousand cubic meters of muddy seawater cascaded down. The non-Newtonian fluid formed by the mud caused Barton's attack to stall, and then the mud exploded. Barton attempted to chase Noah again using the moon step, but was splattered with flying mud, instantly feeling a sense of weakness in his body. This mud is problematic. However, the surrounding mud was too much. Barton's body grew weaker. The next second, he felt even more despair as a massive wave of seawater came crashing down on him. Boom. Struck by the seawater, Barton lost all strength, and his devil fruit abilities responded not at all. What does it matter? In the end, the victor prevails, and the loser is just a loser. Noah took out a den mushy age. Activate the fishing net. Understood, brother Noah. Soon the graphene lines hidden in the lowland would fish Barton up, but to prevent him from playing dead, Age followed Noah's instructions and submerged Barton's lower half in the seawater. Soon a graphite giant emerged from the marsh in the lowland, towering over 10 meters with a multitude of graphene wires connected to it. The graphite giant approached Noah and then opened its chest, revealing the cockpit inside where Age had been hiding all along. Brother Noah, remove Barton's bindings. Understood. Then the graphene lines binding Barton were released. Noah took out an iron barrel resembling an iron lung and stuffed Barton inside, leaving only his head protruding with the barrel filled with seawater. Then he sealed Barton into a card. Noah and Age sealed up another captured dwarf and finally regrouped by the seashore. On the sandy beach, Anthony had found Cat Claw Brian, soaking him in an oak barrel filled with seawater. Noah replicated the method on Cat Claw Brian. Then he had Ale open the wormhole, and the group returned to the underground cave. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This time, if it weren't for the numerical advantage of the Noah family, along with the battle plan devised by Noah at the beginning, the outcome could have been a Pyrrhic victory. For instance, Uncle Joseph and Vic had obvious shortcomings. Without control skills or wide area attack methods, they might manage in the East Sea, but once they reached the Grand Line, they could easily be targeted by enemies. Noah let some of his companions rest first. He took Mary and Lilith to release the gnome sealed in the card. Once released, the gnome, awakening from a dream, was startled by the sudden change in environment. How should I address you? Noah asked with a smile while playing with the tarot card in his hand. Gulp. The gnome swallowed hard and quickly replied, My name is Rudin, and I am the navigator of the money pirates. Was your appearance altered by Barton? Rudin nodded his head vigorously. Yes, it was Barton who used his powers to What is the situation with King Rum? King Rum is one of our pirate crew. The original king has already died, and the current King Rum is disguised by Barton using his fruit powers. How much do you know about the exchange fruits ability? Rudin, being very perceptive, fully explained how Barton used the fruits ability. Based on Rudin's description along with bits and pieces from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Noah quickly grasped the exchange fruit. The core essence of this fruit is equivalent exchange. Of course, this equivalent exchange is a relatively subjective equivalence, as everyone's values differ. What is sweet for one may be poison for another. This principle applies here. Therefore, when using the exchange fruits ability, several conditions must be met. First, both parties must verbally agree to the trade. Second, during the trade, the user cannot attack the trader. Third, if either party fails to meet the agreed conditions, a portion of the untrustworthy person's organs or life force will be forcibly extracted and given to the other party. Fourth, if the trader dies before the trade is completed, the user can designate the extraction of a part of the opposing party's organs or life force. That unfortunate king succumbed to Barton's deceit, seeking his aid in a coup, only to end up being played and having the rug pulled out from under him by Barton. After all, the so-called trading rules have too many loopholes to exploit. For instance, while the user can't attack during the trade, Barton's subordinates do not have this restriction. This is also why Barton has been tempting Noah to join the money pirates. Once Noah agrees, they can force him not to act against him, thereby setting traps through repeated trades. From Rudin's explanation, Noah also learned about Barton's strength. After being beaten by Sakazuki, Barton, having fled to the East Sea, decided to use his fruit powers to gain enough life force and continually strengthen his body with that life force. The reason for imposing heavy taxes on the citizens of Rum Kingdom was to force them into bankruptcy and then through underground usury trade with those desperate civilians. Through this method, Barton gained immense life force and wealth in Rum Kingdom, which fueled his ambition, leading him to even plan to become the true king of Rum Kingdom. If he hadn't encountered Noah and the others, he might have succeeded. Noah was also very grateful for his caution. Barton possessed formidable physical skills, and with the vast life force stored within him, Noah wasn't necessarily guaranteed to defeat him in a direct confrontation. This also indirectly illustrated how fearsome the sea's restraint on devil fruit users is. Even someone like Barton, a master with elite vice-admiral level physical prowess, turns into a weakling upon contact with seawater. When Barton came over, did he say anything to that false king? Rudin shook his head. No, as soon as he received your message, he hurriedly brought us over without informing the false king. Seeing Noah's silent, Rudin quickly pledged his loyalty. My lord, if you need, I can help control that guy. He has many secrets in Barton's hands, and I also know where Barton's money is hidden. Then I will trouble you. Noah smiled. Meanwhile, Lilith pulled out a syringe, and under Rudin's anxious gaze inserted it into his arm's vein. Noah comforted him with a smile. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, you'll naturally receive the antidote later. I understand. Rudin dared not show any outward signs. When Rudin was taken down to rest by Lilith, only Mary and Noah remained. Mary relayed what she had sensed earlier. Big brother, he probably only knows the secrets of that false king regarding Barton's money from his emotional state. Just now I don't think he knows anything about it. That's normal. To avoid being discarded after serving a purpose, he deliberately inflated his importance. That noon in the slums northwest of Rum City within the hidden underground usury bank, a dozen or so leaders lay on the ground, and with a large stack of documents in hand, Lilith and Noah flipped through them for a few minutes. Noah smiled and clapped his hands on the documents. Rudin, you did well. It's my honor to assist you, my lord. The next second his eyes widened as he saw Lilith's poisoned short sword pierce through his heart from behind. Cough, cough. Why? Because I never trusted you. Only the dead won't leak secrets. Watching the unblinking Rudin, Noah took out a card named Pool of Royal Water and released it, casually tossing Rudin's body into the pool of royal water. Rudin, just thrown into the pool of royal water, immediately screamed in agony. Noah smiled and asked, the life return practice is quite good, but unfortunately, I don't like to leave corpses for my enemies. You will not die well. In the end, Rudin turned into a puddle of blood in the royal water. Lilith, Mary, I'll leave this to you two. You just make them obey for now. Lilith and Mary nodded. Soon the two began to interrogate the lenders. Meanwhile, the false king was still unaware that Barton and the others had met their demise. He didn't care about the Grand Minister Powell because he knew he was just a puppet content to live and enjoy. Back in the underground cave, Noah released Cat Claw Brian, who had been imprisoned in the card. Looking at the unconscious Brian before him, he showed a hint of contemplation in his gaze. Looking at the cat paw Brian before him, he turned his head to the side towards Ale. Ale quickly concentrated, and soon a palm-sized wormhole appeared on Brian's forehead, revealing his brain behind it. Noah had already sterilized the scalpel, and then without hesitation cut into the frontal lobe of Brian's brain. All right, close the wormhole. Okay. As Ale retracted his ability, Brian's forehead returned to normal with no visible abnormalities. This was the convenience of the devil fruit's power. If it were a normal surgeon performing a craniotomy, they would need to make complex preparations in advance and face various. However, by using the power of the whole fruit along with observation hockey, they directly avoided the craniotomy process, minimizing the surgical risks and reducing the difficulty of the operation. Even though Noah had only performed surgeries and related experiments on animals, he could safely remove Brian's frontal lobe. After completing the frontal lobe surgery, Noah took the iron bucket soaked in seawater away. Moments later, after being removed from the seawater, the hidden animal type, devil fruit, within Brian began to awaken. The powerful regenerative ability of the animal type allowed his body to recover rapidly, and with the nutritional 4-drip, Brian regained consciousness after just over an hour. However, upon waking, Brian appeared dazed, as if he had fallen into a state of apathy. Brian, here, how do you feel now? I don't know. Noah asked a dozen questions and quickly confirmed the state of the other. However, just to be safe, he called Mary back and asked her to sense Brian again. Mary looked at Brian in shock. Big brother, what's wrong with him? Why is he so calm? It's even a bit unnaturally calm. I performed a surgery on him, a frontal lobe removal surgery. Frontal lobe removal surgery. This type of surgery has only one effect: to remove emotions. Mary widened her eyes and murmured, feeling a pang of guilt. There's actually such a surgery, but isn't this too cruel? Mary, those ordinary people who died at Brian's hands are the ones you should feel sympathy for. Don't empathize with these scum of the sea. Perhaps they went out to sea out of necessity, but that's not an excuse for their evil. If they dare to strike against the world government and the celestial dragons, I would respect them as men. The moment they strike against the weak and the innocent, they become villains no different from the so-called celestial dragons. Mary fell silent, and as she thought of the commoners of the Lamb Kingdom, her sympathy for Brian instantly vanished. Big brother, I understand now. To change this world, we must be merciless towards the wicked, for the wicked will not show mercy because of your compassion, or rather they will exploit your kindness. Your mercy should not be given to these scum of the sea. Yes, brother Noah. Noah continued to examine Brian's body and conducted a series of tests. After completing a series of tests, Noah discovered that after the removal of the frontal lobe, Brian had completely lost his emotions. However, the side effects were also very obvious. The other party could only act based on biological instincts and found it difficult to follow commands perfectly. Furthermore, his hockey had completely vanished. Noah had anticipated this. Emotions are the root of biological behavior. Without emotions, a creature is merely a living corpse. However, this was also the result Noah desired. He took out a tarot card, the face of which was distinctly that of the Page of Wands from the Minor Arcana. The root of the heart, the crystal of illusion. Page of Wands, I grant you form. The card was pressed against Brian's heart, and in an instant the golden flame patterns on the card began to spread throughout Brian's entire body. Brian offered no resistance, and was soon enveloped by the golden flame patterns, transforming into a golden cocoon. Then the golden cocoon began to dissipate, retaining Brian's form, but his eyes became lively. After a while, Brian knelt on one knee. Master, your loyal servant Brian pays his respects to you. Do you have all of Brian? Yes, master. Can you use hockey? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Brian activated his observation haki and armament haki. What about the devil fruit ability? That can also be used. Brian's body expanded, transforming into his half-beast form, the leopard cat form of the cat fruit. Noah thought for a moment. Return. Brian's body transformed into a beam of golden light and then condensed into a tarot card. However, at this moment the image on the card had changed from its previous form to that of Brian with a leopard cat curled around him. The name also changed to Page of Wands Brian. He referred to this transformed product as an apostle. Essentially, it involves removing the frontal lobe of a normal person to make them completely lose their emotions, and then using the spirit of the tarot card as a substitute for the emotions of the altered individual, thereby creating an apostle that obeys him. The step of removing the frontal lobe is indispensable. The reason is that the spirit of the card, as the inherent will of the tarot card fruit, is divided into 22 major arcana cards and 56 minor arcana cards, resulting in a very small amount of inherent will contained within, insufficient to suppress a normal person with emotions. Therefore, a normal person must lose their emotions to be suitable as raw material for creating apostles. Additionally, Noah also tested the effect of Conqueror's haki on the apostles. The result was minimal effect, as the soul core of the apostle is a combination of a shattered human soul, the spirit of the card, and the devil fruit, especially since the interaction between the spirit of the card and the devil fruit allowed it to leverage some of the inherent will of the devil fruit, enhancing its resistance to Conqueror's haki. Of course, this is also related to Noah's will. As the master of the card, Noah's strength of will and intentions would influence the willpower of the card apostles. If the master of the card is timid and fearful, then the card apostles will also be timid and fearful. Conqueror's haki works best on those with weak willpower. With the birth of the first card apostle, Noah had already realized the awakening method of the card fruit. As long as he creates the corresponding apostles for the 22 major arcana cards and 56 minor arcana cards, the card fruit will naturally awaken. However, creating all the corresponding apostles for the tarot cards is extremely challenging. Because apostles cannot be created from just any raw material, devil fruit users are the best materials, and selecting suitable devil fruits further increases the difficulty. However, if he could truly create a complete set of apostles for the tarot cards, Noah's strength would reach an unprecedented height. According to the laws, Noah quickly transformed Barton into a tarot card apostle. However, Barton did not belong to the minor arcana, but rather to the major arcana. His card was Demon Pan Barton. As the raw material for creating card apostles, the apostles produced are not just random, they have inherent compatibility. Brian was chosen for creating the staff attendant because the demon fruit within him is that of a leopard cat. The staff attendant represents mischief, characterized by a changeable and passionate nature, aligning closely with the leopard cat's essence. Similarly, the exchange fruit within Barton has a compatibility similar to that of the demon pan. Gaining power from the exchange fruit is akin to the demon deceiving mortals in a transaction. Looking at Barton before him, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Noah's eyes. After years of scheming, Barton had gained immense vitality, though this vitality did not significantly extend his lifespan. The lifespan of humans is determined by their genes. Barton gained the vitality of thousands, yet his lifespan limit was only extended to 200 years, beyond which it could not increase. At its core, 200 years is the lifespan limit for the human species. This is like a bottle, with vitality being the water inside. No matter how much water there is, it cannot change the capacity of the bottle. Moreover, as time erodes, the bottle may crack and the amount of water it can hold will diminish. To change the upper limit of the bottle, one must alter their genes, which is something only the surgery fruit can achieve. Nevertheless, even so, the vitality within Barton is a tremendous asset. Vitality can replace one's own vitality consumption during cultivation and can also heal rapidly. Otherwise, how could Barton transform from a loser who could not withstand a punch from Sakazuki into a top-tier elite admiral in about 5 years? It is important to note that Barton is already 43 years old, and he has had the exchange fruit for less than 8 years. The exchange fruit has other applications, some of which even Luden and others are unaware of. For instance, if a trader dies, the ability user can not only specify obtaining part of the other person's organs and vitality, but even their memories. This is also why Barton can perform the 8 trigrams Fist Navy 6 styles haki and life restoration. He acquired these techniques by using the exchange fruit's power to secretly eliminate an officer from the 8 treasures Navy and 2 fallen Navy officers. Barton, sell me a portion of your vitality. Sure, master, you need to pay me a silver coin. With that, Noah handed a silver. In an instant, a surge of vitality flowed from Barton and rushed into Noah's body. The dark injuries and fatigue throughout his body felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought, with the injuries beginning to self-repair and fatigue rapidly dissipating. This portion of vitality is equivalent to about 10 years of lifespan for an ordinary person. Noah's observation haki seemed to sense every cell in his body rejoicing. The arduous training he endured was ultimately not as effective as the heritage of those orthodox powers, and he unconsciously had numerous dark injuries. This is also a common issue among many nouveau riche forces. Why can the Navy and the world government suppress the seas for 800 years? It is due to their strong foundation and heritage. Take Whitebeard, for instance. He was indeed terrifyingly strong in his youth. However, the dark injuries caused by the tremor fruit led to a drastic decline in his power as he aged. Had Whitebeard been part of the Navy or the world government, his body would have received better care along with systematic martial arts medical assistance and treasures, allowing his peak period to last at least another decade. Now Noah and his companions can finally train recklessly using the vitality stored within Barton. However, training is a matter for the future. Currently, there is one most important task to attend to. He summoned everyone together. After everyone was seated, Noah laid out the upcoming plan. Noah's plan is very simple: to continue with the coup d'etat designed by Barton. As long as he modifies some details, this plan can be taken over by Noah. After all, Barton is now the guardian hero of the Rum Kingdom, and the False King has leverage while the Grand Minister Powell has become Noah's prisoner. Originally, Barton planned to have someone impersonate a pirate and ambush the False King, who was about to attend a meeting in Mariehua, and then take the throne himself. Unfortunately, after Noah reviewed this plan, he noticed some issues. The first issue is that the Navy of the East Sea is responsible for escorting the False King to Mariehua. If things go wrong, they may encounter Carp, who is returning home to visit family. The second issue is that although the False King is fake, others are unaware of this. If the enemies contact the world government during the pirate ambush, Barton's plan will inevitably fail, and it might even become a garment for someone else. The third issue is that although the False King is notorious, Barton has the reputation of a hero. However, there are other nobles in the Rum Kingdom who would not be willing to see an outsider become the new king. Thus, killing the False King would be a bad strategy. Noah's plan is very straightforward. Soon the group immediately took within the palace. Although the False King often indulged in revelry, he had a transponder snail prepared in his sleeve specifically for mutual destruction. Unfortunately, he encountered the unpredictable Noah. With the help of Barton's agents within the palace, Lilith and Ale quietly entered the False King's room through a tunnel. As soon as the False King entered the restroom, he had no time to react before being knocked out by Lilith. In the next moment, Ale brought the False King to the underground laboratory where Noah and Ale teamed up, decisively cutting off the False King's frontal lobe before waking him up. "Uncle, are you ready?" Uncle Joseph nodded, saying, "Noah, I am ready." "Barton, shall we begin?" Quick and decisive. Barton looked at the dazed False King and said, "Give me your face, and I will give you your original." "All right." The False King readily agreed without hesitation. Exchange successful. In an instant, Barton unfolded the scales of exchange, and the False King's face reverted to its original form, while Barton obtained the False King's face. Then Barton exchanged the False King's face with Uncle Joseph's face. Uncle Joseph's physique was similar to the False King's, only 27 centimeters taller. Previously, Uncle Joseph would have been unable to impersonate the False King, but now he could because Barton not only exchanged the False King's face with Uncle Joseph, but also transferred the ability of life restoration that he controlled to him. This special memory exchange did not cause Barton to lose the ability of life restoration. However, the previous Barton was very cautious of his subordinates and naturally did not use this ability on them. Uncle Joseph adjusted his body through life restoration, and soon he became exactly like the False King. The next step was to exchange the False King's memories and then pass them to Uncle Joseph. With the memories of the False King, Uncle Joseph's disguise was nearly flawless. Of course, Noah and the others still needed to address the final hidden danger. The False King, disguised by Uncle Joseph, returned to the toilet in the bedroom through Alesh wormhole. In only about 18 minutes, in several concealed corners of the bedroom, a few customized phone bugs were silently at work. The town of Qinghua Fish in the Rum Kingdom. Inside a hidden house, there was an extraordinary underground facility. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a specially made ring-shaped collar around his neck was drowsily watching the footage from the phone bug. The scene displayed on the screen was none other than the bedroom of the False King. Moreover, on the middle-aged man's desk, there was a glass bottle containing a piece of paper. Suddenly, a tiny wormhole opened in the underground monitoring room, and a colorless, odorless gas seeped through from the opposite side of the wormhole. The middle-aged man's eyelids grew heavier, and in a moment, he collapsed onto the desk. Immediately, the wormhole expanded, and Ale and Lilith walked through from the opposite side. Ale curiously picked up the glass bottle on the desk, saying, "Is this the life paper?" That fraud actually had a bit of wit, using a slave to monitor himself and leaving behind the life paper. He was evidently very wary of Barton. Lilith found another image phone bug on the middle-aged slave. She pressed the play button, and the image phone bug projected the scene onto the wall. In the video, the False King directly revealed the existence of Barton and the money pirates, as well as the fact that he was a puppet supported by Barton. Clearly, this was a hidden danger that Barton had not anticipated. If everything went according to plan, once the life paper of the False King was burned out, the slave would hand over the phone bug to Morgans. As for how to ensure that the slave would obey, the False King employed both soft and hard tactics. On one hand, he promised the slave that if he died, he would leave a large sum of money for him, while only the False King knew the activation code for the collar bomb. If the False King died, the slave would be free. However, to prevent the slave from taking the money without acting, the False King left a letter and the slave's life paper in the royal treasury. The letter simply informed Barton that he had left a phone bug. In other words, once Barton read the letter, the fate of the slave could be easily imagined. Moreover, the False King arranged for more than one slave to monitor, but three, as long as one of them handed over the phone bug to Morgans, it would suffice. The three slaves were aware of each other's existence, but did not know each other's locations or appearances. This created a chain of suspicion. Additionally, the False King had always been wary of Barton's exchange fruits, and had never reached another exchange contract with Barton. Even if Barton killed him, he could not obtain the False King's memories. Unfortunately, the False King's elaborate schemes were thwarted by Noah, who directly cut off his plans. Lilith and Ale swiftly raided the secret stronghold of the three slaves, destroying all the phone bugs and life papers. As for the three slaves, Noah used Barton's exchange fruit to exchange their life force for a silver coin, as these three had been pirates before becoming slaves, and he naturally showed no mercy. If they were ordinary civilians without wrongdoing, Noah would temporarily seal them within cards, and through guided education absorb them as peripheral members of his family. Once all hidden dangers were dealt with, Uncle Joseph, in the name of the king, ordered all the nobles in the country to hold a farewell banquet in Sugar Town. As there were less than 10 days left until the arrival of the Navy escort fleet. 3 days later, in the Honey Palace of Sugar Town, Joseph engaged in polite conversation with a number of nobles. After a few rounds of drinks, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart. Eat up. We'll be hitting the road together soon. Suddenly, a group of notorious punishment knights burst into the palace. What are you doing? A noblewoman adorned with black pearls sharply reprimanded the invading knights. The next moment, her head rolled across the floor. Oh, bastards! Are you trying to rebel? Joseph immediately entered a state of panic, roaring in alarm. Your Majesty, it has been a long time. Noah, having changed his appearance through the life restoration, wore Powell's large face with a smug expression. Powell, is that you? I treated you well. Why are you doing this to me? Joseph cried out emotionally. This is too funny. Did you really think you were a wise ruler of the Rum Kingdom? No way, no way. Do you know why? Because you have now become a tyrant despised by all. Joseph displayed an incredulous expression. Why? Why is this happening? This is impossible. My dear king, let me make it clear to you. In your name, I ordered the collection of. Noah recounted the events in Powell's tone. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Are you shocked? I've prepared for this moment for 3 whole years. Now you can go. As soon as the words fell, the punishment knights and Lilith, hidden in the shadows, charged straight at those notorious nobles. Help! Don't kill me, Lord Powell. I am willing to surrender. Yes, I also want to surrender. Noah coldly smirked at everyone. Do you really think I am a fool? Since I've revealed my plan to you, I never intended to let you leave alive. Kill them. At this moment, Joseph was with several loyal attendants of the royal family, along with a few relatively kind minor nobles who had been deliberately overlooked, using a room as a fortress to fend off the attacking punishment knights. At that moment, Barton smashed open the palace doors. Boom. Powell, you traitorous scoundrel. You shall die. Nanny, why are you here? Do you think that colluding with pirates to lure me out to sea would allow you to kill me? Powell, today is your day of death. Noah, pretending to be Powell, suddenly expanded in size and began to grapple with Barton. The two delayed until all the notorious nobles were killed before Noah pretended to be knocked down, lying on the ground and playing dead. Barton immediately displayed his power, slaughtering all the punishment knights present. The remaining dozen or so nobles, who were of decent character, let out a slight sigh of relief, though their gazes towards Barton were somewhat strange. After all, these nobles were not fools and could see that Barton had deliberately let Powell's punishment knights slaughter those notes. Sure enough, as Barton produced the hidden recording phone bug from the Honey Palace, the remaining dozen or so nobles realized that this was all Barton's scheme. However, when they saw the king's satisfied expression and Barton's extremely respectful attitude towards him, they felt a storm of emotions brewing inside them for this king, who usually only indulged in feasting and revelry. Soon the king announced to all towns in the country with the recording phone bug provided by Barton, along with his own recorded confession video, and orders to exempt taxes for a year, engage in public works, and crack down on underground usury. The hearts of the entire Rum Kingdom's populace were instantly turned around. Powell became an object of public scorn, while our King Joseph of the Rum ate and Commander Barton became the great saviors. Thus the entire Rum Kingdom completely fell into the hands of the Noah family. In the sugar town of the Rum Kingdom, the local residents are spontaneously holding various festive activities. The naval escort fleet just arrived from the Oikote Kingdom, along with more than a dozen accompanying kings, were quite surprised to see the port adorned with colorful decorations. Kapu, standing on the deck eating donuts, scanned the port with his observation hockey, but did not sense anything unusual. The adjutant Bogate took out a piece of intelligence just received by the Navy and whispered, 3 days ago a serious civil unrest occurred in the Rum Kingdom. The Chancellor colluded with pirates and slaughtered many nobles present in Sugar Town, planning to kill King Rum 8. After hearing Bogate's explanation, Kapu looked towards King Rum 8, who was at the dock. Joseph at the dock seemed to have noticed Kapu, but he remained very calm, not believing that he could be seen through by Kapu. After all, the ability to read people's hearts like the Red Count's observation hockey is still quite rare. Moreover, those who possess such special observation hockey are unlikely to be loyal to the world government. Furthermore, Joseph has an Erit-made gem coordinate point on him. In case of an emergency, he could have Erit teleport him away. Not bad. This king has some strength, Bogate nodded. According to the intelligence, the opponent is a fruit user with the ability of the animal-type silverback gorilla. Kapu stuffed the remaining donuts into his mouth, chewing, while laughing heartily. Who cares? We only need to deliver these kings and the heavenly gold to Mariawa. Meanwhile, in a restaurant at the port, Noah and his companions were also dining, but they were in a private room that had a clear view. He had no intention of approaching Kapu, since the two parties were simply not on the same path. Kapu held no value in winning over the Noah family. His stance during the events at God Valley made it clear that his sense of justice is nothing but a joke. If it were only that Noah would not hold him in such disdain. For example, with Sakazuki, Noah merely sees a difference in their stances, but he does not despise him, because Sakazuki is a loyal dog of the world government, and in that regard, he has always upheld his beliefs. However, Kapu is simply a two-faced man. He says he disdains the celestial dragons, yet he protects them in God Valley. He claims to be loyal to the world government, yet secretly raises Roger's son, whose son becomes a great pirate. Moreover, during the South Sea Baby incident, Kapu displayed extreme double standards, watching as the world government slaughtered infants in the South Sea for Roger's son. In essence, how is he different from the world government and the celestial dragons? Such a person embodies the typical thoughts of a noble family. As long as it does not involve those he cares about, he shows little concern, at most shouting a few slogans. If he were truly loyal to the world government, he should thoroughly execute that loyalty, directly reporting the existence of Roger's wife and son. If he truly despises the celestial dragons, he should have stood by and watched in God Valley or directly assisted Rocks. Yet he consistently acts contrary to that. Then during the Marineford War, he displayed a facade of overwhelming grief. Isn't all of this just his own doing? From the moment he secretly adopted Ace, he should have known that Ace was a taboo of the world government, leaving him with only two. Either he doesn't reveal Ace's identity and arranges for him to be an ordinary person, or he reveals Ace's identity, retires from the Navy, and faces everything alongside Ace. Instead, he chose an incredibly foolish approach, revealing Ace's lineage while continuing to stay in the Navy, ultimately leading to Ace's execution, and then he rages helplessly. Did Sakazuki do anything wrong during the Marineford War? The answer is no. Noah has no intention of reaching out to. One is a double-faced hypocrite, another is a weak, naive individual, and the third is a stubborn liberal. If the five elders were not senile, the monkey family would not survive 3 episodes. Relying on someone like him to save the world is no better than letting Buggy become the pirate king. At least Buggy has always been a real pirate. A person who commits numerous evils is not frightening. What is frightening is being oblivious to their own wrongdoings. This world is not black and white, but a delicate shade of gray. However, most people do not like to masquerade as white. Noah's ultimate goal has always been to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and establish a brand new world rather than just patching up the old framework. With the initial accumulation of power, he has already begun to put this into practice. Taking over the Rum Kingdom is merely the beginning. As the sun sets, Sugar Town's port comes into view. The naval escort fleet gradually moved away into the distance under the glow of the sunset. After bidding farewell to Uncle Joseph, Noah and his companions began to secretly consolidate the entire Rum Kingdom. Using Barton as a visible pawn combined with the decrees left by King Rum VIII, the Noah family established an underground base in the northeast of Rum Island and had Aerith leave a spatial coordinate point in the base. They then split into 2 groups. One group, consisting of Aerith, Vic, and Anthony, was dispatched to the Oikote Kingdom to search for the Soundwave fruit located there. Meanwhile, Noah and his companions stayed in the Rum Kingdom, continuing to strengthen their control, especially Mary, who possesses emotional perception observation hockey, proving to be an indispensable member during the family's expansion. Many ill-intentioned individuals could not escape Mary's perception. This greatly ensured the loyalty and purity of the core members of the Noah family. Even the Rum Kingdom army, controlled in Barton's name, had many spies from various factions within. Among these spies were members of the CP organization, domestic nobles, and even revolutionaries, pirates, and underground forces. Without Mary, identifying these hidden spies would be an incredibly daunting task. Confirmed spies were secretly assigned to tasks in Sugartown and Rum City, while Bamboo Sugartown and Bluefin Town were cleansed to facilitate the Noah family's covert development in these 2 towns. Moreover, the more than 2 billion berries that Barton had secretly hidden were also taken over by the Noah family. This money was not returned to the victims of rum, as such a favor is one-off and would not only make the commoners dependent, but could easily lead to hostility. Instead, it is better to use this money to initiate large-scale construction projects through work instead of relief. Of course, for those who have lost their ability to work, direct support will be provided through welfare institutions. At this time, the internal changes in the Rum Kingdom did not attract much attention. This is also one of Noah's strategies. He would not rebel openly before having sufficient strength. At this stage, as long as he does not touch the world government's bottom line and pays the required heavenly gold annually, the world government will not easily target compliant member nations facing increasingly unstable seas and new pirate factions. In the southwestern waters, 355 kilometers away from the Rum Kingdom, an armed merchant ship, flying the flag of the Rum Commercial Company, was swiftly sailing towards the Oikote Kingdom. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from a nearby black wasteland island. Boom. Anthony, stationed at the lookout of the armed merchant ship, was instantly struck with dread as he saw this scene and immediately sounded the alarm. Vic and Ale, who were resting in the cabin, rushed to the deck at once. They saw the panicked crew and that terrifying pillar of fire, a volcanic eruption underwater. What should we do? Anthony, having jumped down from the lookout, immediately ordered Ale activate the wormhole in the cockpit and teleport everyone back to the secret port of Chinhua Fish Town. Vic, gather all the crew to the cockpit at once. Ale ran towards the cockpit and clasped his hands together, saying, "Wormhole activated." Before long, more than a dozen crew members led by Vic swiftly arrived in the cockpit and streamed into the wormhole. Just seconds after everyone departed the merchant ship, a massive shower of searing lava meteorites rained down from the sky. However, this was merely an appetizer, for soon a towering tsunami over 100 meters high surged forth, rapidly spreading in all directions. Having just returned to Chinhua Fish Town, Anthony and the others immediately reported this incident to Noah. Upon hearing the news, Noah immediately summoned all members in the Rum Kingdom, while Ale and Lilith, as the monitoring team, swiftly went to track the tsunami's approach. A distance of 355 kilometers meant that by the time the tsunami reached the vicinity of the Rum Kingdom, its power would still be estimated to be over half. As for the southwestern part of Rum Island, the hilly terrain only rises about 20 to 80 meters, unable to withstand the assault of a 50-meter tsunami. Noah immediately arranged for Barton to lead the relocation of residents along the southwestern coast. At the same time, he received a report from Lilith via the telephone worm, learning that the tsunami was moving extremely fast now, less than 200 kilometers from Rum Island, expected to arrive in less than an hour. He did not sit idle. In the first instance, he brought along Age and Lillian plus the returning Ale, and through the wormhole, they transported to a small island about 80 kilometers away from Rum Island. This small island was very tiny, covering less than several thousand square meters. They chose this island because it lay directly between the tsunami and Rum Island, and Noah planned to weaken the tsunami here as much as possible. Age constructive shaped wave dissipating dam with graphite. Yes, brother Noah. Age plunged his hands into the soil beneath him, and soon a massive shaped graphite dam erupted from the ground, its sharp angle facing the direction of the incoming tsunami. This graphite creation was temporary. If the user's strength could not sustain it, or if the user fainted, these creations would revert to their original materials. The permanently existing graphite was not created by Age's fruit ability, but synthesized from the free carbon elements in the surrounding environment using his ability. If the graphite fruit could create graphite out of nothing or transform other non-carbon elements into graphite, its power would surely rival that of a world-destroying existence. Even if a devil fruit enters an awakened state, it cannot achieve permanent creation of elements out of thin air or transformation of elemental forms. For instance, Doflamingo's string fruit, when he enters an awakened state, surrounding materials become string-like, but this change is temporary. Once Doflamingo stops exerting energy to maintain it or falls unconscious, the surrounding string-like materials will quickly revert to their original state. At this moment, the shaped dam on the small island was rapidly expanding and rising. Meanwhile, Lillian transformed into a fiery form. However, Lillian's fiery form was different from the usual orange-erd of the burn fruit users. It was blue-white. The blue-white fireball suddenly expanded with a radius increasing to over 100 meters, and then the fireball smashed down onto the sea. Sizzle. In an instant, as the edges of the fireball made contact with the sea surface, the seawater immediately boiled, reaching the extreme temperature of 2,830 degrees Celsius. This was the power of simulated hydrogen-oxygen combustion. As the fireball struck the center of the sea, the boiling seawater transformed not only into steam, but also partly disintegrated into hydrogen and oxygen, further amplifying the power of the flames. In less than 10 minutes, a cavity over a kilometer wide appeared on the sea surface in front of the small island. At this moment, Lillian stood on the glassy, dry seabed, gasping heavily. Clearly, this technique was a tremendous burden for someone her age. However, Lillian's task was now complete, as this enormous cavity was already sufficient to create a small tsunami. Lillian transformed back into her flame form and left the dry seabed, appearing behind the dam on the small island. Compared to Lillian's miraculous strength, Noah's actions were more technical. He used a combinatorial method to throw dozens of blank cards into the seabed, instantly sealing the surrounding seawater within the blank cards. In an instant, a series of empty areas appeared on the sea surface. The seawater would quickly fill these voids, but these sudden cavities would cause a drop in the surrounding sea level, resulting in a subsidence-type tsunami. These subsidence-type tsunamis spread outwards, although their power was not great, only raising a few meters of waves at most. Their sheer number was overwhelming. Waves of small tsunamis spread out in all directions, soon encountering the tsunami generated by the volcanic eruption. Although the tsunami from the underwater volcano swept away these small tsunamis, it was still gradually weakened. When the tsunami reached the vicinity of the small island, Noah stood atop the dam over 50 meters high, and after observing for a moment, estimated that the height of this segment of the tsunami was only about 50 meters. He immediately threw the previously sealed water cards into the air. Release. Flood. Millions of cubic meters of seawater fell from the sky, crashing down onto the crest of the tsunami. Having rested for a while, Lillian immediately transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Roar of the fire dragon. Streams of fiery dragons surged toward the approaching tsunami. The successive weakening caused the height of the tsunami, when it collided with the dam, to drop to less than 20 meters, creating a large gap in the dam. After successfully blocking the tsunami, Noah gazed at the turbulent sea in front of him. His conqueror's haki seemed to have been elevated, his presence growing larger and more substantial. When the tsunami reached the vicinity of Rum Island, its power had become negligible. Although there were still waves over 10 meters, the residents of the southwestern coast of Rum Island had already evacuated, so there were naturally no large-scale casualties. As for other places affected by the tsunami, they could only hope for the best. After all, Noah's current strength was still insufficient to completely dissipate such a massive tsunami. The natural forces of this blue planet are indeed an overwhelming terror that ordinary people find hard to resist. On January 7, 1504 of the Haixing calendar, after the tumult caused by the tsunami, Vic and Anthony continued their journey towards the kingdom of Oikot. Noah instructed Lilith to take Lillian with her, and the two ventured towards the sea area affected by the previous volcanic eruption. There was a reason for sending the two girls to the volcanic eruption site. At the location of the underwater volcanic eruption, a landmass with a radius of several kilometers emerged, clearly formed by the volcanic eruption. In addition to the solidified obsidian and volcanic rock, there was a significant amount of molten magma in the center continuously flowing from the vent, with hot steam occasionally rising. A flame descended from the sky and transformed into a girl wearing a gothic dress. It was Lillian. Lilith, gently flapping her wings, watched her sister standing at the edge of the volcanic crater, a hint of concern on her face. Although Lillian had exited her elemental form, it did not mean that the flowing magma at the volcanic crater could pose a threat to her. After all, she had been infused with extensive scientific knowledge by Noah, along with various directions for the development of devil fruits. The intensity of the Mera no Mi within her surpassed that of previous users. Why did the Mera no Mi perform so poorly in Ace's hands? The answer lies with Ace. Expecting an illiterate person to fully develop the Mera no Mi is akin to hoping to get rich by winning the lottery. Garp threw Ace to the mountain bandit Dayton for upbringing. Ace learned to read with the help of the bar owner in Windmill Village. In such an environment, his ability to read and grasp basic life knowledge was primarily due to the bar owner's diligence. Noah, though not a scientist, was a university graduate living in an age of information explosion and a science student. Thus, he had some understanding of scientific knowledge. The direction for developing the Mera no Mi does not lie in flames, but rather in the concept of burning. Combustion is the process of a substance entering a plasma state. The essence of the Mera no Mi lies in simulating the combustion of matter. The combustion temperature of ordinary fuel in the air is around 600 to 700 degrees Celsius, which is also the reason why Ace's Mera no Mi couldn't achieve higher temperatures. So how can one increase the combustion temperature? The answer is to choose more suitable fuels and oxidizers. At this moment, the substances Lillian simulated for combustion were pure oxygen and hydrogen, and their combination raised the combustion temperature to an impressive height of 2,830 degrees Celsius. The magma before her was only over 1,000 degrees Celsius, which not only posed no danger to Lillian, but would instead be burned back by her flames. Of course, Lillian was not showing off her flame temperature's ability to burn magma, but rather aiming to immerse herself in the re-entering her elemental form. Lillian dove into the lake of magma at the volcanic crater. Upon entering the magma, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt warm, as if returning home. Lillian did not linger at the surface of the magma lake, but after estimating her stamina, she quickly dove deeper under. As she descended, she felt the temperature of the surrounding magma gradually rising. Only upon reaching the layer of 2,830 degrees Celsius did Lillian feel an intense heat, and she began to utilize her unique Kinbunchika haki. Indeed, Lillian possessed her own distinctive Kinbunchika haki. Originally, her talent for Kinbunchika haki was just as mediocre as Lilith's. However, after consuming the Mera no Mi and following Noah's guidance, she combined the fruit's ability with her Kinbunchiku haki, developing a unique type of Kinbunchiku haki, thermal sensing Kinbunchiku. She could perceive the temperature of all substances, and changes in surrounding temperatures would also be detected by her Kinbunchiku. At this moment, she was using this Kinbunchika haki to carefully sense the thermal energy deep within the magma, as well as the source of that energy. Soon Lillian detected some special substances within the surrounding magma, which continuously released heat, further heating the surrounding magma and steam. Is this the radioactive material that Brother Noah mentioned? The energy produced by elemental decay actually releases such immense energy. Lillian attempted to simulate the process of elemental decay, seeking to further evolve her fruit's ability. Unfortunately, even after exhausting most of her stamina, she still could not simulate any sign of elemental decay. With her wishes unfulfilled, Lillian had no choice but to return to the surface quickly. As Lillian burst out of the volcanic crater, she saw her sister waiting anxiously. "Lillian, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Lillian shook her head. "In my elemental state, radioactive substances cannot harm me, but I just couldn't successfully simulate elemental decay this time." "You mustn't act recklessly. Brother Noah has reminded you that your physical condition is insufficient to support the element." Lillian deeply understood this point. Just moments ago, her simulation in the depths of the magma felt like hitting. Of course, Noah had long warned her not to hold too high expectations. The reason Noah did not oppose Lillian's descent into the depths of the magma was mainly to allow her to experience the magma's situation and the radioactive substances hidden within its essence. Clearly, Sakazuki had not fully awakened the Mera no Mi. If he had reached complete awakening, he could utilize radioactive attacks, and his temperature limit would also exceed 3,000 degrees Celsius. The upper limit of the Mera no Mi is actually its sun mode. This was the developmental path Noah envisioned for Lillian. Stage 1, the maximum limit of compound combustion, 4,990 degrees Celsius. Stage 2, elemental decay, first awakening. Stage 3, elemental fission, second awakening. Stage 4, elemental fusion, complete awakening. If Lillian could achieve complete awakening, she would become a new sun. However, this notion remains too distant for the currently, she had not yet reached the maximum limit of compound combustion, let alone entered the elemental decay mode. Lillian did not give up immediately. Instead, she remained at the volcanic crater for over half a month. During this time, she would dive deep into the magma daily, carefully sensing the process of elemental decay within. Although she did not succeed in simulating the elemental decay mode, she still gained numerous insights and experiences. For example, she initially conceived the flame god mode, which uses simulated solid fuel as the skeleton and simulated liquid fuel as the muscle to create a special mode. Upon entering the flame god mode, Lillian could transform into a gigantic flame god giant and form a flame god exoskeleton. In this mode, Lillian could even swim and walk directly in the sea. Additionally, by observing the steam deep within the layers, she conceived methods for the Steam Dragon series. Compared to straightforward flame attacks, the Steam Dragon series utilizes high-pressure, high-temperature steam to harm enemies. Feeling it was difficult to continue comprehending the magma, Lillian decided to return to the Kingdom of Rum. Just as Lillian and Lilith were returning to the Kingdom of Rum, Vic and Anthony finally arrived at the Kingdom of Oikot. January 23rd, year 1504 of the marine calendar. In the southern waters of the East Blue, the Kingdom of Oikot, 2 years after the devastating pirate raid, its scars still ran deep across the land. On the northeastern coast of this island nation lay Marchport, a bustling trade hub where a merchant vessel flying the banner of Rum Trading Company eased slowly into its designated berth. The port's constable approached with a dozen armed soldiers, eyes wary upon the heavily armed merchant ship. Only after Anthony presented official documents from the Rum Kingdom did the constable relax slightly, though he still insisted on boarding for inspection. Anthony raised no objection. Their true purpose in coming to Oikot was not trade, but the search for a devil fruit. Commerce was merely a veil. By evening, Anthony had resolved all port formalities. That same night, in a third-floor room of a harborside inn, Anthony, R, and Vic each recounted the day's findings. According to brothers' divination, the sound fruit lies somewhere within Oikot, Anthony murmured, brow furrowed, as he studied the map spread across the table. It was the official cartographic survey of the Kingdom of Oikot, a vast archipelago comprising one main island, Oikot Island, 8 smaller inhabited isles, and 42 uninhabited ones. Oikot Island alone spanned over 3,000 square kilometers, rendering their search an immense logistical challenge. After a moment's reflection, R offered his suggestion. Brothers' divination indicates the fruit remains uneaten, meaning it has likely gone unnoticed. Our priority then should be uninhabited remote islands. Anthony shook his head. No, we must first scour the inhabited islands. If the sound fruit resides there, the risk of discovery or consumption is unacceptably high. We must eliminate high-risk zones first. R nodded instantly. You're right, I agree. But Oikot has over 30 towns. To inspect them one by one would consume. Vic stared at the map, his expression darkening. One thought, and 2 headaches. Anthony, however, spoke with quiet confidence. We'll leverage our cover identity and exploit the aftermath of the pirate raids. Thousands of refugees now wander Oikot. They are our ears, our informants, our living intelligence network. At dawn the next day, Anthony, posing as an underground merchant, hired dozens of locals and tasked them with seeding a rumor across the port's surrounding towns. Within hours, word rippled through Marchport, reaching even the squalid slums south of the harbor. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle and worn spectacles stood before a vegetable stall. Just as he lifted a potato, voices drifted over from the neighboring fruit stand, 2 men conversing in hushed, eager tones. Look, have you heard that news? The what? Replied the fruit vendor, polishing an orange with puzzled frown. You haven't. Jim, you know something. Spill it. A foreign merchant arrived at the port, offering top coin for rare flora seedlings, seeds, fruits. Anything unusual. Truly. Go ask around yourself. You'll hear the same everywhere. Rare flora. What's the price? Starting at 100,000 berry. Eyes gleaming, the vendor leaned forward. I've got a peculiar melon vine at home. Oh, you'd sell. I know someone who knows the buyer, but if the deal goes through, I take 10% as finder's fee. He rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. The vendor hesitated, while beside him the bespectacled man quietly adjusted his glasses with his wrist, his gaze sharpening with sudden silent calculation. Over 3 days, interest swelled. Those willing to sell were guided discreetly by shadowy intermediaries to secret exchange points, or met personally by R and Vic for verification. Though no devil fruit surfaced, Anthony instructed them not to reject everything outright. Instead, they selectively acquired genuinely rare botanical specimens, curiosities with genuine alchemical or medicinal value. The streetwise youth who'd spoken with the vendor continued recruiting others, unaware he was being followed, still laboring diligently under false pretenses. As R examined another specimen, his brow tightened. Vic sensed it too, subtle yet unmistakable. Without moving a muscle, they exchanged 2 terse phrases in coded whisper, then resumed their inspection as if nothing had changed. Though Anthony never expected to find the sound fruit in Marchport, fortune favors the prepared, and on the 6th day of the covert acquisition operation, fate intervened. At a rustic general store on the outskirts, R and Vic purchased a devil fruit. Not the sound fruit they sought, but an animal type, the snake fruit rattlesnake model. R dispatched it instantly to Rum Kingdom's clandestine base. Upon receipt, Noah confirmed its classification: animal type, snake fruit rattlesnake form. For the next 3 months and more, Anthony and his companions traversed Oikot, its coasts, hills, and islands, relentless in pursuit. Then on April 19th, on the northernmost isle of Oikot, the Northwind Isle, they acquired the long-sought sound fruit from a humble farming family. The moment Anthony held it, he consumed it without hesitation. It had been ordained for him by Noah himself. With the sound fruit secured, the trio prepared to depart Oikot, bound for the northern waters off the Oregon archipelago, where intelligence indicated the sludge fruit awaited. Just as the merchant vessel cast off from the harbor, a figure hidden in the shadows could no longer contain his greed. Under cover of night, he slipped aboard, silent, swift, straight to the captain's quarters. There Anthony slept soundly. The intruder drew a razor-sharp clawed weapon and slashed toward his throat. In the next instant, his eyes bulged in disbelief. His pride, the 10-blade claws, had struck not flesh but unyielding steel, sparking violently against Anthony's neck. What is this monster? No escape. Before he could move, vertigo seized him, followed by a wave of nauseating disorientation rising from his gut. Anthony switched on the lamp, watching calmly as the bespectacled man convulsed on the floor. Courage commendable. Judgment severely lacking. Vic entered, glanced down, and sighed faintly. Thought we'd finally caught a real threat. Turns out it's just a stray kitten. How shall we dispose of him? Let Mary assess him. If he holds no potential for augmentation, return him to nature. Anthony dismissed the matter with effortless finality. Alii directly threw the attacker back to the secret base of the Longmu Kingdom, and the three of them hurried towards the Domini Islands located on the northern side of the Wind Organ Islands. However, traveling from the Oiko Kingdom to the Domini Islands is almost a cross-country journey across the East China Sea, with a straight-line distance exceeding 2,400 kilometers, making it a long journey. Meanwhile, Joseph, who attended a meeting in Mariewa at the end of last year, returned to the Longmu Kingdom over half a month ago. Upon his return to the Longmu Kingdom, the reform efforts within the country intensified. Previously, Joseph had reservations about some of Noah's ideas, but this time, he became even more radical than Noah himself, a change brought about by his trip to Mariewa. What Joseph witnessed in Mariewa made him realize a harsh reality. It was a dark and bloody world, and the celestial dragons were undoubtedly the embodiment of evil in this world. Even though Noah had often mentioned the celestial dragons' heinous crimes, Joseph had never had any direct experience. This trip to Mariewa struck his heart with immense impact. After returning, Uncle Joseph not only demanded to accelerate the transformation of the Longmu Kingdom, but also intensified his physical training. Noah did not oppose Uncle Joseph's ideas. Previously, Uncle Joseph's physical potential was indeed limited. Even after consuming the silverback gorilla fruit, he still could not reach the potential of a Navy Rear Admiral. However, things are different now. With the existence of Barton, the card apostle, he can continuously replenish his vitality, and even if Uncle Joseph trains vigorously, he won't suffer serious side effects or hidden injuries. As time passed, nearly 3 years had passed since Noah's rebirth in this world. The family members not only grew 3 years older, but their strength had undergone tremendous changes. In the training grounds of the secret base, 16-year-old Noah stood at 2.76 meters tall, his body showcasing streamlined muscles with long black hair tied in a simple ponytail. He had developed the card fruit into a powerful ability, and his mastery of the 3 types of hockey had reached new heights, including a series of advanced techniques known as the 6 styles, with his strength approximately at the level of a vice admiral. 33-year-old Uncle Joseph had not increased much in height, now standing at 2.1 meters, possessing explosive muscles and a spiky black hairstyle. His ability was that of the animal-type silverback gorilla, with mastery of the 6 styles and life return covered in Busashoka hockey, and his strength was roughly equivalent to that of a rear admiral at Navy headquarters. 13-year-old cousin Joshua had surpassed expectations, reaching a height of 2.55 meters with streamlined muscles and a spiky black hairstyle. Currently, he had no fruit abilities, but he had mastered the 6 styles and Busashoka hockey with a wide area type of Kenbunchika hockey, his strength roughly equivalent to that of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 14-year-old Lilith stood at 2.13 meters tall with the ability of the animal-type Emperor Butterfly. She possessed top-tier Kenbunchika hockey and basic Busashoka hockey, knew some of the 6 styles, and was a top navigator and family steward with strength at the level of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 11-year-old Lillian stood at 1.82 meters tall with the ability of the natural-type Flame Fruit, top-tier Kenbunchika hockey, and basic Busashoka hockey. She was the family chef with strength approximately at the level of a rear admiral at Navy headquarters. 12-year-old Green Mary stood at 1.93 meters tall with the ability of the superhuman type, Slide Fruit, possessing emotional Kenbunchika hockey and basic Busashoka hockey, knew some of the 6 styles and swordsmanship, serving as the family's intelligence officer and examiner with strength about that of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 15-year-old Anthony stood at 2.22 meters tall with the ability of the superhuman type, Soundwave Fruit, possessing intermediate Busashoka hockey and intermediate Kenbunchiku hockey, mastered all 6 styles and swordsmanship, serving as a family combat member and chief of staff, with strength roughly at the level of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 14-year-old Tamani stood at 1.91 meters tall with no fruit abilities, possessing basic Busashoka hockey and basic Kenbunchika hockey, knew some of the 6 styles and marksmanship, serving as a family combat member and painter, his strength approximately at the level of a Navy major at headquarters. 13-year-old Vic stood at 2.91 meters tall with no fruit abilities, possessing advanced Busashoka hockey and basic Kenbunchiku hockey, mastered the 6 styles and developed extension techniques, serving as a family combat member with strength about that of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 13-year-old Alii stood at 2.11 meters tall with the ability of the superhuman type, Whole Fruit, possessing intermediate Kenbunchika hockey and basic Busashoka hockey, new marksmanship, and some of the 6 styles, serving as the family's sniper and strategic supporter, with strength roughly at the level of a Navy colonel at headquarters. 10-year-old Aji stood at 1.8 meters tall with the ability of the superhuman type, Graphite Fruit, possessing basic Kenbunchika hockey and basic Busashoka hockey, knew some of the 6 styles, serving as the family's shipwright and engineer with strength around the level of a Navy colonel at headquarters. This is the current situation of the 11 core members of the Noah family. As for whether this strength might be exaggerated, it is because the runaway soldier King KB Undercarp rose from a weak pirate underling to an elite vice admiral in just. Even if the other party has strong talent and has received guidance and training resources, Undercarp, the members of the Noah family, also possess considerable potential, especially after consuming devil fruits along with abundant vitality to expend. If they were not still underage, their strength would not stop here. As for the accumulation of wealth and power, the Noah family has completed its primitive accumulation and is now entering a phase of rapid development. Currently, the new members secretly recruited by the Longmu Kingdom are still in the initial training phase, primarily consisting of orphans aged 6 to 12, totaling over 200. Although there are still some adult members within the Longmu Kingdom, their numbers are around 2,000, but they are all peripheral members who do not even know the family's true situation. With over 200 billion berries left by Barton in hand, combined with the continuous tax revenue from the Longmu Kingdom and the Longmu Trading Company, the family does not need to worry too much about financial issues for at least the next 10 years. Of course, although the Longmu Kingdom is currently the family's largest industry, Noah does not plan to treat it as the base of operations. On one hand, the Longmu Kingdom is a member of the world government, and many actions cannot be too overt, allowing for only limited reforms. On the other hand, the potential of the Longmu Kingdom is limited, after all its land area is restricted, and there is a looming crisis of rising sea levels. Therefore, Noah must quickly find a more concealed and secure place to serve as the family's base and retreat. He plans to stay in the Longmu Kingdom until June 1504 this year, when he intends to take a portion of the members to the paradise of the Grand Line. With his and the members' strengths, entering the Grand Line is more than sufficient. As long as they do not encounter multiple enemies of admiral level, they will not face any life-threatening dangers in the Grand Line. On the sea, the only forces capable of mobilizing the combat power of 2 or more admirals aside from the world government are the Sea Emperors of the New World. At this stage, there is currently only one Sea Emperor, who is Whitebeard. The Beast's pirates, led by Kaido and Big Mom's Charlotte Linland's crew, as well as the rising red-haired pirates, have not successfully claimed the top, and the New World remains in a state of fierce chaotic conflict. Currently entering the Grand Line is actually safer than it was back in the days of Monkey D. Luffy. As long as they do not rush into the New World, they at least do not have to worry about encountering the subordinate forces of the 4 emperors in paradise. Noah had just returned from the training ground when Lilith entered his study, holding a document. Brother Noah, here is Mary's interrogation report. After taking a sip of milk tea, Noah opened the document, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. It's him. Previously, Noah hadn't paid much attention to the bespectacled man that Alii had thrown back. The reception and review tasks were handled by Lilith and Mary. The person mentioned in this report was none other than the infamous black cat Kuro, who had made a name for himself in the East Sea before retreating swiftly. At just 15 years old, he was born in the port city of March in the kingdom of Oikot. His father was a small merchant, and both of his parents had died in a pirate raid 2 years ago, which led to Kura's family's decline, forcing them to relocate to the slums. After reading the report, Noah discovered that while Kuro exhibited behaviors of black crime, he had not yet developed the ruthlessness typical of a pirate. He decided to give him a chance. There doesn't seem to be any major issues. We can arrange for him to undergo reform. What level? A level potential. Let's start with level treatment and training, observing his changes for the time being. He shouldn't be exposed to the family's core secrets. If he remains incorrigible, well, deal with him. Although Noah was impressed by Kura's potential, it did not mean he would tolerate any defiance. If Kuro proved unmanageable, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lilith nodded, saying, I understand. Noah then recalled something. By the way, Lilith, how is our secret recruitment of scientists progressing? It's not going smoothly. There are indeed several renowned scientists in the EC, but they are all prominent figures in their respective kingdoms. We have only managed to recruit a handful of second-tier researchers so far. Noah was not surprised by this. Those well-known scientists either had state support or were arrogant due to their talents, making the covert Noah family less attractive. That's fine. Second-tier researchers are still second-tier researchers. At worst, they can serve as foundational science teachers to cultivate our own scientists for the family. Actually, we could secretly kidnap. Noah waved his hand. Enough, Lilith. Even though we operate in the shadows, one day we will stand in the sunlight. Some lines must still be upheld. All right. Lilith did not find Noah to be old-fashioned, as some matters truly required a boundary. This was why she chose to follow him for life. In truth, Noah was reluctant to take such actions because the essence of Conqueror's Haki was a manifestation of a person's spirit. The Noah family was currently in a stage of development in the shadows, but that did not mean they could act without principles. For instance, Moria and Crocodile, both with potential for Conqueror's Haki, had operated in darkness for too long, their styles becoming devoid of principles and diverging from their original intentions. Not only had their Conqueror's Haki not awakened, but even their armament Haki and observation Haki were continuously degrading. If a person strays from their original intention, their will is shaken, and their Haki will stagnate, even degrading and Noah never considered himself a person of the dark world. His goal had always been to overthrow the world government and change this sad and hopeless world. In the turbulent bay north of Bluefin Town in the Kingdom of Ram, this was one of the secret training camps established by the Noah. Kuro, just released from the secret base's cell, was brought here after changing into a new set of clothes. The training camp in the turbulent bay was overseen by Noah's apostle, Cat Claw Brian. This camp was specifically designed for assessing certain pending candidates. After reviewing Kura's file, Brian did not intend to target him, Instead, he planned to observe him covertly, especially since Noah's directive contained evaluations of the individual. For such a clever person, there was no need for other methods. A simple observation would suffice. After all, Kuro was unaware of the existence of observation hockey. If he harbored any dangerous thoughts, he would undoubtedly not escape Brian's notice. In the dormitory of the camp, Kuro, who initially thought his fate was grim, learned from his roommates that this was a secret training camp dedicated to cultivating talent. Kuro adjusted his glasses with the inside of his wrist, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, but he ultimately decided to remain still. After all, the psychological shadow that Anthony had left him was too severe. The overwhelming pressure of being utterly powerless, coupled with the bizarre abilities of the devil fruit, left Kuro feeling helpless. Just staying alive was already a stroke of luck amid misfortune. The next day, just as dawn broke, the sound of a sharp whistle rang out in the dormitory. "Get up, assemble. Hurry up." Kuro was in a daze but still hurriedly dressed, following a few roommates to the playground. At that moment, over 50 people had already gathered on the playground. Brian smiled as he watched everyone, saying, "Run 20 laps around the playground to warm up. Let's start." The others were already accustomed to this and began to run. Kuro could only go with the flow, running along with the crowd. However, as he ran, he began to assess the entire playground, and soon Kuro's expression changed to one of anxiety, as the playground was quite large, with each lap measuring about 2 kilometers. This meant that completing 20 laps amounted to running 40 kilometers. Coupled with Brian's earlier mention of warming up, this made Kuro break out in a cold sweat. By the end of the day, Kuro was utterly exhausted, while some of his roommates appeared lively and energetic. One of his roommates was busy feasting and then reminded him, "Kuro, eat more meat. Later, go to the pharmacy to get some ointment, otherwise you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." "Thank you." Weak and weary, Kuro forced himself to endure the pain in his body and took a hefty bite of meat. As the sea beast meat slid down his throat, he felt warmth spreading through his body. The sea beasts consumed were small marine kings, which were highly beneficial for the body. After a hearty meal, Kuro was led by his roommates to the camp's pharmacy, where he obtained ointment to relieve muscle fatigue. This ointment was made from a sea deer beast infused with life force by Barton, containing a lot of vitality. Although it wasn't as effective as Barton's direct infusion of life force, the benefit was that it didn't require frequent infusions, thus keeping Barton's abilities concealed. After applying the ointment, Kuro felt his body gradually recovering, as if soaking in a hot spring. However, they weren't yet at their rest time, because the students still needed to attend cultural and science classes. For Kuro, who was attending his first cultural class, looking at the dragon-slaying book in his hands stirred a storm in his heart, and he broke out in a cold sweat. One of his roommates noticed Kuro's panic. He comforted him with a grin, saying, "Don't worry. If you don't actively disclose anything, who will know what you've learned? Moreover, much of what's in this book reflects the realities of this world." Kuro felt like he was on a pirate ship, unable to escape. After all, once it was known that he had studied such books here, the world government would definitely not let him off. But as a weak and helpless individual, what could he do at this moment but passively accept the reality and remind himself never to casually disclose what he had learned here? The Wind Piano Islands, 1,000 miles away. After replenishing supplies at a nearby port, an armed merchant ship quickly set sail, heading towards the northern Domini Islands. A news bird soared in the nearby sky, suddenly spotting the ship. It slightly flapped its wings and approached. Anthony casually handed over 50 berry. The news bird took a newspaper from its pouch and then took off again. "Is there any news worth noting?" "Are you asking?" asked Dale, leaning against the mast. Anthony flipped through the paper and replied, "Kaido has defeated the Prussian kingdom and plundered their military equipment. It seems the arms market in the New World will undergo significant changes. Hasn't he become the Sea Emperor yet? Soon, probably within a year or two." Suddenly, Anthony's gaze sharpened as he noticed a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper. "Admiral Sakazuki has killed the beast pirates." Sakazuki, which means the steel fruit user of the beast pirates, is most likely dead. Anthony kept this matter in mind. 3 days later, planning to stop at a nearby deserted island to rest, Anthony looked at the empty sea before him and hurriedly took out a permanent log pose from the cockpit. In fact, not only the islands of the Grand Line have permanent log poses, but islands in the 4 seas can also possess them. However, due to the overall magnetic field of the 4 seas being relatively stable, using a regular compass can provide accurate navigation, so there are fewer people using permanent log poses or recording log poses. However, the Noah family possesses a considerable number of permanent log poses, mainly retrieved from shipwrecks on the seabed. Because a few hundred years ago, the level of development in the 4 seas was not as complete as it is today. During that period, permanent log poses and compasses coexisted. The permanent log pose in Anthony's hand was one named Balak Island. At this moment, the log pose unexpectedly deviated from its original direction, pointing northeast. Anthony fell into deep thought. What is going on? Why has the direction of Balak Island changed? "Anthony, what's wrong?" Ale jumped down from the lookout on the mast. "The position of Balak Island is different from what is recorded on the sea chart. It's now pointing northeast." "How could this be?" Ale was equally puzzled. "What should we do now? Should we head straight to the Domini Islands or search for this Balak Island?" After thinking for a moment, Anthony made a decision. "Change course. Let's head to Balak Island first." "Okay." Quickly, the armed merchant ship adjusted its course and set sail northeast. Unbeknownst to them, they drifted at sea for another 3 days, covering nearly 600 kilometers. The armed merchant ship finally dropped anchor. However, on the deck, Anthony looked solemnly at the permanent log pose in his hand, which was now pointing at the white clouds in the sky. He took out his telescope and observed for a while, finally spotting some vague outlines among the white clouds, confirming his suspicion. Balak Island has been moved by the Golden Lion. The Beast Legion incident 2 years ago caused the Golden Lion to be targeted by the Navy. To avoid a repeat of such events, the Golden Lion abandoned the dozens of islands he had previously moved and instead chose some obscure uninhabited islands in the East Sea to transform into new floating bases. However, the Golden Lion did not expect that the casually moved Balak Island actually had a permanent log pose. In fact, Balak Island was a very famous medical country in the East Sea 438 years ago, thus many permanent log poses flowed out. According to the official historical records of the world government, Balak Island experienced a rare plague 438 years ago and quickly disappeared from the annals of history. However, after reading the annotations of world history by Noah, Anthony knew that every 3 years the celestial dragons would conduct so-called human hunts on countries that had not joined the world government. This Balak Island was very likely destroyed by the celestial dragons. The Golden Lion naturally did not know the history of Balak Island. He thought it was merely a deserted island with some historical ruins, and thus moved it. Due to being on the way, Anthony planned to land on Balak Island to investigate the medical technology left behind by the Balak. As a result, he ended up finding the location of the Golden Lion. At this moment, Anthony quickly calmed down and took out a transponder snail, directly dialing Noah's number. "Big brother, there was a little incident with the goods. I need you to come personally. They'll have Ale come to pick you up." "Oh, no problem, I'll be there right away." This was a prearranged code within the Noah family, mainly to prevent eavesdropping on the transponder snail. Soon Ale activated the wormhole, and Noah crossed over from the wormhole near the Rum Kingdom. As soon as Noah arrived, Anthony laid out his findings. "The Golden Lion is up there." Noah was somewhat surprised by this news. He originally thought that after suffering a loss, the Golden Lion's exact location would be very hard to find. He did not expect to encounter Noah in such a manner. Soon Noah took out the tarot cards. The divination results appeared on a 100 win rate, 62 chance of the opponent fleeing, 21 chance of killing the opponent, and 7 chance of cap. Noah did not feel troubled by the divination results, as they were merely a reference. The future is not set in stone. Soon he thought of a method to increase the capture success rate to nearly 100%. The merchant ship stayed here for over an hour before setting sail again, with Anthony and Vic continuing their previous task. Meanwhile, on a nearby deserted island, Ale and Noah emerged from the wormhole. Then Ale brought Lilith over from. Soon a small sailing boat appeared at the shore. Lilith had transformed herself, changing into an old set of clothes, dressed as a female pirate sailing alone in the nearby waters. 2 days later, while the Golden Lion was robbing at sea, Lilith skillfully appeared nearby in her small sailing boat and began to maneuver the boat to escape. Seeing the small sailing boat, the Golden Lion naturally would not let Lilith go. He quickly approached her small ship. However, with her acute environmental perception, Lilith utilized the sea currents and weather to give the Golden Lion a little surprise. After capsizing Lilith's small boat, the Golden Lion looked at the surrounding stormy weather. A flicker of memory and anger crossed his face, and he looked uncertainly at the little girl before him. He grabbed Lilith by the neck. "Do you know a storm is about to hit here?" "Cough, cough. You monster." Lilith pretended to resist weakly. "Haha, very good. If you are willing to be my navigator, I can give you anything you want." Even if you are the Golden Lion, you can't help me." Lilith showed a look of disdain on her face. The Golden Lion was instantly filled with rage. "Are you sure? If you can deliver the head of a celestial dragon to me, I will agree to be your navigator. Otherwise, please let me go." Lilith's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Upon hearing the mention of killing a celestial dragon, the Golden Lion's doubts about Lilith diminished considerably. After all, CP agents would never dare to speak ill of the celestial dragons. Although the Golden Lion did not agree to help Lilith kill the celestial dragon, he still deceived her to floating island under the pretext of teaching her hockey and swordsmanship. Noah, hidden several kilometers away, sensed Lilith tearing the card on her body and knew she had successfully infiltrated the Golden Lion pirate crew. Lilith did not carry a den mushy with her. Her only insurance was the spatial coordinate gem around her neck and a deck of playing cards made by Noah. On floating island, Lilith showcased her sailing talent to the Golden Lion while disguising herself as an ordinary person, asking him for lessons in hockey and swordsmanship. After more than half a month of effort, Lilith's status in the Golden Lion pirate crew skyrocketed, closing in on the second-in-command, the scientist Indigo. At the same time, Lilith also discovered the Golden Lion's weakness, which was the ship's helm on his head that not only limited his hockey power, but also occasionally caused him to become disoriented. Inside a dedicated training area on floating island, the Golden Lion was explaining advanced applications of armament hockey. After a few minutes, his expression suddenly changed, and he began to crow like a rooster. "Cock-a-doodle-doo. Opportunity." Lilith instantly burst into action, releasing a colorless and odorless toxin. Soon the toxin began to enter the Golden Lion's lungs with his breath. In just a minute, the Golden Lion fell into a deep unconsciousness. The complex toxin not only had a rapid anesthetic effect, but also induced fantasies, providing excellent sleep assistance. Lilith tore another playing card. In an instant, the spatial coordinates in her necklace gem were activated, and a wormhole appeared in the training area. Since this training area was very concealed, combined with Lilith's observation, hockey monitoring, the other members of the Golden Lion pirate crew were unaware that the Golden Lion had fallen into a sleeping state. Noah and Ale jumped out of the wormhole. "Big brother, the mission is complete." Lilith wore a face that seemed to say, "Praise me." Noah patted her head. "You've worked hard. Well, take care of the other members of the Golden Lion pirate crew first, and then it's up to you, Lilith, to handle the Golden Lion." "Okay." Lilith continued to inject toxin into the golden lion's body to ensure he remained asleep. Of course, she dared not soak the golden lion in seawater right now, or else the buoyancy of the floating island would disappear, causing it to fall from midair. Noah, Ale, and the others, Mary, Age, and Anthony, quickly stealthily approached the base of the golden lion pirate crew. Noah's observation hockey was fully activated, locking onto everyone on the several floating islands. Aside from the winged people originally on Vailmayu Island, there were over 2,000 of the Golden Lion's pirate subordinates, and those winged people concentrated on another floating island. Most of the Golden Lion's subordinates were on Lion Island, the main island of the floating islands. Additionally, a few floating islands used for cultivating evolved beasts were also stationed, with several hundred pirates. According to Lilith's intelligence, scientist Indigo and the red gorilla Scaridu were on this island. Meanwhile, the Fishman Swordsman was on Beast Island No. 1. Noah instructed Ale and Age to eliminate the Fishman Swordsman. He would personally take care of the entire island. Soon Noah's observation hockey saw Indigo. He knew this guy could use chemical reactions to create toxins, so he did not plan to engage him in close combat. Before Indigo could react, Noah suddenly appeared behind him. Having spent a long time on the Golden Lion's floating island had made Indigo lose his vigilance. By the time his observation hockey detected the danger behind him, it was already too late. Noah struck him with a knife hand blow, knocking him unconscious and sealing him away with ease. Immediately afterward, Noah's Conqueror's hockey erupted violently. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey instantly left a large number of pirates unconscious on the ground, yet those still awake did not notice anything unusual. Because when the Golden Lion had his episodes, he would occasionally unleash his Conqueror's hockey. However, when Anthony's sonic waves and Mary's gliding blade struck the still conscious pirates, they finally woke up from their stupor. Enemies. Fools. Quickly counterattack. Bastards, you're dead. Captain Shiki will never let you go. The invisible ultrasonic blades seemed to mow down the pirates one after another. Mary moved swiftly through the air, her speed so fast that it was indistinguishable to the naked eye, and with her extremely smooth short sword those pirates she struck usually met a fate of being severed in two. Bastard. The red gorilla roared in anger. The next second Noah appeared in front of it, concentrating his Conqueror's hockey on the red gorilla, making the simple-minded creature feel as if it had encountered a great terror. Before it could make a move, Noah threw out a card covered in armament hockey. Like a flying knife, the card cut at an extremely tricky angle, slicing into the red gorilla's left knee, hitting the previously injured spot and rendering its left leg immobile. In an instant, Noah's finger, charged with armament hockey, pierced into the third rib on the right side of the red gorilla. Internal destruction of armament hockey. The red gorilla's eyes widened as if its entire body had been smashed by a hammer. Unable to rise again, it fell heavily to the ground. In less than 20 minutes, the pirates on this island were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Ale and Age swiftly took down several pirates on Beast Island and eliminated the last cadre, the Fishman Swordsman. Even the exceptionally powerful Fishman Swordsman, when faced with Age, who controlled thousands of graphene lines, and the stealthy Ale, was naturally subdued and bound like a dumpling. After cleaning up these pirates, Noah and the others finally began to tally their gains. Besides the Golden Lion himself and the two supreme great knives, the greatest value of this floating island lay in the cultivated IQ grass and the research materials related to it. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the sleeping Golden Lion as soon as possible. Noah found the situation with the Golden Lion somewhat tricky. The only safe method to handle the ship's helm on the Golden Lion's head was to use the surgery fruit. Unfortunately, the surgery fruit had not yet appeared. If the Golden Lion was not dealt with quickly, this immobile floating island would eventually be discovered by the world government, and it would be extremely dangerous. However, Noah, after divining with tarot cards, did not see any possibility of success in directly modifying the Golden Lion, which was the reason for his hesitation. One must understand that the strategic significance of the float fruit was enormous. Having this fruit in hand would mean that the Noah family could remain undefeated. Even the world government would not be able to encircle the Noah family. After all, the reason the Golden Lion was captured was largely due to his reckless decision to single-handedly challenge Garp and Sengoku at Marineford, displaying a stubborn attitude of fighting to the death. In the absence of a way to modify the Golden Lion, Noah could only choose a relatively conservative approach. Since it was impossible to ensure the complete transformation of the Golden Lion's apostle for the time being, Noah could only adopt a conservative backup plan. He activated the previously prepared secret base on Zikasisi Island, opened the teleportation wormhole, and brought a portion of IQ grass along with those feathered villagers to Zikasisi Island. The fierce beasts modified by Indigo were sealed away by Noah using cards, and similarly those floating islands were also sealed by Noah with cards. Some of the oversized floating islands were divided into several pieces and sealed separately. At this time, Noah's card space limit had reached the equivalent of a cube with a side length of 3 kilometers, totaling 27 cubic kilometers, which could barely accommodate some smaller islands. As for the seawater and freshwater taken up by the Golden Lion, after sealing the Golden Lion, Noah allowed these waters to flow back into the sea. At this moment on Zikasisi Island, over 2,000 feathered villagers accepted the rule of the Noah family, for compared to the cold and ruthless Golden Lion, Noah at least would not force them to do things as long as they assisted in cultivating IQ grass and selected a portion of their people to become outer members of the Noah family. Noah guaranteed they could live safely on Zikasisi Island. Although Zikasisi Island was very barren, this barrenness was not necessarily bad and could be improved. Lilith and Mary managed the affairs here, while also capturing the strange birds on Zikasisi Island. The flock of strange birds on Zikasisi Island was quite large, totaling over 1,300, and the adult strange birds were massive, with considerable attack power capable of killing unprepared ordinary people in an instant. Lilith utilized her abilities to concoct a special toxin that would cause the strange birds to become addicted after consumption. Of course, the intensity of this addiction was not high, roughly equivalent to the effect of catnip on cats. Additionally, she prepared some substances that would cause the strange birds' bodies to itch, administering poison to the birds in secret, while having the feathered villagers give them the antidote, thereby fostering intimacy between the strange birds and the feathered villagers. Lilith, centering on the strange birds and feathered villagers, formed an airborne cavalry unit of 200 people. In the world of pirates, due to the vastness of the sea, the agility and mobility of aerial forces surpassed that of ground and naval troops. Although the maximum carrying weight of adult strange birds was only over 600 kilograms, this was not unchangeable. For instance, IQ grass could cause animals to grow larger and become berserk, thus dramatically increasing their strength. To be precise, IQ grass possesses components that can promote the evolution of living beings. Naturally, the Noah family looked down on the violent beasts of the Golden Lion's army, but the concept of gigantism among them was a research direction worth exploring for the strange birds. In the future, the Noah family would definitely attract scientists in biology and pharmacology to put the research on IQ grass on the right track. For example, in the Iron Barrel Kingdom, there are many good doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. However, it was still too early to plot for the doctors of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. At this time, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was still Walbo's father, and Walbo likely ascended to the throne around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Noah inferred this from Princess Vivi's memories, as she had accompanied Cobra to marry Joa to participate in the world government's meeting in 1512, during which Walbo slapped Princess Vivi. The conflict between the two erupted because Cobra publicly accused Walbo of his extermination of Doctor's plan. Given Walbo's character, it was clear that he would quickly launch the extermination of Doctor's plan within 1 or 2 years of ascending to the throne. Therefore, Noah speculated that Walbo must have ascended to the throne around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Of course, Noah would not wait until 1510 because the Iron Barrel Kingdom had some valuable devil fruits, such as the swamp fruit, mushroom fruit, and human fruit, in ordinary human form, which were worth his early visit. In addition to forming the airborne cavalry unit, Lilith successfully tamed a portion of the hell ants underground on Zikasisi Island using special toxin-like pheromones. The reason for taming the hell ants was not due to their combat power, but because the ecological niche of the hell ants on Zikasisi Island was that of cultivators rather than predators. After all, on Zikasisi Island, apart from the flying strange birds, there were only toxic sweet potatoes and bitter banyan trees, with very few other large animals present, making it impossible for the thumb-sized hell ants to obtain food through hunting animals. Thus, the hell ants continuously dug underground caves and collected leaves from the bitter banyan trees and toxic sweet potatoes as a substrate for cultivating several edible mushrooms. By cultivating mushrooms, the hell ants could maintain the size of their colony. Lilith's sister Lillian had previously discovered many delicious mushrooms on Zikasisi Island, including cream mushroom, honey mushroom, beef mushroom, and coriander mushroom. These mushrooms were not only delicious, but also very nutritious. Lilith planned to have the hell ants provide mushrooms for the feathered villagers in exchange for marine beast meat. The reason the hell ants needed marine beast meat was that solely consuming mushrooms would lead to poor development of their larvae. To obtain marine beast meat, the hell ants would dig ponds on the coastal cliffs, utilizing the ebb and flow of tides to attract marine beasts and fish during high tide, leaving some behind in the ponds during low tide. However, this method of capture could only yield a small amount of marine beast meat, which was another reason for the difficulty in expanding the hell ant colony. Therefore, through this characteristic, the feathered villagers and hell ants could initially achieve mutualism. This way, Zikasisi Island could preliminarily achieve self-sufficiency, avoiding food shortages due to unforeseen circumstances. Of course, to prevent uninvited guests from entering Zikasisi Island, Lilith set up many hidden sentries according to Noah's arrangements, monitoring the movements in the surrounding sea. Simultaneously, with the help of Aries' whole fruit, they transformed the underground caves of Zikasisi Island into a true underground labyrinth, setting up numerous traps within. Noah also took action, selecting a portion of ordinary islands from the Golden Lion's floating islands for cutting, then filling them in several small beaches on Zikasisi Island to ensure no mudflats would allow foreign ships to land. Along with the airborne cavalry unit, the defensive system of Zikasisi Island was initially constructed. However, this was not the final version. After all, the current Zikasisi Island could only remain fixed in this sea area. As a fixed island, it would be difficult to defend against the world government once encountered. Thus, the future of Zikasisi Island would definitely be a floating fortress high in the sky, ensuring it would not be easily locked onto and destroyed by the world government. As the preliminary transformation of Zikasisi Island approached its conclusion, Anthony and Vic from the Domino Islands finally found the glue fruits growing on the deserted island. Meanwhile, in the southwestern sea of the East Sea, approximately 1157 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Ram, lies Red Maple Island. A newly formed pirate crew has landed on this small island, engaging in pillaging and slaughter. Kill them all. The burly pirate captain laughed maniacally. The weasel, looking disgruntled, kicked over a fruit basket, saying, "Boss Dashong, this village is too poor. There's hardly anything here." Looking at the scattered apples, Daxiong also wore a disdainful expression, but when he spotted one particularly unique apple, his gaze immediately froze. Ignoring everything else, he shoved the weasel aside and picked up the apple, staring at the silver-gray vine patterns on it. Daxiong trembled as he said, "Could this be the legendary treasure of the sea? It's a devil fruit, isn't it?" The weasel, who had gotten back up, cautiously reminded him, "Boss, this thing isn't poisonous, is it?" However, Daxiong didn't listen at all and took a bite of the fruit. As the indescribable stench spread in his mouth, a morbid smile appeared on Daxiong's face. "Huh. It truly is a treasure of the sea." After consuming the fruit, Daxiong cast a brutal glance at the trembling villagers, revealing a cruel smile. In the next moment, Daxiong's body turned into a steel-like state, and with one punch, he crushed a villager's skull. "Huh. I love this power." To test the fruit's abilities, Daxiong slaughtered the remaining 200 villagers. In the end, only the devastated ruins and countless corpses were left behind as the poker pirates sailed away. The next day, in the intelligence organization of the Kingdom of Ram, the brewery. Through the EC Times today, they learned of the news that Maple Town had been wiped out by pirates. Initially, the brewery's person in charge did not pay much attention to this news, but with the fresh bounty notice for the poker pirates, the news of Daxiong obtaining the steel fruit was also announced by the Navy. Noah listened to Mary's report, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The steel fruit has already been eaten. No matter where they are, the brewery has discovered the traces of the poker pirates on Aladu Island. They secretly resupplied at the port of the island last night, and then quickly left. Send Lilith and Ale to find them for me, and leave no pirate behind except for Daxiong. Understood. Soon Lilith on Zikasisi Island received the notification. Ale took Lilith to Aladu Island first, then began searching in all directions centered around that island. With Lilith's ability to fly quickly and Ale's wormhole jumping, they soon found the poker pirates. Although Daxiong was inherently brutal among his subordinates, was the weasel a strategist? The weasel knew that slaughtering the town would attract the Navy and powerful bounty hunters, so he quickly devised a plan. First, they would secretly resupply on Aladu Island, then swiftly leave the nearby waters, heading to a secluded, deserted island they had prepared earlier. Unfortunately, their sailing speed was too slow. They were soon found by Lilith and Ale. "Lilith, are there any other people?" "Or none." "Then let's go meet them." In the next moment, Lilith gracefully descended onto the deck of the Daxiong ship, with Ale closely following, appearing on the mast through a quick wormhole jump. Both were wearing masks and white suits. The lookout clown was the first to spot the sudden appearance of the two jumping down from the— "Who are you?" "Are you the clown of the poker pirates?" In the next second, Ale was already behind him, inserting a finger gun into the clown's spine. With a thud, the clown felt his spine snap and his body grew weaker. In a panic, he shouted, "Boss, Daxiong." Say, boom. A steel man radiating heat crashed onto the deck where Ale stood. However, Ale's observation hockey had already detected him, and he quickly jumped to the mast through a wormhole. Daxiong glared at the fallen wailing clown, his face revealing uncontrollable rage, and his body quickly turned red with heat. "No matter who you are, I will kill you today." However, what responded to him was Lilith's poison needle. Ow. Instantly, a group of pirates fell. "Woman, you're going to die." Daxiong swung his high-temperature iron fist fiercely toward Lilith. Lilith covered her hands with armament hockey, then executed a paper drawing technique to evade Daxiong's iron fist, her hands moving like flexible venomous snakes. In an instant, Lilith's fist struck Daxiong's lower back and the back of his head. Daxiong felt a jolt in his brain, and his body involuntarily lurched forward. In the next moment, Lilith kicked Daxiong's back 3 times in a row, sending him crashing into the sea. Daxiong, just regaining consciousness from the recent concussion, felt weakness wash over him as seawater began to flood his mouth. "I'll bring Daxiong back." "Leave it to me." Lilith coldly gazed at the remaining pirates. In an instant, armament hockey enveloped her short sword, severing the weasel's hand that was preparing to sneak attack, followed by a finger gun piercing his forehead. With a backflip, her feet unleashed a flurry of cutting wind blades. Secret technique: meat grinder. In no time, the deck was left with severed limbs and bloodstains. A pirate hiding at the back, witnessing this scene, was instantly scared to the point of losing control, shouting, "Demon! Ow, I want to go home," and jumped directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Lilith did not let him escape. A poison needle shot out, swiftly piercing into the back of the pirate, who— The powerful cardiac glycoside toxin caused the pirate to lose all control, and a large amount of seawater flooded into his mouth and nose, leading to a suffocating death. Those pirates hiding in the cabin also did not escape their fate. Under Lilith's observation hockey, they had no way to hide. As the last pirate's head was severed by Lilith, Ale also used his observation hockey and wormholes to fish Daxiong out of the sea. Lilith then injected him with another paralysis toxin. The two returned to the Kingdom of Ram through a wormhole. Meanwhile, the Daxiong ship quickly sank into the sea amidst explosions and flames. In the secret base of the Kingdom of Ram, Noah looked at the seemingly lifeless Daxiong without a shred of pity and directly instructed Ale to open a wormhole to assist him in cutting off Daxiong's frontal lobe. He then took out a stack of tarot cards, allowing the cards to select the appropriate card. Soon a minor arcana card appeared in Noah. King of Wands, Overlord. Steel represents strength, high temperature represents passion. The fusion ritual was soon completed, and the card transformed into King of Wands Daxiong. Noah put away this card along with the previously created Page of Wands Brian and Devilpan Barton. Currently, Noah has acquired 3 card apostles equivalent to possessing the abilities of 3 other devil fruits. In the year 1504 of the Haixing calendar, on August 11th, lies the birthplace of the Noah family, Starfish Island. The family still maintains a few small industries on Starfish Island, and at this moment Noah is returning to the island with Ale through a wormhole. However, the two of them did not stay on Starfish Island for long. Soon, they secretly piloted the Nautilus towards the Red Earth. In fact, the entire Polaris Islands are located right next to the Red Earth continent, with the closest distance being less than 700 kilometers. The reason Noah and Ale are heading to the Red Earth continent is to go to the North Sea. In fact, traveling from the East Sea to the North Sea is relatively easy as the two seas are separated only by the Red Earth continent. The later Vince Mach family crossed the Red Earth continent directly into the East Sea using the Great Snail ship. However, to reach the South Sea and the West Sea, one must navigate through the Leviathan Mountain Sky Canal and must also travel against the current, which is extremely difficult. Of course, those who can traverse the Red Earth continent are inherently formidable, certainly not to be underestimated. Upon arriving at the nearby Red Earth continent, Noah and Ale gazed at the towering red cliffs and the pristine ice and snow atop the continent, realizing that crossing this high plateau, which exceeds 10,000 meters, would be exceedingly challenging for ordinary people. However, Noah did not need to cross the Red Earth continent. The two of them wandered around the nearby sea for over a week before finally finding several suitable locations. These locations are all in the very dangerous waters beneath the cliffs. Among them, the tidal sea, the Great Whirlpool, and the Ghost Reef Bay are the most perilous. If it weren't for Noah and Alesh's immense strength, it would have been quite difficult to safely navigate through these waters. After careful examination and selection, Noah ultimately chose the most dangerous, yet relatively concealed tidal sea. The entire tidal sea presents a trumpet-like shape. Every day during high tide, seawater continuously flows in from the outer sea, and as the waves draw nearer to the innermost part, the waves grow increasingly taller, even surpassing hundreds of meters during astronomical tides. Conversely, when the tide recedes, each day the sea level within the tidal sea drops rapidly, exposing many underwater reefs, transforming the area into a treacherous region where ships can hardly navigate. Noah and Ale abandoned the idea of entering via the Nautilus and instead relied on their own abilities to reach the innermost part of the tidal sea. Under the relentless pounding of the waves over time, the cliffs here are riddled with holes resembling the cliffs of Sicarius Island. This is also why Noah chose this location. Although the world government is stationed in the core area of the Red Earth continent at Mariewa, it does not mean they do not monitor other regions of the Red Earth continent. If a cave were to suddenly appear on the cliffs of the Red Earth continent, it would easily be discovered by the world government's patrol. The tidal sea, however, not only lacks patrol ships throughout the year, but is also filled with caves eroded by the waves, providing excellent natural cover. The two found a suitable cave and began constructing a secret passage. Using the abilities of the whole fruit, Ale quickly excavated a tunnel in the nearby cliff, and the dugout rock was directly transported to a nearby trench via the wormhole, which is the fundamental principle behind the whole fruit's ability to create caves. The width of the Red Earth continent is enormous, with the widest point exceeding 5,000 kilometers and the narrowest point no less than 1,000 kilometers. Between this section of the tidal sea and the opposite North Sea, the width is approximately 3,200 kilometers. Moreover, the excavation route does not necessarily have to be a straight line, as Noah is still unaware of the situation in the opposite sea. If the opposing sea is calm, the route will need to be adjusted. Alesh's tunneling speed is remarkably fast. With his stamina, he can continuously excavate for about 3 hours. The cross-sectional radius of this tunnel is approximately 50 meters, and Ale can advance about 10 kilometers per hour. In other words, he can excavate 30 kilometers of tunnel each day. For the 3,200 kilometers width, it would take approximately 107 days. Meanwhile, Noah did not remain idle. Although the tunnel had already been excavated, it does not mean it can be used immediately, as the air exchange speed within an ultra-long tunnel is very slow, posing a risk of suffocation. If the cross-sectional radius of the tunnel could be expanded by about 1 kilometer, this issue could be resolved. Unfortunately, this radius is too large, making it not only prone to exposure, but also likely to destabilize the surrounding rock layers, leading to widespread collapse. Thus, Noah had to choose another compromise solution. That is to construct an oxygen bottle storage room at intervals along one side of the tunnel, supplying oxygen bottles to family members passing through and even storing some fresh water and food. Additionally, to expedite passage, Noah also laid down 2 stone tracks for the rapid movement of electric trains. These facilities and the tunnel are actually meant for the ordinary members of the family, as Noah has cards to store supplies and Ale can use wormholes to jump. The two do not require the supply stations inside the tunnel. The reason for constructing this secret tunnel despite Alesh's presence is to prepare for contingencies, such as if Ale were to suddenly sacrifice himself or be temporarily unable to assist, allowing the family to quickly traverse between the East Sea and the North Sea. Noah has actually prepared several similar backup plans. After all, it is better to be prepared. If one waits until the last moment to find a solution, it could lead to severe consequences. This is a situation that Noah has been striving to avoid. With the preliminary construction of the cliff base in the tidal sea completed, Ale also left behind a semi-permanent wormhole transmission coordinate point. Currently, the maximum number of wormhole coordinate points that Ale can maintain is 8. Among them, one is arranged at the Rum Kingdom's Rum Base, one at the Ant Nest Base on Sicarius Island, and one at the bottom of a trench near the Rum Kingdom, along with the one set up at the tidal base, totaling 4 fixed wormhole coordinate points used. The remaining 4 wormhole coordinate points are used by Ale for combat and daily travel. Inside the tidal base, in addition to Alesh's wormhole coordinate point, there are also self-detonation devices secretly arranged by Noah and various defensive facilities. 3 months have passed unknowingly. After over 100 days of continuous work, Ale finally dug to the vicinity of the cliff on the North Sea side. For the remaining more than 1 kilometer of rock layers, Ale did not immediately break through. Instead, he chose to excavate a small passage that could only accommodate one person. Soon Ale broke through the rock layers, but he was very cautious, only opening a small gap and carefully observing the conditions of the surrounding sea. This position is on a cliff about 150 meters above sea level, and the surrounding sea surface is very calm, which disappoints Ale greatly, as such tranquility is not suitable for an exit. Following closely behind Noah, utilizing the observation hockey, found no signs of human activity or ships. Only then did Noah, accompanied by Ali donning black suits and masks, start searching along the coastline of the Red Earth continent in the North Sea. After 2 days of diligent selection, the two finally discovered a suitable location. This location is less than 80 kilometers from the previous small exit in the nearby waters where a special organism, acid coral, grows. The acid coral occupies this sea area, especially forming a vast forest of acid coral in the shallow waters close to the Red Earth continent. This organism poses a terrifying threat to ships. Whenever the bottom of a ship touches the acid coral, these corals will trigger a defense mechanism, releasing high concentrations of acidic liquid around. Noah collected this acidic liquid and discovered that it not only corroded wood but could even eat away at steel. With the density of acid coral in Coral Sea, any ship that approaches will be guaranteed to have its hull corroded by the acid. Moreover, due to the high density of acid coral in the Coral Sea, the air is permeated with thick acid mist, and acid rain occasionally falls. Direct contact with these acidic liquids, mist or rain, is almost akin to soaking in sulfuric acid. With this natural fortress, Noah immediately decided to set the exit on the Coral Sea side, filling in the previously dug small exit and erasing any obvious traces. Changing the route took over half a month. Finally, they excavated an exit into the rock wall near Coral Sea, but this exit was not directly exposed. Instead, it underwent a series of disguises. It was now January of the year 1505 in the sea-round calendar. Having completed the construction of the East Sea and North Sea Tunnel, Noah and Ali had been secretly sailing across various parts of the North Sea aside from returning to the Rum Kingdom to celebrate the new year. Noah and Ali's objective was to find the surgery fruit, which might appear within the North Sea. On the original timeline, Trafalgar Law's homeland, the Fravans Kingdom, was annihilated by its neighboring country between 1505 and 1506. In 1506, Trafalgar Law joined the Don Quixote family, and in 1509, at the age of 13, he was taken away from the Don Quixote family by Rosanani, where he consumed the surgery fruit on Minion Island in the North Sea. According to Noah's tarot divination results, the surgery fruit was indeed within the North Sea at this time. However, regarding the specific location, the tarot divination proved ineffective, clearly due to the strong demonic will of the surgery fruit, which instinctively resisted Noah's divination. Although it was impossible to pinpoint its exact location through divination, Noah had another method. That was to operate in reverse. Instead of divining information about the surgery fruit, he would divine whether each island in the North Sea contained a devil fruit. This needle-in-a-haystack approach had been Noah's work over the past month. So far, the two had searched 21 islands and found a devil fruit on one of them, which turned out to be a common animal-type dog fruit in the form of a bully dog, a decent animal-type fruit. As time passed, their journey gradually brought them closer to the large island of Fravans Kingdom. Due to Morgan's exposure, the lead poisoning of Fravans Kingdom was suddenly made public, putting the world government in a... However, upon entering Barclays Island, where the Fravans Kingdom is located, Noah discovered that the other 4 countries on the island were secretly mobilizing their military forces. Clearly, the world government was eager to silence any witnesses. Noah and Ali, who secretly infiltrated the Frederick's Kingdom, observed the Fravans citizens walking around like zombies. They felt that this nation had completely lost hope, with many individuals resorting to drunkenness on the streets. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a white coat hurriedly ran past carrying a medical kit. "Dr. Andy, haven't you... give up. We've already been abandoned," yelled a drunken man with a face full of sarcasm and despair. The doctor, named Andy, shook his head. "Everyone, please don't give up. As long as we are alive, there will be hope. I will find a way to cure lead poisoning." "Give up? Don't you see the king has already fled?" said another lifeless old man weakly. "Moreover, the neighboring countries do not allow us to enter. Right now, we are like being on a deserted island without even a chance to escape." Despite Andy's earnest persuasion, the other residents showed no sign of confidence. Noah and Ali, hidden in the shadows, also had no intention of intervening. According to the intelligence Ali collected from the 4 countries' armies, there were still about 2 weeks before the 4 countries' plan to annihilate the Fravans Kingdom would commence. Currently, the coalition forces were only gradually increasing their border patrols to prevent anyone from escaping. There was still plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. After tracking Dr. Andy for over an hour, he returned to the small hospital after seeing several critically ill patients. Inside this small hospital lived a large group of children. Among them were Trafalgar Law and his sister Trafalgar Rami. Seeing Law call Andy Dad made Noah realize that this Dr. Andy was likely Law's father. After observing the situation in the hospital, Noah discovered that the children's health was very poor, with many of them showing white spots on their faces, a symptom of late-stage lead poisoning. Given the current medical standards in the North Sea, unless one could invite the witch living in the Iron Barrel Kingdom, they could only wait. Of course, Noah's card sealing technique could also temporarily seal these patients, and once a doctor or the surgery fruit was obtained, curing lead poisoning would not be a problem. In the dead of night, with everything silent, the medication research room of Trafalgar Hospital was still brightly lit, while Andy and his wife Malai wore frowns. Andy Law and Ramus' conditions are worsening. Looking at the blood test results, Andy naturally knew that the situation of the two children was dire. Even if they could leave the Fravans kingdom now, they probably wouldn't last more than 3 or 4 years. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. Andy frowned and his heart sank. He thought something had happened to the children and quickly went to open the door. Upon opening the door, 2 unfamiliar young men stood at the entrance. "Who are you?" Andy asked suspiciously. Noah smiled and walked into the medication research room. "Dr. Andy, you feel quite hopeless about lead poisoning, don't you? After all, researching an antidote within a few years is almost impossible." I instinctively want to refute, but then I reveal a hint of bitterness. "I truly have no way. We've lived in the Fravans kingdom for so long that the lead components have already seeped into our blood, internal organs, and bones. I actually have 2 methods to solve lead poisoning." "What? Are you also a doctor?" Andy looked at Noah with surprise. However, Noah shook his head. "I am not a doctor and my methods are not medical skills." "Not medical skills?" Andy was somewhat puzzled, but at that moment he couldn't care less about whether it was medical or not as long as it could solve lead poisoning. However, Andy quickly calmed down because he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "Do you have any matters that require our assistance?" Noah smiled as he sat opposite Andy, saying, "You are a clever person. In truth, your value to me is negligible, but I admire your medical ethics. This is also a practice of my own will." A practice of will. Andy did not quite understand Noah's request. "In adversity, one preserves oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world. I seek to save this country because I have the ability to do so, otherwise I would not have come here. In adversity, one preserves oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world." Andy repeated these 2 phrases while also sensing the strong and profound aura emanating from Noah. Beside them, Malai wiped her tears and pleaded, "As long as you are willing to save Provence, I am willing to raise 10 billion. In fact, the commoners of the kingdom of Provence did not earn a small income, otherwise they would not have become a member of the world government. If these commoners prepared for a few months, raising 10 billion belly would still be relatively easy. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. The allied forces of 4 nearby nations will launch an attack on the kingdom of Provence in 2 weeks, while the king of Provence has long since left with his confidants to travel to the Iron Barrel Kingdom on the Grand Line." Before Andy could speak, Noah interjected, "Let me tell you the news. The 4 kingdoms near you are strengthening their border controls. Take a look at this." Arel took out a din mushy and played footage of several internal military discussions from the kingdoms. After watching the footage, Andy and Malai felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. How could this happen? Did we not clarify the situation regarding the lead poisoning to our neighboring countries? Noah shook his head with a smile, saying, "Naive. Did you really think it was entirely the doing of these 4 nations? I have investigated the export scale of lead from Provence in recent years, which has declined from 1270 tons in 1490 to the current 288 tons. This is the fundamental reason why you are facing extinction." "What?" Andy began to ponder. Lead is not only a source of income for the kingdom of Provence, but also for the neighboring countries. They continuously export lead products to the world through transport and deep processing, thus obtaining tremendous profits. And as the commoners of Provence die in large numbers, especially after the exposure of the lead poisoning issue in recent years, many local miners must refuse to continue mining lead ore. This has led to a rapid decline in lead production. With the loss of this vast source of wealth, the 4 surrounding nations must impose internal taxes to maintain their status as member states and the luxurious lifestyles of the nobility. If they do not raise taxes, the nobles will have to reduce various expenditures. At this point, all it takes is a hint from the world government, and they will surely set their sights on the kingdom of Provence, this piece of rich meat. As long as they wipe out the commoners of Provence, the hundreds of billions of belly accumulated within the kingdom will fall into the hands of the 4 nations and the world government. After hearing Noah's reasoning, Andy and Malai broke out in a cold sweat. Coupled with previous experiences, Andy was increasingly certain that all of this was likely to become a reality. As a doctor, he often needed to purchase medicines from neighboring countries. The merchants in those countries used to be quite accommodating, but in recent years their attitudes had become increasingly cold, even leading to scrutiny and difficulties when entering. "Sir, you must have a way to save Provence. I am willing to give everything," Andy pleaded. "I have a certain ability to seal people. Those in a sealed state have their bodily time frozen. This is the first method and currently the most feasible way to save the commoners of Provence on a large scale." Andy suddenly realized, is it the power of a devil fruit? I see this indeed as a method. As long as we can buy time once the antidote and medical technology advanced treatment can be pursued. The second method involves using the surgery fruit. This devil fruit can cure lead poisoning completely, but I have not found it. In fact, Noah had a third method as well, which was to use the IQ grass extract along with Barton's immense vitality to stimulate the body's potential and expel the lead components from within. However, this plan requires a tremendous amount of vitality. With Barton's reserves of vitality, it would be impossible to treat more than 800 commoners within the kingdom of Provence. Thus, Noah chose the first plan and awaited the discovery of the surgery fruit for a complete cure. Andy quickly resolved, "May I ask how to address you?" "Just call me Noah. This is Arel. We come from the Noah family." The Noah family. Although Andy had not heard of the Noah family, he had no time to consider other matters at this moment. "Sir Noah, how do you need us to—" "I plan to recruit you as the family's doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. As for the others in Provence, you only need to gather the nearby residents under the guise of health checks. The other matters will be handled by the family. Is that so? Andy thought for a moment and said, I suggest starting from the remote Baishur village. The over 30,000 people in the city area would be easily exposed. The two sides discussed for more than 2 hours. Taking advantage of the still dark sky, Andy first had Noah seal over 130 orphans and his 2 children in the hospital. Then Andy, along with his wife and Noah disguised as a caregiver, quickly headed to Baishur village, which was 11 kilometers away. In less than 3 days, 13 villages around Provence were completely emptied. At this point, only over 30,000 people in Provence city remained, as well as over 5,000 in the mining town. As for the mining town, Noah did not plan to approach under the pretense of free health checks, because it was a place directly controlled by the king, with hundreds of thugs recruited by the king acting as overseers for the miners. In the quiet mining town, at night, Mary, Lilith, Arel, and Ajay joined forces. Ajay released dense graphene threads, quickly covering the entire town in a tight seal. Lilith released paralyzing toxins, restricting everyone's movements, including the hidden Den Mushi. Mary was responsible for examining each person. Those with a notorious past were dealt with immediately, while those without significant issues were sent back to the temporary underground cave by Arel to be sealed by Noah. It took 2 days to clear the entire mining town, with over 536 problematic overseers, thugs, and managers being killed by Mary. Meanwhile, in Provence city, Noah and Andy quickly sealed some of the single or isolated individuals. Once Mary finished dealing with the mining town, Noah led the family members to begin comprehensive management of the entire city. To avoid leaking secrets, Ajay's sea of graphene fog had completely enveloped the city. The royal army left behind at the palace and some royal attendants were swiftly subdued by Noah and Lilith. Those with notorious pasts were all dealt with, while those without issues were sealed on the spot. In less than 3 days, the entire Provence city was emptied. Any valuable gold, silver, jewels, and belly were thoroughly looted by the Noah family. After an initial inventory, this operation yielded the Noah family a total of 83.6 billion belly in cash and around 160 billion in gold and silver. This was still under the condition that a significant portion of the treasures had been taken away by King Provence III, otherwise it could have easily doubled. On February 8, 1505 of the Haixing calendar, as the coalition forces of the 4 nations surged with murderous intent across the border of Frevans, the Noah family had already departed with the civilians of Frevans and over 200 billion in treasures, having left 5 days prior. This incident took the world government, which had been secretly stoking the flames, by surprise, even startling the 5 elders. The 5 elders listened to the report from the CP6 leader through a snail phone, who, although their expressions remained impassive, their eyes betrayed surprise and contemplation. The Justice Marshal God Topman Vachali looked at the others and asked, what do you think? It should have been transferred through some kind of devil fruit ability, but the condition known as lead poisoning is not easily treated. If they are being monitored in the Iron Barrel Kingdom, they will most likely go there for treatment. The scientific defense Marshal God Jagaruja Satan analyzed. Agreed. The Justice Marshal God Topman Vachali continued to inquire, how should we characterize the situation in the Frevans? We could announce that a massive explosion occurred in the mining area, releasing a large amount of lead dust, leading to the downfall of the Frevans Kingdom while sealing off the area for 50 years. How about that? Suggested the environmental Marshal God Marcus Matz. Agreed. As for those Frevans who secretly fled, once their locations are confirmed, we will immediately issue a demon extermination order to eliminate them all. Agreed. Soon the world government officially announced the characterization of the Frevans Kingdom incident through its official. Although some wise individuals suspected that there was something amiss with the matter, the world government's 800 years of accumulated influence and control over information channels prevented anyone from daring to publicly question it. Even Morgans received a warning. In the North Sea, the Rubuner Kingdom, the hometown of the boastful Roland. In a remote coastal villa, Andy and Malai were nervously administering treatment, having spent 3 days in the temple. During this time, Noah first injected around 50 years of vitality into Andy, then administered a small dose of IQ extract into his body. After 3 days of stimulating the IQ component, Andy's immune system became extremely active, almost like a bat, capable of resisting multiple viruses, causing his body temperature to rise to 42 degrees Celsius. If it were an ordinary person, sustaining a high body temperature of 42 degrees Celsius for 3 days and nights would have made them a fool long ago. However, with the support of the IQ component and abundant vitality, Andy not only endured the high temperature, but also successfully expelled the accumulated lead components from his body by leveraging a rapid metabolism and significant consumption of vitality. With the first successful case, Andy quickly improved some plans, such as increasing nutritional supplements and potassium saline solutions, which could enhance the body's self-recovery and expedite the expulsion of lead from the body. Malai completed the detoxification and self-repair of her body in just 53 hours. Unfortunately, both of them were very aware that this method could only be used on a limited number of people, as treating one person required the consumption of around 50 years of vitality, which was simply too extravagant. Given the scale of the Frevans refugees, there was no way to make this method widespread. Andy didn't even suggest to Noah to use this method to treat the 2 children, as his medical ethics wouldn't allow him to make such a request. The couple could use this method for their own treatment, as it was necessary to ensure their survival. Whether it was consuming the surgery fruit or developing other treatment plans, they needed to keep striving so they could not afford to die. Yet Noah still had the couple treat Luo in advance. The reason was very simple. Noah needed Luo to attract the surgery, as the original timeline's user of the surgery fruit Luo and the surgery fruit shared a reciprocal relationship. Moreover, to stimulate Luo's desire for the surgery fruit, Noah told him that his sister Lami and a number of orphan companions needed the surgery fruit for complete healing. After staying in the Rubuner Kingdom for over half a month, Luo learned medicine alongside his parents while also studying martial arts and hockey with Noah. Of course, Noah did not neglect ideological education. Not only did he teach the Dragon Slayers 5 volumes, but he also combined it with the harsh realities of the Freevan's kingdom, allowing Luo to further recognize the hopelessness of this world and its celestial dragons and nobles. Aboard the Going Merry, Luo closed his eyes, his head covered in bruises. The one responsible for hitting him with bamboo strips, Rei, asked with a grin, "Luo, want to take a break?" "No need. I can hold on," Luo shouted stubbornly. Slap. You got distracted." At this moment, Andy and Malai were not aboard the Going Merry. They had both been assigned to the Sakasi's island side to study the IQ herb and other medicines. Noah crossed off another island from the map, clearly indicating that it was yet another island devoid of devil fruits. Time unknowingly passed, and 2 more months went by. The turmoil caused by the Freevan's incident gradually faded into the waves of time. Meanwhile, the CP6 agents lurking in the Iron Barrel Kingdom had also sat idly for more than 2 months, yet they did not give up and continued to remain hidden locally. One noon, to avoid a large iceberg at sea, the Going Merry rerouted to the island before them. "Brother, there is a small village on the other side of this island." Noah's gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "I know there is a devil fruit on this island." A devil fruit. Rei was not too surprised, since over the past 2 months they had found another devil fruit on an uninhabited island, which was an ordinary zoan-type sheep fruit. Currently, the Noah family had several unconsumed fruits, including the koi fruit, red fox fruit, rattlesnake fruit, glue fruit, bully dog fruit, and sheep fruit, with animal types making up the vast majority. "Are we going treasure hunting again?" Luo asked excitedly. "Don't be careless. Oh, let's go ashore," Noah reminded, then retracted the Going Merry and led Rei and Luo to land. The residents of this small island were on the other side, and with Noah constantly keenly observing his surroundings with observation hockey, their landing did not attract the locals' attention. After a day of searching for treasure in the mountains and forests, they did not find the devil fruit, which left the 3 very calm. The next day, they continued searching until they reached the edge near the village. In a large peach orchard, Luo spotted a red heart-shaped fruit covered in swirling patterns, which was undoubtedly the surgery fruit he had been yearning for. He hurriedly called Noah and Rei over. Upon seeing the fruit, Noah immediately recognized it as the surgery fruit. "Luo, eat this fruit." Luo hesitated. "If I give this fruit to Dad, could he master the ability faster to save people? Your father is not suited for this fruit. Don't you think it would be more meaningful for you to save Lami with your own hands?" Hearing Noah's persuasion, Luo quickly solidified his resolve, picked up the surgery fruit, and took a bite. Although he knew that devil fruits were hard to swallow, Luo clearly underestimated just how unpleasant they were. After swallowing the whole fruit, he immediately fell to the ground, gagging, "Ugh. So disgusting." Noah casually picked a few peaches for Luo and placed 500 berries on the tree trunk. The group arrived silently and left without a sound. After obtaining the surgery fruit, Noah and his companions continued to navigate the Nautilus through the North Sea. Due to the presence of the Arctic Circle and the polar ice caps, the northern part of the North Sea is almost entirely covered in ice, with a climate similar to that of the Iron Barrel Kingdom's magnetic drum island. The Nautilus, stealthily moving through the waters, faced challenges due to the numerous underwater icebergs and hidden currents. After passing Labrador Island and heading further north, there were no longer any countries affiliated with the world government. The Arctic region is characterized by barren land, mostly occupied by small nations of hunting and fishing tribes. Among them, the Imaski people are one of the more renowned fishing and hunting groups in the area. Noah visited several Imaski tribes with Law and Ara, then once again set a course southwest. 2 weeks later, they arrived at Sea Swallow Island, where they found the fur tribe child Beepo, who had drifted here along with several other orphans, including the future members of the Heart Pirates Pekin and Shachi. Over the past month, Law had become increasingly adept at utilizing the powers of the surgery fruit. Especially with Noah's guidance, Law's development of the surgery fruit's abilities advanced more quickly and comprehensively than in the original timeline. After all, the concept involved with the surgery fruit is surgery, or rather the consideration of surgical medical techniques. In this regard, Noah could provide Law with a plethora of reference ideas. For instance, without exposure to medical technologies like X-rays, ultrasound, nuclear magnetic resonance, and proton-heavy ions, it would be challenging for Law to develop relevant derived abilities. However, with Noah's hints, the outcome was different. Although Law's physical strength at this time was insufficient to support the use of derived abilities like X-ray gamma rays and proton-heavy ions, he could preliminarily utilize the 2 derived abilities of nuclear magnetic resonance and ultrasound. In the northern wilderness of Sea Swallow Island, Law skillfully evaded Ara's attacks by using ultrasound in conjunction with his recently awakened observation hockey. Even with the special spatial ability of the surgery fruit allowing Law to achieve spatial movement within a certain range, he still couldn't completely evade Ara's attacks. Breathless Law was acutely aware of his shortcomings. If physical strength is fundamental to the fruit's abilities, without sufficient stamina, even a powerful devil fruit ability would be rendered ineffective. This can be seen from how Ace and Sabo utilized the flame fruit. Additionally, the disparity in observation hockey was another reason Law couldn't evade Ara's attacks. Meanwhile, not far away, Beepo, Pekin, Shachi, and others were also training their physical skills. Noah, on the other hand, was setting up a temporary base in the underground caves dug out by Ara on Sea Swallow Island. Although the majority of the Noah family's power was concentrated in the East Sea, it did not mean they would abandon the other three seas. At this moment, Noah was experimenting with a special device alongside Age. On top of the stone mountain above the cave, several dry trees grew between the cracks of the stones. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the surfaces of these dry trees were densely covered with tiny black crystals. These were modified graphene crystals created by Age using his abilities characterized by their capacity to absorb surrounding electromagnetic wave signals and transmit these received signals to the underground cave. Then, through several specially cultivated phone bugs, this information would be decrypted. In fact, to cultivate these specially designed decoding phone bugs, the Noah family sacrificed hundreds of phone bugs and utilized IQ components along with considerable life force to successfully cultivate over a dozen decoding phone bugs. The first phone tapping station was established on Haixing Island, while Sea Swallow Island became the second. With the lines connected, Age and several members of the Noah family began intensive testing. This espionage work was not done blindly. It required specific planning and skills. It could be divided into 6 offices: number locking, relationship mapping, personnel grading, specialized tailing, information analysis, and overall coordination. For ordinary forces' phone bug communications, the tapping station would not focus its attention on them. The forces that required close monitoring were either the world government CP organizations, the Navy, or regional overlords, revolutionary armies, and notorious pirates. For instance, in the North Sea, the first batch of forces selected by Noah for key attention were the Vinsmoke family, Don Quixote family, and Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy. As for how these forces' phone numbers were determined, the answer lay in keyword monitoring. For example, regarding the Don Quixote family, based on Noah's information, if the other party mentioned terms like Doflamingo, Young Master, Don Quixote, Pica Diamante, or Toribol during the phone conversation, the recorder would preliminarily lock this number and continue monitoring for a period until the identity of its owner could be confirmed. Although there are anti-eavesdropping phone bugs in the pirate world, they have not been widely used, mainly due to their limited availability and strict government control. Moreover, many forces rarely use anti-eavesdropping phone bugs in their daily communications, which provided the Noah family with the opportunity to tap their phones. Indeed, on the 4th morning after the tapping station on Sea Swallow Island became operational, they intercepted a signal from a phone bug sent by the Navy. At first, the recorder did not notice any issues. It wasn't until the communication content of this phone signal mentioned the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Crane and referred to terms like young master and family that the recorder began to take it seriously. Soon, during the continuous monitoring of these two numbers, the entire phone bug numbers of the Don Quixote family were quickly locked down, including some phone bugs from the underground forces of the North Sea. At this time, Doflamingo, who was evading Vice Admiral Crane's pursuit, was unaware that his phone number had been locked. The tapping station recorded some valuable intelligence. While reviewing this intelligence, Noah suddenly discovered a particularly valuable piece of information. Record time: year 1505, month 7, day 22. Time of call: Doflamingo and Diamante. Call record: a girl suspected to be a devil fruit user was discovered on Anguippo Islands with the ability, possibly being the snow fruit. Could it be Monet and Sugar? Noah glanced at the map of the North Sea and found that Anguippo Islands was not too far from Sea Swallow Island, approximately 976 kilometers away. He then recalled some information regarding Monet and Sugar. This year is 1505, Monet should be 13 years old, while Sugar would be 5. At this point, Monet had eaten the snow fruit, while Sugar likely had not, as the toy fruit has a characteristic: once consumed, the Bodis age becomes fixed. In the original timeline, Sugar's body age was 10 years. This means Sugar must have eaten the toy fruit at the age of 10. Although she had not consumed the toy fruit, Noah did not intend to hand the two of them over to Doflamingo. Currently, Doflamingo and his family members were evading Crane's pursuit and had no time to seek out the Monet sisters, providing Noah with a perfect opportunity. Noah quickly instructed Ara and the others to set sail. Soon the Nautilus sped towards Anguippo Islands. A few days later, on one of the inhabited islands of the Anguippo archipelago, Noah and his companions disguised themselves as merchants and appeared in a bar in a small town. The bartender poured Noah a glass of rum and jokingly asked, "You seem unfamiliar. You must not be from the Anguippo Kingdom." Good observation. Noah casually placed a silver coin on the counter. Seeing this, the bartender's smile brightened even more as he discreetly accepted the silver coin, saying, "Sir, may I ask what information you are seeking? I heard that there is a famous gin distillery in Anguippo. If I need to purchase gin from them, what should I prepare?" The bartender shook his head. "You are too late. That distillery has already been acquired by someone. The previous owner seems to have been killed by pirates." Noah was well aware of this. He even knew that the distillery's owner had been secretly eliminated by Diamante with the goal of taking over the distillery. Oh, so it was bought by someone. That's troublesome. Are there many pirates near the Anguippo Kingdom? The bartender smiled wryly. Indeed, there have been quite a few pirates in recent years. Even 2 small towns have been destroyed by pirates. These damn sea scum are truly reckless. Noah sarcastically remarked. The bartender added, "Yes, but these pirates will eventually face retribution. Just half a month ago, a pirate crew was killed by a snow demon on Haixing Island, turned into ice sculptures." Snow demon? What is that? I don't know. I just heard a few passing merchants mention it. This year, several pirate ships near Haixing Island have been attacked, and those pirates who were killed turned into ice sculptures. I see. It seems I should avoid that island to prevent being attacked by the snow demon. Having obtained the information he wanted, Noah quickly left the bar and hurriedly led his companions toward Haixing Island. Meanwhile, Diamante was also on Haixing Island with a few outer members of the Don Quixote family secretly searching for the so-called snow demon. Unfortunately, Diamante's observation range was too limited, and with insufficient manpower this time, he could not act overtly, causing the search to proceed very slowly. By the time Noah and his group landed on Haixing Island, Diamante had not yet found any trace of the sisters Monet. In contrast, Noah's extensive observation range allowed him to quickly lock onto several targets, all of whom were together, and after filtering through them, he further narrowed it down. Based on the gender, age, and fruit abilities of Monet and Sugar, Noah soon pinpointed their exact location. In a forest in the northwest of Haixing Island, a girl was cutting deer meat, and beside her was a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Noah and his companions descended from the sky. "Who are you?" Monet exclaimed in shock, her body tensing up as she began to gather snowflakes with her hands while protecting her sister behind her. "Are you the one with the snow fruit ability?" Noah glanced at the frozen deer and then assessed Monet and Sugar's blizzard. Monet did not hesitate to attack. "You damn pirates. Die." However, the violent blizzard felt like a gentle breeze to Noah, who was fully clad in armed color hockey, as the ice was instantly shattered by his powerful aura. Monet's pupils constricted as she quickly picked up her sister and fled deeper into the forest. But in the next moment, the two sisters felt darkness descend upon them, as if a force was pressing down on them, causing them to fall to the ground, unable to retaliate even in elemental form. Noah's conqueror's hockey instantly subdued the two. However, he did not approach immediately, but turned to instruct, Law, take them back to the Thousand Sunny first. "Yes. All right, big brother Noah." Law instantly teleported behind Monet, placing his palm on her back, instantly numbing part of her nerves, causing her to black out. REI picked up the trembling Sugar, casually opened a wormhole, and took Law and the two captives away. A few minutes later, in the forest, several figures appeared before Noah. However, at this time, Noah had changed into a white suit and white mask. Diamante, seeing Noah's attire, felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Could he be from CP? However, in the next second, Noah struck, directly unleashing a conqueror's hockey that knocked out all Don Quixote family members except for Diamante, including the Den Mushi they carried. At that moment, Diamante's expression changed drastically. "Conqueror's hockey? Impossible. You aren't from CP." Unfortunately, Noah was not one for idle chatter, and he flung out several seawater cards. Diamante swiftly swung his rapier while preparing to release various stored weapons. But he never anticipated that the moment his sword pierced those cards, the seawater sealed inside would explode forth. "What? Seawater?" Diamante was shocked it was too late to escape. The seawater quickly engulfed him, and he soon felt his body weaken before falling into unconsciousness. Noah fished Diamante out of the seawater and placed him in a barrel, finally sealing him inside the card. After completing all this, Noah silenced the remaining Don Quixote family members on the scene before having REI pull him back onto the Thousand Sunny. Inside the cabin, Monet, who had already regained consciousness, looked at her legs soaking in seawater, her expression very bad, and anxiously glanced at her sister Sugar. Noah looked at the girl before him and asked with a smile, "Are you interested in joining my family?" "Join you? You." Monet gritted her teeth and cursed. "Who told you we are pirates?" Monet was momentarily taken aback. "What? You're not pirates. Our Noah family is made up of decent people. How could we be pirates?" Noah explained, do you invite people like this? I see you are not good people either." Monet immediately mocked. However, she did not notice that her sister was nearby eating grapes, clearly having forgotten everything else and focusing solely on the grapes and cheese biscuits on her plate. When she heard the sound of someone eating next to her, she finally noticed her sister Sugar eating. Her heart sank, and thinking of her sister, Monet felt compelled to compromise. "As long as you are willing to take us, and I am willing to work for you, but on the condition that you cannot force us to do things we do not like, and my sister cannot work for you until she comes of age." Noah did not take this to heart. After all, the training system of the Noah family was sufficient to change many of the sisters' ideas, and Noah was very confident that as long as Monet agreed, he had ways to win her heart. Soon Noah untied the seawater barrel from around Monet's calves. As long as Monet wasn't foolish, she should realize that they were currently at the bottom of the sea. If she damaged the structure of the submarine, it would surely lead to their demise. Meanwhile, Noah and the others could simply leave through Arius' wormhole, which was Noah's confidence. The captured Diamante quickly became the fourth apostle of Noah. Along with the previous three apostles, their combined strength made Noah even more formidable. With the development of the devil fruits and enhancements to his body, he could now not only summon apostles to assist in combat and tasks, but also utilize their fruit abilities. Of course, there are certain limitations to this borrowing. For instance, he can only borrow the ability of one fruit at a time. During the period of using an apostle's fruit ability, that apostle cannot be summoned, and the physical stamina required will also double. Currently, Brian is stationed at the training camp in the Rum Kingdom. Patton assists Uncle Joseph in managing the entire Rum Kingdom from its capital, Rum City. Noah carries both Big Bear and Diamante with him. The iron fruit of Big Bear acts as a great supplement for Noah, who lacks significant physical strength akin to a paramecia-type fruit similar to the slippery fruit. However, Diamante cannot be summoned casually either. The reason lies in the life paper, which is controlled by the core members of the Don Quixote family, all in the hands of Doflamingo. Once Diamante appears in the form of an apostle, the life paper can sense his whereabouts. Thus, Diamante can only be maintained in card form, preventing the life paper from detecting his location. If Noah borrows Diamante's fruit ability, the life paper similarly cannot sense it. In fact, the ability of the fluttering fruit is quite good, even possessing certain spatial capabilities such as transforming objects into fabric, which is a form of spatial compression. Diamante has only developed abilities to smash iron balls, create iron thorns, and iron fabric, which is truly a result of his lack of education. With the influence of the Don Quixote family, preparing a large number of bombs, gas bombs, incendiary bombs, and glass containers is not a difficult task. Compressing these items into fabric form could achieve a storage similar to that of card fruits. However, Diamante has not developed in that direction and instead combined his fruit abilities with swordsmanship, resulting in poorly developed fruit abilities and average swordsmanship, leading to an unsatisfactory outcome. In Noah's view, the ability of the fluttering fruit possesses strategic value, serving as support and for long-range attacks. Thus, its primary role should not include swordsmanship and physical techniques. He only needs to ensure he can escape and evade enemy attacks. As for the iron fruit, Noah's core development direction focuses on iron experimentation and high-temperature reactions. As a paramecia-type ability, the iron fruit cannot create and manipulate iron externally, but can simulate his body. The term iron refers not only to iron itself, but also includes steel, which is an alloy primarily composed of iron. The knowledge involved is quite extensive, making it difficult for an ordinary person to develop. For example, low-carbon, medium-carbon, and high-carbon steels have different properties. High-carbon steel can be used to manufacture springs, meaning that in high-carbon steel form, the iron fruit can achieve abilities akin to a spring fruit. In pure iron form, the iron fruit's maximum temperature can reach 1,535 degrees Celsius. In contrast, the magma fruit, before fully awakening, has a maximum temperature of only around 1,400 degrees Celsius, which is insufficient to melt the iron fruit. In rubidium magnet form, the iron fruit can exhibit some strong magnetic abilities and even generate electricity within the body. Other forms include stainless steel, silicon steel, and high manganese steel. In summary, the iron fruit encompasses not only iron itself, but also high-temperature reactions, magnetic power generation, and mirror reflection as derivative directions. This is the power of wisdom. Time flies, and before one knows it, a new year has arrived. It is now January 1st, 1506 of the marine calendar. Having roamed the North Sea for nearly half a year, Noah and his companions not only enhanced their strength, but also found 3 devil fruits during their journey. During this time, Noah also captured 2 pirates who possessed devil fruits. The North Sea has been tumultuous over this. This is mainly due to the disappearance of Diamante, which infuriated Doflamingo. He activated the underground forces of the Don Quixote family to search the North Sea for Diamante's whereabouts and to capture the mastermind behind his disappearance. Additionally, the navy led by Crane is also pursuing Doflamingo in the North Sea, making the situation of the Don Quixote family increasingly precarious. However, these matters did not affect Noah. At this moment, his observation hockey covers a radius of 120 kilometers with a single direction perception limit reaching approximately 600 kilometers. The reason for such an exaggerated level of enhancement is naturally due to Noah combining the abilities of the iron fruit, constructing a rubidium magnet mode within his body and generating electric currents from blood flow to amplify electromagnetic waves, achieving effects similar to those of the thunder fruit. With such a vast range of observation hockey, as long as Noah does not wish to be detected, he can change his path or hide in advance, ensuring no one can discover his movements. Returning to the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, Noah and his companions celebrate the new year while also allowing new members to get to know the old ones. The core members of the family include Noah, Uncle Joseph, Cousin Joshua, Anthony, Tamani, Vic, Ale, Ajay, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary, totaling 11 people. The new members include Andy, Malai, Luo, the family of Rami, the Fur Tribe, White Bear, Babwa, Pachin, Shachi, as well as Monai and Sugar, totaling 9 people. As for Patton and Brian, the apostles, they can only be considered part of Noah and do not belong to the complete human category. The outer members also do not qualify to participate in this year's meeting, as the core layer of the Noah family involves too many secrets that should not be known to these individuals, which is also for their protection. Lastly, the absorbed Birdman tribe, a total of 388 people, the training camp Boy Scouts, a total of 321 people, and the recently selected personnel from the remnants of Fryvan, a total of 261 people, belong to the middle layer of the Noah family. Looking at the gathered family members, Noah raised a glass of grape juice and said, "Everyone, the family's current status is hard-earned. I hope we can all witness the arrival of a new era. Cheers, cheers." The crowd cheered enthusiastically. After drinking the grape juice, Noah continued with a smile, "Now the family has become increasingly large, and I plan to conduct a comprehensive organization of the family." Uncle Joseph echoed, "Noah is right. The family does indeed need to be readjusted. My idea is this: first, the family should establish a round table meeting, selecting 7 individuals to become rotating elders of the round table, assisting me in managing affairs. The 7 elders will manage 7 departments: the Internal Affairs Department, the Military Department, the Business Department, the Inspection Department, the Science and Education Department, the Industrial Department, and the Resource Department." The crowd listened intently. "I appoint Lilith to oversee the Internal Affairs Department, responsible for managing the family's internal affairs. Joshua will be the head of the Military Department, and Anthony will serve as the Chief of Staff, managing the family's armed forces and military development. Uncle Joseph will be in charge of the Business Department, responsible for the family's commercial operations, while also overseeing the management of the Rum Kingdom. Mary will be the head of the inspection department with Tamani as her assistant responsible for internal supervision and intelligence. The science and education department will temporarily be managed by my apostle Brian, the industrial department by Ajay, and the resource department by Ale. In addition to Uncle Joseph, Joshua, Lilith, Mary R., and Ajia becoming elders, Tamani, Anthony, Vic, and Lillian were also appointed as cadre members. As for Andy, Luo, Mei Lai, Mo Nai, Pei Jean, and Xia Qi, they became elite members. Meanwhile, Shatang, Lami, and Bei Bo, due to their young age, could only be considered newcomers. Previously, Noah had collected 3 devil fruits from the North Sea, namely the childlike fruit, the artistic fruit, and the crow. Noah gave the artistic fruit to Tamani, who had always hoped to acquire a magnificent devil fruit ability. As soon as Noah obtained this fruit, he immediately requested it be given to him. Although Noah felt that the development of the artistic fruit was somewhat challenging, the conceptualization required was very peculiar, necessitating artistic talent and imagination. Since Tamani wanted to consume it, Noah naturally would not object. The remaining 2 fruits, the childlike fruit, was intended for Sha Tang, but since Sha Tang was too young at that time, consuming it would permanently fix her physical age. Therefore, he planned to wait until she was around 17 years old before giving it to her. As for the animal-type crow fruit, it was temporarily sealed by Noah in a card similar to many other animal-type fruits he had previously acquired and could later be rewarded to certain family members who contributed. With the family restructuring completed, the new year had also passed. Inside the biological laboratory on Haixing Island, Andy and Luo looked at the golden-haired old man submerged in seawater, revealing a hint of surprise and fear on their faces. "Don't worry, he is already under my control. Shall we begin now?" Noah said while focusing his attention on the golden lion. After more than half a year of training, Luo had already grasped the capabilities of the surgical fruit. The group of freedmen previously released was healed through Luo's ability. Now Noah finally intended to take action against the golden lion. Luo concentrated, instantly expanding the surgical field, disassembling the unconscious golden lion's skull, and gradually clearing out the embedded ship's core. Meanwhile, Andy was monitoring the physiological equipment, preventing the golden lion from suddenly perishing. Time passed. The ship's core within the golden lion's skull was gradually being cleared until the last shard embedded in the brain was removed. With swift hands, Luo expertly removed the golden lion's frontal lobe. After the removal, he nodded at Noah. "Continue as planned." "Understood, Master Noah." Luo immediately injected the golden lion with the modified IQ extraction fluid along with a special life serum, causing the golden lion's body to rapidly recover. Next came the main event, as Luo needed to repair the nerves and blood vessels damaged by the ship's core in the golden lion's brain to prevent future issues. The surgery lasted more than 3 hours. Fortunately, with the IQ extraction fluid and life serum, even if the golden lion was successfully modified, its strength would not be significantly diminished. The golden lion, after the surgical modification, not only had the ship's core removed from its head, but also eliminated all internal injuries and deficiencies, and even received a pair of healthy legs. Even though it had lost its emotions and conqueror's haki, the golden lion still exuded an overwhelming aura. Noah swiftly tossed the Emperor card from the Major Arcana deck towards the sleeping golden lion. The golden cocoon enveloped the golden lion. Soon a brand new apostle appeared before Noah. Emperor Shiki Float Fruit Shiki, who opened his eyes, had already sorted through the residual memories of the golden lion combined with the memories bestowed by Noah. He understood his identity. Kneeling on one knee, Shiki gazed at Noah with fervent eyes. "My lord, your loyal subordinate Shiki pays his respects." "Rise, my apostle." Noah's conqueror's haki surged further. With Shiki as his apostle, Noah's strength officially reached the level of a... Although Apostle Shiki had lost his conqueror's haki, his armament and observation haki were restored, and his physical strength and vitality returned to their peak. Coupled with the abilities of the Float fruit and his dual-wielding swordsmanship, his power was at the general level. Of course, due to the loss of conqueror's haki, it would be difficult for Apostle Shiki to truly return to his peak, unable to suppress a general, only able to be compared to one. Even so, Shiki's power was still terrifying, and the strategic significance of the Float fruit was extraordinary. At this moment, the Noah family could be considered truly invincible. With Shiki's Float fruit, Diamante's Flutter fruit, and Aries' whole fruit, the family could cover the entire world in rapid movement and material transport. Moreover, in the future crisis of rising sea levels, the Noah family could also be spared from harm. More importantly, they obtained safe access to each Sky Island. For instance, the Thunder fruit that Noah had long desired was located on the Sky Island Baika. Originally, he had planned to go to the Western Sea's Shitian Peak to access the Sky Island and then seek Baika. Now it was no longer necessary to go through such trouble. Furthermore, with the abilities of the Float fruit, the Noah family did not have to worry about the Sea Kings and the Doldrums, as they could directly enter the Grand Line from the East Sea, Paradise, or from the North Sea into the Grand Line, New World. After encouraging Luo and Andy, Noah left Haixing Island with Shiki, R, and Tamani. Utilizing the Float fruit, he controlled the Nautilus to cross the Doldrums from the East Sea, entering the Paradise segment of the Grand Line. The Nautilus, concealed high above, was disguised using Tamani's fruit abilities, making it undetectable even by Morgans, who had eyes everywhere in the world. Upon entering the Grand Line, Paradise, Noah and his companions, who had long collected the permanent pointer to Gaia Island, did not waste any time and headed straight for Gaia Island. According to Noah's analysis, it was highly probable that Enel had not yet consumed the Thunder fruit. Based on the original timeline's description, Enel destroyed his hometown Baika around 1514 and then occupied Angel Island with his subordinates. Given Enel's character, if he had obtained the thunder fruit, he would not have been able to restrain himself for long, at most within a year or two, he would have destroyed Baika. This means that the earliest time window for Enel to acquire the thunder fruit would not be before 1512. At this point, it was only early 1506, leaving at least 6 years before the other party consumed the thunder fruit, providing Noah with an opportunity to get there first. 3 days later, high above Gaia Island, Noah, using his observation Haixing, sensed the enormous cumulonimbus clouds above Gaia Island, as well as the islands and creatures higher up. Under the influence of the float fruit, the Nautilus rapidly ascended, quickly breaking through the sea clouds within the Without boarding the Nautilus, ordinary abilities users would be unable to break through the cumulonimbus, as such clouds contain sea stone, which can sap the powers of abilities users. At 7,000 meters above the White Sea's surface, an invisible silhouette suddenly burst forth from the sea of clouds, causing the surrounding sky beasts to flee rapidly from the nearby White Sea area due to an invisible aura. The Nautilus, having removed its artistic disguise, revealed its silver-gray steel exterior. However, the Nautilus did not stop, it continued to drift along the cloud currents toward the gates of heaven. Angel Island. Noah and Tamani, along with a dozen Harpy Sky Cavalry warriors, walked along the lovely avenue after disembarking from the Nautilus. The Sky Islanders around, though curiously observing Noah and his companions, showed little hostility. Instead, several shop owners began to promote the island's specialties to the crowd. Noah picked up a hot shell, examining it closely. "Brother, these shells are quite interesting," Tamani remarked, also holding a few different functional Sky Island shells, curiously touching them. At that moment, a team of Sky Island soldiers and a thin old man approached from the end of the street. Noah was already aware of their movements, but in the face of overwhelming power, the actions of the Sky Islanders held little significance. The current god of the Sky Island, Gone Full, approached Noah cautiously and asked, "Guest from Qinghai, may I ask how you arrived at the Sky Island?" "You are the god of the Sky Island." "Bold," a priest shouted angrily. However, Noah did not choose to defuse the situation, instead directly releasing his conqueror's haki. The terrifying yet controlled conqueror's haki instantaneously struck fear into the surrounding Sky Islanders, especially Gone Full, whose face turned anxious. He immediately lowered his posture, saying, "My lord, it was our mistake earlier, please forgive our offense." Noah shook his head with a smile. "You must have encountered conqueror's haki, the same aura that Roger possessed." "Roger? Do you know Roger?" Gone Full quickly inquired. Noah glanced at the old man. "Who doesn't know Roger at sea? It's a pity he has become a notorious pirate. There's no need to discuss a dead man." "Notorious pirate? Dead? Did Roger pass away?" Gone Full's expression was somewhat complex. "He was executed by the world government 8 years ago, but he also played a trick on the world government before he died." Noah set down the Sky Island shell in his hand and continued, "Now let's discuss serious matters." Gone Full became somewhat nervous. "My lord, our Sky Island is very barren and lacks the treasures you Qinghai people favor. If you need anything, I can offer you some Sky Island shells as gifts." "Oh, your god island has many things," Noah reminded with a smile. In an instant, Gone Full broke out in a cold sweat. "My lord, there is indeed some gold on God Island. I can give you that gold, hoping that you may forgive us." "Hee, you are quite sensible, but I don't just want gold, I want the entire Sky Island. Are you willing to abdicate?" "What?" Gone Full felt 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, but he dared not show it. After all, Noah had just exerted tremendous pressure on him. He quickly lamented, "My lord, our Sky Island is very barren and cannot bring you any benefits." "Who says rule must be for benefits?" Noah had no intention of exploiting the Sky Islanders. His goal was to establish a unified kingdom, and the Sky Island was naturally no exception. Faced with Noah's might, although Gone Full felt reluctant, he ultimately chose to yield to avoid provoking Noah, much like how he would later face the unbeatable Enel. Soon on Angel Island, along with the Sky Islanders residing on God Island, a total of 3,259 people were gathered together on a makeshift high platform. Noah looked at the more than 3,000 Sky Islanders in the small square and opened his arms. "Dear Sky Island residents, hello. I am your new god, Noah. From today on, we are one family. You will all become citizens of the Dawn Kingdom. Our Dawn Kingdom is a realm of equality, freedom, fairness, and harmony, as well as a realm of self-improvement and fearlessness against tyranny. I have a dream that one day everyone can live in the sunlight. I have a dream that one day, whether ordinary people, Harpies, Sky Islanders, or fishmen, all intelligent races can coexist peacefully. Oh, I have a dream that one day the Sky Islanders can have their own land, fishmen can bask in the sunlight, and humans can sail freely on the seas. I have a dream that one day children will not be left to roam the streets, but can go to school. Young people can realize their ambitions and dreams, and the elderly can live their twilight years peacefully, reminiscing about their youth under the setting sun." Noah's impassioned speech and powerful gestures stirred the blood of many Sky Islanders. "I will use my life to realize my beliefs and dreams." As soon as he finished speaking, an island of similar size to God Island descended from the sky and slowly landed beside Angel Island. "My family, from today onwards you will live on this land." The residents of Angel Island erupted in cheers. "Really? That's great, so many treasures. God Noah, long live." Gone Full, standing aside, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He did not expect that Noah's first act would be to gift them a dirt island. For the Sky Islanders, the value of gold was less than iron, as soil was their treasure. The newly appointed Noah quickly gained the admiration of many Sky Islanders. After all, the previous god of the Sky Island had been very strict in controlling the soil on God Island, and even prohibited ordinary Sky Islanders from entering. Now the distinction between Noah and the previous gods was stark. After taking control of the entire Angel Island, Noah immediately relocated the Harpies who had been settled on Haixing Island. The addition of over 2,000 Harpies combined with the annexation of the original priest army of Angel Island made the manpower on the Sky Island relatively sufficient. Noah designated the area of the Sky Island as the Paradise Sky Governorate and set up 3 uninhabited islands near Angel Island, one of which was the former base of the Golden Lion Island. On Lion Island, he established the Paradise Sky Governor's office overseeing Lion Island, Angel Island, Harpy Island, Field Island, and Haixing Island, God Island. As for the previous location of the temple, the so-called God Island, Noah directly renamed it Haixing Island. He planned to use this island to accommodate the Shandians after subjugating them, as this place was originally the ancestral land of the Shandians. In fact, regarding the sudden changes near Angel Island, the Shandians who had been trying to reclaim their ancestral land had already discovered the newly appeared Sky Islands around Angel Island. However, they did not dare to act rashly since they had not yet clarified the specific situation. Even if they did not move, Noah would soon take the initiative to find them. After all, Noah would not allow the Shandians to continue their disturbances, as this would not be conducive to the management and stability of the Paradise Sky Governorate. On the other side, after the Harpy race evacuated from Haixing Island, Luo brought some of the Flevens refugees to take over. Currently, there are about 3,000 Flevens refugees settled on Haixing Island, whom Luo has gradually treated for lead poisoning. For these people, being able to cure lead poisoning made leaving their homes acceptable. As for the loss of wealth, they had no objection. After all, the currency within Haixing Island is the Don Yuan, and they have no way to trade with the outside world, thus bailing. In the northwest direction of Angel Island, approximately 2 kilometers within the Sea of Clouds, 3 warriors of the Shandia tribe, draped in artificial clouds, were carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, the 3 spotted over 100 aerial cavalrymen and a large wooden ship rapidly approaching their direction. Not good. We have been discovered. Run. The somewhat inexperienced lackey's expression changed dramatically. The mantis Kamachili and Bulaham immediately reacted. However, a voice suddenly resonated behind the 3. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tamani appeared behind them with a smile. The mantis immediately swung his burning sword, but in the next moment his sword merely cleaved through an illusion as Tamani's figure vanished with the wind. Visual art palette. In an instant, dozens of Tamani appeared around them. Explosive burning slash. The mantis, facing a grave threat, unleashed indiscriminate slashes in all directions. Visual art inverted. In a moment, the surrounding environment seemed to turn upside down, with colorful kaleidoscopic staircases enveloping the 3 from all sides. The mantis, Laki, and Bulaham stood back to back. However, they soon felt dizzy as the kaleidoscopic staircases exerted a strong hypnotic and visual disorienting effect. At this point, they found themselves trapped in an illusion with no way to escape. In the next moment, the kaleidoscopic staircases transformed into countless petals scattering, and Laki, Mantis, and Bulaham realized that their limbs were already shackled. When did this happen? Laki was extremely surprised. Tamani smiled as he strolled out from the void. The moment you heard, and the mantis, awakening from the dream, suddenly noticed a key point. Without wings, you are not people of the Sky Island. Tamani, have you had enough fun? Bring them up. Hearing Noah's reminder, Tamani effortlessly lifted the 3 and casually returned to the deck of the wood. On the deck, the mantis saw Noah basking in the sun, but his expression was grave as he sensed a terrifying aura, and Noah glanced at the others, having no intention of conversing with them. The wooden ship and the aerial cavalry swiftly advanced, crossing approximately 37 kilometers of the White Sea. Noah and his group arrived at a seemingly ordinary expanse. However, a large group of Shandia people soon surged from the nearby White Sea, including the newly minted warrior Weepa and the chieftain of the Shandia tribe. Noah stood on the deck looking at the encircling Shandia people. This must be Union Village. Seeing the mantis, Laki, and others bound on the deck, Weepa could no longer contain his inner fury and charged towards Noah with weapons made from the Sky Island shell. Sea people, hand over the mantis and the others. You are overestimating yourselves. In the next moment, a violent wave of conquerors' hockey surged towards all Shandia people, with Weepa being the first to bear its brunt. His face turned ashen, and despite gritting his teeth, he remained immobilized. Other Shandia people collapsed in shock, gazing at the figure on the deck with wide eyes. The seasoned chieftain immediately stepped forward. My lord, we did not intend to offend you. Please forgive our rudeness. Enough, I do not wish to hear your so-called history. I am simply offering you a brand new future. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Noah replied with a half-smile. The chieftain and Weepa, who had been brought onto the deck, showed expressions of uncertainty upon hearing Noah's words. My lord, how do you plan to deal with us? The chieftain asked cautiously. I have already incorporated Angel Island and God Island under the rule of the Dawn Kingdom. If you are willing to join and abide by the rules of the Dawn Kingdom, I can allow you to reside on God Island. My lord, you truly allow us to reside on God Island. The chieftain was both surprised and delighted. Do I need to deceive you? If I wanted to deal with you, why would I do this? The chieftain immediately understood. Indeed, given the current situation, if Noah truly intended to eliminate the Shandia people, he could simply annihilate them without resorting to any schemes. My lord, I am willing to lead the Shandia people to join the Dawn Kingdom. The chieftain immediately knelt on one knee, pledging loyalty to Noah. Rise. From now on, we are one family, and the grievances between you and the Sky Island people end here. Although Weepa and the other young Shandia felt reluctant, the chieftain accepted this reality, for they had already fought against the Sky Island people for 400 years and were utterly exhausted. Soon, with the cooperation of the chieftain, all 1273 Shandia people were gathered together, and Noah released several large transport ships to take them back to Haixing Island. When the transport ships reached the shores of Haixing Island, the chieftain and the gathered Shandia people were in tears upon stepping onto this land. However, an unexpected visitor soon arrived. A massive python emerged from the sea of clouds. Noah's conqueror's haki instantly coalesced, exerting a pressure akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, causing the Lord of the Sky, Nolan, to tremble. I know you can understand me. From now on, you will be the guardian of this Sky Island. Do you agree? The Lord of the Sky, Nolan, had already sensed the chill in Noah's words, as if refusing would result in being torn apart, so it quickly nodded in agreement. Go play on your own and don't hurt anyone casually in the future. Nolan, relieved, immediately dove back into the sea of clouds. The chieftain watched the departing giant serpent, a hint of nostalgia on his face. It turns out to be the Lord of the Sky. The strength of Lord Noah is truly formidable. Noah did not engage in idle chatter with them, but led the group to the Pandora ruins, retrieving the golden bell and historical texts that were held aloft by massive vines. The golden bell. It is indeed the golden bell. The chieftain, extremely excited, caressed the golden bell and looked at the massive black stone. This is what our ancestors have always protected. Noah chuckled. Hey, you should be grateful for being swept up to the Sky Island by the raging sea currents back then, or else you would have been exterminated long ago. What? Why? Weepa was somewhat puzzled. Do you know what this thing is, eh? This is historical text, a taboo of the world government. If you had remained on the lower Haixing Island, you would have eventually been targeted by the world government and annihilated. Noah then reminded. And about that, Roland, concerning the agreement with your ancestors, you'd better not let your brain get muddled. The chieftain felt uncomfortable, but still restrained himself. Lord Noah, although we agreed to join the Dawn Kingdom, the agreement with Roland is a matter concerning our ancestors' promise, and we cannot violate it. Let's take a look at this book before we talk further. Noah casually handed over a copy of the Great Talker. The chieftain was somewhat perplexed, but took it anyway. Upon seeing the content of the book, a flicker of anger involuntarily crossed his face. Our benefactor has been slandered as a fraud. Noah shook his head, genuinely worried about their intelligence. You really are naive. Thankful to those who sold you out. What does Lord Noah mean by this? The chieftain's brows furrowed tightly. Roland exposed the existence of gold on Haixing Island. Later, the exploration fleet of the Rubunial Kingdom came based on Roland's description, but they found no gold and were executed by the king. Don't you see anything wrong with this? The chieftain began to think carefully and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. It seems you have realized. If Shandora had not been swept up to the Sky Island back then, your fate would have been to be attacked by the exploration fleet of the Rubunial Kingdom or even annihilated. How could this be? The chieftain felt an overwhelming sense of distress. The agreement that the Shandia people had waited 400 years for harbored such hidden consequences. Other Shandia people also wore pained expressions. After Noah's awakening, the Shandians finally came to a new understanding of Roland. Although he had helped solve the tree plague of the Shandian tribe at that time, he later made the fact that Xiangwala had a significant amount of gold known to the entire world. If it weren't for the sky currents that pushed Xiangwala to the Sky Island, the Shandians would likely have perished by now. At this moment, the Shandians had also grown indifferent to the so-called agreement and abandoned the thought of ringing the golden bell. As for the even older historical text, the Shandians entrusted it to Noah, as such a thing was far too dangerous. Once discovered by the world government, even on the Sky Island, they would find a way to seize this historical text. Having settled the Shandians, Noah arranged for the Shandian chief Gonfur and the village chief of the Feather People to serve as advisors in the governor's office on Lion Island, assisting Noah in managing the Paradise Sky Governor's District. With everything in place, Noah once again set off towards the direction of Baika with Shurji and Ale, while Tamani remained behind as the temporary governor to oversee the governor's office on Lion Island. Baika is located to the south of Angel Island, and the distance between the two Sky Islands is approximately 322 kilometers. The Nautilus was advancing at full speed toward Baika. In just over 10 hours, the outline of Baika came into view. This Sky Island Baika is much smaller than Angel Island, with a population of fewer than 1500 people. It is very barren, lacking the sky currents of the Gaia Island Sea, and is instead close to the windless zone of the South Sea. When the people of Baika saw the Nautilus, they immediately surrounded it. Noah unleashed a conqueror's haki. The gods and priestly forces of Baika were instantly crushed to the ground by the haki, paying the price for their greed. Looking at the trembling Baika people, it was evident that their wings were larger than those of the Sky Islanders from Angel Island. "Ale, go bring Mary here." "All right, brother." Ale opened a wormhole and disappeared from the deck. After a while, the wormhole opened again, and Ale appeared with Mary. "Mary, the inspection work is up to you." Mary nodded helplessly. What a hassle, over 1,000 people again. Soon the Noah family took control of the entire Baika and began a comprehensive transformation of the island. Of course, they were also searching for the thunder fruit hidden in Baika. Noah did not find the thunder fruit in the Baika temple, but instead found the ancestors of the Baika people, namely many technological blueprints left by the Moon people, including a design for a spaceship called the Ark Proverb. Noah valued this blueprint highly. Although the Ark Proverb required a massive amount of power, only the thunder fruit could maximize its functionality. However, this does not mean that the Noah family could not use it, as Ajia had delved deeper into the development of the graphite fruit and had already developed graphene batteries, which have an incredibly powerful energy storage capacity. If a large art proverb was not built, but rather a medium-sized one using graphene batteries along with wind turbines and air sacs, it could basically achieve long-distance aerial flight. This would be more comprehensive than a single art proverb and much safer than using floating wooden ships buoyed by the floater. After all, the buoyancy from the floater fruit is a result of the fruit's ability. If Shurji were to encounter an accident, those floating wooden ships would become useless. Therefore, mass-producing medium-sized art proverbs as the core transportation channel for the family's control of the Sky Islands was an essential matter to be prioritized. 3 days later, Noah was in the temple looking at the defiant Enelu. Enelu had been captured by the Sky Cavalry the day before yesterday and had been very dissatisfied. At 23 years old, Enelu's worldview had almost solidified, had it not been for the fact that he had not yet committed evil acts and was also bullied, and Baika Noah would have long since executed him. He looked at Mary. Give him a chance, send him to the training camp for re-education. If he still doesn't change, then send him to reincarnate. Upon hearing Noah's words, Enelu was startled. Mary nodded and then reported on the inspection work of the past few days. Brother Noah, all the wicked individuals among the Baika people have been cleared out, a total of 28 people, all executed. Noah glanced through the inspection report and found that the god of Baika was also among those being purged, which did not surprise him. After all, the atmosphere in Baika was one of hostility towards outsiders, especially those without wings. Without the leading role of the Baika god, the other Baika people would certainly not have acted so blatantly. During Mary's inspection, this Baika god not only oppressed those without wings, but also under the pretext of limited resources expelled Baika people over the age of 50. This policy had been in effect for over 30 years. In reality, while Baika was barren, it was not to the extent that they could not support dozens of elderly people. However, as the ruling god, he certainly needed to enjoy himself, so he could only obtain resources from the other Baika people. This is the reality. Noah felt no waves of emotion or pity in his heart for eliminating these people. Mary took Enelu away from the temple. Meanwhile, Ale, who was responsible for the search work, walked into the temple with a hint of awkwardness. Brother Noah, we haven't found the thunderfruit these past few days. Not in Baika. Noah pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. Investigate the area where the flowing cloud punishment is executed and focus on searching that area. The execution area of the flowing cloud punishment. He'll go right away. Noah believed the thunderfruit was in that area because of Enelu's unpopularity in Baika. The area where Enelu obtained the thunderfruit could only be Baika and the surrounding White Sea. Since no thunderfruit had been found around Baika, it was highly likely that the place where Enelu later obtained the thunderfruit was the area where he was subjected to the flowing cloud punishment. 2 days later, Ale appeared in the temple with a small box. Brother Noah, the thunderfruit was indeed in the execution area of the flowing cloud punishment. I discovered a dilapidated sailboat from 200 years ago there, and the thunderfruit was hidden in the lower deck of the ship. Noah opened the small box and saw the golden thunderfruit, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The thunderfruit, a natural-type fruit, is among the most formidable in its category. It possesses immense speed similar to the Goro Goro no Mi, and is even more agile with terrifying attack power, and had it not been for the fact that the original timeline Enelu did not wield armament haki and did not emphasize physical training, his strength would surely not have been so limited. As for Enelu being defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, it is actually due to the protagonist's halo. Without armament haki or observation haki, even if Luffy could resist lightning and high temperatures, he would have no way to attack Enelu. After all, Enelu possesses powerful observation haki and can also elementalize. Lightning is not countered by water like the Suna no Mi. He is essentially invincible. Luffy's ability to defeat Enelu is purely because of the protagonist's halo. After finding the thunderfruit, Noah did not store it away, for this fruit was far too important. Noah instructed Ale to bring Joshua to the Sky Island. Soon Ale brought Joshua through the wormhole to the Baika temple. Brother, is there something you need? Of course, it's good news. Noah handed over the thunderfruit. This is the thunderfruit, you should eat it. This is the thunderfruit. Joshua looked at the golden fruit inside the small box, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Since among the core members of the family, except for Vic, who was a dedicated martial arts practitioner, everyone else had already consumed devil fruits, Joshua did not hesitate and directly picked up the thunderfruit. Brother, thank you. Then Joshua took a big bite of the fruit, and his face instantly turned extremely twisted, as if his soul was about to leave his body, yet he still endured the nausea and continued to chew the remaining fruit piece by piece. Noah had already taken out a large bottle of watermelon juice that Joshua loved to drink. Take a sip of watermelon juice to ease it down. Thanks, brother. Joshua lifted the large bottle and gulped it down, finishing several liters of watermelon juice in one go, then sighed in relief. I'm alive again. Try out your abilities. Noah reminded. Okay. Joshua closed his eyes and focused, and soon dense currents of electricity began to swirl around his body, and his palms transformed into blue-purple electric light. Zizizi. The sound echoed throughout the temple like a chorus of 1,000 birds. At this moment, the power of the thunderfruit began to manifest, and after 300 years, the thunderous roar of the thunderfruit was about to resound in the world once more. Noah released a large amount of iron sand from the cards. Joshua had seen Noah's ideas for developing various devil fruits, which were compiled along with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in a book titled Book of Devils. With Joshua's strength now approaching that of a Navy headquarters brigadier general, his power surged dramatically after obtaining the thunderfruit. Electricity generates magnetism. Magnetism controls iron. Several tons of iron sand in the temple quickly wrapped around Joshua under the influence of electromagnetic force, soon encasing him in a black cocoon. Thunder metallurgy. The electric current transformed into high heat, instantly melting a portion of the iron sand. Magnet shaping. High-frequency vibrating sword. Electromagnetic cannon. Magnetic levitation. Magnetic field induction. Thor mode. Plasma cannon. Forced magnetization. High heat demagnetization. Magnetic field shield. Electromagnetic reciprocity. So powerful, the abilities displayed by Joshua with the Thunder Fruit are such that if he did not consciously control it, he could easily obliterate Bika. In a sense, the Thunder Fruit was the superior version of the Magnet Fruit, inherently countering the Magnet Fruit of the Paramecia type. Just the high-temperature demagnetization alone made the Magnet Fruit utterly defenseless. What is your observation hockey limit? Joshua sensed carefully for a moment, full coverage of about 200 kilometers in all directions, around 1,000 kilometers in a single direction. Not bad, you're almost on par with me now. Noah was very satisfied. With Joshua wielding the Thunder Fruit combined with his original foundation, he could now rival the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters and would soon reach admiral level. At this time, the Noah family had become incredibly powerful. With the peculiar Paramecia types and 3 Logia types, along with a considerable number of mid-tier members, the family's overall strength could potentially match that of the Navy headquarters in the future. Lilian's Burn Fruit could be compared to Sakazuki's Magma Fruit, and it had even greater potential. Joshua's Thunder Fruit could be compared to Borsellino's Light Fruit, and it had slightly higher potential than the Light Fruit. Monet's Snow Fruit could be compared to Kazan's Ice Fruit, although the potential of the Snow Fruit was clearly not as great as that of the Ice Fruit. Fortunately, Noah could enhance Monet's ability development through scientific guidance. In terms of temperature, the Snow Fruit is certainly not comparable to the Ice Fruit, but that does not mean the Snow Fruit cannot enhance its power in other ways. Because conceptually, snow is a state, not a substance. In other words, snow can be formed from water or other substances. For example, oxygen, snow hydrogen, snow nitrogen, snow carbon dioxide, snow, and the like. This is the core development route of the Snow Fruit. Comparing low temperatures with the Ice Fruit means competing with one's weaknesses against the opponent's strengths, which has no chance of victory. However, exploring various snow substances can enhance the strength and potential of the Snow Fruit to some extent. For example, oxygen snow can allow Monet to instantly transform the oxygen in a sealed space into snowflake form, causing local hypoxia, which would be a crushing blow to opponents other than nature types. At the same time, oxygen snow can produce pure oxygen gas, which can have a tremendous effect on healing and intensifying combustion. Carbon dioxide snow can achieve artificial rainfall in clouds, which can also poison enemies. In summary, as long as one's mind does not stagnate, there are always more solutions than difficulties. After trying out some applications of his abilities in Bika, Joshua returned to the Kingdom of Rum for secret training. Noah then summoned Monet from the temporary headquarters in the Kingdom of Rum to replace Tamani as the temporary head of the Paradise Sky District. After all, the deterrent power of the Snow Fruit is much stronger in the Sky Island. Tamani's Art Fruit is not suited for direct combat. He is currently the Deputy Minister of the Inspection Department responsible for intelligence work at the distillery, where the Art Fruit has good applications. Meanwhile, Noah used the power of the Float Fruit to relocate all the Bika people from the Bika Sky Island to the nearby Field Island next to Angel Island. He did not completely abandon the Bika area, as it is one of the nodes in the western air route of Sky Island and a necessary stop for Angel Island to reach the West Sky Summit. While it has no development potential, it can serve as an observation post and outpost. Noah instructed Monet to arrange a small team of aerial cavalry, 10 people, to be stationed at Bika to prevent other Sky Islanders from directly entering Angel Island. This guard team would rotate every month. After returning to Lion Island, Noah replanned 5 Sky Islands and intensified surveillance on Gaia Island, especially during the monthly eruption of the sky current, to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Therefore, setting up several fixed outposts in the White Sea area below is a very necessary measure. Noah entrusted these matters to Monet Chief Kale Gonfour and the Feathered Village Chief Usha. Noah himself secretly headed to the Sea of the Grand Line, Paradise, accompanied by Shiki El Weepa and others, with their first stop being the Gaia Island below. In the quiet night sky, Noah and his group descended from the heavens, appearing near the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island. This marked the first official entry of the Noah family into the Grand Line. The next day in the morning, Noah and his companions, having changed their appearances, entered the Cherry Bar in Magic Valley town. Noah took a bite of a cherry pie. The taste was mediocre, neither bad nor particularly impressive. Ale brought over today's newspaper. Boss Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have taken the top spot. Noah sipped his lemonade and replied, "Oh, was that expected? Is there anything else interesting?" The Marine Admiral Sengoku has been confirmed as the new Marine commander, officially taking over in the year 1510. 1510. Noah murmured, taking another sip of lemonade. Suddenly the bar's door was violent. A group of unruly pirates swaggered in. This place is under the protection of the mighty dragon pirates. Noah glanced. The speaker was Kate, the first mate of the mighty dragon pirates, and standing behind him was the captain of the mighty dragon pirates. What a pleasant surprise. Ale immediately understood Noah's intentions. In the next moment, Ale appeared before Kate, his dark spear plunging directly into Kate's forehead. Thud. Kate fell lifelessly, his eyes wide open. Bastard. Veer exploded in rage, transforming in a fury. However, Ale appeared behind him, his palm striking against Veer's back. In an instant, a micro-wormhole appeared behind Veer, and a high-pressure water blade pierced through him, the seawater severely suppressing Veer's abilities, the high-pressure water blade breaking through his defenses in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the raptor Veer with a bounty of 240 million berries fell to the ground. Gulp. So terrifying. Who is this guy? Never seen before. The others in the bar whispered, their expressions filled with fear and dread as they looked at Noah. Noah swallowed the remaining cherry pie without wasting a morsel, then wiped his mouth and left 700 berries behind. Ale casually picked up the severely injured and unconscious Veer, then followed Noah as they swiftly departed. After avoiding the eyes around them, the two vanished into an abandoned building. Back inside the Going Merry, Noah sealed Veer. The Going Merry then set sail towards Magnetic Drum Island. Gaia Island is in close proximity to Magnetic Drum Island and lies on the same route. With the permanent pointer in hand, Noah and his companions arrived in the waters near Magnetic Drum Island in less than 3 days. Disguised, they secretly landed on Magnetic Drum Island. On this winter island covered in ice and snow, aside from a few small ports, there were hardly any people. It was mostly desolate ice plains. Noah's observation hockey subtly scanned Magnetic Drum Island, and then the group entered a remote jungle. A young deer exiled from its herd was nibbling on moss hidden beneath the snowflakes, its nose a distinctive blue. At this moment, Chopper, who had not yet eaten the human fruit, was still a confused little deer. It looked up at the suddenly appearing humans, showing a hint of curiosity and fear before swiftly fleeing deeper into the jungle. However, it underestimated the terrifying nature of humans. Soon Ale jumped out of a wormhole, blocking Chopper's escape route. Meanwhile, Noah paid no attention to the chase between Ale and Chopper. He, along with Weepa Lachi and others, meticulously searched through the jungle. Before long, Lachi discovered the human fruit covered in ice and snow on a fallen dead tree. Picking up this mushroom-like devil fruit, Noah tossed it lightly. For humans, this fruit was merely a useless trinket comparable in worthlessness to the fish fruit he had obtained earlier. However, for animals, this fruit presented an extraordinary opportunity. On the other side, the little deer, exhausted from being toying by Ale, finally lacked the strength to resist and was picked up by Ale. Seeing the fruit in Noah's hand, Ale was somewhat surprised and asked, "Big brother, is this the human fruit? Let this little deer eat it. After all, this devil fruit is useless to humans." Taking the devil fruit, Ale looked at Chopper with a sly grin, revealing a sinister smile. Before Chopper could react, something was shoved into its mouth, and it experienced an unprecedented wave of nausea. However, Ale firmly covered its mouth, not giving it the chance to spit it out. Moments later, after the devil fruit was forcefully fed to Chopper, its body began to undergo changes, gradually transforming into a special humanoid reindeer. Alright, Ale, stop playing around. Give it to Lilith so it can live with Beepo for a while and learn some knowledge about human society. Okay, what a lucky little deer. Ale opened a wormhole, bringing Chopper back to the base in the Rum Kingdom. Meanwhile, Noah and the others continued their exploration of Magnetic Drum Island. This island was not large, with a diameter of just over 70 kilometers, and its natural environment was extremely harsh, making it unsuitable for human habitation. If it weren't for the Iron Barrel Kingdom's medical and pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, this island would not be able to support a population of nearly 40,000. Amidst the snowstorm on the ice plains, Noah and his companions arrived at a village. Seeing the unfamiliar Noah and his companions, the locals immediately became wary. However, when Noah produced over 100,000 berries claiming to be patients seeking medical help, the villagers relaxed a bit. While using the pretext of seeking medical aid, Noah subtly probed for internal information about the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Soon he obtained some very useful intelligence. For instance, last year the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom expelled the eldest prince Muxalu, sending him to the neighboring Fire Nation. The reason was that the eldest prince had misused the powers of the devil fruit, releasing toxic spores in large quantities within the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Clearly, the mushroom fruit had already been consumed by this eldest prince Muxalu. Noah was not disappointed by this. After all, it didn't matter that the fruit had been eaten. At worst, they could transform it into an apostle or wait until the technology for recovering devil fruits was successful to reclaim it. Additionally, according to the villagers' descriptions, the second Prince Valbo, although having a bad temperament, had not shown any signs of consuming anything. This suggested that Valbo had not yet eaten the gum fruit. Currently, the gum fruit was likely still within the borders of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, and it was highly probable that it was in the palace's treasury. After all, this generation's king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was relatively competent, and under his governance the kingdom had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. The mushroom fruit was something he sought for his son. After Ale returned during the quiet of the night, Noah stealthily infiltrated the royal palace of Magnetic Drum Mountain. Using Alesh abilities combined with electromagnetic wave sensing, he quickly located the secret treasury within the palace. As expected, the gum fruit was right here. The two did not touch anything else, only taking the gum fruit. Before leaving, they even carved a fake fruit out of wood and placed it in the box. As long as it was not eaten, the Iron Barrel Kingdom would not notice any issues with the fruit. Of course, Noah did not intend to let go of the medical technology books in the palace library. Over the next month, Noah and his companions pretended to seek treatment while secretly collecting medical books from the Iron Barrel Kingdom, including copying all the books from the palace library. Aside from the witch doctor's collection, almost all of the medical-related books in the Iron Barrel Kingdom had been swept clean by. Just as Noah and his group completed the task of gathering medical books, a 5-member team, cloaked in white capes and dressed in black suits, appeared not far from their temporary camp. The tall man at the forefront quietly asked Byugu, "Are you sure these people are collecting medical books?" The purple-haired woman nodded beside him. "I saw them interacting with those famous doctors at Magnetic Drumport and purchasing very well, although I'm not sure if it relates to Fry Vance. These guys seem suspicious and must have some secrets." "Well, wait and see." Oh. However, in the next moment he felt a terrifying pressure as Noah's Conqueror's hockey instantly suppressed the five, and Alii punched through a wormhole, striking the back of their necks with an arm enveloped in armament hockey. Alii lifted the five and brought them to the underground cave of the camp. He then called for Mary to interrogate the 5 CP agents separately. Although these CP agents were quite stubborn, Mary didn't need them to speak. She simply posed preset questions. For instance, she asked which department of CP they belonged to. The opposition could keep their mouths shut, but they would inevitably think about it, and Mary could sense their inner thoughts to determine. After extracting information from these 5 CP agents, Mary directly eliminated them and destroyed their bodies. Noah flipped through the intelligence squeezed from these 5 CP6 agents. It seems the 5 elders still have some brains, but they seem to be losing their wits when it comes to the protagonist group. It's best not to linger here. Alii prepared to set sail for the land of fire. "Okay, big brother." After clearing all traces from the camp, Noah and his group released the Nautilus at a hidden seaside of Magnetic Drum Island and swiftly sailed towards the land of fire. Upon arriving at the land of fire, they casually inquired and quickly determined the location of the exiled Prince Muxru, primarily because this guy was very flamboyant and often caused trouble. Noah had no intention of talking to him and simply crushed, knocked out, and sealed him in one go before leaving swiftly. Soon Noah turned Muxru into a card apostle, Reaper Muxru mushroom fruit, along with the captured Weir from Gaia Island. Knight of the Staff were Velociraptor fruit. At this point, Noah had gathered 6 card apostles, but as the number of card apostles increased, he sensed the power of the devil fruit within him steadily approaching a state of awakening. Moreover, he discovered that the major arcana was the core, while the minor arcana, even if not fully collected, would not affect the awakening of the card fruit. This eased Noah's mind a little. After all, the major arcana only comprised 22 cards, whereas the minor arcana had 56 cards. Now he had created Demon Pan Barton Swap Fruit, Emperor Shurji Float Fruit, and Reaper Muxru Mushroom Fruit. He merely needed to gather the remaining 19 major arcana cards for the card fruit to directly enter the awakening state. Of course, this did not mean Noah would abandon the minor arcana, as the vast number of minor arcana could quickly increase the mid-tier combat power of the Noah family. For instance, the recently created Velociraptor, where Noah revamped him using the swap fruit and then stationed him on Zik. The Nautilus, sailing beneath the sea, did not head to the nearby Alabasta, but crossed several routes towards the 6th node island of the 2nd route of paradise, Broccoli Island. The reason for heading to this island was not that it had anything worth Noah's scheming, but to search for the Moon Island near Broccoli Island. On current sea charts, Moon Island is a non-existent island due to a disaster 132 years ago that led to its. From the snippets collected at the distillery, Noah had roughly guessed what happened. Among the islands that were destroyed in the pirate world, only about 10 were due to pirates and wars, while the vast majority were caused by the celestial dragons. Particularly with islands like Moon Island that were destroyed by mysterious disasters, it was highly likely they were obliterated by the celestial dragons. After all, the islands destroyed by pirates or enemy nations would certainly be reported directly by the world government with no need for concealment. 2 weeks later, on a clear afternoon, the Nautilus finally spotted the desolate Moon Island 196 kilometers northwest of Broccoli Island, which, upon stepping onto Moon Island, although many ruins were covered by vegetation, the general outlines still indicated its former prosperity. "Big brother, this place is quite nice." Alii curiously surveyed the surrounding ruins. "It's a pity the altitude is too low. If the sea level rises by 100 meters in the future, this island will be completely submerged unless it is transported to Sky Island, but this type of island is not suitable for Sky Island." Alii also felt a bit regretful. The reason Moon Island cannot go to Sky Island is that there are numerous permanent pointers from Moon Island circulating in the Grand Line, especially with the world government, which certainly holds the permanent pointers of Moon Island. If Moon Island were to be transported to Sky Island, the world government could potentially know its location on Sky Island based on the permanent pointers. Unless Joshua's Thunder Fruit awakens and can alter the island's magnetic field, Noah would not casually transport islands from the Grand Line to Sky Island. Strolling through the ruins of this town called Sleep Ancient Town, there is no doubt that this is where the Red Count obtained the distillery specifically infiltrated the library of Alabasta's palace to find this place, rummaging through various historical records of Alabasta over the past 800 years. After all, Alabasta, as a kingdom with a fourth Ascendier legacy, is still a strong nation, and they are certainly very knowledgeable about the Grand Line, especially the Paradise segment. At least Moon Island and Sleep Ancient Town are not considered taboos. Alabasta must have very comprehensive sea chart data for Paradise. The distillery took nearly 4 months and borrowed alias Whole Fruit to dig a concealed cave underground in Alabasta Palace, utilizing hundreds of people to copy and organize all the library's books. With the data from Alabasta's Palace Library, the Noah family's understanding of the Grand Line significantly increased. Sleep Ancient Town was an unintended gain. Originally, the distillery collected the library data from Alabasta Palace for the forbidden drug held by the Alabasta royal family, healing water, and the secret of fruit rebirth in fixed areas. The crowd meticulously searched every corner of the sleepy ancient town, especially the areas that might harbor hidden chambers or underground structures. However, after 2 days of searching the town and turning it upside down, the vampire fruit remained elusive. As the sun set over the sleepy, ancient town, a number of bats circled in the autumn breeze, preying on moths and mosquitoes. A wisp of smoke curled upwards as Noah and Vipa grilled meat from the sea kings. Alii and Lockie, however, were gazing at the map on the table, their faces etched with worry. The various regions of sleepy ancient town were marked with crosses indicating they had already been searched. Let's eat first. Noah cut the meat into portions and handed one each to Alii and Lockie, who munched on the crispy yet tender meat. Noah reignited his observation hockey, enveloping the entire Moon Island. With the assistance of electromagnetic waves, he carefully scanned the terrain of the Moon Island. The Moon Island was not just the sleepy ancient town, it also had 4 towns and a palace ruin resembling an altar located in the middle of the island's hillside. Logically analyzing, if the Moon Island was indeed destroyed by the celestial dragons, the treasures on the island would have been thoroughly plundered by them and the world government. The fact that the vampire fruit could still be preserved suggested it was hidden in a very obscure location, thus escaping detection. Their search of the sleepy ancient town was influenced by Noah's memories from his past life. However, the memories only stated that the Red Count found the vampire fruit in the sleepy ancient town without detailing the specifics. It seemed that Robin needed to decipher ancient texts to unlock the location of the hidden vampire fruit. After all, the outskirts of sleepy ancient town also counted as part of it. The palace ruins on the hillside, less than 2 kilometers from the town, could also be included. However, Noah had no intention of continuing the search like this. The next morning, he harnessed the power of the float fruit. As his palm touched the ground, the entire Moon Island floated up several meters in an instant, and then he began to violently tear apart the ground, exposing all potential underground ruins. In less than 2 hours, a hidden ruin within the nearby mountain was uprooted and revealed to everyone. As the outer shell of the ruin was torn away, treasures inside became visible. Noah and the others did not pay much attention to the treasures worth a few tens of millions of berries, but a massive obsidian coffin caught Noah's interest. He pulled open the lid of the coffin to find a splendidly adorned corpse lying inside, with the corpse's arms cradling a small box. Opening the box revealed a dark red fruit. Is this the vampire fruit? Alii curiously looked at the mythical beast fruit. Noah picked up the parchment book placed beside the corpse's head, casually flipping through it only to find it filled with ancient scripts he could not understand, quickly losing interest. As for the vampire fruit, Noah planned to give it to Vic. After all, among the core members of the family, only Vic had not consumed a fruit, yet at this time Vic could already contend with a vice admiral of the Navy using just his physical skills in hockey. Of course, Noah was very aware of Vic's potential. Even with an endless supply of vitality, Vic could at most reach the level of a rear admiral. Thus, consuming the vampire fruit was the quickest route for Vic to break through to the admiral level. After collecting the vampire fruit and treasures, the group did not linger on the Moon Island for long and set sail again. This time Noah intended to head to the West Sea. Considering safety, he did not plan to go directly through the reverse mountain canal to the West Sea, but rather to detour through the South Sea and then cross over to the West Sea from the southern side of the Red Soil continent. In fact, one could also reach the West Sea from Angel Island, or just follow the western route to the last stop at the Western Heavens Peak, and then descend to the sea surface, which would be the central part of the West Sea. However, Noah did not choose this route, as exploring the South Sea was one of his objectives. Leaving the Moon Island, the Nautilus did not continuously sail underwater, but surfaced intermittently. During this time, Noah and his companions experienced the bizarre weather of the Grand Line. One moment the weather was sunny and pleasant, the next there were fierce winds and torrential rain, which was bearable, but the sudden appearance of tornadoes, hail, and massive waves was truly deadly. Ships sailing the Grand Line either had skilled navigators or powerful experts on board. Noah and his group dared to recklessly sail the Grand Line without Lilith's company, relying solely on their strength. This was the confidence that comes with great skill. After bypassing the holy island of Alabasta, they entered the area of the 5th route of paradise. At that moment, Noah, who was reading a newspaper on the deck, suddenly frowned. Alii prepared to dive. Although Alii was unsure of Noah's intentions, he quickly took Lockie and began to maneuver the Nautilus downwards. Half an hour later, a massive sailing ship appeared in the nearby waters. Jesus Burgess, didn't you say there was a ship? Standing on the mast, the instant noodle-haired man also looked bewildered. What do we do now? Lockie Lou seemed a bit angry. As the first mate, Ben Beckman immediately made a decision, abandoned the plan to head to Magnet Island and return to the Twin Gorges immediately. No problem, but the captain's condition. Ben Beckman was also quite helpless at the moment. We cannot risk going to Magnet. Originally, they planned to borrow a pointer to Magnet Island from the nearby ship, but they did not expect that ship to have vanished. Faced with the bizarre weather of the Grand Line, even on the route, Beckman could not guarantee they would encounter other ships in the coming days, nor could he assure that those ships had pointers to Magnet Island. Right now, Shank's illness could last for at most 10 days. If they exerted all their strength, they could indeed return to the Twin Gorges within 10 days. This time it was their oversight. They initially thought the opponent was a minor character, but did not expect that the ship's doctor was a user of the Sick fruit, who released a hidden virus before dying, infecting Shanks and the other 3 crew members, who fell into a deep coma. Just after the red-haired pirates departed, the Nautilus slowly surfaced in the nearby sea. Red-haired Shanks. Although Noah was at the bottom of the sea, his observation hockey, enhanced by the electromagnetic field, allowed him to hear Beckman and the others' conversation. Of course, Noah had indeed considered getting rid of the opponent. However, upon sensing Beckman and the others' presence, he abandoned this idea. Although the red-haired pirates did not ascend to the pinnacle of the Sea Emperor until around 1514, their current strength was already formidable. Moreover, the red-haired pirates were known as the Iron Wall Pirates, with crew members who were all masters of physical skills, marksmanship, and swordsmanship, boasting relatively balanced strength. At that moment, Beckman was at the level of a rear admiral, and with a dozen other crew members equivalent to Navy rear admirals or vice admirals. Noah, even if he exerted himself to the fullest and mobilized other family members for support, could not be sure of completely annihilating them. Furthermore, he did not know just how severe Shank's illness was. If there was no certainty in annihilating the opponent, Noah would not act recklessly, as it would not only expose his intentions, but also raise the enemy's vigilance, rendering any future actions devoid of surprise. 3 days had passed since the unexpected encounter with the red-haired pirates. By now the Nautilus had crossed 3 maritime routes and entered waters near the calm belt. Suddenly Noah's hand holding the fountain pen stilled. "Wapa, surface immediately and adjust course toward the northeast." "Yes, Lord Noah." Moments later the Nautilus rose to the surface, pivoted sharply, and surged forward at high speed toward the northeast. Noah then commanded, "REI, prepare for combat." "Understood." Over an hour later the Nautilus emerged near a cluster of islands. Noah stood upon the deck surveying the surrounding islands, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Truly fortune favors the bold. Never expected to find over a dozen stomach barons thriving here. Brother Noah, a marine life form, is approaching from below. REI warned, alert and vigilant. Merely a small fisherman. In an instant Noah's hands touched the sea's surface, and the water around him lifted skyward. The seawater coiled tightly around a fisherman wearing sunglasses who wielded twin meteor hammers and bore a hardened coating of armament hockey as he darted swiftly toward the Nautilus. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside one of the nearby islands, a dwarf elder adorned with Viking-style horned helm watched the sudden levitation of seawater through a din mushy monitor and paled. "This is Shiki's float fruit, yet that man bears no resemblance to Shiki." Benjak, the vice-captain of the Ward Pirates. "Who?" Benjak's expression twisted, but his strength was too feeble. Before he could react, REI erupted from a wormhole and struck him down with a single blow. With Benjak, the ship's cerebral command, subdued, the 2 remaining crew members aboard the Gross 80 remained utterly unaware of the unfolding crisis. Sebastian, the fishman engaged in combat with Noah, possessed formidable martial prowess, mastering both fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu. Yet fate had pit him against Noah. The moment Sebastian burst free from the suspended seawater, he collided headlong with a vast cloud of iron sand, and was instantly encased within it, transformed into a writhing, iron-bound mummy. Even as he unleashed desperate strikes of fishman karate and reinforced his limbs with armament hockey, he could not withstand the iron sand's relentless, all-pervading infiltration. In terms of overwhelming inferior opponents, the float fruit rivals even the Loggia-class devil fruits. Anyone lacking the combat caliber of a Navy elite rear admiral stands little chance against Noah. Death is virtually assured. This fishman's strength approximated that of an ordinary marine fleet admiral. Though blinded and burdened by accumulated injuries, he barely scraped past parity with such a rank. Noah chose not to dispatch him instantly. Instead, he intended to extract knowledge of fishman karate and jiu-jitsu techniques through interrogation. Meanwhile, Noah and Joshua, temporarily reassigned by Noah, had located their respective adversaries aboard the Gross 80. Noah confronted Nikan, the Ward Pirates' ship's physician. Joshua faced Gyram, the Ward Pirates' combat specialist. Inside the Gross 80's infirmary, Nikan, who had temporarily restored her youthful vigor through medicinal intervention, glared with deep resentment at the young boy before her. "The op fruit. What staggering luck you possess, brat. But I've no patience for games. Chinese herbal fist technique, aconite, piercing heart. You have already lost." Noah slid his katana back into its scabbard. "What?" Nikan flushed with fury. Yet the next second she choked into silence. Gurk. Her body convulsed violently as she collapsed to her knees, retching dryly. An invisible ultrasonic wave tuned to a precise resonant frequency interacted with the residual toxins and latent injuries embedded in Nikan's physiology, triggering an instantaneous cascade of systemic backlash. Even her armament hockey proved powerless against this internal detonation. This represented a specialized application of the op fruit, developed under Noah's guidance, exploiting biological vulnerability as a surgical weapon. No matter how mighty a creature may be, its corporeal form inevitably harbors weaknesses, hidden injuries, toxic residues, or physiological discordances. To exist as carbon-based life is by nature to bear such frailties. Reveal your medical arts, and the formula for that youth-restoring elixir, and I shall grant you a swift, painless end. Already dismembered by the op fruit, Nikan's lips curled into a bitter smile. So this is the tide of the age. Indeed, we are no longer fit to sail onward. Heartbroken and resigned, Nikan surrendered both her medical knowledge and the formula for the withered wood revival elixir. Mary, who had remained concealed in light-refracting stealth, stepped forth and gave Noah a slight nod. She spoke no falsehood. Nikan stared in stunned disbelief, unaware another observer had been present all along. Noah showed no mercy. With a quiet, decisive motion, he crushed her heart, granting her the swift death she'd requested. As a pirate, she had accepted the inevitability of death. He would extend no leniency to any pirate. Elsewhere, Joshua's duel with Gyram raged with extraordinary intensity. Gyram's cube fruit had been developed with notable sophistication. Yet the thunder fruit's supremacy was near total, overwhelming the cube fruit on every front. Amidst a desolate ruin of stacked cubic fragments, Gyram panted heavily, eyes locked onto the young man before him. Huff, huff. The thunder fruit truly deserves its reputation as one of the strongest Logia fruits. The vanguard of yesterday must yield to the tide of tomorrow. Joshua offered no further words. Wireless power transmission, 1 million volts. Unbeknownst to him, part of Gyram's body had already been magnetized by Joshua, so when the surge struck, an immense current flooded his nervous system. Zer. Lightning arced across Gyram's body as acrid smoke billowed from his pores. Then his eyes rolled white, and he crumpled unconscious. Capture complete. Aboard the Nautilus Noah, monitoring both the Gross 80 and its environs, confirmed that all adversaries had been neutralized. Only then did he instruct Wepa to pilot the Nautilus toward shore. The Gross 80 was colossal, its diameter spanning 500 to 600 meters, and densely camouflaged beneath a thick canopy of living trees. It was an island ship reminiscent in concept of Gecko Moria's thriller bark. The Noah family swiftly assumed control of the Gross 80 and renamed it the World Ship. Benjak and the giant fishman Sebastian were entrusted to Mary for interrogation, while the cube fruit user Gyram was transformed into a card apostle. Justice Gyram cube fruit. The cube fruit aligns with the major arcana card Justice because the cube, perfect, geometric, and rule-bound, embodies the very essence of order and impartial balance. Once the Ward Pirate's legacy had been secured, Noah redirected his attention toward the stomach barons drifting upon the new. The stomach baron, also known as stomach baron or stomach ballon, is a colossal carnivorous plant, its massive form resembling a floating island. The most renowned colony resides on the Sonic archipelago, yet stomach barons are not exclusive to that locale. They inhabit numerous waters across the Grand Line. These particular specimens clearly did not hail from the Sonic archipelago, for there a figure named Hercules dwells. Here no such presence existed. The Ward Pirates had sailed here expressly to harvest culinary ingredients from the stomach barons' bodies. Seal the world number island ship behind the card. Noah led Ale and others aboard one of the Baron of Stomach's petals. On the petal island of the Baron of Stomach, there were enticing ingredients everywhere, along with animals attracted to them, especially the amphibious sea beasts that had become exceptionally plump after feasting. The petal island, derived from the Baron of Stomach, indeed had a unique flavor. Ale casually broke a piece of plant meat coated in honey and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing. This tastes amazing. Lillian, who discovered the Baron of Stomach, was recording various ingredients in a small notebook nearby. The portion of the petal island belonging to the Baron of Stomach had fertile leaves in all areas except for the central feeding area. These fertile leaves resembled soil, and not only were there honey, flowers, plant meats, and delicious fruits produced by the Baron of Stomach, but also a plethora of plants and fungi that coexist with it. Lillian paid little mind to the beasts that had become overweight, but the symbiotic plants and fungi of the Baron of Stomach were indeed very delicious ingredients. Looking at the dazzling array of ingredients before her, Lillian could hardly suppress her salivation. Brother Noah, can we establish a base here? Here. Noah pondered for a moment. Setting up a secret base here was not out of the question. However, it certainly couldn't be placed directly on the Baron of Stomach or on the nearby sea surface. The reason was simple: the Baron of Stomach releases pheromones that attract animals, and not only animals, but even humans can find it hard to avoid at times. If the base were directly established on the nearby sea surface, it would eventually be discovered by passing ships. Moreover, the Noah family could not be so ruthless as to kill all the passers-by. Thus the base could be set up, but only in the sky. Lillian, when you return, contact Monet and have her send someone to create a small cumulus cloud over the sea area. Then notify me to come. I will arrange a small airborne island above the cumulus cloud. Lillian nodded happily. Thank you, Brother Noah. You can come over to study cooking, but don't expose it casually, understand? I will keep it a secret. Lillian quickly nodded. At that moment, those exploring other Barons of Stomach, like Vepa and Mant. Before long, Ale brought Lockie over from one of the Baron of Stomach's petal islands. Lockie was holding a dark purple fruit covered in ornamental patterns. Noah glanced at the fruit and immediately recognized its type. Oh, it's actually the disease fruit. Disease fruit. Lua looked at the fruit with some surprise. Noah hadn't expected that the user of the disease fruit, who had just been taken down by Shanks a few days ago, would have their fruit reborn here. This disease fruit belonged to the user of the Blackbeard Pirate's Toxic Q in the original timeline. However, this was no problem. After all, that Toxic Q was only 14 years old at this time, and he likely wouldn't have eaten the fruit until later. If Noah and his group hadn't found this fruit, it would most probably have been devoured whole by the Baron of Stomach, which would then be influenced by the devil fruit and die in the sea. This was not due to any side effects of the disease fruit itself, but rather because the seawater would sap the user's strength. Once the Baron of Stomach became powerless, it wouldn't be able to consume those attracted animals, leading to its petal island being devoured clean by animals, resulting in nutritional deficiency and ultimately withering away. This was also the fate of most marine creatures that consumed a devil fruit. Noah looked at the disease fruit in his hand, knowing it was most suitable for a doctor to consume. I'll go to Sakasi's island and bring Andy over. Ale nodded. Is this fruit meant for my father Noah? This fruit is most suitable for a doctor. You already have the surgery fruit, and within the family your parents are the most suitable. That makes sense. Soon Alesh wormhole opened again. Ale brought Andy to everyone. The bewildered Andy quickly asked, Lord Noah, is there anything you need my help with? This fruit is for you. It's the paramecia type disease fruit. Upon seeing the fruit Noah tossed over, Andy looked somewhat incredulous. Lord Noah, isn't this too precious? Devil fruits are meant to be consumed. Within the family, you two are the most suitable for this fruit, so don't decline. A devil fruit can only unleash its potential in the hands of someone capable of using it. I hope you won't let down my expectations. Thank you, Lord Noah, for your consideration. I will definitely strive to contribute to the family. Hurry up and eat it. Without hesitation, Andy took a bite of the fruit. Luo looked at the pained expression on his father's face, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. Dad, you have to eat it all. I did too. Not wanting to be outdone by his son, Andy silently devoured the fruit voraciously. Noah shook his head and took out a bottle of pear juice that Andy liked from the card, offering it to him. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, Lord Noah. Andy quickly accepted the large bottle of pear juice and drank it all in one go. Andy, how is the luxury water formula obtained from Alabasta coming along? Upon hearing this question, Andy immediately became serious. Lord Noah, we have researched the formula for luxury water and combined it with medical books obtained from Iron Barrel Kingdom, and we have currently developed 3 derivative products. Tell me about them. The first is based on the luxury water, adding the element of lifeblood, which greatly suppresses side effects. It can allow a person to instantly unleash the strength of a Navy colonel for about an hour. The side effect is extreme fatigue and weakness after 1 hour. I named it Luxury Blood. The second is based on luxury blood, adding IQ grass elements, allowing a person to instantly unleash the strength of a Navy Rear Admiral for about half an hour. The side effect is loss of rationality, and after the effect wears off, there will be a depletion of vitality and even organ failure. I named it Frenzy Blood. The third discards the ideas of luxury blood and frenzy blood, combining the characteristics of IQ grass and life blood. It can slowly release within the body for a month, allowing a person to engage in high-intensity training safely and quickly increase their strength. It has varying degrees of enhancement effects on those with physical strength below Navy Vice Admiral level. I named it Source Blood. Noah was very satisfied with these 3 results. Not bad. Luxury blood and source blood can be used by some members. I hope you continue to work hard. It is an honor to receive Lord Noah's recognition. Andy was very pleased. After chatting for over an hour, Noah pointed out the development direction for Andy's disease fruit and had Ale send Andy and Luo back to Sakasi's island. Lillian returned to Rum Kingdom to prepare for Monet to arrange cumulus clouds above the Baron of Stomach. Noah and his group then left the Baron of Stomach controlling the Nautilus with the float fruit ready to cross the doldrums into the South Sea. On June 22, 1506 of the Haixing calendar, the Nautilus, soaring at 10,000 meters in the sky, moved almost without a trace and had already reached the northern part of the South China Sea. Locke, serving as a temporary navigator, meticulously examined the nautical charts of the South China Sea, while occasionally documents that required Noah's review and decision were sent from various departments and control zones of the Kingdom of Dawn. Currently, the control zones of the Kingdom of Dawn include the Governor's Office of Qinghuayu Port in the Kingdom of Rum, with a total population of 250, and the Governor's Office on Lion Island in the Sky Island, with a total population of 12000. Additionally, there are the listening station on Haixing Island in the North Sea, the tidal sea base in the East Sea, and the Coral Sea. The population of Zikasisi Island is already close to its limit, primarily consisting of the descendants of the former Freifan, who have been gradually healed by Luo. The Sky Island can accommodate a maximum population of about 300, currently housing over 300 people from the former Angel Island, over 200 from the Feathered People, and over 100 from the former Baika Island, along with more than 400 drawn from the Freifan descendants, totaling 1100. To expand the population capacity of the Sky Island, more islands must be transported upwards, but the limit of the Imperial Cloud near Angel Island is constrained, only capable of supporting a dozen small islands. The bearing capacity of the Imperial Cloud is not infinite, and its natural growth requires specific conditions, namely the presence of sea-building stone. The massive Imperial Cloud layer forms near Angel Island due to the eruptions of the underwater volcanoes below, meaning that the sea-building stone is brought up by magma from underground. Relying solely on natural volcanic eruptions to bring the sea-building stone to the sky means forming the Imperial Cloud will inevitably be a long-term process. Noah has already realized this problem. For instance, the Imperial Cloud planned to be created above the Sea of Gluttony. The sea area where Barren Stomach was discovered can only be cut from the Imperial Cloud layers near Angel Island or Biker Island. This approach is akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. Noah has already conceived an idea regarding the sea-building stone. Returning to the Kingdom of Rum, Lillian had not rested for 2 days before Noah arranged for her to go to the previously erupted Black Rock Island. Black Rock Island remains unchanged, with dark red magma continuously flowing from the volcano's mouth. After more than a year of accumulation, Lillian has completed the temperature limit simulation of the compounds, and her flame-burning temperature has now reached 4990 degrees Celsius. However, this time, she came not to test the temperature limit, but to complete the task assigned by Noah. Lillian's arm transformed into the form of simulated liquid combustible material flame kill Black Dragon Wave. Infusing her arm with the armed color of the liquid combustible material, it shot up into the sky and struck the volcano's mouth. Boom. This technique, which condensed 1/3 of Lillian's strength, instantly penetrated the magma at the volcano's mouth, reaching a depth of over 1,000 meters underground. Earth fire boiling. Minutes later, the energy within the underground magma chamber was activated and the volcano erupted directly. Flame kill steam dragon wave. Lillian controlled the high-temperature steam from the surrounding sea with both hands, instantly pouring it into the volcano's mouth. The conflict was akin to a needle against wheat on causing steam mixed with volcanic ash to erupt continuously into the sky. This artificial volcanic eruption lasted for more than 3 hours. During this time, the high-temperature steam and volcanic ash erupted into the sky, nearly blackening the atmosphere for dozens of kilometers. R brought Noah over here, sealing part of the volcanic ash cloud to take back to the Sky Island's cloud processing workshop for testing to see if these volcanic ash clouds could serve as raw materials for the Imperial Cloud. The experiment was very successful. These volcanic ash clouds indeed contained sea-building stone components and could be processed to manufacture Imperial clouds. The success of this experiment provided the Noah family with the raw materials to manufacture Imperial clouds on a large scale, laying the foundation for gradually expanding the Sky Island scale in the future. Of course, this experiment also verified that the components of sea-building stone originated from underground magma. Based on the results of this experiment, Noah instructed the Science and Education Department led by Ajay to establish a synthesis laboratory for sea-building stone, attempting to synthesize large blocks of sea-building stone from volcanic ash. Currently, the large blocks of sea-building stone circulating in the ocean are sourced from the Land of Harmony, which is almost monopolized by Kaido and the world government. In the short term, the Noah family cannot seize the Land of Harmony. Even if they manage to outsmart Kaido and take control of it through schemes, it would be difficult to withstand the world government's covetous gaze. Therefore, to obtain affordable and high-quality sea-building stone products, synthesizing large blocks of sea-building stone artificially is currently a very worthwhile avenue to explore. In Noah's view, the reason the Land of Harmony has vast deposits of sea-building stone is fundamentally due to the special underground magma chambers that form basalt-like veins beneath it. In other words, the components of sea-building stone within the magma can be compressed into crystalline form through a high-pressure sealed environment. As for why no scientists have discovered this situation over the years, the reasons are actually complex. On one hand, the Land of Harmony as the core mining area of sea-building stone is closed off, making it difficult for outsiders to conduct on-site geological surveys. On the other hand, there has been a civilizational disruption in this world, leading to the loss of much technology and a scarcity of. Moreover, the world government intentionally controls scientific technology. Those engaged in scientific research have either been co-opted, eliminated, or are simply hidden and impelled down, with only a few remaining fish slipping through the net, operating secretly outside. Including the so-called smartest Vegapunk. Noah sees him merely as a humanoid hard drive storing ancient technology. The synthesis concept of sea-building stone crystals can be deduced by anyone familiar with the pirate world, combined with some scientific research methodologies. Since the sea contains sea-building stone components, and the Imperial Cloud of the Sky Island also possesses sea-building stone components, it indicates that these components are widely distributed. Based on the continuous surging sea currents around Gaia Island and the characteristics of the volcanic islands in the Land of Harmony, it can be inferred that the sea-building stone components are brought to the surface by volcanic eruptions. Since they are all sea-building stone components, why not utilize the scattered volcanic ash containing sea-building stone to synthesize large crystalline blocks of sea-building stone? What those in the pirate world cannot fathom is that they are too close to the matter. While Noah is different, he once observed a segment of the pirate world's plot development as a time traveler. Many things can actually be understood by calming down and thinking carefully about them. After Noah arranged these matters, the Nautilus had already arrived near the first inhabited island in the South China Sea. The group disguised themselves and secretly disembarked at the port of this small island, preparing to find out if there were any noteworthy events in the South China Sea recently. In the original timeline, the South China Sea's plot was mostly blank, with only two places being relatively famous. One is the island where the son of the Pirate King was born. The other is the hometown of the world's biggest fool, Bartholomew Kuma, the Sorbet Kingdom. Other islands basically lacked any significant appearances. This intrigued Noah, prompting him to explore the South China Sea. At the port bar of this whitewood island, Noah and his group were gathering the information they needed. Inside the wind chime tree bar at the port, Noah was reading the newspaper while Ali chatted with the bartender. After flipping through this month's South Sea Weekly, he looked up at the wall of bounty notices next to the bar's liquor cabinet, which displayed the more notorious pirates of the South Sea. Noah's gaze scanned the row of bounty notices. He didn't see many familiar faces. The later supernovas like Kid and Killer were still just little kids at this time. However, one rather surprising individual appeared among these bounty notices. Catherine Butterfly. Captain of the Crescent Moon Pirates, a collector of beautiful heads. The Crescent Moon Hunter, a user of the nine-tailed fox fruit ability, who later became the sixth captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Don't be fooled by her appearance of a middle-aged woman. She was only 34 when she joined the Blackbeard Pirates, and now she is merely 20. Noah was surprised to learn that she was actually born in the South Sea. According to the bounty notice, Catherine Butterfly had already consumed the nine-tailed fox fruit and recently hunted several young girls from the allied nations. Suddenly, the bar's door slowly pushed open. 1 cup of Earl Grey tea and a plate of cookies, came the voice. Oh, interesting. Noah's lips curled into a slight smile. The newcomer wore a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and glasses with a matching frame. The bartender wanted to comment on the fact that the person came to a bar to drink tea, but considering the multitude of oddities out at sea, he knew better than to stir up unnecessary trouble and quickly prepared the tea. The person sitting not far from Noah casually picked up the newspaper and the bounty notices from the counter. Soon the bartender quietly placed the teapot, teacup, and a plate of cookies on the person's left side. Are you a bounty hunter? Noah asked with interest. The person set down the newspaper and took a sip of tea, replying calmly, No, I'm just an ordinary merchant. I plan to head to the Black Sea Kingdom in the next few days. If you are willing to take on the escort mission, I am willing to pay 500 berries as a reward. The Black Sea Kingdom. The man frowned, clearly aware of the recent situation in the waters near the Black Sea Kingdom. However, 500 berries for an escort mission was a rather good price. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right, I accept this mission. I am the bounty hunter Galatino." Noah smiled and raised his teacup, saying, "I am Noah, the president of Noah Trading Company. Mr. Galatino, let's look out for each other in the coming half-month." The two raised their cups in a toast. 2 hours later, a commercial transport ship stored within a card loaded with rum appeared at the port of Whitewood Island. Noah, along with Alii and Kuro, who was disguised and coming along for an internship, boarded the commercial transport ship. As for Vipa, Rachi, and Mantis, their characteristics as Sky Island people were too obvious. When they entered the South Sea, Noah planned to conduct normal sea navigation and send them back to Sky Island. "Kuro, are you getting used to it?" "President, I'm doing very well," Kuro nodded. After more than a year of transformation, Kuro had not only become physically stronger, but had also undergone significant changes in mindset. Kura's training camp subjects included navigation and strategic planning, so he served as a temporary navigator on the ship. Alii was the first mate. After Galatino boarded, he lay on a deck chair in the sun and did not notice the strength of the trading company members on the ship. This was mainly due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Even with the wax fruit, Galatino's crude martial arts were still hard to compete with the training camp graduates. In the Noah family training camp, the graduation requirement was to master the 6 styles and awaken a type of hockey. At this moment, the more than a dozen temporary crew members on the ship were all family elites who had mastered the 2-color hockey and were proficient in the 6 styles. Noah was reviewing various intelligence gathered by the distillery in the South Sea, which included information on Galatino from the bounty hunters and Catherine Butterfly from the pirate groups. Big Brother, the distillery's tequila, just sent news that the Crescent Moon pirates have appeared on Fortune Island. After hunting several girls locally, they looted supplies. Tequila has hidden its life paper within those supplies. After speaking, Alii took out a glass bottle containing the life paper, which was pointing in a specific direction. Noah put down the documents in his hand, saying, "Set sail in that direction." Yes. A week later, in a calm sea, the Prosperity was still moving at full speed. At this moment, Galatino felt restless. Although Noah hadn't made a direct confrontation in recent days, he had indirectly let Galatino accidentally see many books. After browsing through books such as Dragon Slaying Volumes, analysis reports of the East Sea nations' events in the Kingdom of Fravans, and human hunting and nation destruction, Galatino was left feeling uneasy. Now Galatino just wanted to quickly complete the escort mission and leave Noah and the others to avoid getting involved. After all, he was not a fool and knew that such matters were not something he could participate in. Just as Galatino was lost in thought, "President, there is a small island to the southeast. Should we dock and rest a bit and replenish some fresh water?" Kuro shouted to Noah on the deck. Noah smiled and replied, "Sure," because they had arrived at their destination. At this moment, the life paper inside the glass bottle in the captain's room was pointing towards this deserted island. Meanwhile, on the hidden cove on the other side of the deserted island, a large sailing ship was docked. On the shore, several pirates were roasting meat, and inside the largest tent, several white wriggling meat worms were entangled with indescribable sounds echoing throughout the camp. "The big sister is really impressive. I wonder if those 3 boys can withstand it." "Hee, you should worry about yourselves." Several stronger pirates suddenly changed their expressions, as if recalling some nightmarish experience. Just then, a pirate on guard at the mountain top of the island rushed into the camp, panting, "Boss Sean, there is a merchant ship approaching on the other side of the island. It seems they are about to land." The first mate, Sean, was a lean man with glasses. Upon hearing this news, he stood up to report this matter to Catherine in her tent. Outside the tent, Sean shouted, "Sister Butterfly, a merchant ship is landing on the other side of the island. You need to deal with it quickly." "TCH, what a buzzkill," came Catherine Butterfly's dissatisfied voice from within. Despite her dissatisfaction, she quickly put on her clothes and grabbed her weapon, stepping out of the tent. "Has that ship landed yet? It should be about time." When the little monkey came to report earlier, it was roughly about a kilometer from. Sean quickly explained. After lighting a lattice cigarette, Catherine Butterfly sneered, "I was just getting in the mood. These guys are really timely. Later I will personally chop off their 5 limbs." Sean quickly agreed, saying, "Ha ha ha, when the sister strikes they are doomed. But to prevent them from escaping, why don't we split into 2 groups?" "Not bad. Sean, you even know how to use strategies now. Truly worthy of being my first mate." On the other side of the nameless deserted island, the Fortune was anchored near the mouth of a small river where several crew members pretended to draw water. On the deck, Noah sat beside Galatino, picking up a cup of red tea. "Mr. Galatino, many people are eager to pursue Roger's great treasure. Why haven't you gone to sea to join them?" I lack such ambition." Galatino chuckled, awkwardly waving his hand dismissively. Noah shook his head with a smile. "I see. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer people like Mr. Galatino who possess such self-awareness on this vast ocean." Galatino did not respond, but began sipping his red tea. Suddenly, a large sailing ship, flying a skull flag, appeared on the surface of the outer sea. The lookout on the mast shouted, "A pirate ship is approaching." Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the. Galatino's expression changed, and he quickly produced a large amount of wax liquid, wax wall. Chloe adjusted his glasses. "Everyone fire at will." "Understood." Boom, boom. The 2 cannons on the Fortune fired in succession, targeting the approaching pirate ship. Galatino's wax wall provided an additional layer of defense for the Fortune, blocking a significant number of cannonballs and bullets. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind burst forth from the mountains and forests. I didn't expect to encounter the infamous wax hunter Galdiano. On the deck, Galdiano, armed and vigilant, saw the woman appear on the beach, and his expression turned grim as he spoke in a low voice. President Noah, the opponent, is Catherine Demi, captain of the Crescent Moon pirate crew. Her strength is formidable. I may not be able to protect you all. You must be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Galdiano's hands transformed into a Gatling gun, wax Gatling. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wax bullets swept toward Catherine Demi and the pirates behind her. Catherine Deem's body instantly swelled, entering her beast form, with 9 fox tails waving her hands and feet, transforming into fox claws and fox ears sprouting from her head, inging. Haha, let me witness the power of the wax fruit. Galdiano, of course, wouldn't foolishly rush in to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a Zoan-type ability user. He immediately created a dozen wax soldiers, using them as cover while he took shots from behind. Both sides were engaged in fierce combat on the beach. Meanwhile, the approaching Crescent Moon pirate ship was unaware of the imminent danger. Noah sipped his tea the whole time, showing no intention of intervening. Even Alii appeared uninterested. When the two ships were within 100 meters, Chloe removed his black suit, and with a single step appeared on the deck of the Crescent Moon. The vice-captain of the Crescent Moon pirate crew, Sean, was caught off guard, and Claw's 10-blade cat claw had already slashed open his throat. Puff! Blood gushed onto the deck, and Sean couldn't even scream as he fell to the ground, convulsing. Ugh. Truly worthless scum. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 more pirates were killed with their throats cut. Terror instantly enveloped the hearts of all the pirates. Some timid pirates were already trembling in fear. Fire! Everyone shoulder to shoulder. Kill! Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Chloe didn't even use hockey and had already wiped out all the pirates on the Crescent Moon. At that moment, Catherine Demi, who was fighting Galdiano, had no idea about the massacre on the Crescent Moon, as she was facing an opponent who favored underhanded tactics like Galdiano, making their battle evenly matched. Chloe, who was covered in no blood, returned to the deck of the Fortune. Sir, should I continue to take action? Noah shook his head. Wait a moment. If Galdiano is unable to hold out, you can intervene. Understood. Chloe stepped aside, wiping his 10-blade cat claw with a towel, but his eyes remained fixed on the battle on the beach. Meanwhile, the other pirates on the beach were gradually cleared out by the temporary crew. At that moment, Catherine Demi finally reacted. She realized that not only had her subordinates on the beach been killed, but even the Crescent Moon was eerily silent, giving her a bad premonition. Similarly, Galdiano also noticed the changes around him. All the other pirates have been killed. Something's off. Very off. Galdiano and Catherine Demi simultaneously halted and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. What they saw sent chills down their spines. The two discovered that the surrounding pirates were all killed with alarming efficiency, nearly all with a single strike. Coupled with the impeccably clean Noah and Chloe on the Fortune, it made them extremely wary of Noah and his group. Seeing the two stop, Chloe realized he could no longer just watch. With a shave, he instantly appeared in front of Catherine Demi. Catherine Demi, witnessing this scene, involuntarily recalled a naval colonel she had encountered before, who also had the ability to appear suddenly. What a waste of a mythical beast fruit. Claw's cat claw instantly turned pitch black, silent kill technique. Catherine Deem's beast instincts reacted immediately, her fur standing on end like a startled kitten. Puff! Her abdomen was instantly ripped open with 5 wounds, blood gushing out. Even the pain did not have time to register in her brain. Throat, heart, femoral artery, kidney, spine. Puff! Puff! The silent cat claw attack evaded all critical points, yet Catherine Demi was covered in wounds, blood pouring out, making her body increasingly weak. If she were not a mythical beast user, she would have long since perished. Not far away, Galdiano felt a chilling sensation throughout his body. He never expected this seemingly refined navigator on board to possess such terrifying power. Suddenly, Noah raised an eyebrow, and then a hidden electromagnetic wave erupted from his body. 11 kilometers away, a news bird was flying towards them. In the next moment, an invisible current surged from the news bird, and then the bird began to smoke and fell into the sea, from returning to the deserted island. Catherine Demi had collapsed, her body drenched in blood. Noah casually tossed out a car. At this moment in the forest, the previously pretending crew members emerged on the beach with 5 lifeless-looking boys. Clearly, they had come from the other side of the island to clean up the remaining pirates in the camp, and these 5 boys were the ones they had rescued. Noah was well aware that these boys had suffered immensely from Catherine Deem's relentless torment and could only temporarily send them to a training camp for psychological counseling. However, at this moment, there was still someone else on the beach to deal with. Noah looked at Galdiano, who flashed a big white smile, and asked with a grin, "Mr. Galdiano, I wonder what insights you have gained after reading those books." "What?" Galdiano was startled at first, then realized, "You did this on purpose. What do you think?" Noah responded. At once, Galdiano felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. He knew he had most likely boarded a pirate ship, and not just any pirate ship. He asked bitterly, "What do you want?" "I merely wish to sincerely invite Mr. Galdiano to join our family and create a brand new world together." He not much. Although he wanted to respond this way, Galdiano knew he had no room to refuse. Especially seeing Chloe next to him itching to take action, Galdiano decisively surrendered. "All right. I join. The journey of the Wonkai ship continues. Although Galdiano agreed to join, Noah did not immediately let him join the training camp, mainly because he was a bit older, already 21 years old this year. Therefore, Noah temporarily arranged for Galdiano to work on the ship. Their destination this time was the famous land of the Longhand clan in the South Sea, the Baishan Kingdom. The culture of the Baishan Kingdom is quite unique, similar to the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. The later captain of the broadcast pirates Skullakaman AP was a member of the Longhand clan born in the South Sea Baishan Kingdom. The purpose of Noah and his companions is to find the inine fruit that has not yet been consumed by AP. In fact, the correct name of this fruit should be the instrument fruit. In the plot of the pirate world, 3 fruits related to music have appeared: the sound wave fruit, the song fruit, and the inine fruit. From AP's ability development later on, it can be seen that the concept of the inine fruit is superhuman instruments. On the other hand, Yuta's song fruit leans towards the concept of song melodies as a superpower. The sound wave fruit consumed by Anthony is oriented towards the physical essence of sound vibrations. The 3 have certain distinctions, but also some overlaps. Regarding the inine fruit, Noah discovered through tarot divination that it is located within the borders of the Baishan Kingdom. They were on their way to the Baishan Kingdom at full speed. Galdiano had no choice but to endure and accept Noah's comprehensive teachings, which included not just cultural lessons, but also lessons in hockey, physical arts, and ability development. Noah observed Galdiano creating wax figurine soldiers and various wax weaponry, calmly reminding him, "Your development in wax shaping is already quite good, but you still haven't fully grasped the conceptual essence of the wax fruit." Noah observed Galdiano creating wax figurine soldiers and various wax weaponry, calmly reminding him, "Your development in wax shaping is already quite good, but the wax you create with your ability is actually paraffin." Galdiano squeezed the wax ball in his hand, and before long the wax ball melted into a puddle of oil. Noah continued, "Paraffin is wax, butter is also wax, soap is the same, and various fats are essentially a form of wax." He casually took out a row of reagent bottles from the card warehouse, which contained various kinds of wax. These included paraffin, coal wax, beeswax, insect wax, whale wax, lanolin, wood wax, rice bran wax, coconut wax, butter, soap, cheese, and more. Galdiano picked up a piece of butter, feeling its material structure. Soon he transformed the wax liquid in his other hand. "Master Noah, it seems that butter isn't anything special. I can do it with paraffin too." Noah shook his head. Every substance has its characteristics, and very few exist with identical physical properties. Can paraffin provide nutrition? The fact that butter can supplement nutrition is something paraffin cannot do. Galdiano pondered, then ate the butter in his hand, discovering characteristics that the wax products lacked before. You can combine butter and cheese while adjusting the proportions and ingredients to create a creamy wax that can serve as emergency food, Noah advised. In Noah's view, the wax fruit is an advanced version of the cheese fruit, butter fruit, and soap fruit. Although the wax fruit cannot create permanently existing wax products out of thin air, it can utilize existing fats for large-scale modification and manufacturing. For example, using industrially produced paraffin oil to create butter, cheese, soap, and beeswax, or vice versa. This modification manufacturing is the key developmental direction for the wax fruit, a creation-type devil fruit. In addition to the development of these special wax products, Noah also pointed out other developmental directions. You are still too superficial in your application of the wax fruit. As a devil fruit user, you should know that users are restrained by seawater. Galdiano nodded, "I know that. But you don't know that the wax fruit is one of the few devil fruits that allows users to enter." "What? Can I still go into the water?" "The wax coating is waterproof. You'll know when you try it." Galdiano quickly smeared a layer of wax on himself, and then dipped his hand into a bucket of seawater. Indeed, his hand was fully submerged in the seawater, yet his body showed no signs of weakness, which made him involuntarily excited. "Great, I can swim in the sea again." Don't celebrate too soon. The wax coating may indeed be waterproof, but it is also fragile, which means if you are attacked by sea beasts or enemies in the sea, you could be killed in one blow. Gulp. Galdiano was startled. Ew, just thinking about the scenario of the wax coating breaking in the sea sent shiver. And you haven't noticed another problem: the wax coating only amounts to wearing a diving suit, but you are not a fish person and cannot breathe normally in the sea. This issue must be resolved. Master Noah, you must have a solution, right? Galdiano became increasingly respectful towards Noah. 2 solutions: one is to carry a breathing apparatus and oxygen tank, the other is artificial gills. Galdiano had no difficulty understanding the first solution, but the second made him feel the stark difference in intelligence between people. "Master Noah, where can I buy artificial gills?" Noah looked at him, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? Has your wax fruit been in vain? Such a simple thing, can't you create it yourself?" Galdiano pointed at his face. "Create it myself? This seems quite difficult. Stupid, can't you catch a few fish and mimic their gill structures?" Noah reprimanded him somewhat exasperatedly. "Oh, that actually sounds doable. Truly worthy of Master Noah." Galdiano clapped his fist into his palm, looking enlightened. This situation is also a common scene Noah encounters when guiding others in developing their devil fruit abilities. To accelerate Galdiano's ability development, Noah directly threw him into the sea for 2 hours each day, tying him with a rope to maintain the wax coating and wax gills. At other times, Chloe used hockey to train Galdiano's body, allowing him to feel hockey, while also trying to stimulate his On the way to the Baishan Kingdom, Galdiano fully experienced what it means to be painfully happy. Of course, Noah also placed great emphasis on ideological education, using both words and actions to help Galdiano recognize the true nature of the world. A month later, the Wankai ship arrived at Yuzu Island in the Baishan Kingdom. Disguised Noah and his companions stopped at Yuzu port to prepare for gathering intelligence about this kingdom. Inside a bar at the port, Noah and Galdiano were drinking tea while gathering information from the bartender and several patrons. Noah set down his teacup and picked up the hat beside him. We should be going. The two left the bar. They had just heard a piece of news: an underground auction would be held on a deserted island not far from Yuzu Island. The auction was scheduled to take place in 4 days. However, this kind of underground auction was by invitation only, and without an introduction from an acquaintance, one couldn't get in at all. Galdino asked in confusion, Mr. President, how are we supposed to get an invitation? You'll find out when the time comes. The two returned to the fortune number. That evening, Noah and his companions, using the ability of the float fruit, piloted the fortune number and appeared in the sky above the deserted island. Looking at the faint lights on the deserted island, Noah casually released a small patch of emperor clouds to conceal the fortune number, then fixed it at an altitude of about 7,000 meters above the island. Galdino was astonished by Noah's abilities. He had seen Noah use cards to seal and release things before and knew Noah was a card fruit user, but he had not expected that Noah could manipulate the fortune number to float in the high sky. Brother Chloe, isn't Lord Noah a card fruit user? Can card fruits also make things float? Galdino curiously whispered. Chloe adjusted his glasses and replied with a half smile. Regarding Lord Noah's abilities, that's a family secret. Are you sure you want to delve deeper? I was just curious, forget I asked. Galdino quickly waved his hands awkwardly. Noah stood on the deck with his eyes closed, combining his observation haki with electromagnetic waves to scan the deserted. There are a total of 392 strong life force signatures and 125 relatively weak ones. There are 13 tunnels underground and an underground harbor with 3 submarines. On the northern side of the island, there is a cave that can accommodate over 1,000 people. Many situations on the deserted island were almost laid bare before Noah's enhanced observation haki, and he even overheard quite a bit of conversation. After about 10 minutes, Noah opened his eyes. Brother, did you find anything? Ari asked curiously. Noah shook his head. There are over 100 slaves imprisoned inside and a devil fruit. Besides that, they mentioned a poisonous mushroom called Heaven's Mushroom. Heaven's Mushroom. Isn't that the raw material for creating paradise of joys? Ari quickly recalled information about Heaven's Mushroom. It's normal underground auctions selling contraband fit their sewer rat style. Noah sneered mockingly. Brother, should we do something about them? Noah's tone was calm, but with a hint of killing intent. What do you think? Should we let them stay for the new year? If we hadn't encountered them, we could have remained indifferent. Since we have, there's naturally no need to show mercy. He'll open the wormhole right away. Don't rush, let's wait until those guests arrive, and then we can entertain them properly. Noah had no intention of letting those underground auction guests off the hook. After all, where there was no trade, there was no harm. Those who could come to participate in the underground auction were 99 scum. Galdino expressed some concern. Lord Noah, I have heard that many underground auctions in the South Sea are linked to local nobles and the world government. Won't this be too risky for us? Risky? Just kill them. Noah made a cold joke. Galdino was instantly left speechless. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the last sailing ship docked at the temporary pier on the deserted island, this underground auction was finally about to begin. On the deck of the fortune number above the deserted island, Joshua, who had just arrived through the wormhole from Rum Kingdom, activated the electromagnetic shielding mode, rendering all telephone worms within a 10-kilometer radius of the island inoperative. Let's go down and entertain these guests. Noah controlled the iron plate, bringing Ari, Chloe, Galdino, and over 50 elite family members down directly from midair. A few minutes later, boom. The iron plate crashed down at the entrance of the auction cave. The dozen or so men in black suits guarding the gate immediately grabbed their weapons. Who goes there? No nonsense, the newcomer is hostile, open fire immediately. Poof. Chloe instantly appeared before the door, and the dozen or so men in black suits behind him sprayed blood from their throats before collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before losing their breath. Ari shrugged and then opened the wormhole, taking 5 elite members towards the underground harbor of the deserted island. Noah was surrounded by several iron sand chains which instantly pierced the door. Under the influence of the float fruit's ability, the door opened automatically. The group walked unimpeded into the auction venue. In the bustling venue, no one noticed a group of uninvited guests entering. It wasn't until Noah reached the auction stage in the center of the venue that Chloe slashed the auctioneer's throat with a claw. Bold. Who are these guys? The scene erupted into chaos and shock mixed with screams and curses. Scum, can you be a little... As soon as Noah's voice fell, a terrifying conqueror's haki descended upon everyone. As the person in charge of this underground auction, Carasso, who had just arrived from the surveillance room, immediately felt a terrible... Carasso's face changed dramatically. Conqueror's haki. Other guests were even more unbearable, feeling paralyzed and unable to move, with some timid ones even losing control of their bowels. Holding back his inner anger and fear, Carasso asked in a low voice, Sir, I don't know what offense our auction has caused you, and we are willing to apologize and compensate you. The people of the Don Quixote family are as trashy and disgusting as ever. Noah mocked mercilessly. Carasso's face grew even uglier, but not willing to lose ground, he knew from Noah's tone that the other party recognized the Don Quixote family, so he could only bring out the background. I respect your strength, but this auction is backed by not only the Don Quixote family, but also items needed by the world's nobility. I hope you can give us a face. World nobility. Isn't that just the celestial dragons? Noah gave Chloe a glance. Not good. Carasso, however, Klaus' silent assassination technique was even more terrifying, instantly severing Carasso's limbs. By the time the pain reached his brain, Carasso, now a human stick, was already on the ground howling. The young master will not let you go. Other guests were also frightened to the point of turning pale, with many starting to frantically run towards several passageways. Unfortunately, in the next second, a large amount of iron sand blocked all the exits. Upon realizing that the escape routes were blocked, these people revealed their true colors. Bastards. Let me go. Do you know who my dad is? Please spare me. I am willing to give you all my money. Help. Why, I want to go home. Go die. Poof. Chloe cut off the hands of a gang leader who was about to shoot. This bloody scene made the nobles, wealthy merchants, and gang leaders even more terrified. So you can also feel fear and bleed. Well, I thought you were no longer human. Noah smiled and joked. An extremely frightened old nobleman knelt before Noah, rolling in his own filth. Sir, please spare me. I was tricked into coming to the auction. I am a good person. Noah's smile grew even more radiant. Dino, make a wax statue of our good sir. Galdino poured out a large amount of wax liquid from his hands, wrapping the old nobleman. The wax quickly solidified, turning him into a wax statue, but leaving his mouth and nose for breathing. However, before the old nobleman could feel relieved, he found the temperature of his body rising rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, the old nobleman was cooked alive. The other participants at the auction felt a chilling wave wash over them as they faced the gruesome death of the noble old man. Noah showed no sign of hesitation or pity as he turned and walked towards the temporary storage room beside the auction stage. Galdino and Chloe immediately understood Noah's intention. The merciless slaughter turned the entire auction venue into a hell of slaughter. Pushing open the door of the storage room, the guards in black suits inside were already lying in pools of blood. The elite members of 5 families conducted a preliminary screening and registration of the slaves held here, after which they would hand them over to the inspection department for review. Although there were ordinary people and children among these slaves, there were also extremely vicious criminals, and he would not allow such criminals to infiltrate his family. For instance, Chloe and Galdino were both accepted because they were merely at the stage of petty crimes. Chloe had only engaged in black dealings for a while back in his hometown. Galdino, as a bounty hunter who killed pirates, certainly could not be considered a criminal. If they had become the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew or joined the Baroque works, Noah would never have accepted them and would have even killed. This is Noah's principle and bottom line. Regardless of the reason for becoming a pirate, if one considers themselves a pirate, then he will show no mercy. After all, being wanted by the world government does not necessarily mean one must be a pirate. One could also be part of a resistance or revolutionary army, which is not a valid reason to become a pirate. In Noah's view, those who become pirates after being persecuted by the world government are merely transforming the persecution they suffered into their own oppression of ordinary people. True powerhouses must be brave enough to strike at stronger foes. Those pirates who attack ordinary people are merely scum of the sea. Noah bypassed the room where the slaves were held and entered the storage room for auction items. In the first room, there were numerous firearms and ammunition, approximately 2,000 guns, and about 2 million rounds of ammunition, which he casually collected using cards. The second room contained several frozen cabinets, which held tens of thousands of paradise mushrooms. Paradise mushrooms. Although Noah detested drugs, he understood that everything has its good and bad sides. This item could actually be used as raw material for some special medicines, so he collected it with the intention of taking it back for Andy to study. The third room contained various antiques and jewelry, which he also collected casually. The fourth room appeared very empty. Inside there were 6 boxes, a good quality saber, a box of 50 sea stone bullets, a zoan-type devil fruit red spider form, 3 vials of a banned drug named Black Blood, a swordsmanship manual titled Flying Willow Sword Technique, and a treasure map leading to an island in the Lost Sea. These items were already the highlights of this auction. Picking up a vial, Noah looked at the Black Blood drug inside. He had heard of it. It came from the kingdom of Shetu in the South Sea. It is a drug that can make one immune to poisons for a short time, with the side effect of consuming 5 years of one's life for each dose. The good quality saber and the swordsman's manual were not particularly valuable. The sea stone bullets had some value. The red spider fruit was decent, as it was an insect-type animal, which generally has better potential. However, he was particularly interested in the treasure map. The Lost Sea is located in the southern part of the South Sea, near the Antarctic ice cap. According to local legends, the Lost Sea was once a very prosperous area, but around 630 years ago, an unknown disaster struck, causing the climate of this region to become highly abnormal. Although the Lost Sea was not on the originally planned route, it was very close to the planned route. By slightly adjusting one of the waypoints, he could make a detour there. As Noah organized the auction items, Ari also silenced the more than 50 members of the Don Quixote family in the harbor and destroyed all the Din Din Mushi. On the other side, the members of the Don Quixote family on the island were also systematically eliminated by Noah's elite members, who similarly destroyed all the Din Din Mushi. In less than an hour, the entire deserted island was deserted. All the Don Quixote family members and auction attendees had met a gruesome end here, and everything had been looted clean. In the North Sea, at the North Wind Islands, bang. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins as he smashed his fist into the desk. A hint of worry peeked through the clown makeup on Rosinante's face beside him. Torpal, who was in charge of managing the family's enterprises, wore an even darker expression. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and sneered, "Heh, find out who did this for me. I want to see who is so bold." "Doflamingo, I will definitely find the culprit," Toripol said, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Rosinante, feigning silence, was secretly pondering how to report this incident to Sengoku. Compared to the furious Don Quixote family, the massacre on the deserted island in the South Sea also triggered a strong reaction. The White Mountain Kingdom and the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms, including the nobles, big businessmen, and gang leaders who participated in this auction, were all wiped out in one fell swoop. This created a power vacuum in these areas, and the forces that reacted quickly began organizing to seize the vacated territories or businesses. Meanwhile, on Hard Island in the South Sea, the Navy had established the South Sea Base 201 here, which was also the residence of the South Sea Admiral. However, at this moment, Rear Admiral Auster was respectfully accompanying a tall and lazy middle-aged naval officer. Vice Admiral Kazan, how long will you be home for this time? Just as Kazan was about to answer, the Den Den Mushy in his pocket. Brew brew. Kazan waved his hand, then picked up the Den Den Mushy. Rear Admiral Auster immediately ordered those around him. Everyone stand guard immediately. After saying that, he quickly retreated to give Kazan space. Kazan connected the call. Hello. This is Kazan. Vice Admiral Kazan, this is the headquarters staff office. I am Kong Ming. Just now the South Sea Intelligence Department sent over an urgent matter. I will be brief. After hearing Kong Ming's explanation, Kazan's expression remained unchanged. So what does Admiral Sengoku mean? Admiral hopes you can take a detour to investigate the White Mountain Kingdom, but the task of capturing the Crescent Hunter Katrina Demi remains unchanged. What a hassle. Fine. I will stop by and take a look. Kazan hung up the phone and found a sunny patch of grass. The aide who had come with Kazan immediately began arranging for warships and supplies. In fact, Naval Headquarters usually assigns troublesome tasks to high-ranking naval forces like Kazan under the pretext of approving their leave back home. For instance, Carp routinely returns to the East Sea, leading to a significant decline in the quality of pirates in the East Sea over the past 20 years. This time, Kazan's leave to the South Sea came with the task of capturing Katrina Demi. It is not that Katrina Demi possesses extraordinary strength, but her actions have instilled fear in many noble families from allied nations, coupled with the transformation ability of the nine-tailed fox fruit, making it difficult for the South Sea Navy to capture her. However, Kazan was unaware that Katrina Demi had already become Noah's captive, imprisoned within a card. Noah and his companions did not pay much attention to the impact of the deserted island incident. Mainly, Noah had confidence in his own strength. Unless confronted by the combined might of the five elders, he had no real fear. Even if they were outmatched, they could utilize Alias Wormhole to escape or temporarily enhance their abilities with the Float fruit and leave directly from a high altitude. Thus, Noah chose to bring Galatino Clo and others, continuing to wander within the borders of the White Mountain Kingdom, searching for the elusive sound fruit hidden in this area. Time passed unknowingly for over a week. Noah and his group searched 8 islands in the White Mountain Kingdom and finally discovered the sound fruit wedged in the crevices of a cliff on the 8th island. After acquiring another devil fruit, Noah had no intention of lingering in the White Mountain Kingdom any longer. The Wonkai ship adjusted its course and headed towards the southern Lost Sea. However, just as the Wonkai ship left the territory of the White Mountain Kingdom, they encountered a naval fleet hidden. Noah, sipping tea and reading the news, did not pay much attention to the Navy. After all, he was flying the flag of a merchant ship. Unfortunately, sometimes avoiding trouble does not mean trouble won't come knocking. You are to stop the ship immediately and submit to a naval inspection. A small military ship shouted from a distance using a loudspeaker. Clo glanced at Noah, who nodded in response. The Wonkai ship then came to a halt. The small military ship also anchored nearby. Soon a colonel dressed in a Navy Justice cloak jumped onto the deck. Clo immediately put on a fake smile, saying, "Colonel, we are law-abiding citizens. This is our commercial transport ship's qualification certificate and pass." The colonel took the pass and qualification certificate, glanced at Clo, and nodded after noticing he wasn't on the wanted list. "We are just conducting a routine inspection. May we enter the ship's cabin?" Clo nodded, saying, "No problem, I will lead the way." Suddenly a soldier whispered a few words in the colonel's ear. The colonel then looked over at Noah and Galatino, who were drinking tea not far away. Clo also noticed this scene and smiled, explaining, "Mr. Galatino is hired by our trading company for escort duties. Is he the bounty hunter Candleman Galatino?" The colonel did not seem to suspect anything. After all, it was quite normal for a transport ship to hire bounty hunters for protection. However, things soon took a turn. The sea around the Wonkai ship was rapidly frozen. A layer of ice and snow formed on the deck. "Have you been to that?" Noah brushed off the ice from his clothes and glanced at the tall, middle-aged man before him. "Why does your excellency think so? You carry the scent of paradise mushrooms. I see you Navy have individuals with scent detection abilities." Noah asked with a smile. Kazan's gaze grew increasingly serious under his glasses. "It would be best if you came back with me to Mariwa to cooperate with our investigation into the White Mountain Kingdom deserted island incident. If it's a misunderstanding, we are willing to compensate your trading company for any losses." Kazan, the vice admiral, is quite confident. The next second, a turbulent and solid conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted. Hundreds of sailors on the small warship instantly fainted. "Are you going to resist?" The temperature around Kazan rapidly dropped. "I want to test whether this future Navy admiral is truly worthy of the title." Ice gauntlets. High temperature fist. Boom. A steel fist hotter than ordinary magma crashed through Kazan. However, Kazan did not retreat, but charged forward, instead swinging an ice military knife toward Noah's neck. Iron sand wings. High-frequency vibration blade. Clang, clang, clang. Even as Kazan maintained the ice blade, it was shredded by the continuously vibrating iron sand tornado. Noah's cards released tons of iron sand from his sleeves, while his body activated the mimicry rubidium magnet mode at 100 power, accelerating the flow of blood and turning his body into a human's ice generator. Countless iron sands spiraled up, forming a terrifying iron sand tornado. Kazan quickly conjured several ice walls, not for defense, but to protect the ordinary sailors. The group of sailors who had accompanied Kazan from the Navy headquarters under the guidance of Kazan's aide swiftly evacuated the naval colonel and a dozen sailors from the Wankai ship. Similarly, Klo and others on the Wankai ship quickly distanced themselves from the battle between Noah and Kazan to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Of course, Klo, Galatino Alii, and others remained highly vigilant of their surroundings to prevent any ambushes from other Navy forces always ready to support Noah. The iron sand tornado and the blizzard crashed violently in midair. Kazan's expression grew increasingly grave. Ice pillar. 5 ice pillars shot up from the ice field directly targeting Noah caught in the iron sand tornado. Noah's body radiated a dazzling crimson hue furnace meteor. He soared into the sky, rapidly heating a large quantity of easily meltable alloy steel sand to a molten state through electromagnetic heating, then condensing them into basketball-sized molten iron balls from high above. Hundreds of molten iron balls plummeted from the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kazan instantly thought of a certain troublesome colleague and raised his hand. Explosive partridge. The ice bird shot into the sky as the iron balls descended. Boom, boom, boom. Noah's observation Haki instantly sensed danger, and in that split second, he activated magnetic levitation acceleration to evade the incoming sea stone bullets. Other officers from the Navy headquarters. The next moment, the sea stone bullets were burned and evaporated by flames. Liliane appeared not far from the ice field. Evidently, Alii had secretly brought a few high-level fighters from their family to prevent Noah from being surrounded by the Navy. Kazan looked at the blazing Liliane, a user of the burn fruit. Among the Navy personnel who followed Kazan, a dual-wielding brigadier general charged out, his long swords covered in armed Haki, unleashing fierce, slashing waves. Don't think being a Logia type allows you to do as you please. The dual-wielding brigadier general lunged towards Liliane with moonwalk steps. Liliane showed no signs of tension. Her hands erupted with blue flames. I'm not one of those who can only burn fire. Roar of the fire dragon. The deep blue flame dragon instantly evaporated the incoming slashing wave and charged toward the dual-wielding brigadier general. This is bad. Kazan's expression changed. Ice Age. 2-pronged spear. The freezing breath caused the fire dragon's temperature to drop somewhat, but that terrifying heat of 4,990 degrees Celsius could not be suppressed in an instant. The ice spear that followed only slightly hindered it. However, in that brief moment, it was enough for the dual-wielding brigadier general to react. He quickly used Shave to dodge the fire dragon's charge. The next moment, the fire dragon evaporated a large pit with a radius of several hundred meters where he had just stood. At that moment, Kazan had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just been struck by Noah's molten iron ball while saving someone. Although he had activated his elementalization, high temperatures inherently counteract ice fruit users, and that blow still caused him some injury. At this moment, both sides were on high alert towards each other. On Kazan's side, besides himself, there were 2 brigadier-level aides, over a dozen Navy captains, and several warships. On Noah's side, there were Liliane, Alii, Galatino, Klo, and Joshua, and Monet concealed in the sky. At this moment, Kazan could not have anticipated how things would unfold. It was as if he were facing the top pirate crew of a hail, flame-killing black dragon wave. The sky was filled with hailstones raining down upon Noah's side. Liliane unleashed several shockwaves in the form of black fire dragons, obliterating the enormous hail. Kill. Fire the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons of over a dozen warships fired in unison. Galatino clasped his hands together, exploding locusts. The surrounding glaciers were transformed into a mass of grayish-white locusts in a short time. These waxy locusts not only had a locust-like structure, but were also filled with specially modified explosive glycerin. The overwhelming swarm of locusts collided with the dense artillery shells. In an instant, an incredibly fierce explosion erupted in the area where the 2 sides faced off. Merciless sun. Liliane instantly transformed into a small blue sun. Although her radius was only about 10 meters, the terrifying temperature of 4990 degrees Celsius on its surface combined with the pervasive heat radiation caused the surrounding glaciers to rapidly evaporate into water vapor. Amidst the dense water vapor, a small blue sun charged toward the naval warships. Kazan immediately summoned the surrounding glaciers, Ice Whale. Amidst the dense water vapor, a small blue sun. However, Kazan's expression was very serious. Sensing Noah's imminent attack with his observation Haki, he could only quickly dodge and continue to manipulate more ice whales to block Liliane's small blue sun. Yet Kazan found it difficult to contend with so many foes. Galatino's exploding locusts had already infiltrated a portion of the warships. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, enemy attack. Focus on defense. Kazan, seeing the naval soldiers getting killed one after another, instantly became furious. Ice Age. Super Blizzard. Kazan, who do you look down upon? Noah emitted a crimson glow as he unleashed dozens of punches in an instant. Scorching flow, burst fist. The heated iron fists infused with Haki compelled Kazan to remain on high alert. Boom. In the distance, a warship was struck by the small blue sun. In an instant, a large section of the iron and hardwood battleship was gnawed away, igniting the gunpowder within. Damn it. Kazan's anger escalated. However, the opponent he faced was Noah, who was in a state of high heat. Although Kazan's Haki was slightly stronger and his stamina was superior, the gap in their strengths was not significant enough to determine a victor in an instant. Being held back, Kazan found it difficult to provide full support to the other Navy members. And the members of the Noah family, particularly the hard-to-defend Lilith and the old-school Galatino, made it impossible for even 2 brigadier generals from the Navy to hold them back. The fierce clash lasted for over an hour. 5 out of 12 warships had already sunk, resulting in heavy losses for the Navy. Although Kazan had not sustained serious injuries, he had endured some wounds. One of the brigadier generals, the dual-sword general, had perished under Lillian's small sun, instantly turning to ashes. Once again creating a vast ice wall, Kazan looked at the still raging blue sun and the seemingly tireless Noah. He could only approach his aid. Gyut spread everyone out, operate in small teams, don't cluster together, and focus on evasion. Yes, Rear Admiral Kazan. Aide Gyut understood the danger of the situation. Kazan clenched his fists. Ice explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The glaciers beneath Noah's feet suddenly erupted, sending a large number of ice shards flying in all directions. Super blizzard. Frozen time capsule. Kazan suddenly emerged from beneath the glacier, appearing behind Galatino, instantly freezing him and preparing to smash him with a punch. However, Kazan suddenly retreated explosively while activating his elemental transformation. Boom. Galatino's body exploded violently, wreaking havoc over a wide area. Clone. Ambushing is not a good habit, Rear Admiral Kazan. Noah's iron sand swept towards him. The high-frequency vibrating iron sand sword clashed once more with the icy military blade. Boom. Another warship was destroyed by the small sun. At that moment, Noah's observation Haki detected a strong sense of crisis. He executed a magnetic levitation turn while enveloping himself in an iron sand shield. A laser pierced through the iron sand shield, and under the distortion of Noah's magnetic field shield combined with the reflection from the steel surface, the laser was deflected away. Well, Kazan, you really are in a tough spot. A somewhat lecherous middle-aged man appeared beside Kazan. Don't let your guard down, these guys are not simple. Then let me see how not simple they are. 8-footed jewel. Borisolino gathered countless light bullets with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The light bullets shot out at high speed, dense as raindrops. Heavenly thunder. A thunderous Qilin filled with a sense of destruction descended from the sky, instantly annihilating a large number of light bullets and pressing toward Borisolino. Borisolino was astonished, yet he quickly retaliated, so terrifying. Heavenly radiance. A colossal beam of light shot toward the thunder Qilin. It was a clash of equals. The collision of thunder and laser illuminated the world. A terrifying explosion ensued between the colliding forces. A mushroom cloud rising from the glacier as a massive crater of about 1 kilometer in radius was instantly formed. The ensuing shockwave felt like a super hurricane. Kazan quickly raised a large expanse of glacier to protect the naval soldiers behind him. The two sides simultaneously created some distance. A few minutes later, the water vapor slowly dissipated. Kazan, Borisolino, and Brigadier General Gyut looked at the enemies in the distance, their observation Haki already sensing the presence of their foes. Noah, Lillian, Galatino, and Joshua also gazed at the Navy across from them. For a moment, neither side made a move. This is truly terrifying. Steel fruit, flame fruit, wax fruit, and thunder fruit. Borisolino appeared to be joking, yet he was genuinely serious at that moment. Kazan's expression was equally grave. He had not expected there to be a Logia user hidden among them. If the opponent had ambushed him earlier, it could have caused him significant trouble. Seeing Borisolino's appearance, Noah also abandoned the thought of killing Kazan here. After all, Kazan at that moment was at an admiral level of strength, and eliminating a Logia user of that caliber was exceedingly difficult. He had initially planned to have Joshua, who was hiding in the shadows, deliver a fatal blow to Kazan at a crucial moment, but unfortunately Borisolino had arrived too quickly. Retreat. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thick mist enveloped Noah and the others, and Ares' wormhole opened, causing them to vanish from the glacier. Huh. They disappeared. Borisolino raised an eyebrow. Kazan's observation Haki also sensed the enemy's disappearance. However, neither of them acted recklessly, continuing to remain vigilant. After several minutes, noticing that no further abnormalities had occurred, the two finally relaxed a bit. Kazan turned to Gyut and instructed Gyut immediately initiate rescue operations. Yes. Gyut took a step forward, flying toward the positions of other naval soldiers. Meanwhile, Borisolino removed his glasses, wiped away the water vapor on them, and quietly inquired, "What are these guys about?" "I'm not sure. I encountered them while investigating the massacre incident on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom, and it seemed they could be the culprits, which is why I engaged them in battle." At this moment, Kazan felt a severe headache regarding how to deal with the aftermath. The Grand Line Paradise. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, even the semi-retired Steelbone Kong was taken aback by the news relayed from the South Sea. In the Marshal's office, apart from Steelbone Kong, the other high-ranking naval officers at the headquarters rarely gathered together. This included the Marines Chief Instructor Blackarm, Zephyr the Marine Hero Iron Fist Carp Chief of Staff Crane Vice Admiral Squirrel, and Vice Admiral Guion. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was in the North Sea, while Sengoku was stationed at the G1 base in the New World, coordinating efforts against pirates in the West Sea. As Chief of Staff, Crane also managed the Navy's intelligence division, so she was the one to give a comprehensive report. According to Kazan's report, there are currently 6 confirmed enemies. Colonel Brenu, affiliated with the intelligence division, immediately projected images onto the side screen. The suspected leader is a young man, a user of the iron fruit with the ability to wield 3 forms of Haki. His martial arts and swordsmanship are formidable, and he has developed his fruit abilities to an extraordinary level. On the screen appeared images of Noah in disguise along with several of his techniques. Squirrel was astonished. Wasn't the previous user of the iron fruit eliminated by Sakazuki just a few years ago? Did this guy acquire the fruit only in the past few years to develop it to such an extent? The high-ranking officers present couldn't help but marvel at Noah's depth of mastery over the iron fruit, which had reached a new pinnacle compared to all previous users. High-heat mirror effects, magnetic fields, electric currents, and iron sand control. A single fruit could be utilized in multiple. The second target is a blonde girl estimated to be under 18 years old, a user of the flame fruit. She possesses both armament hockey and observation hockey, though her martial arts and swordsmanship have yet to be demonstrated. Her fruit abilities are also remarkably powerful, having killed Rear Admiral Crazy Bull. On the screen appeared a picture of Lillian wearing a half mask along with her blue sun form. Flame fruit. Carp examined the screen closely. The previous user of the flame fruit had been knocked into the sea by him with a single punch, yet it seemed like he was learning about the fruit for the first time. Are the flames of the flame fruit blue? Zephyr struggled to recall the confidential archives of the Navy, noting that the flames of all previous users had been orangered. This blue flame was a first. Squirrel voiced his speculation. Could it be that the devil fruit's abilities have awakened? Awakened? It's certainly a possibility. Zephyr could only temporarily attribute this situation to the awakening of the fruit's powers. Then Crane added, the third target is the South Sea bounty hunter Galdino, currently the only confirmed identity. He is a user of the wax fruit, possesses observation hockey, but has not demonstrated armament hockey. His fruit abilities have also been developed to a very strong level. The screen displayed a photo of Galdino along with some descriptions of his techniques. The fourth target is a young man with black hair, a user of the thunder fruit. He has clashed with Borsalino and was described by him as having island-destroying combat capabilities. The screen changed to show a picture of Joshua wearing a cat mask alongside images of the Thunder Kirin and Heaven's Radiance colliding. Another natural type. And such a powerful one at that. Guillaume's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. The fifth target is a young man wearing glasses disguised as a merchant captain, showing no signs of fruit abilities. He is proficient in armament hockey and observation hockey and utilizes a silent martial art wielding claw blades as his weapon. The screen then shifted to a picture of Kuro in his disguised form. The sixth target is a green-haired young man with very little presence, suspected to be a user of some space-type devil fruit. He was the one who assisted the other targets in their retreat. The screen displayed a photo of R with a black mask. Steelbone Kong rubbed his temples. Crane, how do you think we should deal? Crane remained unfazed by the presence of two natural types and several powerful superhuman types, having witnessed the 3 Emperor-level forces in the New World, as well as the former Rocks Pirates and Roger Pirates. She set down the documents in her hands. Marshal Kong, based on the behavior of this group, I don't believe they are the type of pirates who seek treasure. However, precisely because of this I see them as an even greater threat. Kong nodded. The pirates who marauded across the seas were in his eyes merely a nuisance, posing no real threat to the world government. Crane continued her analysis. Based on the strength displayed by the other party, this group cannot be an organization developed from the 4 seas, but rather a secret organization emerging from the Grand Line, which is the direction we need to focus on. Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Squirrel whispered. Suddenly the atmosphere in the office became exceedingly awkward. Crane was certainly aware of the reason for the awkwardness, but she knew there was no need to address it, so she continued her analysis. It is unlikely that this group is the Revolutionary Army, as those with Conqueror's hockey would not easily submit to others. I do not believe Dragon has the strength to control this group. Indeed, that unfilial son doesn't have the capability to suppress this group. Carp laughed heartily and then grabbed a bag of senbei to eat. Crane and Kong said nothing while Zephyr furrowed his brow, but also remained silent. It was difficult for those present to comment on the matter concerning Dragon. I propose we issue a bounty against this group under the name of a terrorist organization. After some thought, Kong nodded. Crane continued, in addition to the bounty, we should strengthen our intelligence investigation into this organization. We cannot allow a situation like this to occur again. If it weren't for Borsalino arriving in time, Kazan and the others would surely have faced dire consequences. I will discuss this with Lord Gorsei and have CP assist us in investigating this organization. Kong took on the task of communicating with the Gorsei. Additionally, as the most mobile, Borsalino cannot continue to remain stationed at Sabeti Archipelago alone. A vice admiral must be dispatched to replace him, there enabling us to call upon Borsalino to support others at any time. Kong nodded. Yes, Borsalino should indeed serve as the core force of the reserve army to avoid situations where we cannot provide timely support. Soon the discussions at the Marine headquarters concerning Noah's group were concluded. The relevant bounty notices were hurriedly prepared by the Marine headquarters. Early the next morning, numerous news agencies under the world government along with the well-informed Haixing reported the bounty notices and the revised event details. Instantly the world was in an uproar. Crane certainly had no intention of helping Noah's group gain fame. Instead, she was deliberately building them up for destruction. She described Noah's group's strength as comparable to the Sea Emperors of the New World, as if they could instantly become the 4th Sea Emperor should they choose to enter the New World. This was clearly a deliberate act of sowing discord, aiming to draw the attention of the great pirates of the New World towards Noah's group, hoping to exploit this opportunity to have Noah's group reveal more detailed information during their conflicts with other great pirates. And Morgan's the Birdman went so far as to create a sensational headline for the news. The exit of the upside-down mountain canal. The Twin Cape Lighthouse. Just recovering from a serious illness, the red-haired Shanks was chatting merrily with Kakaros. Suddenly a little girl with one side of her hair white and the other red ran in holding a newspaper, panting and shouted, "The newspaper says a new Sea Emperor has been born today." What? Beckman stepped forward and snatched the newspaper. After flipping through the World Economic News, Beckman's brows furrowed. Shanks took a sip of his drink and jokingly asked Beckman, could it be that the Fourth Sea Emperor has truly emerged? No, but this matter is somewhat complex. You take a look yourself. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. After reading for a moment, Shanks' expression turned serious. Such powerful forces. The other members of the red-haired pirates were also flipping through the newspaper and the bounty notices. Iron Man bounty of 2,038,270,000 berries, user of the iron fruit, proficient in three-color hockey and swordsmanship, leader of the Obscures organization, orchestrated the massacre on the deserted island of White Mountain Kingdom, as well as the slaughter of naval soldiers. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. Blue Flame sorceress bounty of 1,814,320,000 berries, user of the burn fruit, proficient in two-color hockey. One of the members of the Obscures organization participated in the massacre, killed a naval commander. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. Candleman Galdino bounty of 554,410,000 berries, user of the wax fruit, can use observation hockey. Former South Sea bounty hunter, one of the members of the Obscures organization participated in the massacre, killed numerous naval soldiers. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. Thunderland bounty of 1,598,250,000 berries, user of the sound fruit, possesses the strength to destroy an island with a single blow. One of the members of the Obscures organization participated in the massacre. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. Cat Claw Glasses Man bounty of 336,980,000 berries, proficient in hockey and body techniques, uses specially made cat claw blades. One of the members of the Obscures organization participated in the massacre. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. Mysterious green-haired masked man bounty of 1,101,400,000 berries, suspected user of a space-type devil fruit capable of large-scale teleportation of others. One of the members of the Obscures organization participated in the massacre. Heinous crimes, life or death matters not. 2 Logia users. Their strength is indeed formidable, Jesus Burgess remarked while fiddling with his sniper. Beckman took a puff of his cigar. The key is that the other side was able to kill a naval captain in front of Aokiji, Kuzan, which indicates that Aokiji was being suppressed at the time. And later, even with Kazara's help, they still couldn't take down the other side, allowing them to escape unscathed. Clearly, 2 vice admirals were unable to handle this organization. Shanks gazed, deeply lost in thought. Kakaro's beside him joked, are you all overthinking it? The ones who should really be worried now should be the Navy and the world government. Haha. Truly worthy of the ship, Doctor. Shanks raised a cup and downed it in one gulp. Kakaro shot a glare at Shanks. You still have the nerve. This time you were just lucky that sickly fruit user didn't develop their fruit, while otherwise you wouldn't have made it to Twin Cape. Hurry and find a professional ship, Doctor. By the way, give him the medical book I gave you. The old man can't sail with you guys. Ha, thanks a lot, ship doctor. Shanks laughed gratefully. The Grand Line New World. In a calm sea. Several large sailboats, shaped like whales, were slowly sailing, the largest among them painted with the letters Moby Dick. Old man. The New World might welcome the Fourth Sea Emperor. 3rd Division Captain Jozu shouted to Whitebeard while holding a newspaper. At this time, the not yet fully white-haired Edward Newgate, without the foredrip of years later, glanced at the newspaper. Is the world government and the Navy planning to use others as tools again? What a boring trick. 6th Division Captain Blamenko laughed. Who cares? I think that Obscures organization isn't anything special. If they come to the New World, our Whitebeard pirates aren't afraid of them. Exactly, old man is the strongest in the world. A bunch of guys who don't even dare to show their true faces. How can they compare to our Whitebeard pirates? With the old man here, there's nothing to fear. Marshal D. Teach, who was hiding, also laughed, but deep down he was quite indifferent. As long as no one with the dark fruit appeared, he didn't care. Similarly, in the New World. In the Wano country, located in the central sea of the New World. Inside the headquarters of the Beast's pirates on Onigashima, the chief commander, Fire Disaster Ace, with a handsome face hidden behind a steel mask, became somewhat serious after hearing the report from the overseas intelligence personnel. Suddenly, outside in the small square, there came a series of intense clashes and the screams of girls. Kaidasama has started again. Yamato, really? Let's report this matter to Kaidasama again tonight. Ace shook his head helplessly. Although Noah and his crew displayed great strength, they were not the animal-type users that Kaido favored, and since the other side had not clearly indicated their intention to enter the New World, Ace naturally would not rush to report. New World, Totlandsea. Deep within the desert castle of Cake Island, the fat woman who was crazily devouring desserts frowned upon seeing her eldest son walk in. Mama. Perispero, you should know the consequences of interrupting me while I'm eating desserts, right? With cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Charlotte Perispero hurriedly summarized. Mama, the reason for disturbing your meal is that a major event has occurred at sea. The Navy and Morgans are both hyping up the Fourth Sea Emperor. Mama. The Fourth Sea Emperor. Which bastard has been pushed out? Charlotte Linlin still had some intelligence when she wasn't going crazy. Perispero quickly explained the situation. It's a force called the Obscures organization. I heard they can confront Aokiji and Kizuru, and even killed a naval vice admiral, ultimately retreating unscathed. Charlotte Linlin seemed puzzled though. Why haven't I heard of this organization's intelligence? Perispero explained rapidly. I just communicated with the underground kings, including Morgans, and they all said they hadn't heard. However, this organization is indeed very powerful. Among the 6 known members, there are 2 Logia users, the user of the Thunder Fruit and the user of the Burn Fruit, along with a very powerful user of the Iron Fruit, a user of the Wax Fruit. And finally, there's a suspected user of a space-type ability. Upon hearing about the two Logia users, Charlotte Linland's eyes sparkled. Mama, mama, mama. Immediately send someone to investigate this organization. I want to know all the information about it. Upon hearing her mother's command, Perispero understood what she was thinking. Clearly, she was planning something regarding marriage. However, this time Perispero did not hold much hope for his mother's idea, as the strength of this organization was too formidable, making the possibility of a marriage unlikely. The conflict between Noah's crew and the Navy, along with the subsequent issuance of the bounty notice, not only shook the great pirates of the New World, but also surprised the 5 elders of Mariewa. In the realm of power, Saint Satan's gaze was extraordinarily stern. This organization is highly likely the one that took the civilians of Frivance. A space-type devil fruit user. The door-to-door fruit is with CP9, and the teleportation fruit's whereabouts are unknown. It's hard to confirm. Saint Pitt's brow furrowed. This is irrelevant. The key point is this girl. Saint Vacheli held a photo that prominently featured Lillian in her blue. Saint Nazashiru stroked the long sword in his hand. Can the flame fruit also become the sun? Has there been no result in the search for that fruit? CP is still searching secretly, but you should know that fruit has self-awareness. Saint Satan said with some resignation. Saint Nazashiru's gaze flashed with seriousness. That fruit and the surgery fruit must be found quickly. The time is drawing near, and we need to accelerate that plan. As for the 7 Warlords plan, we have only confirmed Crocodile and Moria. CP is in contact with the Navy hunter Mihawk and the fearsome weapon Dahlia, but there are no suitable candidates for others at the moment. Saint Vacheli stroked his beard. What about Wang Ji? Saint Nazashiru raised an eyebrow. He declined. Saint Vacheli casually explained. Saint Satan reminded. We need to have CP select suitable candidates quickly. The 7 Warlords plan is of great importance. However, I need to execute a plan soon, and if successful, perhaps we can secure a useful 7 Warlord. That runaway from God's Valley. What are your thoughts on the girl with the flame fruit? Let CP investigate with all their might. Once we discover her whereabouts, I will personally lead CP0 into action. Although the possibility of her becoming the new sun is slim, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let a potential threat slip away. Agreed. Meanwhile, in a small garden deep among the flowers, a gracefully dancing white butterfly slowly landed on a finger. On a nearby stone platform, there were several photos which were indeed pictures of Lillian. At the same time, in the Grand Line, in the Kamabaka Kingdom of Paradise, the hidden temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army also received today's newspaper. Dragon. Something big has happened. Ivankov slipped in with an eccentric dance. While Dragon was troubled by supply and weapon channels, he put down his pen. Ivankov, what happened? Look at this. Taking the newspaper, Dragon glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly constricted as he fixated intently on the paper and those bounty notices. After a moment, he exclaimed, such a powerful force, it can basically be compared to the Sea Emperors of the New World. Ivankov suggested, Dragon, should we not make contact with this force? From their actions, they don't seem to be a malevolent terror organization. The auction on that deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom in the South China Sea involves underground forces. The slaughtering of the Navy probably indicates a conflict between both sides. Dragon contemplated for a moment. I agree to make contact, but we cannot expose ourselves until we clarify their true situation. Let's have the Four Seas branch pay attention. If they find someone from the secret organization, let them make contact discreetly. The various forces of the sea's attention did not affect Noah and his crew's movements. After all, the Noah family was highly mobile, with Apostle Shiki's float fruit and Aries whole fruit supporting large-scale rapid transfers. Moreover, Joshua's thunder fruit, Lillian's flame fruit, Monet's snow fruit, and Lilith's emperor butterfly fruit all possessed the ability for long-distance flight. In addition, the recently crafted Arc No. 001 experimental spacecraft powered by graphene batteries and wind turbines had already completed initial testing. As long as the Noah family intended to keep secrets, it would be difficult for other forces to track their movements and penetrate their operations. After all, in the presence of Mary's observation Haki, any spy would feel like a bright flame in the dark. After separating from Akiji and Kazura, Noah and his crew did not set off immediately. Instead, they returned to Sky Island. Inside the governor's mansion of Lion Island, Noah and others summarized the situation of the recent battle. He took a sip of lemonade. This battle was merely an appetizer. The next time we encounter the Navy or the world government, it probably won't be so easy. I feel my observation Haki isn't strong enough, and I also need to awaken my armament Haki quickly. Galatino first expressed his shortcomings. In this battle, although he had blown up quite a number of Navy soldiers, he had also almost been taken down by Kazan. If it weren't for Joshua, who was hidden high in the sky using telepathy to remind him to use the wax clone to hide, he would have likely been shattered into pieces by now. Lillian also mentioned her shortcomings. My stamina is still insufficient, and after using the sun mode for just over 2 hours, my stamina dropped below half. I need to strengthen my physical training from now on. For young Lillian's stamina indeed limited her power. This was also one of the reasons Noah chose to retreat quickly upon. After all, a Marine Admiral could fight without rest for 10 days and nights. In a short time, even if Noah and the other family members used all their means, they could only temporarily suppress Kazan and Borisolino, but they couldn't kill the two within a few hours. Once time dragged on, reinforcements from the Navy and world government would continuously arrive. By then, Lillian, Galatino, Crocodile, and other stamina would surely drop significantly, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Noah's side. Noah made a decisive decision, immediately ordering to lead everyone to retreat. He did not feel disheartened by this outcome. After all, the members of the Noah family were still very young and had enormous potential to be tapped. In contrast, Kazan Borisolino and others were already at their peak. Unless they could awaken Conqueror's Haki or achieve complete awakening of their devil fruits, their strength would not show significant improvement. Meanwhile, this clash also calmed the prideful hearts of the family members. Having witnessed the world's top combat powers, they clearly recognized the gap between both sides, which lay in physical quality and stamina. As long as their physical quality and stamina improved, the Noah family would at least give birth to 4 or 5 admiral-level fighters. After resting and adjusting for more than a month on Sky Island, Noah and his crew set sail once more. However, Galatino recognized his shortcomings, so he chose not to board the ship, but instead opted to go to the training camp in the Rumble Kingdom for a year of further education. Noah, along with Crocodile R and others, disguised themselves again and jumped through the wormhole, reappearing in a sea area near the White Mountain Kingdom. In the year 1506 of the Haixing calendar, it has been half a month since Noah and his crew set sail again. During this time, they passed by 8 islands. Today, they finally arrived at the edge of the Lost Sea. Noah, wearing a cowboy hat, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the brother. This sea area seems a bit strange. Lilith, who had come from the Rum Kingdom to assist, stood beside Noah with a very... Noah's observation Haki also sensed the peculiarity of this sea area, with sudden storms and tornadoes along with massive hailstones falling sporadically. This sea area was unlike the South Sea. It resembled the Grand Line. Are we sure about this? Lilith pondered for a moment. If we activate the magnetic shield and combine it with my monitoring, then let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to let Ale open a wormhole to leave. Lilith nodded, then took out the treasure map they had previously obtained along with maritime charts from surrounding countries, focusing intently on monitoring the weather changes within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The Nautilus quickly sailed into the depths of the Lost Sea. Hail ahead left at a full 37 degrees. A large area of hail about 5 to 6 meters in diameter plummeted from the dark clouds approximately 3 kilometers ahead of the Nautilus. Not good. Full defensive mode. Advance right. Noah's body had already entered rubidium magnet mode, and a powerful defensive magnetic field immediately enveloped the Nautilus. In the next moment, dozens of water tornadoes surrounded them from all directions. Get out of my way. Noah manipulated the magnetic force, condensing iron sand into a spear, electromagnetic cannon. Fire. Dozens of electromagnetic cannons blasted towards the surface of the sea beneath the water tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. The intense impacts caused further chaos on the sea surface, but also disrupted the trajectory of the tornadoes. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Nautilus broke through the encirclement. By this time, it had been 4 days since they entered the Lost Sea, during which similar situations had occurred almost every few hours. In the spirit of physical training, Noah did not use the float fruit to lift the Nautilus to a safe altitude, but continued to brave the waves with his companions. Noah did not constantly maintain the magnetic shield either. Instead, he let everyone take turns attempting to combat. However, after 4 days and nights of fierce storms, everyone was somewhat exhausted, and even Noah felt a hint of fatigue. Seeing the Nautilus safely avoid the water tornado area, Noah turned to ask Lilith, "How far are we from our destination?" "About 53 kilometers in the northwest direction. If all goes well, we will reach the target island in 5 hours. Then let's move at full speed." The Nautilus continued to advance against the wind and waves. Clearly, the journey was not smooth sailing, which caused them to take over 3 extra hours to reach their destination. After landing, Noah casually stored the Nautilus away. The scene that greeted their eyes was unexpectedly tranquil. The island was covered in vines, weeds, and moss. Aside from the oysters, barnacles, mussels, and sea shrimp attached to the coastal rocks, there were no signs of large animals around the coastline, with only a few small crabs scurrying between the rock crevices. After navigating through the rocky coastal area, Noah and his companions arrived at a low hill. There are ruins of buildings. Crow cleared away a large patch of vines and saw the outlines of several buildings. As they walked deeper into the ruins of this ancient city, they were surrounded by remnants covered in moss and vines. Very clean. Crow flipped over a collapsed rock wall and found no gold or jewels inside. Noah had already discerned some possible truths. As expected, if this place wasn't destroyed by a natural disaster, then the treasures inside would naturally not remain. 2 hours later, they arrived at what appeared to be the ruins of a temple. Noah looked at a mural depicting a ritual and showed a hint of surprise. "It's actually the Nika dance. Is this the place of worship for the sun god?" Crow swept around the surrounding stone walls and discovered more murals. After looking at these murals, Noah shook his head. It seems this is indeed the place of worship for Nika. No wonder it was destroyed. This is the fate of the defeated. "Brother, how do we decipher the riddle on this treasure map?" Lilith, holding the treasure map, looked puzzled. Noah read through the riddle. "In the land of sunrise at sunset, colorful light shines, the ancient well howls." Actually, this riddle is very simple. The land of sunrise refers to a location, sunset refers to the evening of a day, and colorful light shines refers to the season when the aurora appears. The so-called treasure should be in the ancient well. The season in the Lost Sea when auroras appear is every April to May or August to September. During these 2 periods, the sun rises from the northeast, meaning that the ancient well is in the northeastern part of this island. Quickly, they set off to explore northeast from the center of the ritual site. However, along the way, there were no signs of building ruins and naturally no signs of man-made wells. Noah used electromagnetic waves along with observation Haki, yet still found no traces of the ancient well. By the time they reached the coastline, they had found nothing. Crow adjusted his glasses. Could it be that the ancient well only appears every evening? Not necessarily. Noah pondered again, wondering why he couldn't find the ancient well despite searching according to the riddle's hints. Looking at the turbulent waves nearby, Noah suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I see. Is it possible that the rising sea level has submerged the ancient well? He focused his observation hockey, an electromagnetic wave sensing again, probing the nearby seabed. After a few minutes, Noah opened his eyes, found it's located 2 kilometers away on the seabed. It's actually on the seabed. It seems that the impact of rising sea levels is indeed real. Crow didn't expect that this treasure map from hundreds of years ago would indirectly prove the fact of rising sea levels. Noah touched the surface of the sea with both hands. Soon the surrounding sea surface parted, revealing the seabed, which was about 30 to 40 meters deep. As the seawater parted, the hidden ruins finally emerged. A structure resembling a lighthouse where the upper half of the tower had completely shattered, leaving only the base, and the ancient well was located inside the base. Upon uncovering the remnants of the buildings, they found a sizable ancient well with a spiral stone staircase along the well walls. Noah and his companions descended the stone staircase. The seawater inside had been drained by the float fruit, and there were still many octopuses, eels, and lobsters left in the rock. After descending over 100 meters, they reached the muddy bottom, and after using the float fruit to remove the sludge, the bottom revealed a tunnel. Passing through the tunnel, they arrived at a natural cave. However, this natural cave showed clear signs of human modification, with a destroyed section of a tunnel. From its design, it was likely a hidden harbor. The interior of the abandoned submarine cave spans approximately over 20,000 square meters, with a height of about several meters. Several small caves have also been carved into the rock walls. Noah casually swept away the mud and stones from the ground. A rotting and rusty submarine was parked at the submarine dock. Despite not having high hopes for treasure, Noah did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Let's split up and search a bit to see what treasures we can find here. Soon, everyone dispersed to carefully search the 10 small caves, the scrapped submarine, and the areas covered by stone. CLO took down the rotting wooden door. Wearing a portable respirator and oxygen tank, he entered the small cave before him. Under the flashlight's illumination, 2 rows of bookshelves were displayed inside the cave, with the books in a state of decay. Fortunately, some of the books were made from the special skin of sea beasts capable of withstanding seawater corrosion. CLO picked one up and flipped through a few pages. Again, it's an unknown ancient script. From the images, it seems to be a book about plants. He extracted the books made of special sea beast skin totaling over 200, and also found several nautical charts made of the same material on a desk inside. The nautical charts depicted the situation of the lost sea from hundreds of years ago. In another small cave, Lilith discovered numerous ancient texts carved into the rock walls, some of which were inscribed in a universal language, allowing her to understand that part. In the year 866 of the Oceanic calendar, the kingdom of Atlantis was attacked by the world government, and the first fleet of the kingdom was annihilated. In May, the world government initiated a demon extermination order against the kingdom, leading to continuous defeats for the kingdom's army. In August, the capital Haixing Island was destroyed by a beam of light from the sky. In September, Perk, the kingdom's protector who was lured away by the machinations of the world government, finally returned to the ravaged kingdom and led the remnants of the army to destroy 17 naval vessels, killing Admiral Rubio. In October, the 5 elders of the world government suddenly descended. The protector struggled to resist them, and the remnants of the kingdom's army were nearly wiped out, while the citizens were almost exterminated by the celestial dragons. The protector, using the awakened power of the hurricane fruit, sacrificed his life to annihilate the vessels in this region. She recounted the situation here to Noah, who instructed his men to make copies of the historical text inside. In the other small caves, there was not much of value. The only worthwhile item was a set of special techniques inscribed by. This set of special techniques was called Atlantis Deep Sea Diving Techniques, which included shark skin swimsuit technology, artificial gill technology, deep sea blood potion technology, and sea king breath simulation technology. Noah assessed the set of techniques. This technology holds significant value for races other than fishmen. The shark skin swimsuit technology isn't particularly impressive, but the artificial gills, deep sea blood, and sea king breath simulator have high technical content and are widely applicable. Galdinos wax gills and Aji's graphite gills are creations of specific fruit abilities best suited for their own use. Others can only use them for a short time. However, the artificial gills from the kingdom of Atlantis can be mass-produced as industrial products. Similarly, the deep sea blood potion is an essential consumable for terrestrial creatures diving into the deep sea. Without using the deep sea blood potion, not only is the diving depth limited, but one is also prone to decompression sickness, which can even threaten life. The last technology in this set, the Sea King Breath Simulator technology, provides divers with a relatively safe guarantee. After all, swimming in the ocean poses the greatest danger from large sea beasts, and sea kings, especially on the Grand Line, where terrifying large sea kings can make even ordinary marine generals retreat in fear. However, Noah also noticed the shortcomings of the Sea King Breath Simulator. The Ocean Breath Simulator, invented by Vegapunk, allows sea kings to not see oneself. The Sea King Breath Simulator effectively simulates oneself as a sea king, but sea kings are intelligent beings that communicate and fight with each other. This means that if one uses the Sea King Breath Simulator, they may be perceived by other sea kings as an invading competitor in their territory. This technology can only be used in the 4 seas to repel sea beasts. Once one enters the Grand Line, it must be discontinued, or it might attract nearby sea kings. Noah instructed his subordinates to make copies of these technical documents. After not discovering other treasures, the group did not immediately leave Crab Island. He felt that the location of the Lost Sea was quite favorable. A vast storm sea formed by the awakened hurricane fruit user burning their life to create a wide range of stormy waters turned this area into a no-go zone. Now, apart from ships that accidentally enter the Lost Sea, hardly anyone would willingly venture into this area. The radius of the Lost Sea is about 500 kilometers, and according to Noah's observation, there are still 13 islands within it. As long as these islands are modified, the Lost Sea can serve as a secret base for the Noah family in the South Sea. Especially as the number of Friven survivors increases, the population of Haixing Island is nearing its capacity, while the growth rate of the empty island's cloud cannot accommodate tens of thousands of people all at once. After discovering the unique environment of the Lost Sea, Noah believed that this place was very suitable as a new expansion point. With a storm as a natural barrier, there were also more than 10 islands present. Among these islands, the largest one has a radius of about 11 kilometers. Noah quickly took action, transporting all these islands to the central area of the Lost Sea, which resembled the eye of a storm, appearing calm and peaceful. Through his observation, Noah realized that this so-called eye of the storm area was actually the region where the capital of the Kingdom of Atlantis, Atlan Island, once stood. At this moment, beneath the surface of this sea region lies an unfathomably deep pit. Clearly, this is the result of the King's strike. Noah selected a relatively shallow area near the deep pit composed of thick rock layers to place the 13 islands. Then Noah went to the nearby waters, excavating a large amount of rocks and silt to fill the bottoms of these islands, enhancing their base stability. Finally, a storm archipelago consisting of 5 large islands was formed. This marked the official establishment of the Storm Archipelago governorship. Ali opened a wormhole to transport a large number of young men from Haixing Island to begin construction on the Storm Archipelago. Currently, the Storm Islands consist of 5 islands: Storm Island, Crab Island, Sharp Rock Island, Silver Beach Island, and the first 4 islands are natural islands formed by a combination of underwater silt and rocks, while the last block island is composed of 9 small deserted islands. The core Storm Island is also the island where Storm City is located. Noah summoned Garum, who was transformed into an apostle, and the cube fruit played a significant role in infrastructure, with Shurji using the float fruit to assist, allowing a city to rise rapidly. The construction plan was akin to building with blocks. The cube fruit was used to directly cut out cubic rock blocks, which were then manipulated by Shurji to stack in designated locations. For example, to build a house, one only needed to cut out a cubic rock block measuring 15 meters in length, width, and height, and then further divide the interior of the block to quickly obtain a 2-story small house. Through this method, Storm City completed a series of infrastructure projects within a month, including 1 governor's mansion, 4 granaries, and 16 defensive castles. Additionally, 1 sets of 2-story stone houses, 1 underground sewage pipe system, 2 small reservoirs, and 10 large industrial factories were built. The population transferred from Haixing Island reached 3.0, initially maintaining the city's various functions. Noah intended to designate the Storm Islands Governorate as an industrial zone. After all, the islands of the Rum Kingdom suitable for agriculture and being part of the world government's member countries are not suitable for industrial development, especially heavy industry. Similarly, Sky Island is not suitable for heavy industry either, as it lacks minerals. To develop heavy industry, Noah would have to transport mineral-rich deserted islands from windless zones, which is not a sustainable plan. Due to being in the eye of the Storm Islands experience little to no rain year-round, and the islands rely on pipelines for water supply. As for the source of fresh water, it is actually quite simple. Block Island is not entirely within the storm eye. 1/3 of its area is in the storm zone, which is also a region that frequently experiences heavy rain. Block Island has been transformed into a special terrain where the 1/3 of land in the storm zone not only has higher elevation, but also forms a basin, allowing it to capture rainfall and transport fresh water through pipelines to the 2 small reservoirs on Storm Island. Therefore, even if Storm Island does not experience rain year-round, its water supply remains unaffected. Of course, not all of the storm islands are planned to become industrial areas. For instance, Crab Island is more suitable for animal husbandry, while Silver Beach Island is suitable for agriculture. Sharp Rock Island and parts of Block Island are suitable for mining. With the initial construction of Storm City completed, Ajay, who was responsible for the industrial department, while also overseeing the scientific education department, was also transferred to Storm City to manage industrial construction. Considering the importance of the Storm Islands, Noah transferred Joshua from the Rum Kingdom to serve as the governor of. Additionally, taking into account the management of various governorates, Noah cancelled the Haixing Island governorate, relocating it from its original sea area to above Black Rock Island near the Rum Kingdom. To ensure concealment and safety, almost all of the imperial cloud produced in recent months were transported to above Black Rock Island, forming a brand new Sky Island. Moreover, Haixing Island will serve as the production base for the Cloud Factory, as Black Rock Island's volcano can continuously provide volcanic ash rich in sea stone elements. Haixing Island and the Rum Kingdom form the Eastern Sea Governorate, with Uncle Joseph as the governor. The Sky Islands above Gaia Island, along with Baika Island and Gluttony Island, constitute the Sky Paradise Governorate, with Monet as the governor. After the reorganization and adjustment, the Kingdom of Dawn formed 3 governorates: the Storm Islands Governorate, the Sky Paradise Governorate, and the Eastern Sea Governorate. As for other small bases and listening posts, they are managed uniformly by the Supervisory Department. Noah and his group remained on the Storm Islands until the end of the year and set sail again after the new year. After more than 2 months of development, the Storm Islands added 4 mineral-rich islands, which were formed from mineral veins secretly excavated by Shergi in the Antarctic ice cap. A significant portion of the factories that were secretly built underground in the Rum Kingdom were transported to Storm Island through card seals and utilizing Alesh wormhole jumps. At this point, a large-scale arc dock had been established in the industrial area of Storm Island capable of mass-producing medium-sized arcs. Additionally, the technology obtained from the ancient well ruins of Crab Island began its research and replication work. Noah kept Garam on the Storm Islands as the supervisor of the industrial zone, also to fulfill Noah's vision for the development of the cube fruit. This cube fruit not only has immense applications in infrastructure, but also significant uses in scientific research. Because the cubes produced by the cube fruit can be compressed, this single property opens up a plethora of application directions. For instance, compressing hydrogen to its limits transforms it into metallic hydrogen, which has an explosive power dozens of times greater than TNT. If metallic hydrogen is further compressed, the hydrogen atoms within will undergo nuclear fusion reactions, potentially triggering a nuclear explosion. Of course, achieving nuclear fusion by compressing hydrogen atoms would likely only be possible once the cube fruit awakens. In addition, cube compression can produce various high-strength alloys and non-metallic materials. For example, compressing graphite with the cube fruit can yield a large quantity of synthetic diamonds, which could provide a continuous source of income for the Noah family, as long as the supply is controlled. The devil fruit can not only be used in combat, but also plays a significant role in production and daily life. Thus, Noah kept Garam on the Storm Islands to maximize utility. If it weren't for the lack of more suitable trump cards, Noah wouldn't even want to keep Dashiong the steel fruit user. After all, the steel fruit can manipulate magnetic fields and generate high heat, providing substantial advantages in metallurgy and machining. However, for his own safety, Noah would naturally not leave Dashiong on the Storm Islands, as the enhanced physicality provided by the steel fruit allows him to withstand attacks from admirals. Without that support, a surprise attack from an admiral-level enemy could be lethal. Although the likelihood of being ambushed by an admiral-level enemy is low, Noah remains vigilant. This is because the world government still has many hidden trump cards, such as the mysterious Knights of God, the Gorsei, and ancient weapons like the Heavenly King. In the event that the world government finds a way to confirm his identity and sends the Knights of God to execute a decapitation operation, he would face incredibly powerful enemies. At that time, every apostle he possessed could potentially influence the outcome of the confrontation. Therefore, when Noah goes out, he must always have Shergi and Dashiong with him, as the other apostles are less critical. In the year 1507 of the Ocean Circle calendar, a secret tunnel was quietly excavated between the Red Earth continent nestled between the South Sea and the West Sea, along with 2 small secret bases established at either end of the tunnel. After the tunnel was completed, Noah and his companions set sail on an unremarkable commercial transport ship, the Prosperity, officially entering the southern waters of the West Sea. The distillery had already secretly dispatched over 20 professional agents to the West Sea at the beginning of last year to carry out covert intelligence operations, with the leader being Shirley. Currently, the distillery has a total of 6 major teams: the East Sea Rum Team, the North Sea Vodka Team, the South Sea Tequila Team, the West Sea Shirley Team, the Paradise Gin Team, and the New World Champagne Team. The commander of the distillery is Tamani, with the supervisory department as the upper authority. As Noah's temporary secretary, CLO had already completed the intelligence exchange with Shirley, the head of the West Sea Team. Lord Noah, 2 out of the 3 targets have already been confirmed. Let me guess, the confirmed targets are Capone Beach and Das Bonus. CLO nodded. Lord Noah, your insight is as sharp as ever. Noah shook his head. The obvious answer is that the woman is not so easily located. The woman naturally refers to Nico Robin. This time he has many targets in the West Sea, including Nico Robin. Whether she is willing to join is not something she can decide. Among the 2 confirmed targets, which one is closer? Das Bonus has recently been active in the Tulip Islands, approximately 10 days of sailing distance from us. Then let's set sail. The Prosperity, carrying a large pile of metal tools as cover, swiftly approached the Tulip Islands. Meanwhile, the turbulent currents of the sea calmed down as Akiji swept through the entire South Sea. However, high above in Mariewa, a red figure leapt off a 10-centimeter cliff under the cover of night. Yet none of this was noticed by the guards in Mariewa. The relaunched red-haired pirates, after more than 6 months of sailing, once again docked at the Sabaody archipelago. Indeed, this was not the first visit of the red-haired pirates to the Sabaody archipelago. At Shaki's bar on the Sabaody first mate, long time no see. Rayleigh, just back from the human auction, poured himself a glass of rum and said, "Shanks, are you not planning to enter the new world yet?" "Ha ha ha, no hurry." Shanks clinked glasses with Rayleigh. "Forget it, I as the old guy Ray won't interfere in your young people's matter." Rayleigh shook his head self-deprecatingly. Shanks smiled silently, took a sip of rum, and turned to greet Shaki, who was smoking a cigarette. "Boss Shaki, you're looking younger and younger." If you have something to say, just say it quickly." Shaki seemed to have already guessed Shanks' intentions. Shanks' expression turned serious. "I would like to ask Boss Shaki to help find some intelligence on the CP organization, especially regarding the ships transporting secret treasures." "CP organization?" Shaki frowned. "What are you looking for?" "Nothing much, just some speculations to verify." Shanks answered ambiguously. Rayleigh beside him seemed to have guessed something, but chose not to speak. Shaki extinguished her cigarette and replied lightly, "My price is quite high, you need to be mentally prepared." "Ha ha ha, no problem." Shanks appeared unconcerned about money, causing Beckman to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly Beckman asked, "Does the boss have any information about that secretive organization?" Shaki shook her head. "No, but if you encounter them, it's best to be careful." Although the Navy has not disclosed the details of the battle, my informant told me that Akiji sustained some minor injuries at that time and Kizuru and that lightning fruit user had a standoff with no clear winner. So powerfully. Beckman fell into deep thought. Shanks, full of confidence, laughed. Haha, Beckman, don't worry, if we really encounter them, we won't be weaker than them. Beckman did not deny Shanks' confidence, but as the vice captain and strategist of the red-haired pirates, he had to consider various situations and prepare for contingencies. 10 days later, on the perfume island of the Tulip Islands, in a narrow alley, a tall man about 2 meters tall suddenly stopped, his fingers shining with a metallic silver glow. Come out. A soft and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley. A man in a white suit with a monocle smiled. Since you know why, ask knowingly. Aren't you interested in who sent me? I'm not interested in the dead. Just as the words fell, Daz appeared in front of CLO, his fingers aimed directly at Klaus' neck, but as his fingers made contact, his expression changed. Because the sensation upon entry felt as if piercing through air. Too slow. Klaus' figure vanished with the wind, yet his voice echoed behind Daz, tightening Daz's body, who immediately rolled forward, turning his heel into a blade, kicking backward. But he was too naive. Klaus' voice rang out again, this time in front of him. In the alley. Daz's face turned grim. Moments ago, he had been like a frenzied wildcat toyed with by an invisible enemy multiple times, unable to even grasp the hem of his adversary's clothing. It seems you are already out of tricks. The chop fruit in your hands is truly wasted. Daz's already heightened tension broke, and he yelled angrily, Bastard, why don't you attack? Are you scared? Oh, then I shall do as you wish. In the next moment, Daz felt a heavy kick to his abdomen, his body sent flying several meters, but before he could react, he was kicked again from behind. Daz was like a soccer ball kicked back and forth by CLO, without even crashing into the surrounding walls. Alright, enough. On the rooftop, Noah could see Daz's current level of strength, at best equivalent to a typical Marine colonel, and that was still with the assistance of his devil fruit abilities. CLO erupted with power, his haka-covered fist slamming into Daz's chest, the internal destructive force instantly shocking Daz's organs as if they had been electrocuted. Daz, slowly collapsing, was effortlessly lifted by CLO. After capturing the target, the two quickly vanished into the alley. Back on the Prosperity, Noah had no intention of transforming Daz into an apostle, at least not for now, as Daz was currently a bounty hunter and only 16 years old, still in a stage of potential transformation. If there was no way to conduct ideological transformation, he could only be modified into a card apostle. However, Noah believed that he would be a savvy and adaptable talent. With a slight headache, Daz opened his eyes and patted his face, finally taking in the surroundings. An unfamiliar ceiling, a bed swaying occasionally, and the distinct sound of crashing waves all indicated that he was currently. He quickly recalled being defeated by a man in a white suit and glasses. It seems I was taken onto this ship by that guy, but could it be that he wants to sell me to a slave trader? Or is he looking to recruit me? Just as Daz was lost in thought, the wooden door of the cabin slowly opened. Awake, eat something, and then come with me to meet the head of the family. A member of the family elite spoke to the wary Daz before casually placing a plate of food down. Gurgle. The sight of food ignited Daz's hunger. Silently, he waited for the person to leave, and without hesitation, he picked up a spoon and shoved the seafood fried rice into his mouth. As for whether it was poisoned or not, Daz had no doubts, because if they wanted him dead, there was no need to waste a bottle of poison. A quick slice to the throat, and throwing him into the sea to feed the fish would be much more straightforward. After finishing a plate of fried rice and drinking a large bottle of watermelon juice, the wooden door opened again. The temporary crew member looked at the empty plate and casually tossed a set of new clothes change into these. Daz glanced at his tattered clothes and promptly took the new clothes to change. Let's go. He followed the temporary crew member to the captain's cabin. Noah was reading, surrounded by a swirling mass of iron sand. Upon seeing this scene, Daz's gaze narrowed. He was not only shocked by the various transformations of the iron sand, but more importantly, Daz recognized the true identity of the elegant man before him. You are the leader of the secretive organization. Noah raised his head, his gaze calm and steady as it met Daz's eyes. You're joking, right? Who wouldn't be afraid in the face of a monster that can contend with a naval vice admiral? You're quite honest, which makes me appreciate you even more. The iron sand pulls over a chair. Let's sit and chat. After calming his emotions, Daz sat down directly. I do have that intention, but it requires a period of evaluation. What if I don't pass? What do you think? Noah replied. Having been in the bounty hunter industry for several years, Daz naturally understood Noah's implication. Such secret organizations would certainly not allow those in the know to leave easily for the sake of confidentiality. Having been in the bounty hunter industry for several years, Daz naturally understood Noah's implication. Such secret organizations would certainly not allow those in the know to leave easily for the sake of purpose. Noah opened the window and gazed out at the vast blue sea and sky. I seek to liberate the entire world, to establish a brand new world where all races coexist peacefully, prosperously, and equitably. Daz was momentarily speechless. He had thought Noah would mention something about finding a great treasure or becoming the pirate king, but instead he expressed such a far more terrifying dream. Do you think my dream is unrealistic? Noah asked with a smile. Daz fell silent for a moment, then spoke his mind. Although I do believe this dream is somewhat distant, I still admire your ambition. I have never believed that my dreams are unachievable, because from the moment I arrived in this world, my thoughts have taken root and sprouted here. Even if I die one day, the thoughts I leave behind will still allow my dreams to come true. Noah's words were very calm, but his aura was unprecedentedly high. Although that aura had not erupted, Daz could feel the hot crimson and vast domineering presence emanating from him. Are you not afraid of dying for this? To have great ambitions, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Without the courage to risk one's life, what dreams can one talk about? I understand. Please allow me to follow in your footsteps. I want to see this so-called new world. Welcome aboard, my companion. You will witness a whole new world. Daz stood up. Leader, I look forward to your guidance in the future. You can call me Noah or Master. Of course, if we're outside, you can refer to me as President or Boss. I understand. Outside, Chloe had been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing that Daz had agreed to join, he knocked and entered, then led Daz away. For newly joined members, especially those with potential, a gradual transformation process is required, including ideological education, knowledge dissemination, hockey training, physical exercise, and fruit development, which will be arranged step by step. On the ship, Chloe could only act as a temporary instructor, imparting various knowledge to Daz. After their journey through the West Sea, Daz would surely go to the training camp on Rum Island for about a year before becoming a formal member. Unknowingly, the Prosperity had been sailing in the West Sea for over a month. During this time, they passed 13 islands and found a devil fruit on one of them, an animal-type mantis fruit, considered a relatively valuable fruit. After all, the mantis possesses flying, immense strength, camouflage, and insect perception traits. If developed well, it could easily be a small master at the level of a vice admiral. However, Noah did not forget the goal of this journey. On this day, amidst the misty rain, the Prosperity slowly lowered its sails and docked at the white harbor of Sicily Island. Noah looked at the Gambino family members openly collecting protection fees at the dock, a smile spreading across his face. The 5 major mafia families of the West Sea truly exist like local emperors. President, I just spoke with a few disciples of the Gambino family. They indicated that the auction on Sicily Island will be held the day after tomorrow. Chloe reported softly. The day after tomorrow. Noah toyed with the tarot cards in his hand. The probability of Capone Beach participating in the auction exceeds 80. It seems we just need to wait here for the right opportunity. Soon the group checked into a hotel at the port. As the auction approached, the entire Sicily Island became increasingly lively, but along with it came violence and chaos. On the nearby Naples Island, Capone Beach, who had secretly arrived, stared intently at a page of intelligence collected by his subordinates, which featured an image of the devil fruit from the auction. Castle fruit. Haha. It seems we must act against the Gambino family in advance. Men, immediately execute Plan B. The combat team will accompany me to participate in the auction. Yes, boss. With Beg's command, the Capone family's forces nearly sprang into action. As one of the 5 major mafia families, the Gambino family naturally would not let their guard down. To ensure the auction proceeded smoothly, they had secretly stationed quite a number of experts on Sicily Island. A grand play of the mantis stalking the cicada with the yellow oriole behind is about to unfold on Sicily Island. Sicily Island. St. Raphael Cathedral. Noah sat before the large clock atop the cathedral, while Tamani, who came through the Aleph wormhole, used colorful camouflage to transform their location into a row of stone statues. Daz maintained the state of his blade-like hands while attempting to awaken his haki. Having consumed the source blood potion a few days prior, his physical prowess was rapidly enhancing, and he could now faintly sense the haki within his body. Chloe poured a cup of red tea for Noah, standing by like a professional butler. A gentle breeze swept by, and the large minute hand behind them slowly moved, pointing to 9 o'clock in the morning. About a kilometer away from the cathedral, a large building was bustling with the ongoing Sicily auction. However, soon the sounds of fierce gunfire and explosions erupted from the auction. In the next moment, a wormhole opened beside Noah, and Aleph, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask, walked over from the other side of the wormhole, carrying a small box. Did you succeed, Oi? I lived up to expectations. The castle fruit is right here. Aleph opened the small box, revealing the castle fruit inside. On the other side, Capone Beach rushed straight to the storage room of the auction items, having already eliminated a dozen Gambino. With an excited expression, he opened the storage room door and found the small box containing the castle fruit. Upon opening the box, he discovered the castle fruit lying inside. Ha ha ha. The castle fruit. This is the fruit I've always wanted. Capone Beach unhesitatingly picked up the fruit and took a big bite. Delicious. Huh. Capone Beach suddenly stopped looking at the flesh of the fruit he had bitten into. The mixed taste of cheese and cream puzzled him. Isn't it said that devil fruits taste terrible? This castle fruit doesn't taste bad. He took several more bites and found the flavor quite pleasant. However, after a while, his expression changed for the worse, as he did not sense any devil fruit abilities. Could it be that I didn't? Capone Beach swallowed the remaining flesh, but after a moment, the fruit's abilities still showed no signs of activation. How could this be? Could it be that this castle fruit is fake? Damn, Gambino off. You're dead. Capone Beach clenched his fists and, boss, Gambino's reinforcements have arrived. Hearing his subordinate's words, Capone Beg's face turned even worse. Retreat immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were bombarded by a barrage of rockets, and the intense explosions caused heavy casualties among Capone's family members. Holding a subordinate to shield himself, Capone Beach sensed something was amiss. Soon, amidst the fierce gunfire and explosions, the number of Capone family members dwindled, leaving only Capone Beach and a few subordinates. At this moment, Gambino family's boss Gambino Off emerged from cover, leading over 300 elite family members. Beach, surrender the devil fruit and 10 billion berries, and I can let you go otherwise. Off, I never expected this was all your plan. Ooh, I truly underestimated you before. Seeing this scene, Capone Beach knew he was in danger today, but he still feigned calmness. That fruit has already been eaten by... What? Off's expression turned ferocious. But I can compensate you. How about 20 billion berries? This left off in a dilemma. Capone Beach appeared very composed, yet numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Strange. Doesn't Off know that the castle fruit is fake? Could he also be unaware that the fruit is fake? Or was it swapped midway? However, this outcome gave him more assurance for a safe retreat. Off, the fruit has indeed been eaten by me. If you are determined to fight to the death, I can only use the devil fruit's abilities to perish together with you. Even if I can't kill you, I can severely injure the Gambino family. You wouldn't want other families to take advantage of the chaos, right? Off became increasingly conflicted. Meanwhile, Noah and the others atop the cathedral watched the secondary simulation of the electromagnetic waves. Chloe displayed a look of disdain, truly a hopeless case. Despite having been secretly warned, they allowed the Capone family to launch a sneak attack. Capone Beach. Indeed a character, but unfortunately too ambitious. This mindset has already formed and is beyond redemption. Brother, the negotiations have concluded. Watching Capone Beach swagger away on the screen, Noah's expression remained unchanged. Proceed as planned. Yes. Capone Beach and his group, having left Sicily Island, were now racing back to their family stronghold. Although they had not obtained the castle fruit this time, Capone Beach had thoroughly recognized the ineptitude of Gambino Off. Clearly, he did not intend to fulfill the promise of 20 billion berries, and even planned to take the opportunity to doom the Gambino family. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky. Capone Beach instinctively looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. Gold Lion. However, Noah had no intention of wasting words, directly using Conqueror's Haki to crush him, causing even Capone Beach to faint instantly. With a casual touch of the float fruit, the ship and its crew were pulled into the air. Noah, holding the unconscious Capone Beach, met Law, who was waiting in the cabin. Is this the surgical subject? Get to work. Law expertly set up the operating room and cleanly excised Capone Beg's frontal lobe. Noah casually took out the castle fruit, stuffed it into Capone Beg's mouth, and drew the world card from the tarot deck. A golden cocoon enveloped Capone Beach. Soon Apostle Beach was successfully transformed. World Capone Beach Castle Fruit. The kneeling Apostle Beach gazed at Noah with fervent eyes. My lord, servant Beach pays his respects to you. Beach, your task is very simple. Unify the mafia of the West Sea. I appoint you as the acting governor of the West Sea. Understood. That night, Aleph alongside Noah launched a surprise attack on the Gambino family's stronghold, covertly transforming Gambino Off into an ordinary apostle using the previously acquired bully dog fruit. By controlling Off, they quickly took over the Gambino family, completing the preliminary control over these two mafia families. Next, they could swiftly eliminate the other three mafia families using mutual attrition and covert schemes to eradicate the most heinous members among these gangs amidst their internal strife. This was also part of the plan. After all, the Noah family would not absorb those heinous mafia members. Through this method, they could secretly accomplish the internal purification of the 5 major mafia families. Such minor matters naturally did not require Noah to execute personally. Under Mary's leadership, the entire inspection department secretly settled into the Capone family, beginning a thorough internal screening in preparation for the upcoming major purge. Meanwhile, Beach and Off secretly ordered their subordinates to investigate the whereabouts of Nico Robin. The Newfoundland Islands in the northwestern sea of the West Sea. The stronghold of the Capone family is located on York Island of this archipelago. After more than a month of secret screening and cleansing, the Apostle Becky has eliminated the core members of the Capone family, replacing them entirely with elite members from the Noah family, while also recruiting a portion of transformable youths from the lower ranks of the Capone family. To efficiently cleanse the core members of the Capone family, Becky and Oaf coordinated multiple times, planning several mutual ambushes to eliminate dissenters through each other's hands. After initially completing the internal cleansing, Becky entrusted part of the management duties to elite members from the Noah family, while she collaborated with Noah to conduct experiments. In an underground cave on York Island, a notorious mafia member had his frontal lobe severed, reducing him to a dazed state, while Noah took the sliced-up fish fruit and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Becky watched as the test subject consumed the devil fruit and immediately had it swallowed into the castle's spatial realm. Inside the castle's space, several personnel who had long been on standby quickly brought the test subject to one of the rooms, which was filled with fruits of the same type as the fish fruit. Then they swiftly slit the test subject's throat. As the test subject died, the information body of the fish fruit began to sever its binding with the test subject's soul. However, once the information body detached, it encountered an insurmountable spatial barrier. Between the castle space and the external world, there exists a special spatial barrier. Unless Becky opens an exit, the two spaces remain entirely isolated. The information body of the fish fruit crashed around in the castle space until after several minutes, it collided with an apple, transforming it back into a fish fruit. The personnel monitoring this room quickly discovered the apple that had transformed into a fish fruit and immediately reported. In the laboratory outside Lord Noah, the experiment was successful. It seems it truly went as expected. Noah had long been studying and speculating about the resurrection mechanism of the devil fruit. From his past memories, he knew of 2 fixed methods for the resurrection of devil fruits: the gravitational locking of the dark fruit and the faith locking of alabasta. In addition, Noah also analyzed a 3rd method from the resurrection mechanism of the dark fruit, namely spatial locking. Since the gravity of the dark fruit can attract the information body of the devil fruit, the alternate space should also be capable of doing so, as other fruits generate small alternate spaces that are relatively independent of the pirate world. Moreover, if the information body of the fruit cannot even break free from strong gravity, the strength of the spatial barrier in the alternate space is even greater, making it extremely difficult for the information body to breach its confinement, thereby forcing it to enter the fruits within the alternate space. As for why no one else has researched this method of fruit resurrection in alternate space, the answer is very simple. On one hand, fruits with alternate space are extremely rare. The known fruits with alternate space include the dark fruit, the door fruit, the swallow fruit, the castle fruit, the swamp fruit, the mirror fruit, the book fruit, and the card fruit. However, the card fruit and the book fruit have static spaces, which means these two fruits cannot execute the kill and take fruit scheme. Thus, only 6 fruits remain that can implement a killing scheme. But without the observer's godlike perspective, the natives of the pirate world rarely consider this aspect and can only rely on. In other words, unless the users of the 6 fruits draw other devil fruit users into the alternate space and kill them and happen to have a large quantity of fruits within that alternate space, it would be possible to discover the secret of fruit resurrection. Among these possibilities, the likelihood of the user of the dark fruit discovering the resurrection secret is the highest. Firstly, the alternate space of the door fruit is the inner world of the pirate realm, which means that the alternate space opened by the door fruit is not the type that one can carry around, leading to the absence of storage functionality. Thus, the user would naturally not store fruits inside. After all, if you store fruits in the inner world of Sabaody Archipelago and then open the door in the new world, you won't be able to access those fruits, which defeats the purpose of having a storage space. The same reasoning applies to the mirror fruit. The swallow fruit, the castle fruit, and the swamp fruit have a certain probability, but their chances of capturing devil fruit users are relatively low. The characteristic of the dark fruit that renders the user's abilities ineffective, combined with its ability to suck in items into the dark space, gives it a higher chance of encountering both the user of the ability and fruits simultaneously in the dark space. If Noah is not mistaken, the reason Marshall D. Teach is so fixated on the dark fruit is that he once acquired some information left by a past user of the dark fruit, knowing that it can absorb the deceased abilities into the dark space and store fruits, therefore forcing the information body of the fruit to resurrect within the dark space. However, this does not mean that the ability to force fruit resurrection is exclusive to the dark fruit. Noah originally intended to use the swallow fruit to create an apostle and test this hypothesis. However, he found the castle fruit more suitable for experimentation, leading to this experiment. When the fish fruit was placed before Noah, the smile on his lips grew ever brighter. Soon he retrieved the sealed abilities he had previously contained: the parrot fruit user Guluo, the turtle fruit user Dick, the earthworm fruit user Austin, the nine-tailed fox fruit user Catherine Butterfly, and the card apostle Diamante. These individuals were not transformed into apostles by Noah, but had remained sealed within the card all along, and now it was finally time for repurposing. As for why Diamante was included in the recycling process, the reason is very simple. The life paper of Diamante is in the hands of the Don Quixote family, and since the cost-effectiveness of the flap fruit is low, Noah chose to recycle the fruit. He sent these individuals into the castle space. In no time, 5 freshly produced devil fruits were laid out before. With these 5 devil fruits, the total number of devil fruits in the Noah family's reserves has reached as many as 17. The Paramecia type, swallow fruit, glue fruit, childlike fruit, sound fruit, and flap fruit. The Zoan type, ordinary fish fruit, rattlesnake fruit, red fox fruit, crow fruit, sheep fruit, red spider fruit, mantis fruit, parrot fruit, turtle fruit, and earthworm fruit. The Zoan type, mythical vampire fruit, and nine-tailed fox fruit. After pondering for a moment, he used the snail phone to instruct Ale to bring over the 6 captains from the distillery. As the first batch of elite members of the family, being able to stand out as captains clearly indicates that they possess not only strong abilities, but also meet the standards for capability and loyalty. These individuals have made significant contributions to the intelligence system of the family in navigating the seas and the Grand Line, and Noah did not intend to continue storing these fruits, but rather distribute them to these newly appointed officials. After all, the potential of many family members is limited. Even those who emerge as officials find it difficult to reach the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters through body techniques, sword techniques, and hockey. At this moment, the value of the devil fruit becomes evident. The first to arrive was a cadre from the distillery. It was Sherry, the person in charge of the West Sea branch. She was an ordinary-looking girl with long sea blue hair, a citizen of the Rum Kingdom, and she was 18 years old. Next was the head of the South Sea branch, Long Jalan, a big man with light red skin, born as a vagabond in the Oira Kingdom, and he was 19 years old. The head of the Paradise branch, Dusong Zi, was a black-haired young man with a somewhat expressionless face, an orphan from the Blue Flower Fish Port of the Rum Kingdom, carrying a long sword, and age 20. The head of the East Sea branch, Rum, was the son of a merchant born in the capital of the Rum Kingdom. After his family's bankruptcy, he ended up on the streets and was secretly adopted by a training camp. He was a smiling fat man aged 19. The head of the North Sea branch, Fu Te Jia, was a young man with a large scar on his face, red-haired, an orphan from Log Town, and he was 20 years old. The head of the New World branch, Xiang Ping, was a blonde girl wearing gold-rimmed glasses, an orphan abandoned in Orange Town, and she was 18 years old. Lord Noah. The 6 greeted Noah respectfully. Noah waved his hand. Take a seat. It has been almost 2 years since you graduated from the training camp. I summoned you here today to reward your hard work. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, but out of respect for Noah, they remained silent, quietly awaiting. Noah took out several boxes from the card space. These 14 devil fruits have not been distributed yet. You can choose one according to your needs. As they looked at the row of small boxes before them, their gazes became even more fervent. Soon they picked the fruits they desired. Sherry chose the glue fruit. Long Jalon picked the rattlesnake fruit. Rum selected the flying fruit. Dusong Zi chose the mantis fruit. Fute Jia chose the red spider fruit. Xiangping picked the nine-tailed fox fruit. Since you have chosen, then eat it. Yes, thank you for your generosity, Lord Noah. Everyone eagerly ate the fruits, and although the taste was hard to describe, none left a piece of flesh behind, as it was the family tradition and a reflection of their determination. Noah was quite optimistic about the fruits chosen by everyone. These fruits were relatively inclined towards information systems. Whether it was the glue fruit's infiltration, the nine-tailed fox's mimicry transformation, or the rattlesnake's infrared sensing, the red spider's environmental sensing, the mantis camouflage and flight, or the flying fruit's flight and storage compression, all could be utilized in intelligence gathering. After consuming the fruits, Noah also offered guidance on developing their abilities. Although all but the glue fruit and flying fruit were of the zoan type, it did not mean that zoan types lacked other development ideas. For instance, the rattlesnake fruit as a type of snake has general traits such as infrared sensing, hibernation, shedding skin. Among these, the shedding skin trait can be enhanced through the use of family-developed blood source potions, achieving rapid strength gain. Similarly, for the red spider, its traits include rapid reproduction, speed, hiding, and living in groups, while its strength is also considerable, coupled with the ability to spin silk. In summary, each species has its unique qualities, and ordinary zoan fruits can sometimes become extraordinarily powerful. The key lies in finding their traits. As for the awakening of the fruits, the awakening of zoan-type devil fruits is relatively easy, yet extremely dangerous. The reason lies in its ease of awakening. An easy awakening means that the wielder's training may not be sufficient, and their resolve may not be strong enough, allowing the fruit's information body to take control during the awakening process. Therefore, Noah earnestly reminded everyone to pay attention to the training and strengthening of their willpower to avoid being overpowered by the fruit's information body during awakening, turning into a failed beast. As for the development directions of the superhuman glue fruit and flying fruit, Noah had already conceived a plethora of ideas in the Book of Devils. Sherry and Rum only needed to apply to browse it and could develop according to the ideas outlined within. With Noah present, Sherry and Rum directly received the original copy of the Book of Devils. Rum flipped to the section regarding the development of the flying fruit. Noah had already conducted various experiments on himself using the ability. Thus, the development details regarding the flying fruit in the Book of Devils were very comprehensive. Rum quickly grasped various derivative abilities of the flying fruit, and combined with his mastery of the two-color hockey, his strength nearly rivaled that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. As for Sherry's glue fruit, the development of this superhuman fruit largely stemmed from Noah's ideas. For example, combining the observation hockey with pseudo-elementalization, non-Newtonian fluid defense, gel shaping, and gel fusion. Among these, the gel series has the greatest potential. Although the wielder of the glue fruit cannot create glue gel she herself, this means the wielder can transform and merge by liquefying their body. In the training ground, the moment Sherry was struck by a prisoner, she instantly transformed into a puddle of glue, which then adhered to the prisoner like a powerful adhesive, rapidly spreading and enveloping him entirely. Soon the prisoner suffocated as his mouth and nose were blocked by the glue. However, Sherry remained attached to the prisoner's corpse and could control him to perform various actions. Noah, watching from the side, remarked, "Even if an ordinary person's body is merged, it cannot significantly enhance strength, but you can ask Luo for help to modify some special materials. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Noah." The glue fruit itself does not possess high attack power, but those modified individuals can be equipped with various enhancements. With Luo, who has the surgical fruit ability, human modification technology is almost effortless. However, you'd best not control too many modified individuals at once. After all, the glue fruit is not a puppet fruit. 2 or 3 is about your limit. Yes, I will be careful. Sherry was well aware of her ability's limits. Unless she could awaken the fruit, controlling 2 or 3 modified individuals was nearly her maximum. With the current technological accumulation of Noah's family, using relatively powerful pirates as experimental subjects, excising the frontal lobe, and using various potions to accelerate enhancement, creating dozens of modified individuals at the level of a rear admiral with a lifespan of around 10 years is achievable. If the original strength of the experimental subject is relatively high, the modified individual could even reach the level of a vice admiral. However, such modified individuals, after having their frontal lobes removed, would essentially become dim-witted, finding it difficult to execute even basic commands, relying solely on control via methods similar to the glue fruit's merging or the graphene wires of the graphite fruit. The advantages and disadvantages are both quite evident. After this distribution of fruits, the distillery cadres underwent a month of training on York Island, and then they successively returned to the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Just then a message came from the Gambino family prompting Noah to set sail once again. On August 16, 1507, in the Haixing calendar, in the waters of Naples in the West Sea, a pirate ship was enjoying the rare afternoon time. Captain Dirk, taking a sip of rum, squinted and quietly asked his first mate, the one-eyed man, "Have we confirmed the identity of that woman?" The one-eyed man replied just as quietly, "Yes, it should be correct, but it will be quite troublesome to take action." "No problem. Didn't the Camorra family say they would only give us that batch of arms for 50 million berries? We can use her as..." Dirk's scheming mind was calculating rapidly. Meanwhile, a girl hidden in the cabin had already heard the conversation on the deck through ears created by her abilities. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, seemingly accustomed to such betrayal. Although her mood did not fluctuate much, she still prepared her small backpack. Suddenly a commotion erupted on the deck. "Captain, we've spotted a merchant ship." "Where?" "Northwest, about 6 kilometers away from us." "Ha, lads, we're going to be rich." "Get closer." "Understood." In the cabin, the girl showed a hint of reluctance, but she could only pray that the merchant ship would escape quickly. The chase on the sea lasted over an hour. At this moment, the pirate ship and the merchant ship were less than 200 meters apart. The pirates on the ship displayed cruel and bloodthirsty smiles, eagerly preparing their grappling hooks and planks for. However, in the next moment, fear and panic suddenly appeared on the faces of the pirates. Several figures were seen leaping through the air from the opposing ship. In the blink of an eye, Kuro stepped onto the deck of the pirate ship with 5 subordinates. "Quick!" A pirate who was about to speak felt a chill in his throat and collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding throat. Dirk's face turned fierce as he swung his sword at Kuro, shouting, "Die, you bastard! Your heart!" Before he finished speaking, a hollow appeared in Dirk's chest. Kura's figure materialized behind him, holding a still beating heart in his palm. Inside the cabin, the girl witnessed this scene through her abilities, immediately feeling her hands and feet turn cold, her eyes filled with shock and fear. In just a few minutes, all of the more than 50 pirates on the ship had been eliminated, not even qualifying to become experimentals. Yet at this moment, Dirk lay on the deck in a pool of blood resembling a dead dog, so small and pitiable. In just a few minutes, all of the more than 50 pirates on the ship had been eliminated, not even qualifying to become experimentals. Kuro stood on the deck, cleaning his hands and the blood of his 10 blades with a bottle of rum. "Aren't you coming out?" Miss, that voice filled Robin in the cabin with even more fear and despair, but she knew she had no chance to escape. After all, this was the vast sea, and as a person with abilities, she couldn't even swim. After a while, Robin, her face pale, walked out of the cabin. She said nothing, wearing an expression of indifference, as if she... Kuro raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "You are very rational. Captain, we have secured everything of value on the ship." 2 subordinates brought out 2 large boxes filled with treasures and berries. "Then let's go." Kuro grabbed Robin's backpack strap, and they soared into the air, using moon steps, while the other 5 subordinates followed suit, 2 of them still carrying the large boxes. Kuro suddenly exerted force with his legs, and in an instant dozens of air blades swept down. The pirate ship was immediately dismembered into several pieces, its wreckage slowly sinking into the sea. Gulp. Robin swallowed hard. Soon the group returned to the Prosperity. Kuro brought Robin into the captain's quarters. Noah, who did not pay much attention to the outside events, looked up to see Robin's despairing face, which appeared somewhat youthful, yet held a hint of weary experience. Putting down his pen, Noah used iron sand to pour a cup of hot black tea for her. The steaming cup of tea floated onto his side. "Please sit." Suddenly Robin's gaze showed astonishment, and she hesitantly asked, "Are you Iron Man?" "The Iron Man of the secretive organization." The nickname given by the Navy is indeed quite cliché. Noah felt no particular attachment to this nickname, but as a cover it was acceptable. At this moment, Robin finally came to her senses. She had actually been following the secretive organization for a very simple reason. That man who stirred complex feelings in her had clashed with the organization just a few months ago. She calmed herself and then sat down in a chair beside her, saying, "How do you intend to deal with me? I suppose you wouldn't hand me over to the Navy for the 79 million berries, would you?" "You're very clever." Noah took a sip of black tea, then smiled and asked, "Why don't you take a guess at my intentions?" After thinking for a moment, Robin replied, "The most valuable thing about me is the historical knowledge in my brain. You need my historical knowledge to achieve certain goals. Arrogance and prejudice are indeed flaws that everyone finds hard to avoid." Noah fiddled with the globe on the desk. "Your historical knowledge is of little value to me because I have little interest in the past. Rather than focusing on the past, it is better to gaze into the future." Robin's mind went blank for a moment before she slowly spoke. "But I am a historian, and my existence is to explore Yes, therefore I cannot let you leave." "Why? Do you fear the past history like the world government?" Robin's tone involuntarily grew urgent. Noah calmly expressed his inner thoughts. "Because if you become someone else's pawn, it will hinder my plans. I don't want my enemies to gain even greater power, thus impeding my goal of overturning the entire world." Robin was momentarily speechless. Noah casually placed a book in Robin's hands. Robin instinctively glanced at it, immediately captivated by its contents. The Book of Ages. She opened the pages, and before she knew it, 2 hours had passed. This book contained 7 rubbings of historical texts, as well as historical materials collected by the Noah family from various ancient ruins, with the most materials related to the history of the Kingdom of Atlantis. The origins of those 7 historical texts were as follows: 1 found on the seabed of the East Sea, 1 discovered in the royal tomb of Alabasta, 1 found in the Alabasta Desert, 1 found in the ruins of Skypea, Sandiola, 1 discovered on Crab Island in the Lost Sea of the South Sea, 2 found in the sea forest of Fishman Island. Robin let out a breath. Phew. I didn't expect that the historical texts I had longed for would suddenly appear before my eyes in 7 rubbings. Then with a hint of probing in her gaze, she asked, "Do you really not want to know the contents of these historical texts?" "As I said, you are very clever, but clever people often think too much." Noah's gaze was piercing, as if he could see through Robin's heart. "Doesn't it record the ancient weapon Poseidon and Pluto, as well as a pirate named Joy Boy?" "What?" Robin's breath quickened. "How do you know the contents?" "That's why I said your value is not significant to me." Noah's indifferent expression left Robin feeling powerless. After a moment of pause, Robin finally spoke up. So you mean to say that you don't want other factions to know the contents of the historical text, which is why I, as a historian, must remain under your control? That's correct. Even if I do not need those so-called ancient weapons, I do not want my enemies to acquire them, and you are one of the keys to unlocking these ancient weapons. I understand, but I want to know you could easily kill me to keep me silent. Wouldn't that be safer? Noah shook his head with a smile. You think too highly of yourself. There are others who know the history. Most members of the Roger Pirates learned everything about the past in Laughtail. They simply choose to wait for the so-called child of destiny, but I refuse to wait. I have never believed in the concept of a child of destiny. I see now. All of history resides in Laughtail, Robin realized. You are mistaken. The history of Laughtail is merely the perspective of Joy Boy. People tend to write diaries selectively, so this history is just one view from Joy Boy's standpoint. Noah flipped the globe on his desk again. The past has already become a fixed outcome, but the future holds infinite possibilities. If I acknowledge the so-called child of destiny, then all my efforts would be for naught. For the first time, Robin felt the terrifying aura emanating from Noah, especially that ambition and determination to change the world. To overturn the entire world. What kind of world do you wish to establish? Noah took out the 5 volumes of dragon slaying and other books. This is the world I envision. Even if I am shattered to pieces, my will shall forever be etched into the history of this world's civilization. After saying this, Noah waved his hand. CLO, please arrange a room for Miss Robin. Leave it to me, Lord Noah. CLO nodded respectfully. Although Robin had a multitude of questions, she followed CLO with a pile of books. After arranging the cabin, CLO provided Robin with some clothes and daily necessities before leaving. Inside the room, after hastily eating a bento, Robin eagerly opened the books Noah had given her, especially the set titled 5 Volumes of Dragon Slaying. Unbeknownst to her, night fell. However, Robin inside the room continued to read late into the night. After finishing 2 volumes, she felt a tremendous impact internally. The next morning, CLO brought breakfast. Miss Robin, while reading is important, you must also take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Mr. CLO. Robin with panda eyes looked exhausted, but her gaze was filled with brilliance. CLO knew she hadn't taken his words to heart, but chose not to say more and quietly took his leave. 5 days later, the Prosperity returned to the secret base on York Island. As Robin stepped off the ship, her spirit had undergone a tremendous change. If she had previously been filled with confusion and fear, she now seemed to have seen through the bizarre realities of the world. When she met Noah again, Robin was no longer anxious, but filled with admiration. Mr. Noah, York Island seems to be the headquarters of the Capone family, right? Yes, it has been modified by me. Modified? It's merely an application of the devil fruit ability. For those with notorious reputations, but decent strength, I will transform them into card apostles like this one. Just as he finished speaking, Apostle Shiki transformed from card form into human form. Robin's gaze sharpened. Golden Lion Shiki. Little girl, I am indeed Golden Lion Shiki, and I am the apostle of my master. I look forward to working with you in the future. Looking at this legendary pirate, Robin finally understood why Noah harbored such ideals of overturning the world. I am increasingly looking forward to Mr. Noah's new world. You will see it, but your strength is too weak. The enemies we will face in the future are incredibly strong. If you lack strength, you might fall before dawn. Noah reminded her. Robin nodded. I understand, then please train me, Mr. Noah. If it were the old her, she would certainly not be very enthusiastic about enhancing her strength, as the historical text was her obsession, and Akainu had left her with an insurmountable shadow. However, the current her not only had diminished her obsession with the historical text, but also no longer feared the Navy and the world government. She now deemed it essential to enhance her strength. For physical skills, let CLO teach you for a while. I will guide you in reorienting the development of your devil fruit. Development of the devil fruit. Robin knew her fruit was the flower fruit, which had very weak potential. Seeing her expression, Noah understood that Robin thought her fruit ability was average. Although you have a wealth of knowledge, your development of the devil fruit ability is quite mediocre, wasting this fruit. I apologize for that then, Robin said half-jokingly. The ability of the flower fruit belongs to a combination of superpowers and superhuman abilities. You can create organs of flowers outside your body, and these external organs are connected to your senses, correct? Yes, Robin nodded. Then why did you so easily reveal your identity? What? Robin was bewildered by Noah's sudden. That's why I said you wasted this fruit. You could have made flowers bloom on your face, altering your appearance, even changing your body shape. After hearing this, Robin tried it out, and indeed, after covering her face with a layer of skin, her appearance changed somewhat. Noah summoned a full-length mirror. You can mold a completely new face. In no time, Robin's face had transformed entirely. If it weren't for someone very familiar with her figure, a stranger would find it hard to see through this disguise. Disguise is merely a small application of the flower fruit. The flower fruit grants you the ability to create flower organs from a distance. If your body and physical skills are strong enough like this. Noah's finger darkened, instantaneously pierced into the stone in front of him. As long as your physical skills in hockey are strong enough, any target that appears within your observation hockey range is unlikely to escape your assassination. Robin poked at the stone in front of her with her finger and felt a bit of pain. Next is the third application direction, which will be fundamental to your future strength. That is the development of exoskeletons. You need to mimic the exoskeletons of insects, creating a layer of exoskeleton and specialized organs on your body surface, thus using this method to alter the physiological weaknesses of women. Under Noah's guidance, Robin began to experiment clumsily. At first, the exoskeleton she generated was oddly shaped. Not only did it not enhance her strength, but it also restricted her bodhi's movements. However, Noah reminded her to combine the structure of insect exoskeletons with the human body structure, which greatly accelerated her development progress. Soon she developed her first exoskeleton armor, Ant King version 1.0. This was the result of Robin dissecting hundreds of ants under a microscope. Upon entering Ant King mode, her strength increased dozens of times, but the duration was very short, lasting only about 10 minutes. Noah knew this was due to Robin's rigid imitation of the ant structure. Moving forward, adjustments based on her own body would be necessary to maintain a long-term exoskeleton mode. The West Sea. In the Calabria Sea, the Entlang family, one of the 5 major mafia families, is entrenched here. At this moment, the Entlang family's headquarters, Citrus Island. Kill. For the Godfather. A large number of cannon fodder from the Capone family wielded axes and long knives, with ordinary lackeys carrying rifles and rocket launchers behind them. Inalu, one of the combat supervisors, looked coldly at the fearless cannon fodder in front of him, not considering these people as... After more than a year of ideological transformation, Inalu finally passed the ideological review 6 months ago. He had also completed the training in physical techniques and the dual-color hockey, especially in the observation hockey, where his talent was exceptionally strong, comparable to Noah's ultra-wide-range type. Suddenly, a large group of Entlang family mafia members emerged from both sides of the street. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon fodder at the front was immediately met with fierce attacks, quickly falling back in disarray. Inalu smirked coldly, opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense bullets, several rockets were also mixed in. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, bastard. I haven't. The cannon fodder suffered heavy casualties from the front, and the Entlang family members were also dumbfounded. However, Inalu had no interest in explaining to these trash. He swung his alloy trident violently, severing a dozen cannon fodder in half. This bloody scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is the fate of retreating. Follow me and charge. Inalu took the lead, quickly slaughtering the retreating cannon fodder, and then charged straight at the Entlang family mafia member. Help! Don't kill me. On this day, Citrus Island was flooded with blood. Soon news of the Capone family's takeover of the Entlang family spread like wildfire in the underground world of the West Sea. The remaining Camorra family, Omida family, and the secretly controlled Gambino family immediately conspired in secret to prepare a joint effort against the Capone family. Unfortunately, the Camorra family and Omida family did not know that Gambino Oaf had already become Noah's apostle. This high-level spy presence was a nearly fatal flaw for this so-called temporary alliance. In the Naples Sea, the Camorra family's headquarters, Pearl Islands. After secretly contacting the other 2 mafia families through a phone, worm Camorra family's godfather, Camorra Harry, did not show any signs of relaxation on his face. Have you contacted the Dirk Pirates? A bald-headed cadre of the family shook his head. Godfather, the Dirk Pirates went. No, the Capone family's strength is too great. The other families may not be reliable. This is not good. Godfather, actually we can look for the antique dealer, suggested a shifty-eyed cadre. Antique dealer. Harry was somewhat indecisive, not because the strength of this antique dealer was lacking, but rather because the other party's strength was too strong, which made him very wary. After thinking for a while, Harry still did not make up his mind. Let's discuss the matter of finding the antique dealer later. You all go contact other pirate crews. As long as they are willing to act, the reward is 5 billion berries. Yes, Godfather. The family cadres had no objections to Harry's decision. After all, the antique dealer's reputation in the underground world of the West Sea was too poor, a typical double-edged sword. If they were to eliminate the Capone family but caused heavy losses to the Camorra family, it would be a losing battle. However, just a week later, a sudden piece of news shocked the Camorra family, which had relaxed slightly. What did you say? With wide eyes, Harry listened to his subordinate's report, looking extremely ugly and shocked. The bald-headed cadre could only continue. Godfather, the news is true. I got it through the channels of the United Chamber of Commerce. Harry gritted his teeth. Bastard. Gambino Oaf. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Just now, the headquarters of the Omida family, one of the 5 major mafia families, was attacked by Oaf, who went to a secret meeting. Now the entire upper echelons of the Omida family have been almost slaughtered, while the lower and middle members have been swiftly absorbed by the Gambino family. With the Gambino family merging with the Omida family and the Capone family merging with the Entlang family, the 5 major mafia family system in the underground world of the West Sea was crumbling. Faced with such a situation, Harry, unwilling to sit idly by, finally made up his mind. More immediately contact the... Yes, Godfather. The bald-headed cadre more hurried to contact the antique dealer. Meanwhile, Mary was also screening the temporarily absorbed members of the Entlang family and Omida family with the members of the inspection department. For those who had committed numerous crimes among the temporarily absorbed personnel, they would have to find ways to exhaust them during the upcoming campaign against the Camorra family. For those with few issues or only minor crimes, ideological transformation would be implemented, or they would be assigned to inconsequential positions. Both sides were preparing. Unbeknownst to them, over a month had passed. During this month, the Capone family and Gambino family had been creating friction. On one hand, it was to keep the Camorra family off guard, and on the other hand, it was also to reasonably eliminate some unqualified... The Camorra family did not relax their vigilance due to the friction between the Capone family and Gambino family. Instead, they strengthened their internal defenses. Of course, Noah, the mastermind behind the scenes, was very clear about the Camorra family's little moves through the intelligence monitor. However, preparing the other side sufficiently was also one of Noah's objectives. After all, to reasonably exhaust those unqualified cannon fodder, it was necessary to make the Kimura family's power strong enough. As for the antique dealer who would intervene, Noah did not take the other party seriously. He was even well aware of the antique dealers. After all, the Noah family possessed phone worm monitoring technology. As long as someone was on the monitoring list, many things discussed over the phone would essentially be known to the Noah family. This one-way transparency of information brought about extremely terrifying consequences. On the evening of November 21st, at the secret base on York Island, Robin walked in holding a document. She had completely changed her appearance even within the family, as she chose to maintain her. Is there important intelligence? Yes, it's the phone records between that antique dealer and Kimura Harry. Noah took the document, glanced through it for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. This Harry is somewhat clever, sending oath to the meeting. Okay, by the way, the Navy's West Sea branch has also been paying attention to the underground world conflicts lately. Don't worry, as long as the Gambino family and Capone family haven't determined a victor, the Navy won't take action. He had studied the West Sea structure. The West Sea has 3 major underground forces, the 5 major mafia families, the United Chamber of Commerce, and the 8 Treasures Navy. In the year 1507 of the Haixing calendar, on November 28th, lies the West Tower Sea, a renowned area also known as the Peak of the West. This sea region is situated in the central part of the Western Sea, perfectly positioned between the territories of the Gambino and Camorra families. Thus, this secret meeting was naturally chosen to take place here. Moreover, in order to dispel Off's vigilance, Harry specifically selected an island closer to the Gambino family. On the eastern sea surface of Coral Island, a fleet flying the Camorra family flag slowly approached the port of Coral Town. Off, who arrived early in Coral Town, brought many members to be dealt with, but he drove all the nearby residents to other places. At this moment, among the Camorra family's fleet, an elderly man wearing a gentleman's hat stood at the bow, gazing at the approaching dock and the faint figures of Gambino family members. Next to him was Mower, a bald cadre of the Camorra family, who was observing the situation at the dock through a telescope. Mr. Hanover, Off of the Gambino family, is right at the dock. No need to rush. Haha. The antique dealer Hanover chuckled weirdly while playing with the pistol in his hand. Despite Hanover's confidence, Mower was not genuinely concerned for him, but rather worried that he might fail to take down Off and his men, causing losses for the Camorra family. After a few minutes, the fleet finally entered the dock area, now less than 200 meters from the dock. Mower, where is that guy? Off shouted loudly. Naturally, Mower did not want to expose anything at this moment, so he immediately responded, Father Off, my father will be out to meet you shortly. Hidden behind several Camorra gangsters, Hanover suddenly raised his hand and fired. Corrosive bullet. In an instant, 6 bullets were fired. Off, who was already aware of the danger through his observation, instantly dodged, while several pawns acting as his guards were struck by the corrosive bullets. The sound of sizzling echoed as if they had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, their bodies emitting smoke before turning into heaps of bones amidst their horrific screams. Open fire. Within the ship's cabin, hidden cannons were pushed out and gunners rushed out, swiftly shooting and bombarding the Gambino family members at the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Take cover. Return fire. Help. The dock was in chaos, while Off, who had already jumped onto the rooftop of a tall building along with several members of the Noah family, calmly watched the scene unfold. Hanover's pistol kept firing, and anyone or anything hit by his bullets experienced severe corrosion and dissolution. Soon those unqualified members at the dock were completely annihilated. Then a large number of Camorra gangsters landed at the dock, beginning to encircle Off and the others in the tall building. Seeing this scene, Mower burst into laughter, saying, Off, the end of your Gambino family is come. You really are quite confident. Off looked calmly at the self-satisfied Mower and Hanover not far away. In the next moment, Off's upper body exploded, and he swelled up significantly, transforming into the half-beast form of a bully dog. What? A power user? Mower was startled. Hanover, however, looked disdainfully. Is this your confidence? How boring. Corrosive bullet. The bullet penetrated Off's body, hitting the tiles behind him, creating a large hole. However, Hanover's expression became serious as he suddenly exhaled. Corrosive gas. Several Camorra gangsters who didn't manage to escape were deformed by the corrosion, rolling frantically on the ground. However, this gas that could corrode everything encountered Off, whose entire body was covered in hockey. In an instant, Off appeared in front of Hanover. Hockey. Damn. Corrosive fist. Boom. Off instantly punched, unleashing a shockwave. Hanover's eyes widened in anger as he was blasted several hundred meters away, crashing through the docked ships and falling into the sea. Trash, just another half-baked user who only develops abilities without training their body. From Off's transformation to his attack on Hanover, only a few seconds had passed. Mower, who had just awoken from a dream, felt icy all over his hands and feet, trembling uncontrollably. Uff. His heart was instantly ripped out, and Mower collapsed with unclosed eyes. Off casually crushed his heart, saying the family doesn't need trash. Soon the Camorra gangsters brought over were bloodily slaughtered. The antique dealer Hanover, who was fished out from the sea, was a user of the corrosion fruit, whose abilities were similar to the rust fruit of the marine. While Off dealt with the members of the Camorra family, brought by Mower, the Camorra family stronghold was also ambushed by Harry, and the high-ranking members of the Camorra family were completely wiped out. Thus, 3 of the 5 major gangs in the Western Sea were utterly destroyed, leaving only the Capone and Gambino families. On the surface, the 2 families were at odds, but in reality, they were secretly helping each other eliminate rivals, while rapidly absorbing the territories of the other 3 gangs. Meanwhile, other forces in the Western Sea, witnessing the restrained yet balanced situation between the Capone and Gambino families, had no choice but to abandon their plans to take advantage of the chaos. At that moment, while the Noah family was busy conquering the Western Sea's gangs in the Grand Line Paradise, Mary Joa, at this time flames soared into the sky amidst chaos and fire as a large number of slaves seized the opportunity to escape from Mary Joa. Ships that had long been prepared below the Red Line rescued thousands of slaves. Fisher Tiger was fortunate. Tonight the 5 elders were not in Mary Joa, but had gone to Egghead Island. Porcelino also went to assist Sengoku against the Mad Kaido due to matters in the New World. Kazan had been wandering in the South Sea, seemingly searching for the whereabouts of Noah and his companions, and had not returned to the Marine headquarters. Carp had gone back to the East Sea to see his grandson. Sengoku also went to the North Sea to chase after the Don Quixote family. At that moment, among the high-ranking officers at the Marine headquarters, only Fleet Admiral Kong, Chief Instructor Zifa, and Vice Admiral Guion remained, with one of them needing to stay in Mariehua. Thus only Kong and Guion went out, but unfortunately neither of them possessed control skills, and with the covert assistance of Rayleigh and Shaki, the fleeing ships quickly completed their coating and submerged underwater, leaving Kong and Guion only to lament their helplessness. This incident immediately ignited the seas. Especially Morgan, who thrived on chaos, published this news as the headline the following day. Clearly this matter could not be concealed. The world government could only issue a notice to hunt down the Sun Pirates and the mastermind Tiger. Fortunately, Tiger was not completely reckless and had cut ties with the Fishman Island in advance, becoming a wanted man of the Fishman Island. Otherwise the world government would surely target Fishman Island. The 5 elders who had just returned to Mary Joa, although they said nothing on the surface, were already plotting how to deal with Fishman Island in their hearts. The covert unification of the Black Hand Gang in the West Sea has greatly increased the influence of the Noah family. However, Noah did not set sail again, but continued to stay in the secret base on York Island. At this time, he had completed the creation of the 6th Great Arcana Cards Apostle. The 6 Great Arcana Apostles currently in Noah's possession are Demon Pan Barton, Swap Fruit, Emperor Shurji, Float Fruit, Death, Muxilu, Mushroom Fruit, Justice, Garum, Cube Fruit, World, Capon, Beiji, Castle Fruit, Hermit, Hanover, Corrosion Fruit. The Corrosion Fruit has enhanced Noah's attack strength, and its ability is very straightforward. It can corrode everything, even the armament Haki can be corroded. Of course, to corrode the opponent's armament Haki, one must have sufficient stamina, and the observation Haki must be stronger than that of the opponent. Otherwise, one could end up in a situation where one has powerful attacks, but cannot hit the opponent. After acquiring the 6th Great Arcana Cards Apostle, Noah's fruit abilities grew even stronger with the progress of the complete awakening of the fruit, reaching about 27. Moreover, the number of fruit abilities he could borrow increased from 1 to 2. However, Noah also used tarot divination and learned that his body can only accommodate a maximum of 3 external demon fruit abilities at the same time. In other words, even if Noah reaches the fruit awakening state apart from his own card fruit, he can only use the abilities of 3 apostles simultaneously. This was also expected, as the human body has its limits unless one decides to no longer be human. However, his apostles are created using human bodies as raw materials, so their strength can continuously grow through. In the training ground, Noah controlled the power of corrosion, merging it with iron sand, and then utilized the control ability of the float fruit. The corrosive sand instantly created numerous small holes in the rock wall ahead, and if someone with a fear of small holes were to see this scene, they would likely faint on the spot. The joint use of 2 fruit abilities is indeed very challenging. However, Noah had anticipated this result. He took out the card of the Great Bear, Iron Fruit. It seems it must be restructured. Previously, Noah believed that to complete the awakening of the fruit, he needed to gather both the Minor Arcana and the Great Arcana, as he did not fully understand the awakening mechanism of the card fruit. Now he knows that he only needs to collect the Great Arcana set to complete the fruit awakening, so the previously restructured Great Bear is no longer suitable to remain in the Minor Arcana set. He placed his palm on the Great Bear's forehead, instantly extracting the card spirit residing within, and then took out the power card from the Great Arcana set. Merge. The body of the Great Bear was once again enveloped in a golden cocoon. Soon the 7th apostle of the Great Arcana was born. Power Great Bear Iron Fruit. Noah's card fruit is one step closer to awakening. With the transformation of the Great Bear into the Great Arcana card, Noah's connection with this card has become even stronger. In fact, the Iron Fruit is as important to Noah at this stage as the Float Fruit. Among the 7 Great Arcana Apostles, only the Iron Fruit and the Castle Fruit are of the superhuman type, while the others are of the superpower and supercreation types. Moreover, the Castle Fruit does not provide enough enhancement to physical strength. Noah is an ordinary human, and even after taking the Source Blood Potion to enhance his physical quality, there are still limitations to this enhancement. If he is to confront a master with a mythical beast type, the Iron Fruit must become a staple. For instance, beings like Wano Country Kaido and the 5 Elder Stars possess physical attributes that are essentially the ceiling of the world. Without a naturally gifted body, Noah can only compensate for the gap with the Iron Fruit. Fortunately, Noah's Conqueror's Haki is extremely powerful. After years of psychological suggestion and mental construction, his Conqueror's Haki has shown significant mutations. At this moment, his Conqueror's Haki in a highly condensed state is not the typical dark or purple color, but a crimson. This mutation is actually quite normal. The haki represents a person's will, spirit, and emotions condensed and extended. Ambitious or lawless individuals usually have a conqueror's haki in black or purple, which are the mainstream colors of conqueror. Someone like Noah with such thoughts naturally has a crimson hue in his conqueror's haki. Of course, Noah's conqueror's haki is not merely a color change. This mutation has granted it some entirely new abilities. The first ability is mental resonance, similar to the observation haki ability of Princess Shirahoshi from the Ryugu. The second ability is Crimson Torrent, which is the core ability of Noah's conqueror's haki. As long as there are individuals with similar thoughts to Noah, their willpower can merge with Noah's conqueror's haki. However, this ability has a range limitation. Currently, it can only mobilize the willpower of companions within a radius of 3 kilometers. His Crimson Torrent has a similar effect to Observation Kill, and can also wrap around armament haki, breaking through others' defensive haki, and its penetration effect is even more powerful than Flowing Cherry. In fact, Crimson Torrent and Mental Resonance are a combined skill. Those who do not agree with Noah's thoughts cannot connect through mental resonance, and without this connection, it is naturally impossible to merge their willpower into Noah's conqueror's haki. Additionally, Crimson Torrent has a reverse application, allowing companions who agree with Noah's thoughts to gain resistance to the pressure of others' conqueror's haki within a specific range. However, Noah has not truly tested this application. After all, so far the Noah family has not fought against enemies with the cultivation in the training ground continues. At this moment, Robin appeared at the edge of the training ground. Noah stopped, picked up a towel from the resting area while wiping his sweat, and asked, "Is there something?" News from the North Sea indicates that Don Quixote Doflamingo has hijacked a treasure ship carrying gold from the sky. According to the call records, they plan to use this to coerce the 5 Elder Stars into making him a warlord of the sea. A misguided choice. Without strength, what does it matter if one becomes a warlord of the sea? The sea is about strength. Robin continued to report intelligence. The Marine Hunter Mihawk has accepted the world government's invitation to become the 3rd warlord of the sea. The terrifying weapon Dahlia has become the 4th warlord of the sea. Terrifying weapon. That fruit user. Where is he located? Currently, in the Orlando waters of the New World. Have the distillery enhance surveillance, Noah instructed. No problem. Robin continued. The East Sea branch has discovered a valuable target, a fruit user named Fong Cly, but he entered the Grand Line yesterday. A mimic fruit. Noah took a sip of lemonade unfazed. The undercover personnel from Sabaody Archipelago sent back news that the intelligence personnel of the Big Mom Pirates acquired a devil fruit on Sabaody Archipelago, confirmed to be the superhuman Heat fruit. Can we determine their location for the Heat fruit? They should still be at Fishman Island. Upon hearing this news, another thought crossed Noah's mind. Why are they heading to Fishman Island? Could it be that Charlotte Brule has not yet consumed the Mirror fruit? After all, for such an important devil fruit, if it were the Noah family, they would definitely have dispatched Alii immediately to bring it back to the family. Yet at this moment, the intelligence personnel of the Big Mom Pirates chose to pass through Fishman Island, which can only indicate one thing, that Charlotte Brule has not yet obtained the Mirror fruit. In the year 1508 of the Haixing calendar, on January 8th, in the New World, the route to Thunder God Island. A few days ago, Noah and his companions had jumped through a wormhole and arrived in this sea area, now hovering above Thunder God Island. Alongside Noah, there were Chloe, Robin, and Daz, and even Joshua, who had been in the stormy islands of the South Sea, had come along. At this moment, Joshua had entered an elemental state, transforming into a streak of lightning wandering through the thunder of Thunder God Island. Daz gazed at the dark clouds below, dense with endless lightning serpents, and remarked, "What a terrifying power." This is so far the second natural disaster zone they have encountered, caused by the awakening of 2 devil fruits. The Lost Sea, which was created by the awakening of the hurricane fruit, and the Thunder God Island before them was clearly a disaster zone resulting from the awakening of the thunder fruit. Noah shook his head and explained, "It's not that simple. The awakening of the thunder fruit alone does not easily create Thunder God Island. Is there some secret to it?" Robin looked a bit puzzled. To form such a disaster zone relying solely on the awakening of a fruit is quite difficult, especially for nature-type fruits like the thunder fruit and hurricane fruit, which lack a fixed substance. Noah pointed to Thunder God Island below, saying this island can maintain a state filled with thunder for a long time because it possesses rich iron ore. Under the refining power of thunder, this iron ore gradually transforms into magnetite, allowing Thunder God Island to persist. I see. Noah continued to educate them. The Lost Sea itself is a region with significant storms. Under the strikes of ancient weapons from the world government, Atlantia turned into a massive underwater abyss, allowing magma to continuously surge from this breach. This provided the hurricane with a vast supply of heat, thus sustaining the long-term storm disaster. Everyone suddenly understood. In fact, the unique nature of Judicial Island, which is always in a state of daylight, was also caused by an awakened level fruit user, most likely the user of the Spark fruit. Nature-type devil fruits are known as disasters precisely because they can semi-permanently alter the climate of specific areas. Half an hour later, a streak of lightning shot onto the deck of the Going Merry. Joshua reformed from the lightning. How did it go? Noah inquired. Joshua shook his head. There's nothing I can reference, but I can use the lightning from this island to increase the duration and expand the range of electromagnetic monitoring. How much can you expand it? The limit is about a radius of 2,600 kilometers. Noah stroked his chin, pondering. 2,600 kilometers. Is Mary Geos on the Red Soil continent within that range? Chloe took out a world map and calculated with a scale. Indeed, within 2,600 kilometers, the distance from Thunder God Island to the Mary Geo section of the Red Soil continent is only about 1,500 kilometers. Noah then commanded Joshua use Thunder God Island to monitor the surrounding sea area, especially the ship of the Big Mom. Leave it to me. Joshua transformed into a streak of lightning, once more merging into the thunderclouds below. Meanwhile, Noah maintained contact with Joshua through electromagnetic waves. On the morning of the third day, Noah suddenly opened his eyes and Joshua reformed from the lightning before him. Big brother, the target has appeared, just 436 kilometers to the northwest. They have just surfaced from the sea. The Going Merry quickly set sail, heading at full speed towards the northwest. In less than 4 hours, the ship created by the Soul Fruit, the homies' ship, was right below the Going Merry. Joshua swiftly eliminated the newsbirds within a nearby radius of several dozen kilometers through wireless power transmission while using electromagnetic interference to block communications from the surrounding phone bugs. Noah and the others donned masks and white suits, launching a surprise attack on the homies' ship from the sky. Inside the homies' ship, Charlotte's fourth son, Charlotte Owen, suddenly changed his expression and rushed out of the cabin. Boom. The next moment, the homies' ship was struck by a terrifying molten iron fist, shattering into pieces instantly. The ordinary pirates of the Charlotte family aboard the ship were caught off guard and could hardly react. Stepping with moonwalk, Owen looked at the descending figure in a white suit and masked his face, turning pale. CP organization, are you declaring war on us? It seems you have indeed consumed the heat fruit. What a pity. Seeing Owen glowing red all over, Noah realized that the other party had already consumed the heat fruit. At that moment, Lord Owen, the phone bugs can't communicate. Owen's heart sank as he prepared to flee. A surge of Crimson Conqueror's hockey charged towards him. How is this possible? Owen's eyes widened, barely able to maintain his footing. 9 dragons entanglement. The sea suddenly surged, and 9 water dragons erupted, wrapping around Owen from all directions. What? This ability? Owen was taken aback, immediately turning his feet a bright red, using the heated air to violently ascend into the sky. Clouds covering the sky. The imperial clouds that had been dispersed in the surrounding airspace instantly transformed into a massive hand that blocked out the sun, pressing down on Owen. Owen's hands turned red as he struck upwards with all his might. Heat wave fist. The intensely hot fist wind pierced through the palm of the giant cloud hand. Before Owen could celebrate, numerous dark cloud pythons swiftly emerged from the giant cloud hand, attacking him from all sides. The sea dragon below also soared into the air. Damn, this is the ability of the float fruit. Could it be that old geezer, the golden lion, has been taken down? Owen exclaimed in frustration as he dispersed a dark cloud python. However, he had yet to realize the severity of the situation. The dispersed dark clouds contained sea prism stone particles that floated in the air. Before long, Owen felt his body becoming increasingly heavy. What's going on? Are these dark clouds toxic? The more he struggled, the more sea prism stone particles entered his body, rendering his fruit abilities weaker. In less than 3 minutes, Owen fell down weakly. Noah's iron sand mixed with sea prism stone wrapped around the falling Owen and brought him back to the Going Merry, where Joshua also returned to the deck. The pirates below and that ship have been completely eliminated. Very good. Noah sent Owen directly into the castle space within his body and swiftly eliminated him. Soon the heat fruit was forced to regenerate within the castle space. Owen's body was drained of blood and instantly turned to charcoal. The Going Merry sped swiftly towards the West Sea. Meanwhile, in the Totland Kingdom of the New World, on Cake Island, a homies responsible for managing the life papers was taken aback. Oh no, Lord Owen's life paper is burning. Soon Katakuri and Perispero rushed to the desert house where the life papers were stored. At this moment, Owen's life paper had already burned to ashes. The death of Charlotte Owen ignited an unprecedented fury within the Big Mom pirates. Soon the crew issued a bounty of billions in the New World and the Underground World. Unfortunately, Noah was meticulous in his actions. Even Morgan, the giant of underground intelligence, could not discern who was responsible for this incident, let alone the other underground giants. The only person who might know the truth was Princess Violet of Dressrosa. Her stare fruit granted her an observation radius of up to 4,000 kilometers. Thunder God Island was only about 790 kilometers from Dressrosa. If Violet had been observing that day, she would have witnessed the battle between Noah and Owen. Unfortunately, Noah had long anticipated the opponent's actions. On the day of the operation, he had Champagne arrange for his subordinates to deliberately ignite a small forest near a coastal area of Dressrosa. Thus, Violet could only focus her attention within Dressrosa, wary of potential enemies. The enraged Big Mom pirates wreaked havoc in the New World, attracting the attention of the Marines and other major pirates. Upon returning to the York Island base in the West Sea, Noah did not linger for long. He quickly traversed through a wormhole to reach Lion Island in the Paradise Sky District. Master Noah, long time no see. Monet greeted him with a smile. Is everything going smoothly with your work? Monet nodded. There haven't been any significant issues. The defense system of the Sky Island has been preliminarily perfected. She began to introduce the specifics of the Sky Island to Noah. Currently, the Paradise Sky District governs a total of 15 Sky Islands, including the core area of Lion Island, Winged Island, Angel Island, Field Island, and Shanghai Island, among others. There are also 4 outpost islands: South Baika Island, East Gluttony Island, West Cloud Island, and North Heavenly Pool Island. The total population is 53,000 with a regular army of 3,500. They possess 4 medium-sized flying arcs and a cavalry unit of 100 soldiers, with the commander of the Sky Legion. Although the regular army consists of only 3,500 men, the militia comprises around 830 individuals, all of whom receive preliminary training in hockey and physical combat. The unique product of the Sky Island, the cultivation industry of Sky Island shells, has developed rapidly, especially with the assistance of Andy Luo and others, restoring the population of some rare shells that were on the brink of extinction. For instance, the shock shell and laser shell, which have rebounded from near extinction to a population of over 2,000. Noah visited the mechanical island located northwest of Lion Island, specifically designed for the modification of flying arcs. There he saw Luo busy on a ship. "Is this the Eden class arc?" Upon seeing Noah, Luo quickly paused his work and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Noah, this is the Eden class arc you envisioned." What stood before him was an arc unlike the typical medium-sized ones. Its surface was covered with a layer of dark green scales, which were actually leaves from a local plant of the Sky Island. The defining feature of the Eden class arc is its biological nature. This vessel essentially functions as a tree capable of storing energy through photosynthesis. Its power and weaponry come from Luo's use of the surgery fruit to transplant certain functional organs of Sky Island shells onto the tree ship. For example, the jet propulsion system utilizes a giant jet shell cultivated with IQ agents implanted into the shell. Similarly, the weapon, a laser cannon, has been enhanced using IQ agents on laser shells, which have then been transplanted onto the tree ship. To enhance energy storage capacity, the energy-storing organs of heat shells were also reinforced with IQ agents, providing a maximum storage limit equivalent to the heat generated by the complete combustion of 5 tons of coal. This Eden-class arc is equipped with 100 heat shell energy storage batteries. To increase the energy generated from photosynthesis, photosynthetic leaves that can freely extend were implanted on both sides of the tree ship, expanding the leaf area by tenfold when spread out. The bottom of the ship has been equipped with reinforced cloud shells that can spew fixed clouds, allowing the tree ship to float without propulsion in the sky, while also providing camouflage and defense against intrusions by ability users. This biological warship not only possesses a remarkable survival capability, but can also provide supplies for the crew. For instance, it features a meat growth chamber and a life fruit growth chamber modified from the organs of the Baron of Stomach, and a freshwater generation room and shower room derived from water shells, along with a kitchen created from flame shells and heat shells. The surgery fruit's ability to ignore species differences in transplantation allows for unimaginable modifications and creations in biological engineering. As various biological organs were transplanted and modified, Luo's development of the surgery fruit became increasingly profound. He began to understand more deeply Noah's saying, "Knowledge is power." It seems the research progress is acceptable, but it's still not enough. Luo nodded. Indeed, it's not yet perfect. However, although the resin organs of the Arcadia red tree can be transplanted, the bubbles produced by the resin are difficult to maintain stability outside the Shambadi archipelago. I am considering ways to improve it. No worries, take your time. We still have time. Noah waved his hand. By the way, Master Noah, you previously instructed me to create a special type arc. I estimate it will take another 2 months or so. 2 months. I understand there's no need to rush. Just ensure to prepare additional safety measures. I will strengthen the arrangements in this regard. Noah examined the internal facilities of the Eden-class arc and then inquired about Luo's ability development. At this point, Luo had already mastered the use of ultrasound X-rays and nuclear magnetic resonance, but he had yet to grasp gamma rays and heavy protons, which would likely only be achievable upon the awakening of his fruit. However, there had been significant progress in other areas of development. For instance, utilizing the feral beasts left behind by Golden Lion, he had transformed them into a special beast battalion. Luo selected several dozen gorillas for modification. These gorillas were categorized into several types: Sea Gorilla Squad, Fire Gorilla Squad, Flying Gorilla Squad, and Strength Gorilla Squad. Sea gorillas are capable of operating underwater using toxins, ink, and electric shocks as their means of attack. Fire gorillas have been implanted with jet shell and flame shell organs, possess wings, and can breathe fire and fly. Flying gorillas have had laser shell organs and wings implanted, allowing them to fire lasers and fly. Strength gorillas have been modified with insect exoskeletons and hedgehog spines, granting them tremendous power to shoot giant spikes. In addition, Luo had also modified a set of biological armor for himself using gorillas as the base material, allowing him to blend in and avoid the drawbacks of directly modifying his own body while still utilizing various biological organs. The 6-material biological armor inherently possesses immense strength and is equipped with various bizarre biological organs. Luo operates within it, conserving his own strength. After inspecting the Sky Island for over a week, Noah descended into the sea once again. The Nautilus did not land in the waters around Gaia Island, but instead chose to descend into the area of Gluttony, where the Baron of Stomach had previously been discovered. After secret renovations, Gluttony Island now housed a medium-sized ark that regularly went to Petal Island to harvest ingredients in order to increase the food reserves of the Sky Island. During these days, the Nautilus underwent an upgrade, adding cloud shells and wind-blowing shells to enhance its stealth, and as it descended from the heights, the body of the Nautilus was enveloped in fixed clouds to avoid detection by passing ships. Chloe glanced at the recording pointer and immediately ordered proceed at a northeast angle of 42 degrees. Received. The temporary crew members busily attended to their respective duties. On the massive sea chart in the cockpit, a magnetic star was affixed to an island. One side of the island was labeled Stuka. Stuka Island was precisely Noah's destination. This island was located along the second route of paradise adjacent to St. White Poplar Island. 4 days later in the afternoon, the Nautilus reached the waters near Stuka Island. After retracting the Nautilus and disguising themselves, the group entered Stuka Island through a tunnel dug by Ale. The reason for such caution was that this island was the territory of the terrifying weapon Dahlia, who was a user of the weapon. Originally, Noah intended to eliminate this individual in the New World, but a more easily dealt with heat fruit allowed. However, a few days prior, Dahlia had been thoroughly beaten by Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates in the New World and had slickly escaped back to his lair in paradise. This news was coincidentally uncovered by informants in the Sabaody archipelago. Noah would naturally not let this opportunity slip by. The entire Stuka Island had been transformed into a mechanical fortress by Dahlia, with numerous mechanical factories inside dedicated to producing weaponry. According to various intelligence reports, Dahlia was quite capable in developing the weapon fruit, at least not as useless as. After procuring various weapons from the underground world, Dahlia utilized them for imitation and improvement, and his abilities as a weapon fruit user allowed him to quickly understand the structure and working principles of various weapons. This is also the reason why Dahlia is referred to as a terrifying weapon. The development of weapons in the pirate world is extremely bizarre. Some places still use flintlock guns while others have moved on to submachine guns and rocket launchers, with some even using laser cannons. Formerly associated with Vegapunk, individuals like Queen Judge and Caesar developed a plethora of weapons, some of which inevitably flowed into the underground black market. For instance, the rocket dog, later owned by the Barak Studio, was most likely developed and manufactured by Vegapunk and others. Dahlia collected numerous powerful weapons, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Moreover, according to intelligence from the underground world, Dahlia was not a lone wolf. He commanded a skeleton army recruited from the nation of Eternal Warfare, the country where Barrett was born, along with 3 capable subordinates. The reason Noah and his team did not approach Stuka Island head-on was that one of Dahlia's subordinates, named Sierra, was a user of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, whose ability was similar to the delay fruit later possessed by Silver Fox Foxy. The ability of this fruit could emit a special delay beam, causing anyone or anything struck by it to instantly enter a slowed state for 30 seconds. For someone like Foxy, this fruit had little effect, but in the hands of Dahlia's subordinate, combined with Dahlia's relentless attacks, it could obliterate enemies in mere seconds. A 30-second delayed state is exceedingly lethal. Noah certainly did not wish to be hit by such an ability. Upon infiltrating Stuka Island, Noah immediately summoned Shiki, instructing him to use his abilities to take control of the entire island, though he did not allow it to float just yet. This time, to confront a warlord, Noah naturally would not use his previous disguise, but instead planned to let Golden Lion re-emerge while he could conveniently disguise himself as one of the Golden Lion's subordinates to avoid potential exposure. Considering the characteristics of the steel fruit, this time, he only intended to utilize the capabilities of the mushroom fruit, while Ale and Chloe would also refrain from acting as much as possible. However, Daz and Robin, who had not yet made their appearances, could also take action. Using the tunnel unearthed by Ale, the group directly arrived at the underground mechanical castle where Dahlia and his subordinates resided. Noah did not act immediately, but waited for night to fall, until the night was deep and quiet. Noah's observation hockey combined with electromagnetic waves quickly locked onto the biological signatures within the castle. Found it. After sharing the detection information through electromagnetic waves, a sly smile appeared on Shiki's face as he picked up several pairs of seastone handcuffs and a cloud shell containing seastone clouds, activating the float fruit ability to manipulate iron sand while holding the seastone handcuffs and cloud shells. Soon the rocks above split apart under the control of the float fruit, revealing a small passage leading directly to Sierra, who was sleeping in his room, suddenly sensed a feeling of crisis through his observation hockey and instantly woke up. Unfortunately, it was too late. The float fruit's effectiveness against enemies in enclosed spaces is exceedingly convenient. In the next moment, the walls and ceiling from all directions began to squeeze towards Sierra. Sierra immediately activated his ability against the wall delay beam. However, he did not notice a small hole had appeared in one corner of the room's floor, which was spewing seastone clouds into the room. Before long, Sierra felt his body weaken. What's happening? As the amount of seastone cloud he inhaled increased, his body grew increasingly weak, and the effect of the delay beam finally ended. He could not activate it again, and could only watch helplessly as the iron sand brought the seastone handcuffs onto his wrists. Sierra was captured. In another room, the Zoan-type user was directly wrapped up by the walls and then handcuffed. Only Dahlia remained as a power user in the castle. At this moment, Dahlia also sensed that something was amiss. However, in the confined environment of the castle, he was destined to meet his demise. Noah's conqueror's hockey directly impacted and oppressed Dahlia, while the float fruit controlled the surrounding walls and steel plates to squeeze. In just a brief moment of confusion led to Dahlia inhaling a large amount of seastone clouds, plunging him into a vicious cycle. In less than 10 seconds, Dahlia was like a dead dog, handcuffed by seastone and bound by iron sand. As for the others in the castle, they were almost instantly locked in place by objects controlled by the float fruit, awaiting inspection. The people outside the castle were still unaware that Dahlia and his core subordinates had been completely wiped out. Regarding communication through snail transponders, Noah also possessed electromagnetic interference abilities. Although his coverage was not as extensive as Joshua's, it was effortless to shield the castle. Seeing things go so smoothly, Noah did not even need to utilize the backup plans he had prepared beforehand. Even Shiki did not need to reveal his card. However, this was to be expected as Dahlia was not among the later warlords, clearly having fallen short along the way, indicating his abilities were quite mediocre. Noah had originally planned to eliminate Dahlia in the name of the Golden Lion and then empty out Stuka Island entirely. Now the plan needed to be revised after all compared to the industrial equipment and arms on Stuka Island, placing one of his own among the warlords held greater value. Soon Noah transformed Dahlia and Sierra into apostles within the mechanical castle. Battle card Dahlia weapon fruit restraint Sierra slow fruit. The zone type ability user Wood was also transformed into an apostle, but he belonged to the minor arcana card series with the chameleon form of the lizard fruit. However, with Wood successfully transformed into an apostle, Noah discovered an unexpected surprise. "Are you an agent?" "Yes, my lord," Wood replied respectfully. What a serendipitous gain, but Dahlia really was careless to let someone from CP infiltrate the upper echelons. No wonder he was later removed from his position. At that moment, Mary walked in from outside. "Big brother, the situation isn't looking good." Among the 573 people inside the castle, there are 16 spies from various factions, including 3 from the world government, 1 from the Navy's Sword Agency, 6 from underground overlords, 1 from the Don Quixote family, 1 from the Barak Studio, and 2 from the Big Mom Pirates, and 2 from the Revolutionary Army. Damn. Noah was rendered speechless. It turns out Dahlia's stronghold is wide open, allowing anyone and everyone to mix in here. Klaus' brow was also furrowed. "Lord Noah, if we let this go unchecked, Dahlia's situation will be quite troublesome, making it easy for other factions to secretly scheme against him. What do you have in mind?" Klaus' gaze turned icy. "Why not go all out? As a user of the mushroom fruit, I can annihilate the entire Stuka Island, allowing those spies and evildoers to justifiably perish here, and transferring all the barely qualified personnel to the Storm Islands." Indeed, that's an excellent plan. Noah was very pleased with Klaus' suggestion. The family needed not only combat strength, but also strategists to plan and organize. The current Stuka Island had been severely infiltrated by various factions. If not eradicated, it could easily backfire. If we utilize Mary's ability to secretly filter them one by one with a population of nearly 30,000 on Stuka Island, it would be impossible to complete the secret screening in less than a month. Noah immediately made a decision. "Chloe, you arranged this plan. We must thoroughly scrutinize the entire population of Stuka Island." "Understood." Soon Chloe began to mobilize troops while Noah started to block all phone worm communications on Stuka Island and released a wide area of incapacitating fungi. In less than half an hour, all living beings on Stuka Island fell into a coma. Wearing gas masks and protective suits, Mary and the others used the temporary isolation room created by Galdetino, cooperating with Mary to audit everyone. Due to the urgency, Mary conducted a rough screening, questioning large groups, at once asking if they were from other factions and whether they had committed any wrongdoings. As for other in-depth questions, they could wait until there was more time for a second review. In just 6 hours, Mary had initially completed the screening of over 30,000 people, and those deemed problematic were all poisoned to death by Noah, totaling 4736 executions. Especially Dahlia's subordinates, who were almost completely wiped out. These individuals had committed numerous crimes, and aside from a few with better physical qualities who were left as test subjects, the rest were executed. As for the spies, Noah naturally showed no mercy. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Il quickly transferred those who passed the screening through the wormhole to the Storm Islands. In addition, to avoid raising suspicion, Chloe also retrieved the bodies of the previously eliminated members of the West Sea Mafia from the ice house in the West Sea. After all, the disqualified members from the 5 major mafia families numbered more than 100,000, and while these individuals were eliminated, a portion of the bodies was preserved in consideration of potential need for disguise. These bodies were quickly covered by Noah's fungi, rapidly sprouting colorful mushrooms that obscured their original appearances and characteristics. Meanwhile, Noah secured important production lines on Stuka Island, discarded a large pile of scrap metal, and then detonated the explosives. As one of the few surviving spies, Wood immediately reported this to the CP4 commander. At this point, Dahlia had already fled Stuka Island with the remnants, completely escaping the previous predicament. 7 hours later, 3 Navy warships docked at the port of Stuka Island. The one executing this mission was Rear Admiral Menard, who through his telescope saw the devastated port area marked by craters from explosions, ongoing fires, and fields of mushrooms. How terrifying. Menard was shocked by the sight before him. Soon sailors dressed in protective suits and gas masks entered the core area of Stuka Island. Inside, there were corpses covered in mushrooms and broken machinery scattered everywhere. The sailors quickly estimated that the population on Stuka Island was likely decimated and hurriedly evacuated. Based on the sailors' observations and photographs, Menard swiftly wrote a report to Marin Vondo and suggested that Stuka Island be designated as a forbidden zone. After all, according to the sailors' investigations, the mushrooms on the island were still reproducing, and the animals taken for testing began to show signs of poisoning in less than an hour. Evidently, this island was already a wasteland. This was also one of Noah's objectives. Though it appeared that Stuka Island was destroyed, it did not mean he had truly abandoned it. After all, he possessed the mushroom fruit ability, allowing him to restore the ecology of Stuka Island at any time. On the other side, in the office of Marshal Marin Vondo, Kong communicated with the 5 elders for over 10 minutes. Although both sides were very dissatisfied with Dahlia's series of failures, without suitable replacements, they could only continue to allow Dahlia to remain among the 7 warlords. As for the spies lost by the Navy and CP, the 5 elders and Kong did not care, as there are no spy organizations with them. The next day, the World Economic Journal extensively reported on Dalia's narrow victory as a user of the mushroom fruit in the destruction of Stuka Island. This news disgusted those factions that had planted spies on Stuka Island as if they had swallowed a fly. However, they could only, after all, no factions had anticipated that Dalia would destroy the entire Stuka Island to eliminate spies. However, with the destruction of Stuka Island, the prices of arms in the global underground market skyrocketed, leading to a significant decrease in the intensity of wars across various regions. At this point in time, the Don Quixote family had not yet taken control of the Dressrosa Kingdom, and Doflamingo had not allied with Kaido. The underground arms market was still dominated by Dalia. However, with Dalia, this terrifying weapon, falling silent, it was estimated that the Don Quixote family would accelerate their advance into the Grand Line. Noah did not pay much attention to this outcome. Because a faction like the Don Quixote family, which couldn't rise or fall, was nothing more than prey in the New World, if the timing was right, Noah wouldn't hesitate to take action against Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family, disregarding Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Inside the Nautilus, Noah and Robin were reviewing some documents about the paradise. Stuka Island could not be developed again in the near future, so they had to find a suitable place for Dalia and others. Noah's target was Turtle Island. Soon Robin found a piece of potentially relevant information in the library's abstract directory. Mr. Noah, please summon the book numbered 367,102. Noah summoned the book numbered 367102 from the card library. The cover read a goods travelogue. After flipping through it for a while, Robin found a record regarding Turtle Island. In the year 1105 of the Oceanic calendar, as I passed through the waters near Brew Island, a sudden storm blew my ship off course. This island's shape resembles a giant turtle shell, and local residents say that it is said to be a giant turtle accompanied by a song that has been passed down. Swaying and swaying. King of the sea. Crown of gold. Upon hearing this song, Noah knew they had found their target. This must be the island. He located Brew Island on the sea chart nearby. This island was the 6th node of the 5th route of paradise, approximately 293 kilometers from Longchain Island. Since the travelogue did not specify an exact location and the island had no magnetic force, it could not be located using recorded or permanent pointers, only through a special turtle pointer. However, this did not stump Noah. He took out the tarot cards to perform a divination. Southeast of Brew Island, probability 0. Northeast of Brew Island, probability 14. Northeast 63 degrees of Brew Island, probability 98. Upon seeing this result, Noah immediately adjusted their course. 2 days later, in a calm sea, an island resembling a turtle shell appeared beneath Noah and his companions. It really does look like a turtle shell. Daz compared the outline of the island. Let's go down and take a look. Soon Noah's group directly appeared on a beach at the island's edge, very close to a small town. As they stepped into the streets of the town, the island's residents observed Noah and his companions with great astonishment, as Turtle Island was not on the magnetic routes and had no magnetic force, making it rare for ships to approach here. Soon a short, middle-aged woman approached them, flanked by several tall and sturdy men. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Dear guests, I am Loba, the mayor of Turtle Town. You must have been blown here by the weather." "No, we came specifically to this island," Noah replied with a smile. Loba was momentarily unsure how to respond. However, the expressions of the sturdy men beside her turned grim, their hands reaching for their weapons. "There's no need to be so nervous. If I were to make a move, you wouldn't stand a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of his conqueror's haki leaked out. Loba and the others immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Recognizing the situation, Loba hurriedly asked with a forced smile, "Sir, is there anything we can assist you with? I want to learn more about the legends of this island." Mayor Loba should be able to provide us with an introduction, right? Certainly. Just then a young boy piloting a robot appeared on a nearby street, shouting angrily at Noah, "You damned invaders, prepare to be destroyed." "Radjet, stop it right now." "Ma'am, there's no need to panic." Noah instantly controlled the electromagnetic field, firmly restraining the robot. Inside the cockpit, Radjet desperately pulled on the control lever and buttons, but the robot remained completely still. In an instant, a force pulled Radjet out of the cockpit. The panicked blonde boy, around 14 or 15 years old, was shocked by Noah's power. "Sir, Radjet is still young. Please forgive him." However, Noah refused. Indulging him is not a good way to educate him. He has a decent talent for mechanical engineering. In such a resource-scarce environment, he was able to create this robot. He has great potential for the future, but he needs to be tempered. Chloe, I leave him to you. "No problem. I will make sure he understands the fundamentals of this world." A trace of malicious mockery flashed in Klaus' eyes behind his glasses. Seeing this scene, Loba couldn't help but show a worried expression, unfortunately knowing that the essence of this world is the survival of the fittest. Turtle Island had no strong individuals. Faced with Noah and his group, they could only choose to endure. Soon, under Loba's guidance, they entered the ancient ruins at the center of the island. In fact, Noah had already sensed the location of these ruins through his electromagnetic wave perception, even feeling the powerful life force of the giant turtle. However, Noah also discovered the problems with this island turtle. Its massive body brought great strength, but also with a diameter of over 5 kilometers and a height of around 1,800 meters, combined with the thick layers of rock, soil, and trees covering its surface, it found it difficult to move. Even when it did move, it could only do so for a short time. For biological modification, Ro and Andy were the experts, so Noah called them over. Ro used his surgical fruit abilities and observation haki to carefully examine the physical condition of the island turtle. Noah, this turtle's condition is far worse than imagined. Its body has suffered from severe malnutrition due to not having eaten for a long time. If not addressed, it will likely die from organ failure within 30 years. Can biological modification techniques be used to improve its condition? Ro thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but it will take several months. Then please help out here for a while. Other matters can be postponed. Understood. After discussing the treatment plan for the island, Turtle Noah's group also arranged for the residents of Turtle Town. After all, this island turtle needs to be transformed into a mobile fortress, and these weak civilians naturally cannot remain here. Alii will gather them and take them to the Storm Islands for resettlement. Meanwhile, Dahlia Sis Wood and others stayed on Turtle Island to begin fortifying the entire island. The treatment and modification of the island turtle proceeded almost simultaneously. Ro transplanted some organs from the baron of the stomach into the island turtle, allowing it to capture surrounding marine life for food through these vine-like tentacles. At the same time, he also transplanted some organs from the Sky Island shell into the island turtle, enhancing its concealment, mobility, and attack power. Dahlia used weapons and steel produced in the Storm Island's industrial area to modify the turtle shell, creating small turrets of various laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, regular artillery, and machine guns on the turtle shell. The core area served as a munitions factory capable of producing various shells, rockets, and bullets. Moreover, all these modifications were designed for underwater submersion. After all, the island turtle is only about 1,800 meters high, and in some sea areas it can submerge, such as the waters around the Shambodi Islands, where depths range from 500 to 12,000 meters. The depths of the areas with no wind belts are even more exaggerated, typically between 20,000 to 30,000 meters. The no-wind belts serve as the nesting grounds for large sea kings whose body sizes can reach several thousand meters. Depths of 20 to 30,000 meters are just right for them. This is also the reason why large sea kings are rarely seen in the four seas. After all, the depths of the four seas are generally over 10,000 meters, making it difficult for large sea kings to move. Noah left Turtle Island, rapidly approaching the direction of the Kingdom of Auckland on the Paradise's third shipping route aboard the Nautilus. He headed to this kingdom because this month's divination results indicated that a devil fruit was located within the territory of the 3 days later on the snow-covered Auckland Island, Noah and his companions, dressed in down jackets, skied through a blizzard towards a small town on Auckland Island. Auckland Island, where the Kingdom of Auckland is situated, is a winter island aside from the area near the western volcano where crops can be planted for about half a year. The rest of the time, it is a land of ice and snow. Noah and the others landed in the southeastern uninhabited area of Auckland Island, approximately 46 kilometers away from Auckland City, near the volcano. After passing through a grove of coniferous trees, they saw a cluster of wooden houses and a sailboat anchored in the bay. Upon their arrival, the owner of the wooden house immediately flung open the door and rushed out, casting a hostile glance at Noah. "Are you pirates trying to steal back the flag again?" As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man whose body was as inflated as a balloon emitted a fierce red heat. What's the state?" Noah looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Before he could say anything further, the man charged. "Go, Dad!" A pair of twin youths shouted and waved flags not far away. Another boy with a pointed chin and a girl with light purple hair also called out excitedly, "Dad, defeat these pirates. He who knows if there's any treasure." Unfortunately, they would soon be disappointed. Noah gently squeezed his hands, and suddenly the surrounding ice and snow transformed into a terrifying giant ice python encircling the middle-aged man. This ability. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Soon his body was enveloped in ice and snow, but he did not panic. As his body temperature soared rapidly, the surrounding ice and snow quickly melted into water vapor. Boom. The water vapor quickly expanded and exploded, blasting apart the surrounding ice layers. Just a moment later, the ice and snow wrapped around him again. The two of them fought on like this from noon until evening. On the ice field where the sun was setting, the middle-aged man who had once again melted the ice and snow was now drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for air. In contrast, Noah showed no signs of fatigue. Even if his body temperature could reach 10,000 degrees Celsius, the abilities of the devil fruit still required stamina to maintain, especially the energy consumption from sustaining such high temperatures, which increased dramatically. Noah's float fruit ability, however, consumed very little stamina. At this rate, even if it took 10 days and nights, he could. In fact, the reason he had been fighting for so long was that Noah was intentionally keeping it playful. Otherwise, a single burst of Conqueror's Haki combined with a barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire could have easily taken his opponent out. At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that Noah was toying with him, yet he found himself powerless to resist. "Huff, I won't give up." Suddenly, the middle-aged man dashed toward his 5 children, shouting as he ran, "Kids! Huff, run away." "Run from what?" Chloe had already stood behind the twins, adjusting his glasses and asking. In an instant, the middle-aged man's mood plummeted like falling into an ice cave. Soon the middle-aged man, exhausted, was bound by Noah's ice python, while Chloe kindly persuaded the 5 children to stay. Inside the wooden house, Noah pressed the middle-aged man onto a nearby chair. "Can we sit down and have a proper talk now?" "What?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then incredulously asked, "You beat me up just to have a chat?" "I don't like to communicate with hot-tempered individuals, so I had to cool you down a bit. You don't mind, do you?" The middle-aged man's face twisted and his fists clenched. If he weren't at a disadvantage, he would have loved to punch. Noah had no intention of coddling him and directly tossed a ball of seawater at him. The middle-aged man, drenched in seawater, felt even weaker. "Are you feeling calmer now? Do you need to wake up a bit more?" No need. The middle-aged man was now very eager to. Soon the middle-aged man revealed everything about his family situation. The middle-aged man's name was Haixing, a user of the paramecia type heat fruit. To be precise, this fruit should be called the heat body fruit, which is different from the heat fruit that Noah previously recovered from Owen. Owen's heat fruit should be called the thermal energy fruit, as the thermal energy within it could be released. In contrast, Haixing's heat fruit only allows him to heat his own body, but he can control his temperature from 1 to 1.0 degrees Celsius. Both fruits have their own merits. Haixing's 5 children are the eldest son Dun Campechino, 22 years old, the second son Dun Brandy, 22 years old, the third son Dun Hako, 15 years old, the eldest daughter Dun Alublu, 18 years old, and the second daughter Dun Lilu, 10 years old. Their family operates as bounty hunters for pirate flags in paradise, a special type of bounty hunter. Therefore, Noah did not strike them down, but considered recruiting them instead. In fact, the 41-year-old Haixing had considerable potential. With proper training and Noah's family's bloodline elixir, he could easily reach elite vice admiral level, if not admiral. His 5 children also showed promise. With a suitable devil fruit, their strength could skyrocket. Faced with Noah's offer, Haixing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. After all, the scene of Noah easily overpowering him was still fresh in his mind. Even if he didn't consider himself, he had to think about his children. After Haixing agreed to join, Noah revealed his true identity and had Ale send his 5 children to a training camp for a year. Whether as hostages or for sincere training, Haixing knew he had no excuse to refuse. Noah also asked Haixing if he had found any devil fruits on Auckland Island. Haixing shook his head. Lord Noah, if I had found a devil fruit, I would have given it to my children. My heat fruit was also found back on my hometown Whiskey Peak. You are from Whiskey Peak? Yes, but I left there years ago because I discovered that guy Crocodile was operating nearby, and I was worried my children would be affected, so I left my hometown. I see. The group rested for the night in the wooden house. The next morning, Noah led them to continue their journey and search. Since this was an inhabited island, Noah could not casually use the float fruit's abilities to search, relying instead on observation haki and electromagnetic scanning. However, observation haki and electromagnetic sensing have limitations. For example, things hidden underground are... Now Noah could only hope that the fruit wasn't buried underground.